Section 1 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 1. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 1, Subsection 1. The Preface. There will not be wanting, I presume, one or other that will much discommend some part of this treatise of love melancholy, the object, which Erasmus in his preface to Sir Thomas More suspects of his, that it is too light for divine, too comical a subject to speak of love symptoms, too fantastical, and fit alone for a wanton poet, a feeling young lovesick gallant, an effeminate courtier, or some such idle person. And 'tis true, they say, for by naughtiness of men it is so come to pass, as Corsinus observes, ut castis oribus vox amoris suspecta sit, et invisa. The very name of love is odious to chaster ears, and therefore some again, out of an affected gravity, will dislike all for the name's sake before they read a word, dissembling with him in Petronius, and seem to be angry that their ears are violated with such obscene speeches, that so they may be admired for grave philosophers and staid carriage. They cannot abide to hear talk of love toys, or amorous discourses, vultu, gestu, oculis, in their outward actions averse, and yet in their cogitations they are all out as bad, if not worse than others. Eruit, posuitque meum Lucretia librum, sed coram bruto, brute recede, legit. But let those cavillers and counterfeit Catos know, that as the Lord John answered the Queen in that Italian Guazzo, an old, a grave, discreet man is fittest to discourse of love matters, because he hath likely more experience, observed more, hath a more staid judgment, can better discern, resolve, discuss, advise, give better cautions and more solid precepts, better inform his auditors in such a subject, and by reason of his riper years sooner divert. Besides, nihil in hac amoris voce subtimendum, there is nothing here to be excepted at. Love is a species of melancholy, and a necessary part of this my treatise, which I may not omit. Operi suscepto inserviendum fuit. So Jacobus Mercilius pleadeth for himself in his translation of Lucian's dialogues, and so do I. I must and will perform my task. And that short excuse of Mercurus, for his edition of Aristaenetus shall be mine. If I have spent my time ill to write, let not them be so idle as to read. But I am persuaded it is not so ill spent. I ought not to excuse or repent myself of this subject, on which many grave and worthy men have written whole volumes. Plato, Plutarch, Plotinus, Maximus, Tyrius, Alcinous, Avicenna, Leon Hebreus in 3 large dialogues, Xenophon's Symposium, Theophrastus, if we may believe Athenaeus book 13 chapter 9, Picus Mirandula, Marius, Equicola, both in Italian, Commanus de linea amoris book 3, Petreius Godefridus hath handled in 3 books, Petrus Haedus, and which almost every physician, as Arnoldus, Villanovanus, Valeriola, Aelian Montaltus, and Laurentius, in their treatises of melancholy, Jason Pratensis, Valescus de Taranta, Gordonius, Hercules de Saxonia, Savonarola, Langius, etc., have treated of apart, and in their works. I excuse myself, therefore, with Peter Godefridus, Valeriola, Ficinus, and in Langius's words. Cadmus Milesius writ 14 books of love, and why should I be ashamed to write an epistle in favour of young men of this subject? A company of stern readers dislike the second of the Aeneids, and Virgil's gravity, for inserting such amorous passions in an heroical subject. But Servius, his commentator, justly vindicates the poet's worth, wisdom, and discretion in doing as he did. Castalio would not have young men read the Canticles, because to his thinking it was too light and amorous a tract, a ballad of ballads, as our old English translation hath it. He might as well forbid the reading of Genesis, because of the loves of Jacob and Rachel, the stories of Sichem and Dinah, Judah and Thamar; reject the book of Numbers for the fornications of the peoples of Israel with the Moabites, that of Judges for Samson and Delilah's embracings, that of the Kings for David and Bathsheba's adulteries, the incest of Ammon and Thamar, Solomon's concubines, etc., the stories of Esther, Judith, Susanna, and many such. Dicaearchus and some other carp at Plato's majesty, that he would vouchsafe to indite such love toys, amongst the rest, for that dalliance with Agatho. Suavia dans Agathoni, animam ipse in labra tenebam, aegra etenim properans tanquam abitura fuit. For my part, saith Maximus Tyrius, a great Platonist himself, me non tantum admiratio habet, sed eliam stupor. I do not only admire, but stand amazed to read that Plato and Socrates both should expel Homer from their city, because he writ of such light and wanton subjects. Quod Junonum cum Jove in ida concumbentes inducit, ab immortale nube contectos. Vulcan's net, Mars and Venus' fopperies before all the gods, because Apollo fled, when he was persecuted by Achilles, the gods were wounded and ran whining away, as Mars that roared louder than Stentor, and covered 9 acres of ground with his fall. Vulcan was a summer's day falling down from heaven, and in Lemnos Isle brake his leg, etc., with such ridiculous passages, when, as both Socrates and Plato by his testimony, writ lighter themselves, quid enim tam distat, as he follows it, quam amans a temperante, formarum admirator ad demente. What can be more absurd than for grave philosophers to treat of such fooleries, to admire Ortilochus, Alcibiades, for their beauties as they did, to run after, to gaze, to dote on fair Phaedrus, delicate Agatho, young Lysis, fine Charmides, he cine philosophum decent? Doth this become grave philosophers? Thus peradventure Callias, Thrasymachus, Polus, Aristophanes, or some of his adversaries and emulators might object, but neither they nor Anytus and Melitus his bitter enemies, that condemned him for teaching Critias to tyrannize, his impiety for swearing by dogs and playing trees, for his juggling sophistry, etc., never so much as upbraided him with impure love, writing or speaking of that subject. And therefore, without question, as he concludes, both Socrates and Plato in this are justly to be excused. But suppose they had been a little overseen, should divine Plato be defamed? No, rather as he said of Cato's drunkenness, if Cato were drunk, it should be no vice at all to be drunk. They reprove Plato then, but without cause, as Ficinus pleads, for all love is honest and good, and they are worthy to be loved that speak well of love. Being to speak of this admirable affection of love, saith Valleriola, there lies open a vast and philosophical field to my discourse, by which many lovers become mad. Let me leave my more serious meditations, wander in these philosophical fields, and look into those pleasant groves of the Muses, where with unspeakable variety of flowers we may make garlands to ourselves, not to adorn us only, but with their pleasant smell and juice to nourish our souls, and fill our minds desirous of knowledge, etc. After a harsh and unpleasing discourse of melancholy, which hath hitherto molested your patience, and tired the author, give him leave with Godefridus the lawyer, and Laurentius, chapter 5, to recreate himself in this kind after his laborious studies, since so many grave divines and worthy men have, without offence to manners, to help themselves and others, voluntarily written of it. Heliodorus, a bishop, penned a love story of Theagenes and Chariclea, and when some Catos of his time reprehended him for it, chose rather, saith Nicephorus, to leave his bishopric than his book. Aeneas Sylvius, an ancient divine, and past 40 years of age, as he confesseth himself after Pope Pius Secundus, indicated that wanton history of Euryalus and Lucretia. And how many superintendents of learning could I reckon up that have written of light fantastical subjects? Beroaldus, Erasmus, Alpheratius, 24 times, printed in Spanish, etc. Give me leave then to refresh my muse a little, and my weary readers, to expiate in this delightsome field, hoc deliciarum campo, as Fonseca terms it, to season a surly discourse with a more pleasing aspersion of love matters. Edulcare vitam convenit, as the poet invites us, curas nugis, etc. 'Tis good to sweeten our life with some pleasing toys to relish it, and as Pliny tells us, magna pars studiosorum amenitates quaerimus. Most of our students love such pleasant subjects. Though Macrobius teach us otherwise, that those old sages banished all such light tracts from their studies, to nurses' cradles, to please only the ear, yet out of Apuleius I will oppose as honourable patrons Solon, Plato, Xenophon, Adrian, etc., that as highly approve of these treatises. On the other side, methinks they are not to be disliked, they are not so unfit. I will not peremptorily say as one did tam suavia dicam facinora ut male sit ei qui talibus non delectator. I will tell you such pretty stories, that foul befall him that is not pleased with them. Neque dicam ea qua vobis usui sit audivisse, et voluptati meminisse. With that confidence, as Beroaldus doth his enarrations on Propertius, I will not expert or hope for that approbation, which Lipsius gives to his Epictetus. Pluris facio quum relego, semper ut novum, et quum repetivi, repetendum. The more I read, the more shall I covet to read. I will not press you with my pamphlets, or beg attention, but if you like them, you may. Pliny holds it expedient, and most fit, severitatem jucunditate etiam in scriptis condire, to season our works with some pleasant discourse. Synesius approves it, licet in ludicris ludere, the poet admires it, omne tulit punctum qui miscerit utile dulci, and there be those, without question, that are more willing to read such toys than I am to write. Let me not live, saith Aretine's Antonia, if I had not rather hear thy discourse than see a play. No doubt but there be more of her mind, ever have been, ever will be, as Hierome bears me witness. A far greater part had rather read Apuleius than Plato. Tully himself confesseth he could not understand Plato's Timaeus, and therefore cared less for it. But every schoolboy hath that famous testament of Gunius Coracotta Porcellus at his fingers' ends. The comical poet, id sibi negoti credidit solum dari, populo ut plaquent, quas fecissit fabulas, made this his only care and sole study, to please the people, tickle the ear, and to delight. But mine earnest intent is as much to profit as to please, non tam ut populo placerem, quam ut populum juvarum. And these my writings, I hope, shall take like gilded pills, which are so composed as well to tempt the appetite, and deceive the palate, as to help and medicinally work upon the whole body. My lines shall not only recreate, but rectify the mind. I think I have said enough. If not, let him that is otherwise minded remember that of Mordarensis he was in his life a philosopher, as Ausonius apologizeth for him, in his epigrams a lover, in his precept most severe, in his epistle to Caerelia a wanton. Annianus, Sulpicius, Ervemus, Menander, and many old poets besides, did in scriptis prurire, write Fescennines, Atellans, and lascivious songs, latem materiam, yet they had in moribus censurum et severitatem, they were chaste, severe, and upright livers. Castum esse decet pium poetam, ipsum, versiculos nihil necesse est, qui tum denique habent salem et leporum. I am of Catullus' opinion, and make the same apology in mine own behalf. Hoc etiam quod scribo, pendet plerumque ex aliorum sententia et auctoritate, nec ipse forsan insanio, sed insanientes sequor. Atqui detur hoc insanire me, semel insanivimus omnes, et tute ipse opino insanis aliquando, et is, et ille, et ego, scilicet homo sum, humani a me nihil alienum puto. And which he urgeth for himself, accused of the like fault, I as justly plead. Lasciva est nobis pagina, vita proba est. Howsoever my lines err, my life is honest. Vita verecunda est, muso jocosa mihi. But I presume I need no such apologies. I need not, as Socrates in Plato, cover his face when he spake of love, or blush and hide mine eyes, as Pallas did in her hood, when she was consulted by Jupiter about Mercury's marriage. Quod super nuptiis Virgo consulitur. It is no such lascivious, obscene, or wanton discourse. I have not offended your chaster ears with anything that is here written, as many French and Italian authors in their modern language of late have done, nay, some of our Latin pontificial writers, Zanchi's, Asorius, Abulensis, Bucardus, etc., whom Rive accuseth to be more lascivious than Virgil in Priapeius, Petronia in Catalectis, Aristophanes in Lycistrate, Martialis, or any other pagan profane writer. Qui tam atrociter, one notes, hoc genere peccarunt ut multa ingeniosissime scripta obscenitatum gratia castae mentes abhorreant. 'Tis not scurrile this, but chaste, honest, and most part serious, and even of religion itself, incensed, as he said, with the love of finding love. We have sought it, and found it. More yet, I have augmented and added something to this light treatise, if light, which was not in the former editions. I am not ashamed to confess it with a good author. Quod extendi et locupletari hoc subjectum plerique postulabant, et eorum importunitate victus, animum ut cumque renitentem eo adegi, utiam sexta vice calamum in manum sumerem, scriptionique longe, et a studiis et professione mea alienae, me acingerum horas aliquas a seriis meis occupationibus interim superatus, easque velute ludo quidem ac recreatione destinans. Cogor, retorsum vela dare, atque literare cursus, olim relictos. Et si non ignorarem novus fortasse detractores novis, hisce interpolationibus meis minime defutoros. And thus much I have thought good to say by way of preface, lest any man, which Godefridus feared in his book, should blame in me lightness, wantonness, rashness, in speaking of love's causes, enticements, symptoms, remedies, lawful and unlawful loves, and lust itself. I speak only to tax and deter others from it, not to teach, but to show the vanities and fopperies of this heroical or Herculean love, and to apply remedies unto it. I will treat of this with like liberty as of the rest. Sed dicam vobis, vos porro dicite multis millibus, et facite haec carta loquatur annus. Condemn me not, good reader, then, or censure me hardly, if some part of this treatise to thy thinking as yet be too light, but consider better of it. Omnia munda mundis. A naked man to a modest woman is no otherwise than a picture, as Augusta Livia truly said, and mala mens malus animus. 'Tis as 'tis taken. If in thy censure be it too light, I advise thee as Lipsius did his reader for some places of Plautus, istos quasi serenum scopulos praetervehere. If they like thee not, let them pass, or oppose that which is good to that which is bad, and reject not therefore all. For to invert that verse of Martial, and with Hierom Wolfius to apply it to my present purpose, sunt mala, sunt quaedam mediocria, sunt bona plura. Some is good, some bad, some is indifferent. I say further with him, I have inserted, levicula quaedam et ridicula ascribere non summum gravatus, circum foranea quaedam e theatris, e pleteis, etiam e popinis, some things more homely, light, or comical, litans gratiis, etc., which I would request every man to interpret to the best, and as Julius Caesar Scaliger besought Cardan, Sequid Urbanius Schule lusum a nobis per deos immortales te oro Hieronyme Cardane ne me male capias. I beseech thee, good reader, not to mistake me, or misconstrue what is here written. Per musas et charites et omnia poetarum numina, benigne lector, oro te neme male capias. 'Tis a comical subject. In sober sadness I crave pardon of what is amiss, and desire thee to suspend thy judgment, wink at small faults, or to be silent at least. But if thou likest, speak well of it, and wish me good success. Extremum hunc Arethusa mihi concede laborem. I am resolved, howsoever, velis, nolis, audax stadium intrare, in the Olympics, with these Eliensian wrestlers in Philostratus, boldly to show myself in this common stage, and in this tragic comedy of love to act several parts, some satirically, some comically, some in a mixed tone, as the subject I have in hand gives occasion, and present scene shall require, or offer itself. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 2. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 1, Subsection 2. Love's beginning, object, definition, division. Love's limits are ample and great, and a spacious walk it hath, beset with thorns, and for that cause, which Scaliger reprehends in Cardan, not lightly to be passed over. Lest I incur the same censure, I will examine all the kinds of love, his nature, beginning, difference, objects, how it is honest or dishonest, a virtue or vice, a natural passion or a disease, his power and effects, how far it extends. Of which, although something has been said in the first partition, in those sections of perturbations, for love and hatred are the first and most common passions, from which all the rest arise, and are attendant, as Picolomineus holds, or as Nicholas Carcinus, the primum mobile of all other affections, which carry them all about them. I will now more copiously dilate, that so it may better appear what love is, and how it varies with the objects, how in defect, or, which is most ordinary and common, immoderate, and in excess, causeth melancholy. Love universally taken is divined to be a desire, as a word of more ample signification, and though Leon Hebreus, the most copious writer of this subject, in his third dialogue make no difference, yet in his first he distinguisheth them again, and defines love by desire. Love is a voluntary affection, and desire to enjoy that which is good. Desire wisheth, love enjoys. The end of the one is the beginning of the other. That which we love is present, that which we desire is absent. It is worth the labour, saith Plotinus, to consider well of love, whether it be a god or a devil, or passion of the mind, or partly god, partly devil, partly passion. He concludes love to participate of all three, to arise from desire of that which is beautiful and fair, and defines it to be an action of the mind desiring that which is good. Plato calls it the great devil, for its vehemency and sovereignty over all other passions, and defines it an appetite, by which we desire some good to be present. Ficinus in his comment adds the word fair to this definition. Love is a desire of enjoying that which is good and fair. Austin dilates this common definition, and will have love to be a delectation of the heart, for something which we seek to win, or joy to have, coveting by desire, resting in joy. Scaliger taxeth these former definitions, and will not have love to be defined by desire or appetite. For when we enjoy the things we desire, there remains no more appetite, as he defines it. Love is an affection by which we are either united to the thing we love, or perpetuate our union, which agrees in part with Leon Hebreus. Now this love varies as its object varies, which is always good, amiable, fair, gracious, and pleasant. All things desire that which is good, as we are taught in the Ethics, or at least that which to them seems to be good. Quid enim vis mali, as Austin well infers, dic mihi, puto nihil in omnibus actionibus. Thou wilt wish no harm, I suppose, no ill in all thine actions, thoughts, or desires, nihil mali vis. Thou wilt not have bad corn, bad soil, a naughty tree, but all good, a good servant, a good horse, a good son, a good friend, a good neighbour, a good wife. From this goodness comes beauty, from beauty grace and comeliness, which result as so many rays from their good parts, make us to love, and so to covet it. For were it not pleasing and gracious in our eyes, we should not seek. No man loves, saith Aristotle, but he that was first delighted with comeliness and beauty. As this fair object varies, so doth our love. For as Proclus holds, omne pulchrum amabile, every fair thing is amiable, and what we love is fair and gracious in our eyes, or at least we do so apprehend and still esteem of it. Amiableness is the object of love, the scope and end is to obtain it, for whose sake we love, and which our mind covets to enjoy. And it seems to us especially fair and good, for good, fair, and unity cannot be separated. Beauty shines, Plato saith, and by reason of its splendour and shining causeth admiration, and the fairer the object is, the more eagerly it is sought. For as the same Plato defines it, beauty is a lively, shining, or glittering brightness, resulting from effused good, by ideas, seeds, reasons, shadows, stirring up our minds, that by this good they may be united and made one. Others will have beauty to be the perfection of the whole composition, caused out of the congruous symmetry, measure, order, and manner of parts, and that comeliness which proceeds from this beauty is called grace, and from thence all fair things are gracious. For grace and beauty are so wonderfully annexed, so sweetly and gently win our souls, and strongly allure, that they confound our judgment and cannot be distinguished. Beauty and grace are like those beams and shinings that come from the glorious and divine sun, which are diverse, as they proceed from the diverse objects, to please and affect our general senses. As the species of beauty are taken at our eyes, ears, or conceived in our inner soul, as Plato disputes at large in his Dialogue de Pulchro, Phaedro, Hippias, and after many sophistical errors confuted, concludes that beauty is a grace in all things, delighting the eyes, ears, and soul itself, so that, as Valesius infers hence, whatsoever pleaseth our ears, eyes, and soul, must needs be beautiful, fair, and delightsome to us. And nothing can more please our ears than music, or pacify our minds. Fair houses, pictures, orchards, gardens, fields, a fair hawk, a fair horse, is most acceptable unto us. Whatsoever pleaseth our eyes and ears, we call beautiful and fair. Pleasure belongeth to the rest of the senses, but grace and beauty to these two alone. As the objects vary and are diverse, so they diversely affect our eyes, ears, and soul itself, which gives occasion to some to make so many several kinds of love as there be objects. One beauty ariseth from God, of which and divine love St. Dionysius, with many fathers and neoterics, have written just volumes. De amore Dei, as they term it, merry paraenetical discourses. Another from his creatures. There is a beauty of the body, a beauty of the soul, a beauty from virtue. Formum martyrum, Austin calls it, quam videmus oculos animi, which we see with the eyes of our minds. Which beauty, as Tully saith, if we could discern with these corporeal eyes, admirabili sui amores excitaret, would cause admirable affections, and ravish our souls. This other beauty, which ariseth from those extreme parts, and graces which proceed from gestures, speech, several motions, and proportions of creatures, men and women, especially from women, which made those old poets put the three graces still in Venus's company, as attending on her, and holding up her train, are infinite almost, and vary their names with their objects, as love of money, covetousness, love of beauty, lust, immoderate desire of any pleasure, concupiscence, friendship, love, goodwill, etc., and is either virtue or vice, honest, dishonest, in excess, defect, as shall be showed in his place. Heroical love, religious love, etc., which may be reduced to a twofold division according to the principal parts which are affected, the brain and liver. Amor et amicitia, which Scaliger, Valesius, and Melancthon warrant out of Plato, Philean, and Eran, from that speech of Pausanias belike, that makes two Veneres and two loves. One Venus is ancient, without a mother, and descended from heaven, which we call celestial; the younger, begotten of Jupiter and Dione, whom commonly we call Venus. Ficinus, in his comment upon this place, chapter 8 following Plato, calls these two loves, two devils, or good and bad angels according to us, which are still hovering about our souls. The one rears to heaven, the other depresseth us to hell. The one good, which stirs us up to the contemplation of that divine beauty for whose sake we perform justice and all godly offices, study philosophy, etc. The other base, and though bad yet to be respected, for indeed both are good in their own natures. Procreation of children is as necessary as finding out of truth, but therefore called bad, because it is abused, and withdraws our souls from the speculation of that other to viler objects. So far Ficinus, St. Austin, Book 15, De Civitate Dei et Super, Psalm 64, hath delivered as much in effect. Every creature is good, and may be loved well or ill, and two cities make two loves, Jerusalem and Babylon, the love of God the one, the love of the world the other. Of those two cities we are all citizens, as by examination of ourselves we may soon find, and of which. The one love is the root of all mischief, the other of all good. So in his chapter 15 book De Amore Ecclesiae, he will have those four cardinal virtues to be naught else but love rightly composed. In his book 15 De Civitate Dei, chapter 22, he calls virtue the order of love, whom Thomas, following 1 Partition 2, question 55, article 1 and question 56, 3 question 62, article 2, confirms as much, and amplifies in many words. Lucian to the same purpose hath a division of his own. One love was born in the sea, which is as various and raging in young men's breasts as the sea itself, and causeth burning lust. The other is that golden chain which was let down from heaven, and with a divine fury ravisheth our souls, made to the image of God, and stirs us up to comprehend the innate and incorruptible beauty to which we were once created. Beroaldus hath expressed all this in an epigram of his. Dogmata divini memorant si vera Platonis, sunt Geminae Veneres et Geminatus amor. Coelestis Venus est nullo generata parente, quae casto sanctus nectit amore viros. Altera sed Venus est totum vulgata per orbem, quae divum mentes alligat, atque hominum, improba, seductrix, petulans, etc. If divine Plato's tenets they be true, two Veneres, two loves there be, the one from heaven, unbegotten still, which knits our souls in unity, the other famous over all the world, binding the hearts of gods and men, dishonest, wanton, and seducing she, rules whom she will, both where and when. This twofold division of love Origen likewise follows in his comment on the Canticles, one from God, the other from the devil, as he holds, understanding it in the worse sense, which many others repeat and imitate. Both which, to omit all subdivisions, in excess or defect, as they are abused, or degenerate, cause melancholy in a particular kind, as shall be shown in his place. Austin, in another tract, makes a threefold division of this love, which we may use well or ill, God, our neighbour, and the world, God above us, our neighbour next us, the world beneath us. In the course of our desires, God hath three things, the world one, our neighbour two. Our desire to God is either from God, with God, or to God, and ordinarily so runs. From God when it receives from him whence and for which it should love him, with God when it contradicts his will in nothing, to God when it seeks to him, and rests itself in him. Our love to our neighbour may proceed from him, and run with him, not to him, from him, as when we rejoice of his good safety and well doing; with him, when we desire to have him a fellow and companion of our journey in the way of the Lord; not in him, because there is no aid, hope, or confidence in man. From the world our love comes, when we begin to admire the Creator in his works, and glorify God in his creatures. With the world it should run, if, according to the mutability of all temporalities, it should be dejected in adversity, or over elevated in prosperity. To the world, if it would settle itself in its vain delights and studies. Many such partitions of love I could repeat, and subdivisions, but least, which Scaliger objects to Cardan, Exercitatio 501, I confound filthy burning lust with pure and divine love. I will follow that accurate division of Leon Hebreus, Dialogue 2, betwixt Sophia and Philo, where he speaks of natural, sensible, and rational love, and handleth each apart. Natural love, or hatred, is that sympathy or antipathy which is to be seen in animate and inanimate creatures, in the four elements, metals, stones, gravia tendant deorsum, as a stone to his centre, fire upward, and rivers to the sea. The sun, moon, and stars go still around, amantes naturae, debita exercere, for love of perfection. This love is manifest, I say, in inanimate creatures. How comes a lodestone to draw iron to it, jet chaff, the ground to covet showers, but for love? No creature, St. Hierom concludes, is to be found, quod non aliquid emat, no stock, no stone, that hath not some feeling of love. 'Tis more eminent in plants, herbs, and is especially observed in vegetables, as between the vine and elm a great sympathy, between the vine and the cabbage, between the vine and the olive. Virgo fugit bromium, between the vine and bays a great antipathy. The vine loves not the bay, nor his smell, and will kill him if he grow near him. The burr and the lentil cannot endure one another. The olive and the myrtle embrace each other, in roots and branches if they grow near. Read more of this in Picolomeneus, Crescentius, Baptista Porta, Fracastorius of the love and hatred of planets. Consult with every astrologer. Leon Hebreus gives many fabulous reasons, and moraliseth them withal. Sensible love is that of brute beasts, of which the same Leon Hebreus, Dialogue 2, assigns these causes. First, for the pleasure they take in the act of generation, male and female love one another. Secondly, for the preservation of the species, and desire of young brood. Thirdly, for the mutual agreement, as being of the same kind. Sus sui, canis cani, bos bovi, et asinus asino pulcherimus videtur, as Epicharmus held. And according to that adage of Diogenianus, adsistet usque graculus apud graculum, they much delight in one another's company. Formicae grata est formica, cicada cicadae, and birds of a feather will gather together. Fourthly, for custom, use, and familiarity, as if a dog be trained up with a lion and a bear, contrary to their natures, they will love each other. Hawks, dogs, horses, love their masters and keepers. Many stories I could relate in this kind, but see Gillius de Historia Animalium, Book 3, Chapter 14, those two epistles of Lipsius, of dogs and horses, Agilius, etc. Fifthly, for bringing up, as if a bitch bring up a kid, a hen ducklings, a hedge sparrow a cuckoo, etc. The third kind is amor cognitionis, as Leon calls it, rational love, intellectivus amor, and is proper to men, on which I must insist. This appears in God, angels, men. God is love itself, the fountain of love, the disciple of love, as Plato styles him, the servant of peace, the God of love and peace. Have peace with all men, and God is with you. Quisquis venerata Olympum, ipse sibe mundum subjicit atque Deum. By this love, saith Gerson, we purchase heaven, and buy the kingdom of God. This love is either in the Trinity itself, for the Holy Ghost is the love of the Father and the Son, etc. John 3:35 and verse 20, and 14:31, or towards us his creatures, as in making the world. amor mundum fecit. Love built cities, mundi anima, invented arts, sciences, and all good things, incites us to virtue and humanity, combines and quickens, keeps peace on earth, quietness by sea, mirth in the winds and elements, expels all fear, anger, and rusticity. Circulus a bono in bonum, a round circle still from good to good. For love is the beginner and end of all our actions, the efficient and instrumental cause, as our poets in their symbols, impresses, emblems of rings, squares, etc., shadow unto us. Si rerum quaeris fuerit, quis finis et ortus, desine, nam causa est unica solus amor. If first and last of anything you wit, cease, love's the sole and only cause of it. Love, saith Leo, made the world, and afterwards in redeeming of it, God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son for it, John 3:16. Behold what love the Father hath showed on us, that we should be called the sons of God, 1 John 3:1, or by his sweet providence, in protecting of it, either all in general, or his saints elect, and church in particular, whom he keeps as the apple of his eye, whom he loves freely, as Hosea 14:5 speaks, and dearly respects. Carior est ipsis homo quam sibi. Not that we are fair, nor for any merit or grace of ours, for we are most vile and base, but out of his incomparable love and goodness, out of his divine nature. And this is that Homer's golden chain, which reacheth down from heaven to earth, by which every creature is annexed, and depends on his Creator. He made all, saith Moses, and it was good. He loves it as good. The love of angels and living souls is mutual amongst themselves, towards us militant in the church, and all such as love God, as the sunbeams irradiate the earth from those celestial thrones, they by their well wishes reflect on us, in salute hominum promovenda, alacres, et constantes ad ministri. There is joy in heaven for every sinner that repenteth. They pray for us, are solicitous for our good. Casti genii. Ubi regnat caritas, suave desiderium, laetitiaque et amor Deo conjunctus. Love, proper to mortal men, is the third member of this subdivision, and the subject of my following discourse. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 3. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 2, Subsection 1. Subsection 1. Love of men, which varies as his objects, profitable, pleasant, honest. Valesius defines this love which is in men to be an affection of both powers, appetite and reason. The rational resides in the brain, the other in the liver, as before hath been said out of Plato and others. The heart is diversely affected of both, and carried 1,000 ways by consent. The sensitive faculty most part overrules reason, the soul is carried hoodwinked, and the understanding captive, like a beast. The heart is variously inclined, sometimes they are merry, sometimes sad, and from love arise hope and fear, jealousy, fury, a desperation. Now this love of men is diverse, and varies, as the object varies, by which they are enticed, as virtue, wisdom, eloquence, profit, wealth, money, fame, honour, or comeliness of person, etc. Leon Hubreus, in his first dialogue, reduceth them all to these three: utile, jocundum, honestum, profitable, pleasant, honest, out of Aristotle belike, of which he discourseth at large, and whatsoever is beautiful and fair is referred to them, or any way to be desired. To profitable is ascribed health, wealth, honour, etc., which is rather ambition, desire, covetousness than love. Friends, children, love of women, all delightful and pleasant objects are referred to the second. The love of honest things consists in virtue and wisdom, and is preferred before that which is profitable and pleasant, intellectual about that which is honest. St. Augustine calls profitable worldly, pleasant, carnal, honest, spiritual. Of and from all three result charity, friendship, and true love, which respects God and our neighbour. Of each of these I will briefly dilate, and show in what sort they cause melancholy. Amongst all these fair enticing objects, which procure love and bewitch the soul of man, there is none so moving, so forcible as profit, and that which carrieth with it a show of commodity. Health indeed is a precious thing, to recover and preserve which we will undergo any misery, drink bitter potions, freely give our goods. Restore a man to his health, his purse lies open to thee, bountiful he is, thankful and beholding to thee. But give him wealth and honour, give him gold, or what shall be for his advantage and preferment, and thou shalt command his affections, oblige him eternally to thee, heart, hand, life, and all is at thy service. Thou art his dear and loving friend, good and gracious lord and master, his Maecenas. He is thy slave, thy vassal, most devout, affectioned, and bound in all duty. Tell him good tidings in this kind, there spoke an angel, a blessed hour that brings in gain. He is thy creature, and thou his creator. He hugs and admires thee, he is thine for ever. No lodestone so attractive as that of profit, none so fair an object as this of gold. Nothing wins a man sooner than a good turn. Bounty and liberality command body and soul. Munera, crede mihi, placant hominesque deosque. Placatur donis Jupiter ipse datis. Good turns doth pacify both God and men, and Jupiter himself is won by them. Gold of all other is a most delicious object, a sweet light, a goodly lustre it hath. Gratius aurum quam solam intuamur, saith Augustine, and we had rather see it than the sun. Sweet and pleasant in getting, in keeping, it seasons all our labours. Intolerable pains we take for it, base employments, endure bitter flouts and taunts, long journeys, heavy burdens. All are made light and easy by this hope of gain. At mihi plaudo ipse domi, simul ac nummos contemplor in arca. The sight of gold refresheth our spirits, and ravisheth our hearts, as that Babylonian garment and golden wedge did Achan in the camp. The very sight and hearing sets on fire his soul with desire of it. It will make a man run to the antipodes, or tarry at home and turn parasite, lie, flatter, prostitute himself, swear and bear false witness. He will venture his body, kill a king, murder his father, and damn his soul to come at it. For Monsieur Auri Massa, as he well observed, the mass of gold is fairer than all your Grecian pictures, that Apelles, Phidias, or any doting painter could ever make. We are enamoured with it. Prima fere vota, et cunctis notissima templis, divitiae ut crescant. All our labours, studies, endeavours, vows, prayers, and wishes are to get, how to compass it. Haec est illa cui femulatur maximus orbis, diva potens rerum, domitrixque pecunia fati. This is the great goddess we adore and worship, this is the sole object of our desire. If we have it as we think, we are made for ever, thrice happy, princes, lords, etc. If we lose it, we are dull, heavy, dejected, discontent, miserable, desperate, and mad. Our estates and bene esse ebbs and flows with our commodity. And as we are endowed or enriched, so are we beloved and esteemed. It lasts no longer than our wealth. When that is gone and the object removed, farewell friendship. As long as bounty, good cheer, and rewards were to be hoped, friends enough. They were tied to thee by the teeth, and would follow thee as crows do a carcass. But when thy goods are gone and spent, the lamp of their love is out, and thou shalt be contemned, scorned, hated, injured. Lucian's Timon, when he lived in prosperity, was the sole spectacle of Greece. Only admired, who but Timon? Everybody loved, honoured, applauded him. Each man offered him his service, and sought to be kin to him. But when his gold was spent, his fair possessions gone, farewell Timon. None so ugly, none so deformed, so odious an object as Timon. No man so ridiculous on a sudden. They gave him a penny to buy a rope. No man would know him. 'Tis the general humour of the world. Commodity steers our affections throughout. We love those that are fortunate and rich, that thrive, or by whom we may receive mutual kindness, hope for like courtesies, get any good, gain, or profit. Hate those and abhor on the other side, which are poor and miserable, or by whom we may sustain loss or inconvenience. And even those that were now familiar and dear unto us, our loving and long friends, neighbours, kinsmen, allies, with whom we have conversed and lived so many Gerians for some years past, striving still to give one another all good content and entertainment, with mutual invitations, feastings, disports, offices, for whom we would ride, run, spend ourselves, and of whom we have so freely and honourably spoken, to whom we have given all those turgent titles, and magnificent eulogiums, most excellent and most noble, worthy, wise, grave, learned, valiant, etc., and magnified beyond measure. If any controversy arise between us, some trespass, injury, abuse, some part of our goods be detained, a piece of land come to be litigious, if they cross us in our suit, or touch the string of our commodity, we detest and depress them upon a sudden. Neither affinity, consanguinity, or old acquaintance can contain us, but rupto jecore exierit caprificus. A golden apple sets all together by the ears, as if a marrowbone or honeycomb were flung amongst bears. Father and son, brother and sister, kinsmen are at odds, and look what malice, deadly hatred can invent, that shall be done. Terrible, dearum, pestilens, atrox, ferum, mutual injuries, desire of revenge, and how to hurt them, him and his, are all our studies. If our pleasures be interrupt, we can tolerate it. Our bodies hurt, we can put it up and be reconciled. But touch our commodities, we are most impatient. Fair becomes foul, the graces are turned to harpies, friendly salutations to bitter imprecations, mutual feastings to plotting, villainies, minings, and counterminings, good words to satires and invectives. We revile a contra. Naught but his imperfections are in our eyes. He is a base knave, a devil, a monster, a caterpillar, a viper, a hog-rubber, etc. Desinit in piscem mulier formosa superne. The scene is altered on a sudden. Love is turned to hate, mirth to melancholy. So furiously are we most part bent, our affections fixed upon this object of commodity, and upon money, the desire of which in excess is covetousness. Ambition tyrannizeth over our souls, as I have shown, and in defect crucifies as much. As if a man by negligence, ill husbandry, improvidence, prodigality waste and consume his goods and fortunes, beggary follows, and melancholy. He becomes an object, odious and worse than an infidel, in not providing for his family. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 4. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 2, Subsections 2 and 3. Subsection 2. Pleasant Objects of Love. Pleasant objects are infinite, whether they be such as have life, or be without life. Inanimate are countries, provinces, towers, towns, cities, as he said, Pulcherrimam insulam vidimus, etiam cum non vidimus. We see a fair island by description, when we see it not. The sun never saw a fairer city, Thessalotempe, orchards, gardens, pleasant walks, groves, fountains, etc. The heaven itself is said to be fair or foul. Fair buildings, fair pictures, all artificial, elaborate, and curious works, clothes, give an admirable lustre. We admire and gaze upon them, et pueri junonis avem, as children do on a peacock, a fair dog, a fair horse and hawk, etc. Thessalus amat equum pullinum, buculum Egyptius, Lacedaemonius catulum, etc. Such things we love, are most gracious in our sight, acceptable unto us, and whatsoever else may cause this passion, if it be superfluous or immoderately loved, as Guianerius observes. These things in themselves are pleasing and good, singular ornaments, necessary, comely, and fit to be had. But when we fix an immoderate eye, and dote on them overmuch, this pleasure may turn to pain, bring much sorrow and discontent unto us, work our final overthrow, and cause melancholy in the end. Many are carried away with those bewitching sports of gaming, hawking, hunting, and such vain pleasures, as I have said, some with immoderate desire of fame, to be crowned in the Olympics, knighted in the field, etc., and by these means ruinate themselves. The lascivious dotes on his fair mistress, the glutton on his dishes, which are infinitely varied to please the palate, the epicure on his several pleasures, the superstitious on his idol, and fats himself with future joys, as Turks feed themselves with an imaginary persuasion of a sensual paradise. So several pleasant objects diversely affect diverse men. But the fairest objects and enticings proceed from men themselves, which most frequently captivate, allure, and make them dote beyond all measure upon one another, and that for many respects. First, as some suppose, by that secret force of stars, quod me tibi temperat astrum? They do singularly dote on such a man, hate such again, and can give no reason for it. Non amo te sabidi, etc. Alexander admired Ephistion, Adrian Antoninus, Nero Sporus, etc. The physicians refer this to their temperament, astrologers to trine and sextile aspects, or opposite of their several ascendants, lords of their genitures, love and hatred of planets. Ciconia, to concord and discord of spirits, but most to outward graces. A merry companion is welcome and acceptable to all men, and therefore, saith Gomesius, princes and great men entertain jesters and players commonly in their courts. But pares cum paribus facilime congregantur, 'tis that similitude of manners which ties most men in an inseparable link, as if they be addicted to the same studies or disports. They delight in one another's companies. Birds of a feather will gather together. If they be of diverse inclinations or opposite in manners, they can seldom agree. Secondly, affability, custom, and familiarity may convert natures many times, though they be different in manners, as if they be countrymen, fellow students, colleagues, or have been fellow soldiers, brethren in affliction. Acerbe calamitatum societas diversi etiam engine homines conjungit. Affinity, or some such accidental occasion, though they cannot agree amongst themselves, they will stick together like burrs, and hold against a third. So after some discontinuance or death, enmity ceaseth. Or in a foreign place, pascitur in vivis livor post fata quiescit, et secidere odia, et tristes mors obluit aras. A third cause of love and hate may be mutual offices, acceptum beneficium. Commend him, use him kindly, take his part in a quarrel, relieve him in misery, thou winnest him forever. Do the opposite, and be sure of a perpetual enemy. Praise and dispraise of each other do as much, though unknown, as Schopius by Scaliger and Cassabonus. Mulus mulum scabit. Who but Scaliger with him? What encomiums, epithets, eulogiums? Antistes sapientiae, perpetuus dictator, literarum ornamentum, Europae miraculum, noble Scaliger, incredibilis ingeni praestantia, etc., dis potius quam homnibus per omnia comparandus, scripta igius aurea and cilia de celo de lapsia poplitibus veneramur flexus, etc. But when they begin to vary, none so absurd as Scaliger, so vile and base, as his books De Burdenum Familia, and other satirical invectives may witness. Ovid, in Ibin, Archilochus himself was not so bitter. Another great tie or cause of love is consanguinity. Parents are clear to their children, children to their parents, brothers and sisters, cousins of all sorts, as a hen and chickens, all of a knot. Every crow thinks her own bird fairest. Many memorable examples are in this kind, and 'tis portenti simili if they do not. A mother cannot forget her child. Solomon so found out the true owner. Love of parents may not be concealed. 'Tis natural, descends, and they that are inhuman in this kind are unworthy of that air they breathe, and of the four elements. Yet many unnatural examples we have in this rank, of hard-hearted parents, disobedient children, of disagreeing brothers, nothing so common. The love of kinsmen is grown cold. Many kinsmen, as the saying is, few friends. If thine estate be good, and thou be able, par pari referre, to requite their kindness, there will be mutual correspondence. Otherwise thou art a burden, most odious to them above all others. The last object that ties man and man is comeliness of person, and beauty alone, as men love women with a wanton eye, which, kai exochen, is termed heroical, or love melancholy. Other loves, saith Piccolomenius, are so called with some contraction, as the love of wine, gold, etc., but this of women is predominant in a higher strain, whose part affected is the liver, and this love deserves a longer explication, and shall be dilated apart in the next section. Subsection 3. Honest objects of love. Beauty is the common object of all love. As jet draws a straw, so doth beauty love. Virtue and honesty are great motives, and give as fair a lustre as the rest, especially if they be sincere and right, not fucate, but proceeding from true form and an incorrupt judgment. Those two Venus twins, Eros and Anteros, are then most firm and fast. For many times otherwise men are deceived by their flattering Gnathos, dissembling chameleons, outsides, hypocrites that make a show of great love, learning, pretend honesty, virtue, zeal, modesty, with affected looks and counterfeit gestures. Feigned protestations often steal away the hearts and favors of men and deceive them, specie virtutis et umbra, when as revera and indeed, there is no worth or honesty at all in them, no truth but mere hypocrisy, subtlety, knavery, and the like. As true friends they are, as he that Caelius Secundus met by the highway side, and hard it is in this temporizing age to distinguish such companions, or to find them out. Such Gnathos as these for the most part belong to great men, and by this glozing flattery, affability, and such like philters, so dive and insinuate into their favors, that they are taken for men of excellent worth, wisdom, learning, demigods, and so screw themselves into dignities, honors, offices. But these men cause harsh confusion often, and as many times stirs as Rehoboam's counselors in a commonwealth, overthrew themselves and others. Tonlerus and some authors make a doubt whether love and hatred may be compelled by philters or characters, Cardon and Marbodius by precious stones and amulets, astrologers by election of times, etc., as I shall elsewhere discuss. The true object of this honest love is virtue, wisdom, honesty, real worth, interna forma, and this love cannot deceive or be compelled. Ut amorus amabilis esto. Love itself is the most potent philtrum. Virtue and wisdom, gratia gratum faciens, the sole and only grace, not counterfeit, but open, honest, simple, naked, descending from heaven, as our apostle hath it, an infused habit from God, which hath given several gifts, as wit, learning, tongues, for which they shall be amiable and gracious. Ephesians 4:11. As to Saul's stature and a goodly presence. 1 Samuel 9:1. Joseph found favor in Pharaoh's court, Genesis 39, for his person, and Daniel with the princes of the eunuchs, Daniel 19:19. Christ was gracious with God and men, Luke 2:52. There is still some peculiar grace, as of good discourse, eloquence, wit, honesty, which is the primum mobile, first mover, and a most forcible lodestone to draw the favors and good wills of men's eyes, ears, and affections unto them. When Jesus spake, they were all astonished at his answers, Luke 2:47, and wondered at his gracious words which proceeded from his mouth. An orator steals away the hearts of men, and as another Orpheus, quo vult, unde vult, he pulls them to him by speech alone. A sweet voice causeth admiration, and he that can utter himself in good words, in our ordinary phrase, is called a proper man, a divine spirit. For which cause belike our old poets, senatus populusque poetarum, made Mercury the gentleman usher to the graces, captain of eloquence, and those charities to be Jupiter's and Eurymone's daughters, descended from above. Though they be otherwise deformed, crooked, ugly to behold, those good parts of the mind denominate them fair. Plato commends the beauty of Socrates, yet who is more grim of countenance, stern and ghastly to look upon? So are and have been many great philosophers, as Gregory Nazianzen observes, deformed most part in that which is to be seen with the eyes, but most elegant in that which is not to be seen. Saepe suba trita latetat sapientia vesta. Aesop, Democritus, Aristotle, Politianus, Melanchthon, Gesner, etc. Withered old men, Silene Alcibiades, very harsh and impolite to the eye, but who were so terse, polite, eloquent, generally learned, temperate, and modest? No man then living was so fair as Alcibiades, so lovely, quo ad superficium, to the eye, as Boethius observes, but he had corpus torpissimum interne, a most deformed soul. Honesty, virtue, fair conditions are great enticers to such as are well given, and much avail to get the favor and good will of men. Abdolominus in Curtius, a poor man, but which mine author notes, the cause of this poverty was his honesty. For his modesty and continency from a private person, for they found him digging in his garden, was saluted king, and preferred before all the magnificos of his time. Injecta ae vestis purpura auroque distincta. A purple embroidered garment was put upon him, and they bade him wash himself, and, as he was worthy, take upon him the style and spirit of a king, continue his continency and the rest of his good parts. Titus Pomponius Atticus, that noble citizen of Rome, was so fair conditioned, of so sweet a carriage, that he was generally beloved of all good men, of Caesar, Pompey, Antony, Tully, of diverse sects, etc. Multas haereditates, Cornelius Nepos writes, solid bonetate consequitus, operae pretium adire, etc. It is worthy of your attention, Livy cries, you that scorn all but riches, and give no esteem to virtue, except they be wealthy withal. Quintus Cincinnatus had but 4 acres, and by the consent of the Senate was chosen dictator of Rome. Of such account were Cato, Fabricius, Aristides, Antonius, Probus, for their eminent worth. So Caesar, Trajan, Alexander admired for valor. Hephaestion loved Alexander, but Parmenio the king, Titus Deliciae Humani Generis, and which Aurelius Victor hath of Vespasian, the darling of his time, as Edgar Etheling was in England for his excellent virtues. Their memory is yet fresh, sweet, and we love them many ages after, though they be dead. Suavem memoriam sui reliquit, saith Lipsius of his friend, living and dead they are all one. I have ever loved, as thou knowest, so Tully wrote to Dolabella, Marcus Brutus, for his great wit, singular honesty, constancy, sweet conditions, and believe it there is nothing so amiable and fair as virtue. I do mightily love Calvisinus, so Pliny writes to Sosius, a most industrious, eloquent, upright man, which is all in all with me. The affection came from his good parts. And as St. Augustine comments on the 84th Psalm, there is a peculiar beauty of justice and inward beauty which we see through the eyes of our hearts, love and are enamored with, as in martyrs, though their bodies be torn in pieces with wild beasts, yet this beauty shines, and we love their virtues. The Stoics are of opinion that a wise man is only fair, and Cato in Tully 3, De Finibus, contends the same, that the lineaments of the mind are far fairer than those of the body, incomparably beyond them. Wisdom and valor, according to Xenophon, especially deserve the name of beauty, and denominate one fair. Et incomparabiliter pulchrire est, as Augustine holds, veritas Christianorum quam Helena Graecorum. Wine is strong, the king is strong, women are strong, but truth overcometh all things. Esdras 1, 3, 10, 11, 12. Blessed is the man that findeth wisdom, and getteth understanding, for the merchandise thereof is better than silver, and the gain thereof better than gold. It is more precious than pearls, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared to her. Proverbs 2, 13, 14, 15. A wise, true, just, upright, and good man, I say it again, is only fair. It is reported of Magdalene, Queen of France, and wife to Louis XI, a Scottish woman by birth, that, walking forth in an evening with her ladies, she spied M. Alanus, one of the king's chaplains, a silly, old, hard-favoured man fast asleep in a bower, and kissed him sweetly. When the young ladies laughed at her for it, she replied, that it was not his person that she did embrace and reverence, but, with a platonic love, the divine beauty of his soul. Thus in all ages virtue hath been adored, admired, a singular lustre hath proceeded from it, and the more virtuous he is, the more gracious, the more admired. No man so much followed upon earth as Christ himself, and as the psalmist saith, 14:2, he was fairer than the sons of men. Chrysostom Homily 8 on Matthew, Bernard de Omnibus Sanctis, Augustine, Cassiodore, interpreted it of the beauty of his person. There was a divine majesty in his looks. It shined like lightning and drew all men to it. But Basil, Cyril, Theodoret, Arnobius, etc., of the beauty of his divinity, justice, grace, eloquence, etc. Thomas on the Psalms 14 of both. And so doth Baradius and Peter Morales, Liber de Pulchritudine Jesu et Mariae, adding as much of Joseph and the Virgin Mary. Haec alias forma praesesserit omnes, according to that prediction of Sibylla Cumea. Be they present or absent, near us or afar off, this beauty shines, and will attract men many miles to come and visit it. Plato and Pythagoras left their country to see those wise Egyptian priests. Apollonius traveled into Ethiopia, Persia, to consult with the Magi, Brahmani, gymnosophists. The Queen of Sheba came to visit Solomon, and many, saith Hiram, went out of Spain and remote places 1,000 miles to behold that eloquent Livy. Multe Romam nan ut erbum pulcherrimam, aut urbus et orbus dominum Octavianum, sed ut hunc unum inviserent adorentque, a gabidus profecti sunt. No beauty leaves such an impression, strikes so deep, or links the souls of men closer than virtue. Non per Deus aut pictor possit, aut statutarius ulus fingere, talem pulchritudinem qualem virtus habet. No painter, no graver, no carver can express virtue's lustre, or those admirable rays that come from it, those enchanting rays that enamor posterity, those everlasting rays that continue to the world's end. Many, saith Favorinus, that loved and admired Alcibiades in his youth, knew not, cared not for Alcibiades a man, nunc intuentes quaerebant Alcibiadem. But the beauty of Socrates is still the same. Virtue's luster never fades, is ever fresh and green, semper viva to all succeeding ages, and a most attractive lodestone to draw and combine such as are present. For that reason belike, Homer feigns the three graces to be linked and tied hand in hand, because the hearts of men are so firmly united with such graces. O sweet bands, Seneca exclaims, which so happily combine, that those which are bound by them love their binders, desiring withal much more harder to be bound, and as so many Geryones to be united into one. For the nature of true friendship is to combine, to be like affected, of one mind. Velle et nolle ambobus idem, satiataque toto, mens ivo, as the poet saith, still to continue one and the same. And where this love takes place there is peace and quietness, a true correspondence, perfect amity, a diapason of vows and wishes, the same opinions, as between David and Jonathan, Damon and Pythias, Pylades and Orestes, Nisus and Euryalus, Theseus and Pirithous. They will live and die together, and prosecute one another with good turns. Nam vinci in amore turpissimum putant. Not only living, but when their friends are dead, with tombs and monuments, Ninias, epithets, elegies, inscriptions, pyramids, obelisks, statues, images, pictures, histories, poems, annals, feasts, anniversaries. Many ages after, as Plato's scholars did, they will parentare still, omit no good office that they may tend to the preservation of their names, honors, and eternal memory. Illum coloribus, illum cera, illum are, etc. He did express his friends in colors, in wax, in brass, in ivory, marble, gold, and silver, as Pliny reports of a citizen in Rome, and in a great auditory not long since recited a just volume of his life. In another place, speaking of an epigram which Martial had composed in praise of him, he gave me as much as he might, and would have done more if he could, though what can a man give more than honor, glory, and eternity? But that which he wrote peradventure will not continue, yet he wrote it to continue. 'Tis all the recompense a poor scholar can make his well-deserving patron, Maecenas, friend, to mention him in his works, to dedicate a book to his name, to write his life, etc., as all our great poets, orators, historiographers have ever done, and the greatest revenge such men take of their adversaries, to persecute them with satires, invectives, etc., and 'tis both ways of great moment, as Plato gives us to understand. Paulus Jovius, in the 4th book of the life and deeds of Pope Leo Decimus, his noble patron, concludes in these words, "Because I cannot honor him as other rich men do, with like endeavor, affection, and piety, I have undertaken to write his life. Since my fortunes will not give me leave to make a more sumptuous monument, I will perform those rites to his sacred ashes, which a small, perhaps, but a liberal wit can afford. But I rove. Where this true love is wanting, there can be no firm peace, friendship from teeth outward, counterfeit, or for some by-respects so long dissembled, till they have satisfied their own ends, which, upon every small occasion, breaks out into enmity, open war, defiance, heart-burnings, whispering, calumnies, contentions, and all manner of bitter melancholy discontents. And those men which have no other object of their love than greatness, wealth, authority, etc., are rather feared than beloved. Nec amant quemquam, nec amantur ab ulo. And howsoever borne with for a time, yet for their tyranny and oppression, griping, covetousness, currish hardness, folly, intemperance, imprudence, and such like vices, they are generally odious, abhorred of by all, both God and men. Non uxor salvum te vult, non filius omnes, vicini odurunt. Wife and children, friends, neighbors, all the world forsakes them, would fain be rid of them, and are compelled many times to lay violent hands on them, or else God's judgment overtake them. Instead of graces, come furies. So when fair Abigail, a woman of singular wisdom, was acceptable to David, Nabal was churlish and evil-conditioned. And therefore Mordecai was received when Haman was executed, Haman the favorite, that had his seat above the other princes, to whom all the king's servants that stood in the gates bowed their knees and reverenced. Though they flourished many times, such hypocrites, such temporizing foxes, and blear the world's eyes by flattery, bribery, dissembling their natures, or other men's weakness, that cannot so apprehend their tricks, yet in the end they will be discerned and precipitated in a moment. Surely, saith David, thou hast set them in slippery places. Psalm 37:5. As so many Sejanni, they will come down to the Gemonian scales. And as Eusebius in Ammianus, that was in such authority, ad jubendum imperatorem, be cast down headlong on a sudden. Or put case they escape, and rest unmasked to their lives' end. Yet after their death their memory stinks as a snuff of a candle put out, and those that durst not so much as mutter against them in their lives will prosecute their names with satires, libels, and bitter imprecations. They shall mail audire in all succeeding ages, and be odious to the world's end. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marilyn Mack. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 5. Partition 3, Section 1, Member 3. Charity composed of all three kinds, pleasant, profitable, honest. Besides this love that comes from profit, pleasant, honest, for one good turn asks another in equity, that which proceeds from the law of nature, or from discipline and philosophy, there is yet another love compounded of all these three, which is charity, and includes piety, dilection, benevolence, friendship, even all those virtuous habits. For love is the circle equant of all other affections, of which Aristotle dilates at large in his Ethics, and is commanded by God, which no man can well perform but he that is a Christian and a true regenerate man. This is, to love God above all, and our neighbor as ourself. For this love is lignus accendens et accensus, a communicating light, apt to illuminate itself as well as others. All other objects are fair and very beautiful, I confess. Kindred, alliance, friendship, the love that we owe to our country, nature, wealth, pleasure, honor, and such moral respects, etc., of which read copious Aristotle in his Morals. A man is beloved of a man in that he is a man. But all these are far more eminent and great when they shall proceed from a sanctified spirit that hath a true touch of religion and a reference to God. Nature binds all creatures to love their young ones. A hen to preserve her brood will run upon a lion. A hind will fight with a bull, a sow with a bear, a silly sheep with a fox. So the same nature urgeth a man to love his parents. Di mi pater omnes uderent, niti magis quam oculos a me meos. And this love cannot be dissolved, as Tully holds, without detestable offense, but much more God's commandment, which enjoins a filial love and an obedience in this kind. The love of brethren is great, and like an arch of stones, if one be displaced, all comes down. No love so forcible and strong, honest, to the combination of which nature, fortune, virtue happily concur. Yet this love comes short of it. Dulce et decorum pro patria mori. It cannot be expressed. What a deal of charity that one name of country contains. Amor laudes et patriae pro stipendio est. The Deci did se devolvere orati, curri, Scaevola, Regulus, Codrus, sacrifice themselves for their country's peace and good. Una dies Fabios ad bellum miserat omnes, ad bellum misos perdidit una dies. One day the Fabii stoutly warred. One day the Fabii were destroyed. 50,000 Englishmen lost their lives willingly near Battle Abbey in defense of their country. Paulus Aemilius, Book 1, Chapter 6, speaks of 6 senators of Calais that came with halters in their hands to the King of England to die for the rest. This love makes so many writers take such pains, so many historiographers, physicians, etc., or at least, as they pretend, for common safety and their country's benefit. Sanctum nomen amiciticae soccorrum communio sacra. Friendship is a holy name and a sacred communion of friends. As the sun is in the firmament, so is friendship in the world, a most divine and heavenly band. As nuptial love makes, this perfects mankind, and is to be preferred, if you will stand by the judgment of Cornelius Nepos, before affinity or consanguinity. Plus, in amicitia vale similitudo morum, quam affinitas, etc., the cords of love bind faster than any other wreath whatsoever. Take this away, and take all pleasure, joy, comfort, happiness, and true content out of the world. 'Tis the greatest tie, the surest indenture, strongest band, and, as our modern Marrow decides it, is much to be preferred before the rest. Quote, hard is the doubt, and difficult to deem, when all 3 kinds of love together meet, and so dispart the heart with power extreme, whether shall weigh the balance down, to wit, the dear affection unto kindred sweet, a raging fire of love to womenkind, or zeal of friends combined by virtues meet. But of them all, the band of virtuous mind, methinks the gentle heart should most assured bind. For natural affection soon doth cease, and quenched is with Cupid's greater flame. But faithful friendship doth them both suppress, and them with mastering discipline doth tame, through thoughts aspiring to eternal fame. For as the soul doth rule the earthly mass, and all the service of the body frame, so love of soul doth love of body pass, no less than perfect gold surmounts the meanest brass. End quote. A faithful friend is better than gold, a medicine of misery, an only possession. Yet this love of friends, nuptial, heroical, profitable, pleasant, honest, all 3 loves put together, are little worth if they proceed not from a true Christian illuminated soul, if it be not done in ordine ad Deum, for God's sake. Though I had the gift of prophecy, spake with tongues of men and angels, though I feed the poor with all my goods, give my body to be burned, and have not this love, it profiteth me nothing. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verses 1 and 3. 'Tis splendidum peccatum, without charity. This is an all-apprehending love, a deifying love, a refined, pure, divine love, the quintessence of all love, the true philosopher's stone. Non potest enim, as Augustine infers, veraciter amicus esse hominis, nisi foiarit ipsius primatus veritatis. He is no true friend that loves not God's truth. And therefore this is true love indeed, the cause of all good to mortal men, that reconciles all creatures, and glues them together in perpetual amity and firm league, and can no more abide bitterness, hate, malice, than fair and foul weather, light and darkness, sterility and plenty may be together, As the sun in the firmament, I say, so is love in the world, and for this cause 'tis love without an addition, love katshofme, love of God and love of men. The love of God begets the love of man, and by this love of our neighbor the love of God is nourished and increased. By this happy union of love all well-governed families and cities are combined, the heavens annexed, and divine souls complicated, the world itself composed, and all that is in it conjoined in God and reduced to one. This love causeth true and absolute virtues, the life, spirit, and root of every virtuous action. It finisheth prosperity, easeth adversity, corrects all natural encumbrances, inconveniences, sustained by faith and hope, which with this our love make an indissoluble twist, a Gordian knot, an equilateral triangle, and yet the greatest of them is love. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 13, which inflames our souls with a divine heat, and being so inflamed, purged, and so purgeth, elevates to God, makes an atonement, and reconciles us unto him. That other love infects the soul of man, this cleanseth, that depresses, this rears, that causes cares and troubles, this quietness of mind. This informs, that deforms our life, that leads to repentance, this to heaven. For if once we be truly linked and touched with this charity, we shall love God above all, our neighbor as ourself, as we are enjoined. Mark chapter 12, verse 31. Matthew chapter 19, verse 19. Perform those duties and exercises, even all the operations of a good Christian. This love suffereth long and is bountiful, envieth not, boasteth not itself, is not puffed up, it deceiveth not, it seeketh not his own things, is not provoked to anger, it thinketh not evil, it rejoiceth not in iniquity, but in truth, it suffereth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verses 4, 5, 6, and 7. It covereth all trespasses. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 12. A multitude of sins. 1 Peter chapter 4. As our Savior told the woman in the gospel that washed his feet, many sins were forgiven her, for she loved much. Luke chapter 7, verse 47. It will defend the fatherless and the widow. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 17. Will seek no revenge or be mindful of wrong. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18. Will bring home his brother's ox if he go astray, as it is commanded. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 1. Will resist evil, give to him that asketh, and not turn from him that borroweth. Bless them that curse him, love his enemy. Matthew chapter 5. Bear his brother's burden. Galatians chapter 6, verse 7. He that so loves will be hospitable, and distribute to the necessities of the saints. He will, if it be possible, have peace with all men. Feed his enemy if he be hungry. If he be athirst, give him drink. He will perform those 7 works of mercy. He will make himself equal to them of the lower sort. Rejoice with them that rejoice. Weep with them that weep. Romans chapter 12. He will speak truth to his neighbor. Be courteous and tender-hearted, forgiving others for Christ's sake, as God forgave him. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 32. He will be like-minded. Philemon chapter 2, verse 2. Of one judgment. Be humble, meek, long-suffering. Colossians chapter 3. Forbear, forget, and forgive chapter 12, verses 13, 23. And what he doth shall be heartily done to God and not to men. Be pitiful and courteous. 1 Peter chapter 3. Seek peace and follow it. He will love his brother, not in word and tongue, but in deed and truth. John chapter 3, verse 18. And he that loves God, Christ will love him that is begotten of him. John verse 1, etc. Thus should we willingly do if we had a true touch of this charity, of this divine love, if we could perform this which we are enjoined, forget and forgive, and compose ourselves to those Christian laws of love. O felix hominum genus, si vestros animos amor, quo coelum regitur regat. Angelical souls, how blessed, how happy should we be, so loving, how might we triumph over the devil and have another heaven upon earth. But this we cannot do, and which is the cause of all our woes, miseries, discontent, melancholy, want of this charity. We do invicem angeriare, contemn, consult, vex, torture, molest, and hold one another's noses to the grindstone hard, provoke, rail, scoff, calumniate, challenge, hate, abuse, hard-hearted, implacable, malicious, peevish, inexorable as we are, to satisfy our lust or private spleen, for toys, trifles, and impertinent occasions, spend ourselves, goods, friends, fortunes, to be revenged on our adversary, to ruin him and his. 'Tis all our study, practice, and business how to plot mischief, mine, countermine, defend and offend, ward ourselves, injure others, hurt all, as if we were born to do mischief, and that with such eagerness and bitterness, with such rancor, malice, rage, and fury, we prosecute our intended designs, that neither affinity or consanguinity, love or fear of God or men can contain us. No satisfaction, no composition will be accepted, no offices will serve, no submission, though he shall upon his knees, as Sarpedon did to Glaucus and Homer, acknowledging his error, yield himself with tears in his eyes, beg his pardon. We will not relent, forgive, or forget, till we have confounded him and his, made dice of his bones, as they say, see him rot in prison, banish his friends, followers, et omne invisum genus, rooted him out, and all his posterity. Monsters of men as we are, dogs, wolves, tigers, fiends, incarnate devils, we do not only contend, oppress, and tyrannize ourselves, but as so many firebrands, we set on and animate others. Our whole life is a perpetual combat, a conflict, a set battle, a snarling fit. Arisdia is settled in our tents. Omnia delite, opposing wit to wit, wealth to wealth, strength to strength, fortunes to fortunes, friends to friends, as at a sea fight we turn our broadsides, or two millstones with continual attrition, we fire ourselves, or break another's backs, and both are ruined and consumed in the end. Miserable wretches, to fat and enrich ourselves, we care not how we get it. Quocunque modo rem. How many thousands we undo, whom we oppress, by whose ruin and downfall we arise, whom we injure, fatherless children, widows, common societies, to satisfy our own private lust. Though we have myriads, abundance of wealth and treasure, pitiless, merciless, remorseless and uncharitable in the highest degree, and our poor brother in need, sickness, in great extremity, and now ready to be starved for want of food, we had rather, as the fox told the ape, his tail should sweep the ground still than cover his buttocks, rather spend it idly, consume it with dogs, hawks, hounds, unnecessary buildings, in riotous apparel, ingurgitate or let it be lost, than he should have a part of it. Rather take from him that little which he hath, than relieve him. Like the dog in the manger, we neither use it ourselves, let others make use of it or enjoy it, part with nothing while we live, for want of disposing our household, and setting things in order, set all the world together by the ears after our death. Poor Lazarus lies howling at his gates for a few crumbs. He only seeks chippings, offals. Let him roar and howl, famish, and eat his own flesh. He respects him not. A poor decayed kinsman of his sets upon him by the way in all his jollity, and runs begging bareheaded by him, conjuring by those former bonds of friendship, alliance, consanguinity, etc., uncle, cousin, brother, father, peregoas lacrimas, dextramque tuamte, si, quiidequam dete merue, fuit aut tibi quiidequam, dulce meum, misera mei. Some show pity for Christ's sake. Pity a sick man, an old man, etc. He cares not, ride on. Pretend sickness, inevitable loss of limbs, goods, plead suretyship, or shipwreck, fires, common calamities, show thy wants and imperfections. Et si per sanctum juratus dicat osirem, credita non ludo, crudeles tolita claudum. Swear, protest, take God and all his angels to witness. Quaere peregrinum. Thou art a counterfeit crank, a cheater. He is not touched with it. Pauper, ubiqua yashat. Ride on. He takes no notice of it. Put up a supplication to him in the name of 1,000 orphans, a hospital, a spittle, a prison, as he goes by. They cry out to him for aid. Ride on, suronares. He cares not. Let them eat stones, devour themselves with vermin, rot in their own dung. He cares not. Show him a decayed haven, a bridge, a school, a fortification, etc., or some public work. Ride on. Good your worship, your honor, for God's sake, your country's sake. Ride on. But show him a roll wherein his name shall be registered in golden letters, and commended to all posterity, his arms set up, with his devices to be seen. Then peradventure he will stay and contribute. Or, if thou canst thunder upon him, as papists do, with satisfactory and meritorious works, or persuade him by this means he shall save his soul out of hell, and free it from purgatory, if he be of any religion, then in all likelihood he will listen and stay. Or that he have no children, no near kinsmen, heir he cares for, at least, or cannot well tell otherwise how or where to bestow his possessions, for carry them with him he cannot. It may be then he will build some school or hospital in his life, or be induced to give liberally to pious uses after his death. For I dare boldly say, vainglory, that opinion of merit, and this enforced necessity, when they know not otherwise how to leave, or what better to do with them, is the main cause of most of our good works. I will not urge this to derogate from any man's charitable devotion, or bounty in this kind, to censure any good work. No doubt there may be many sanctified, heroical, and worthy-minded men that in true zeal and for virtue's sake, divine spirits, that out of commiseration and piety extend their liberality, and as much as in them lies to do good to all men, clothe the naked, feed the hungry, comfort the sick and needy, relieve all, forget and forgive injuries, as true charity requires. Yet, most part, there is simulatum quid, a deal of hypocrisy in this kind, much default and defect. Cosmo de' Medici, that rich citizen of Florence, ingeniously confessed to a near friend of his that would know of him why he built so many public and magnificent palaces and bestowed so liberally on scholars, not that he loved learning more than others, but to eternize his own name, to be immortal by the benefit of scholars, for when his friends were dead, walls decayed, and all inscriptions gone, books would remain to the world's end. The lantern in Athens was built by Xenocles, the theatre by Pericles, the famous port Piraeum by Musicles, Palace Palladium by Phidias, the Pantheon by Callicratidas. But these brave monuments are decayed all, and ruined long since. Their builders' names alone flourish by meditation of writers. And as he said of that Marian oak, now cut down and dead, nullius agricolae manu volta stirps tam diuturna, quam quae poetae versu seminari potest. No plant can grow so long as that which is ingeniosata, set and manured by those ever-living wits. Alon Bacuth, that weeping oak under which Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died and was buried, may not survive the memory of such everlasting monuments. Vainglory and emulation, as to most men, was the cause efficient, and to be a trumpeter of his own fame, Cosmo's sole intent so to do good, that all the world might take notice of it. Such, for the most part, is the charity of our times, such our benefactors, mecenates, and patrons. Show me amongst so many myriads a truly devout, a right, honest, upright, meek, humble, a patient, innocuous, innocent, a merciful, a loving, a charitable man. Probus quis nobiscum vivit. Show me a Caleb or Joshua. Dic mihi musa virum. Show a virtuous woman, a constant wife, a good neighbor, a trusty servant, an obedient child, a true friend, etc. Crows in Africa are not so scant. He that shall examine this iron age wherein we live, where love is cold, et jam teres astrea reliquit. Justice fled with her assistance, virtue expelled, justitiae zorro, incorrupta fides, nudiquae veritas. All goodness gone, where vice abounds, the devil is loose, and see one man vilify and insult over his brother, as if he were an innocent, or a block, oppress, tyrannize, prey upon, torture him, vex, gall, torment and crucify him, starve him. Where is charity? He that shall see men swear and forswear, lie and bear false witness, to advantage themselves, prejudice others, hazard goods, lives, fortunes, credit, all, to be revenged on their enemies, men so unspeakable in their lusts, unnatural in malice, such bloody designments, Italian blaspheming, Spanish renouncing, etc., may well ask, where is charity? He that shall observe so many lawsuits, such endless contentions, such plotting, undermining, so much money spent with such eagerness and fury, every man for himself, his own ends, the devil for all, so many distressed souls, such lamentable complaints, so many factions, conspiracies, seditions, oppressions, abuses, injuries, such grudging, repining, discontent, so much emulation, envy, so many brawls, quarrels, monomachies, etc., may well require, what is become of charity? When we see and read of such cruel wars, tumults, uproars, bloody battles, so many men slain, so many cities ruinated, etc., for what else is the subject of all our stones almost, but bills, bows, and guns, so many murders and massacres, etc.? Where is charity? Or see men wholly devote to God, churchmen, professed divines, holy men, to make the trumpet of the gospel the trumpet of war, a company of hell-born Jesuits and fiery-spirited friars, facem praefere, to all seditions, as so many firebrands set all the world by the ears. I say nothing of their contentious and railing books, whole ages spent in writing one against another, and that with such virulency and bitterness, Pioneas sermonibus et sale nigro, and by their bloody inquisitions, that in 30 years Baal saith consumed 39 princes, 148 earls, 235 barons, 14,755 commons, worse than those 10 persecutions, may justly doubt, where is charity? Obsecro vos quales I demum Christiani. Are these Christians? I beseech you, tell me. He that shall observe and see these things may say to them as Cato to Caesar, Credo quae de inferis dicuntur falsa existimas. Sure, I think thou art of opinion there is neither heaven nor hell. Let them pretend religion, zeal, make what shows they will, give alms, peacemakers, frequent sermons. If we may guess at the tree by the fruit, they are no better than hypocrites, epicures, atheists. With the fool in their hearts they say, there is no God. 'Tis no marvel then, if being so uncharitable, hard-hearted as we are, we have so frequent and so many discontents, such melancholy fits, so many bitter pangs, mutual discords, all in a combustion, often complaints, so common grievances, general mischiefs. Si tante interes tragoidiae, quibus labefacatatur et misere latiratur humanum genus. So many pestilences, wars, uproars, losses, deluges, fires, inundations, God's vengeance, and all the plagues of Egypt come upon us, since we are so currish one towards another, so respectless of God and our neighbors, and by our crying, sins pull these miseries upon our own heads. Nay more, 'tis justly to be feared, which Josephus once said of his countrymen Jews, if the Romans had not come when they did to sack their city, surely it had been swallowed up with some earthquake, deluge, or fired from heaven as Sodom and Gomorrah. Their desperate malice, wickedness, and peevishness was such. 'Tis to be suspected, if we continue these wretched ways, we may look for the like heavy visitations to come upon us. If we had any sense or feeling of these things, surely we should not go on as we do, in such irregular courses, practice all manner of impieties. Our whole carriage would not be so averse from God. If a man would but consider, when he is in the midst and full career of such prodigious and uncharitable actions, how displeasing they are in God's sight, how noxious to himself, as Solomon told Joab, 1 Kings chapter 2. The Lord shall bring this blood upon their heads, Proverbs chapter 1, verse 27. Sudden desolation and destruction shall come like a whirlwind upon them. Affliction, anguish, the reward of his hand shall be given him. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 11, etc. They shall fall into the pit they have digged for others, and when they are scraping, tyrannizing, getting, wallowing in their wealth, this night, O fool, I will take away thy soul. What a severe account they must make, and how gracious on the other side a charitable man is in God's eyes. Auret sibi gratiam. Matthew, verse 7. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. He that lendeth to the poor gives to God, and how it shall be restored to them again. How by their patience and long-suffering they shall heap coals on their enemies' heads. Romans chapter 12. And he that followeth after righteousness and mercy shall find righteousness and glory. Surely they would check their desires, curb their unnatural, inordinate affections, agree amongst themselves, abstain from doing evil, amend their lives, and learn to do well. Behold how comely and good a thing it is for brethren to live together in union. It is like the precious ointment, etc. How odious to contend one with the other. Miseriquid luctation culis isce valumus. Ecce mors supra caput est, et supremum illud tribuno. Ubi et dicta et facta nostra examinanda sunt. Supiamus. Why do we contend and vex one another? Behold, death is over our heads, and we must shortly give an account of all our uncharitable words and actions. Think upon it, and be wise. End section 5.
Section 6 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 6. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 1, Subsection 1. Heroical love causeth melancholy. His pedigree, power, and extent. In the preceding section mention was made, amongst other pleasant objects, of this comeliness and beauty which proceeds from women, that causeth heroical or love melancholy, is more eminent above the rest, and properly called love. The part affected in men is the liver, and therefore called heroical, because commonly gallants, noblemen, and the most generous spirits are possessed with it. His power and extent is very large, and in that twofold division of love, philein and eran, those two veneries which Plato and some others make mention of, it is most eminent, and kai exochon, called Venus, as I have said, or love itself, which although it be denominated from men and most evident in them, yet it extends and shows itself in vegetal and sensible creatures, those incorporeal substances, as shall be specified, and hath a large dominion of sovereignty over them. His pedigree is very ancient, derived from the beginning of the world, as Phaedrus contends, and his parentage of such antiquity that no poet could ever find it out. Hesiod makes terror and chaos to be love's parents, before the gods were born. Ante deos omnes primum generavit amorem. Some think it is the self-same fire Prometheus fetched from heaven. Plutarch, Amatorium Libello, will have love to be the son of Iris and Favonius. But Socrates, in that pleasant dialogue of Plato, when it came to his turn to speak of love, of which subject Agatho the rhetorician, magniloquus Agatho, that chanter Agatho, had newly given occasion, in a poetical strain telleth this tale. When Venus was born, all the gods were invited to a banquet, and among the rest, Porus, the god of bounty and wealth, Paeania or poverty came a-begging at the door. Porus, well whittled with nectar, for there was no wine in those days, walking in Jupiter's garden, in a bower met with Paeania, and in his drink got her with child, of whom was born love. And because he was begotten on Venus' birthday, Venus still attends upon him. The moral of this is in Ficinus. Another tale is there borrowed out of Aristophanes. In the beginning of the world, men had 4 arms and 4 feet, but for their pride, because they compared themselves with the gods, were parted into halves. And now peradventure by love they hope to be united again, and made one. Otherwise thus: Vulcan met 2 lovers, and bid them ask what they would, and they should have it. But they made answer, O Vulcane faber deorum, etc. O Vulcan, the god's great smith, we beseech thee to work us anew in thy furnace, and of 2 make us one. Which he presently did, and ever since true lovers are either all one, or else desire to be united. Many such tales you shall find in Leon Hebreus, Dialogus 3, and their moral to them. The reason why love was still painted young, as Fornutus and others will, is because young men are most apt to love, soft, fair, and fat, because such folks are soonest taken. Naked, because all true affection is simple and open. He smiles, because merry and given to delights. Hath a quiver, to show his power, none can escape. Is blind, because he sees not where he strikes, whom he hits, etc. His power and sovereignty is expressed by the poets, in that he is held to be a god, and a great commanding god, above Jupiter himself. Magnus Daemon, as Plato calls him, the strongest and merriest of all the gods according to Alcinous and Athenaeus. Amor virorum rex, amor rex et deum, as Euripides, the god of gods and governor of men, for we must all do homage to him, keep a holiday for his deity, adore in his temples, worship his image, numen enim hoc non est nudum nomen, and sacrifice to his altar, that conquers all, and rules all. Malum cum icone, curvo et apro eolico, cum anteo et stymphalicis avibus luctari, quam cum amore. I had rather contend with bulls, lions, bears, and giants, than with love. He is so powerful, enforceth all to pay tribute to him, domineers over all, and can make mad and sober whom he list, insomuch that Caecilius in Tully's Tusculans holds him to be no better than a fool or an idiot, that doth not acknowledge love to be a great god. Qui in manu sit quem esse dementum velit, quem sapere, quam in morbum injici, etc. That can make sick and cure whom he list. Homer and Stesichorus were both made blind, if you will believe Leon Hebreus, for speaking against his godhead. And though Aristophanes degrade him, and say that he was scornfully rejected from the council of the gods, had his wings clipped besides, that he might come no more amongst them, and to his farther disgrace banished heaven for ever, and confined to dwell on earth, yet he is of that power, majesty, omnipotency, and dominion, that no creature can withstand him. Imperat Cupido etiam diis pro arbitrio, et ipsum arcere ne armipotens potest Jupiter. He is more than quartermaster with the gods. Tenet Thetide aequor, umbras Iaco, coelum Jove, and hath not so much possession as dominion. Jupiter himself was turned into a satyr, shepherd, a bull, a swan, a golden shower, and what not, for love, that as Lucian's Juno right well objected to him, ludus amoris tu es, thou art Cupid's whirligig. How did he insult over all the other gods, Mars, Neptune, Pan, Mercury, Bacchus, and the rest? Lucian brings in Jupiter complaining of Cupid that he could not be quiet for him, and the moon lamenting that she was so impotently besotted on Endymion, even Venus herself confessing as much, how rudely and in what sort her own son Cupid had used her, being his mother, now drawing her to Mount Ida for the love of that Trojan Anchises, now to Libanus for that Assyrian youth's sake, and although she threatened to break his bow and arrows, to clip his wings, and whipped him besides on the bare buttocks with her pantoffel, yet all would not serve, he was too headstrong and unruly. That monster conquering Hercules was tamed by him. Quem non mille ferae, quem non stena leges hostis, nec potuit Juno vincere, vicit amor, whom neither beasts nor enemies could tame, nor Juno's might subdue, love quelled the same. Your bravest soldiers and most generous spirits are enervated with it, ubi mulieribus blanditiis permittunt se, et inquinantur amplexibus. Apollo, that took upon him to cure all diseases, could not help himself of this, and therefore Socrates calls love a tyrant, and brings him triumphing in a chariot, whom Petrarch imitates in his triumph of love, and Fracastorius in an elegant poem expresseth at large, Cupid riding, Mars and Apollo following his chariot, Psyche weeping, etc. In vegetal creatures, what sovereignty love hath, by many pregnant proofs and familiar examples may be proved, especially of palm trees, which are both he and she, and express not a sympathy but a love passion, and by many observations have been confirmed. Vivunt in venerem frondes, omnisque vicissim felix arbor amat, nutant et mutae palmae foedera, populeo suspirat populus ictu, et platano platanus, alnoque assibilat alnus. Constantine de Agricultura lib. 10. cap. 4, gives an instance out of Florentius his Georgics, of a palm tree that loved most fervently, and would not be comforted until such time her love applied herself unto her. You might see the two trees bend, and of their own accords stretch out their boughs to embrace and kiss each other, they will give manifest signs of mutual love. Ammianus Marcellinus, Book 24, reports that they marry one another, and fall in love if they grow in sight, and when the wind brings the smell to them, they are marvellously affected. Philostratus in Imaginibus observes as much, and Galen, Book 6, de locis affectis, chapter 5. They will be sick for love, ready to die and pine away, which the husbandmen perceiving, saith Constantine, stroke many palms that grow together, and so stroking again the palm that is enamoured, they carry kisses from the one to the other, or tying the leaves and branches of the one to the stem of the other, will make them both flourish and prosper a great deal better, which are enamoured. They can perceive by the bending of boughs and inclination of their bodies. If any man think this which I say to be a tale, let him read that story of two palm trees in Italy, the male growing at Brundisium, the female at Otranto, related by Jovianus Pontanus in an excellent poem, sometimes tutor to Alphonsus Junior, King of Naples, his secretary of state, and a great philosopher, which were barren, and so continued a long time, till they came to see one another growing up higher, though many stadiums asunder. Pierius in his hieroglyphics, and Melchior Guilandinus, Tractatus de Papiro, cites this story of Pontanus for a truth. See more in Salmus, Mizaldus Arcanorum, Sand's Voyages, etc. If such fury be in vegetals, what shall we think of sensible creatures? How much more violent and apparent shall it be in them? Omne adeo genus in terris hominumque ferarum, et genus aequoreum percudes, pictaeque volucres in furias ignemque runt, amor omnibus idem. All kinds of creatures in the earth, and fishes of the sea, and painted birds do rage alike. This love bears equal sway. hic Deus et terras et maria alta domat. Common experience and our sense will inform us how violently brute beasts are carried away with this passion, horses above the rest. Furor est insignis equarum. Cupid in Lucian bids Venus his mother be of good cheer, for he was now familiar with lions, and oftentimes did get on their backs, hold them by the mane, and ride them about like horses, and they would fawn upon him with their tails. Bulls, bears, and boars are so furious in this kind, they kill one another, but especially cocks, lions, and harts, which are so fierce that you may hear them fight half a mile off, saith Turberville, and many times kill each other, or compel them to abandon the rut, that they may remain masters in their places. And when one hath driven his co-rival away, he raiseth his nose up into the air, and looks aloft as though he gave thanks to nature, which affords him such great delight. How birds are affected in this kind appears out of Aristotle. He will have them sing ob futurum venerem, for joy or in hope of their venery which is to come. He will have them to sing ob futurum venerem, for joy or in hope of their venery which is to come. Aerie primum volucres te diva tuumque significant initum, perculsae corda tua vi. Fishes pine away for love, and wax lean, if Gomesius's authority may be taken, and are rampant too, some of them. Peter Gellius, Book 10, de Historia Animalium, tells wonders of a Triton in Epirus. There was a well not far from the shore, where the country wenches fetched water. They, Tritons, stupri causa, would set upon them and carry them to the sea, and there drown them, if they would not yield. So love tyrannizeth in dumb creatures. Yet this is natural for one beast to dote upon another of the same kind. But what strange fury is that when a beast shall dote upon a man? Saxo Grammaticus hath a story of a bear that loved a woman, kept her in his den a long time, and begot a son of her, out of whose loins proceeded many northern kings. This is the original belike of that common tale of Valentine and Orson. Aelian, Pliny, Peter Gillius are full of such relations. A peacock in Leucadia loved a maid, and when she died the peacock pined. A dolphin loved a boy called Hernias, and when he died the fish came on land, and so perished. The like adds Gellius, Book 10, chapter 22, out of Apion, Aegypti Liber 15. A dolphin at Puteoli loved a child, would come often to him, let him get on his back, and carry him about. And when by sickness the child was taken away, the dolphin died. Every book is full, saith Busbequius, the emperor's orator with the Grand Signior, not long since, and yields such instances, to believe which I was always afraid lest I should be thought to give credit to fables, until I saw a lynx which I had from Assyria, so affected towards one of my men, that it cannot be denied but that he was in love with him. When my man was present, the beast would use many notable enticements and pleasant motions, and when he was going, hold him back, and look after him when he was gone, very sad in his absence, but most jocund when he returned. And when my man went from me, the beast expressed his love with continual sickness, and after he had pined away some few days, died. Such another story he hath of a crane of Majorca, that loved a Spaniard, that would walk any way with him, and in his absence seek about for him, make a noise that he might hear her, and knock at his door, and when he took his last farewell, famished herself. Such pretty pranks can love play with birds, fishes, beasts. Coelestis aetheris ponti, terrae claves habet Venus, solaque istorum omnium imperium obtinet. And if all be certain that is credibly reported, with the spirits of the air and devils of hell themselves, who are as much enamoured and dote, if I may use that word, as any other creatures whatsoever. For if those stories be true that are written of incubus and succubus, of nymphs, lascivious fauns, satyrs, and those heathen gods which were devils, those lascivious telchines, of whom the Platonists tell so many fables, or those familiar meetings in our days, and company of witches and devils, there is some probability for it. I know that Biamanus, Wierus, Book 1, chapters 19 and 24, and some others stoutly deny it, that the devil hath any carnal copulation with women, that the devil takes no pleasure in such facts, they be mere fantasies, all such relations of incubi, succubi, lies and tales. But Augustine, Book 15, De Civitate Dei, doth acknowledge it, Erastus de Lamiis, Jacobus Sprenger and his colleagues, etc. Zanchius, chapter 16, Book 4, De Operibus Dei. Dandinus, in Aristotelis de Anima, Book 2, text 29, commentary 30, Bodin, Book 2, chapter 7, and Paracelsus, a great champion of this tenet amongst the rest, which gives sundry peculiar instances, by many testimonies, proofs, and confessions evince it. Hector Boethius, in his Scottish History, hath 3 or 4 such examples, which Cardan confirms out of him, Book 16, chapter 43, of such as have had familiar company many years with them, and that in the habit of men and women. Philostratus, in his 4th book De Vita Apollonii, hath a memorable instance in this kind, which I may not omit, of one Menippus Lycius, a young man 25 years of age, that going between Cenchreas and Corinth, met such a phantasm in the habit of a fair gentlewoman, which taking him by the hand, carried him home to her house in the suburbs of Corinth, and told him she was a Phoenician by birth, and if he would tarry with her, he should hear her sing and play, and drink such wine as never any drank, and no man should molest him, but she being fair and lovely would live and die with him, that was fair and lovely to behold. The young man, a philosopher, otherwise staid and discreet, able to moderate his passions, though not this of love, tarried with her a while to his great content, and at last married her, to whose wedding, amongst other guests, came Apollonius, who, by some probable conjectures, found her out to be a serpent, a Lamia, and that all her furniture was like Tantalus's gold described by Homer, no substance, but mere illusions. When she saw herself descried, she wept and desired Apollonius to be silent, but he would not be moved, and thereupon she, plate, house, and all that was in it, vanished in an instant. Many thousands took notice of this fact, for it was done in the midst of Greece. Sabine, in his comment on the 10th of Ovid's Metamorphoses, at the tale of Orpheus, telleth us of a gentleman of Bavaria, that for many months together bewailed the loss of his dear wife. At length the devil in her habit came and comforted him, and told him, because he was so importunate for her, that she would come and live with him again. On that condition he would be new married, never swear and blaspheme as he used formerly to do, for if he did, she should be gone. He vowed it, married, and lived with her. She brought him children, and governed his house, but was still pale and sad, and so continued, till one day falling out with him, he fell a swearing. She vanished thereupon, and was never after seen. This I have heard, saith Sabine, from persons of good credit, which told me that the Duke of Bavaria did tell it for a certainty to the Duke of Saxony. One more I will relate out of Florilegus, ad annum 1058, an honest historian of our nation, because he telleth it so confidently, as a thing in those days talked of all over Europe. A young gentleman of Rome, the same day that he was married, after dinner with the bride and his friends went a-walking into the fields, and towards evening to the tennis court to recreate himself. Whilst he played, he put his ring upon the finger of Venus' statua, which was thereby made in brass. After he had sufficiently played, and now made an end of his sport, he came to fetch his ring, but Venus had bowed her finger in, and he could not get it off. Whereupon, loath to make his company tarry at present, there left it, intending to fetch it the next day, or at some more convenient time, went then to supper, and so to bed. In the night, when he should come to perform those nuptial rites, Venus steps between him and his wife, unseen or felt of her, and told her that she was his wife, that he had betrothed himself unto her by that ring, which he put upon her finger. She troubled him for some following nights. he, not knowing how to help himself, made his moan to one Palumbus, a learned magician in those days, who gave him a letter, and bid him at such a time of the night, in such a cross way, at the town's end, where old Saturn would pass by with his associates in procession, as commonly he did, deliver that script with his own hands to Saturn himself. The young man of a bold spirit accordingly did it, and when the old fiend read it, he called Venus to him, who rode before him, and commanded her to deliver his ring, which forthwith she did, and so the gentleman was freed. Many such stories I find in several authors to confirm this which I have said, as that more notable amongst the rest, of Philinium and Machates in Phlegon's Tractatus de Rebus Mirabilibus. And though many be against it, yet I, for my part, will subscribe to Lactantius, Book 14, Chapter 15. God sent angels for the tuition of men, but whilst they lived amongst us, that mischievous all-commander of the earth, and hot in lust, enticed them by little and little to this vice, and defiled them with the company of women, and to Anaxagoras de resurrectione. Many of these spiritual bodies, overcome by the love of maids and lust, failed, of whom those were born we call giants. Justin Martyr, Clemens Alexandrinus, Sulpicius Severus, Eusebius, etc., to this sense make a twofold fall of angels, one from the beginning of the world, another a little before the deluge, as Moses teacheth us, openly professing that these genii can beget and have carnal copulation with women. At Japan in the East Indies, at this present, if we may believe the relation of travellers, there is an idol called Chukedi, to whom one of the forest virgins in the country is monthly brought, and left in a private room, in the fotoqui, or church, where she sits alone to be deflowered. At certain times the Chukedi, which is thought to be the devil, appears to her, and knoweth her carnally. Every month a fair virgin is taken in, but what becomes of the old, no man can tell. In that goodly temple of Jupiter Belus in Babylon, there was a fair chapel, saith Herodotus, an eyewitness of it, in which was splendide stratus lectus et apposita mensa aurea, a brave bed, a table of gold, etc., into which no creature came but one only woman, which their god made choice of, as the Chaldean priests told him, and that their god lay with her himself, as at Thebes in Egypt was the like done of old. So that you see this is no news, the devils themselves, or their juggling priests, have played such pranks in all ages. Many divines stiffly contradict this, but I will conclude with Lipsius, that since examples, testimonies, and confessions of those unhappy women are so manifest on the other side, and many even in this our town of Louvain, that it is likely to be so. One thing I will add, that I suppose in no age past, I know not by what destiny of this unhappy time, have there ever appeared or showed themselves so many lecherous devils, satyrs, and genii, as in this of ours, as appears by the daily narrations, and judicial sentences upon record. Read more of this question in Plutarch, Vita Numae, Augustine, De Civitate Dei, Book 15, Wierus, Giraldus Cambrensis, Malleus Maleficarum, Quaestio 5, Part 1, Jacobus Russus, Godelman, Erastus, Valesius, John Nider, Cicogna, Del Rio, Lipsius Bodine, Daemonologiae Liber 2, Chapter 7, Pererius, etc. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 7. Partition 3, Section 2. Member 1, Subsection 2. How love tyrannizeth over men. Love or heroical melancholy. His definition, part affected. You have heard how this tyrant love rageth with brute beasts and spirits. Now let us consider what passions it causeth amongst men. Improbe amor quid non mortalia pectora cogis. How it tickles the hearts of mortal men. Horresco referens. I am almost afraid to relate, amazed, and ashamed. It hath wrought such stupendous and prodigious effects, such foul offences. Love, indeed, I may not deny, first united provinces, built cities, and by a perpetual generation makes and preserves mankind, propagates the church. But if it rage, it is no more love, but burning lust, a disease, frenzy, madness, hell. Est orcus ille, vis est immedicabilis, est rabies insana. 'Tis no virtuous habit this, but a vehement perturbation of the mind, a monster of nature, wit, and art, as Alexis in Athenaeus sets it out, viriliter audax, muliebriter timidum, furore praeceps, labore infractum, mel felium, blanda percussio, etc. It subverts kingdoms, overthrows cities, towns, families, mars, corrupts, and makes a massacre of men. Thunder and lightning, wars, fires, plagues, have not done that mischief to mankind as this burning lust, this brutish passion. Let Sodom and Gomorrah, Troy, which Dares Phrygius and Dictys Cretensis will make good, and I know not how many cities bear record, et fuit ante Helenam, etc., all succeeding ages will subscribe, Joanna of Naples in Italy, Fredegunda and Brunhalt in France, all histories are full of these basilisks. Besides those daily monomachies, murders, effusion of blood, rapes, riot, and immoderate expense, to satisfy their lusts, beggary, shame, loss, torture, punishment, disgrace, loathsome diseases that proceed from thence, worse than calentures and pestilent fevers, those often gouts, pox, arthritis, palsies, cramps, sciatica, convulsions, aches, combustions, etc., which torment the body, that feral melancholy which crucifies the soul in this life and everlastingly torments in the world to come. Notwithstanding they know these and many such miseries, threats, tortures will surely come upon them, rewards, exhortations, e contra, yet either out of their own weakness, a depraved nature, or love's tyranny, which so furiously rageth, they suffer themselves to be led like an ox to the slaughter. Facilis descensus Averni, they go down headlong to their own perdition. They will commit folly with beasts, men leaving the natural use of women, as Paul saith, burned in lust one towards another, and man with man wrought filthiness. Semiramis equo, pacify tauro, Aristo Ephesius asinae se commiscuit, Fulvius equae, alii cannibus, capris, etc., unde mostra nascuntur aliquando, Centauri, Sylvani, et ad terrorem hominum prodigiosa spectra, nec cum brutis sed ipsis hominibus rem habent, quod peccatum Sodomiae vulgo dicitur, et frequens olim vitium apud orientalis illos fuit. Graecos nimirum, Italos, Afros, Asianos, Hercules Hylam habuit, Polycletum, Dionum, Perisoronta, Abderum et Frigga, alii et Euristium ab Herculi amatum tradunt. Socrates pulchrorum adolescentum causa frequens gymnasium adibat. Flagitiosque spectacular pascebat oculus, quod et Philebus et Phaedon, rivalis, Charmides et reliqui Platonis dialogi, satis superque testatum faciunt, quod vero Alcibiades de eodum Socrati loquatur. Lubens conticesco, sed et abhorreo, tantum incitamentum praebet libidini. Ad hunc perstrinxit Theodoretus libdi curat Graec affect cap ultimo, quin et ipse Plato suum demirator Agathonum, Xenophon, Cliniam, Virgilius Alexin, Anacreon Bacillum, quod autem de Nerone, Claudio, caeterorumque portentosa libidine memoriae proditum, malem a Petronio, Suetonio, caeterisque petatis, quando omnem fidem excedat, quam a me expectatis, sed vetera querimur, apud Asianos, Turcos, Italos, nunquam frequentius hoc quam hodierno die vitium, Diana Romanorum Sodomia, officinae horum alicube apud Turcus, qui saxis semina mandant, arenas arantes, et frequentes querelae, etiam inter ipsos conjuges hac de re, quae virorum concubitum illicitum calcio in oppositum partum verso magistratui indicant. Nullum apud Italos familiare magis peccatum, qui et post Lucianum et Tatium scriptis voluminus defendunt. Johannes de la Casa, Benventinus Episcopus, divinum opus vocat, suave scellas, adeoque jactat, se non alia usum venere. Nihil usitatius apud monachos, cardinales, sacrificulos etiam furo hic ad mortem ad insanium. Angelus Politianus, obfuere amorem, violentas sibi inanus injecit, et horrendum sane dictu. Quantum apud nos patrum memoria, scelus detestandum hoc saevier. Cum enim anno 1538, prudentissimus Rex Henricus Octavus cucullatorum coenobia, et sacrificorum collegia votatiorum, per venerabiles legum doctores Thomum Leum, Ricardum Laetonum visitari fecerat, etc. Tanto numero repete sunt apud eos scotatores, Cinedi, Ganiones, Paedicones, puervari, pederastae, sodomitae. Balei verbis utor, Ganymedes, etc. ut in uno quoque eorum novum credideris Gomorrham. Sed vide si lubat eorundum catalogum apud eundum bulcum. Puellae, inquit, in lectis dormire non poterunt ob fratres necromanticos. Haec si upod votarios, monachos, sanctus scilicet homunciones, quid in foro, quid in aula factum suspiceris? Quid apud nobiles, quid inter fornices, quam non foditatum, quam non spurcitiem? Sileo interim turpes illas, et se nominandas quidem monachorum, masturbationes, masturbatores. Rodericus a Castro vocat, tum et eos qui se invicem ad venerem excitandum flagris caedunt. Spintrias, succubas, ambubeas, et lasciviente lumbo tribades, illas mulierculas, quae se invicem fricant, et praeter eunuchus etiam ad venerem explendam, artificiosa illa veretra habent. Immo quod magis mirere, femina foeminam Constantinopoli non ita pridem deperiet, ausa rem plane incredibilem, mutatu cultum mentita virum de nuptis sermonum init, et brevi nupta est, sed authorem ipsum consule. Busbequium omito, Salinarios illos Aegyptiacos, qui cum formosarum cadaveribus concumbunt, et eorum visanum libidinem, qui etiam idole et imagines deperiunt. Nota est fabula Pygmalionus apud Ovidium, Mundi et Paulini apud Aegesippum belli Judeorum, lib 2 cap 4. Pontius C. Caesaris legatus, referente Plinio, lib 35 cap 3, quem suspicio eum esse qui Christum crucifixit, picturis Atalante et Helenae adeo libidine incensus, ut tolere eius velet si natura tectorii permisset. Alius stratorum bonae fortunae deperiit. Elianus, lib 9 cap 37, alius bona Dei, et nequa pars probro vacet. Raptus ad stupra, quod ait ille, et ne os quidem a libidine exceptum. Heliogabalus, per omnia cava corporis libidinum recepit, Lamprid, vita ejus. Hostias quidam specula fecit, et ita deposuit, ut quum virum ipse pateritor aversus omnes admissarii motus in speculo videret, ac deinde falsa magnitudine ibius membri tanquam vera gauderet. Simul virum et feminum passus. Quod dictu fedum et abominandum, ud verum plane sit, quod apud Plutarchum Gryllus Ulyssi objecit. Ad hunc usque diem apud nos neque mas marum, neque femina foeminam amavit, qualia multa apud vos memorabiles et praeclari viri fecerunt. Ut viles missos faciam, Hercules imberbum sectan socium, amicus deseruit, etc. Vestrae libidines intra suos naturae fines coercere non possunt, quin instar fluvii exundantis atrocem frigitatum, tumultum, confusionemque naturae gignant in re venerea, nam et capras, porcos, equus inierunt viri et feminae, insano bestiarum amore exarserunt. Imde Minotauri, Centauri, Silvani, Sphinges, etc. Sed ne confutando dociam, aut ea forus efferam, quae non omnes scire convenit, haec enim doctiis solum modo, quod causa non ab simili rodericus, scripta velim. Ne levissimis ingentis et depravatis mentibus voctissimi sceleris notitiam, etc. Nolo quiam diutiis hisce sordibus inquinare. I come at last to that heroical love which is proper to men and women, is a frequent cause of melancholy, and deserves much rather to be called burning lust than by such an honourable title. There is an honest love, I confess, which is natural, laqueus occultus captivans cauda hominum, ut a mulieribus non possint separari, a secret snare to captivate the hearts of men, as Christopher Fonseca proves, a strong allurement of a most attractive, occult, adamantine property, and powerful virtue, and no man living can avoid it. Qui vim non sensit amoris, aut lapis est, aut bellua. He is not a man, but a block, a very stone, aut numen, aut Nebuchadnezzar. He hath a gourd for his head, a pipon for his heart, that hath not felt the power of it, and a rare creature to be found, one in an age, qui nunquam visae flaguavit amore puellae, for semel insanivimus omnes, dote we either young or old, as he said, and none are excepted but Minerva and the Muses. So Cupid in Lucian complains to his mother Venus, that amongst all the rest his arrows could not pierce them. But this nuptial love is a common passion, and honest for men to love in the way of marriage. Ut materia appetit formam, sic mulier virum. You know marriage is honourable, a blessed calling appointed by God himself in paradise. It breeds true peace, tranquillity, content, and happiness, qua nulla est aut fuit unquam sanctio conjunctio, as Daphnaeus in Plutarch could well prove. Et quae generi humano immortalitatem parat, when they live without jarring, scolding, lovingly as they should do. Felices ter et amplius, quos erupta tenet copula, nec ullis divulsus ceremoniis, suprema citius solvit amor die. Thrice happy they, and more than that, whom bond of love so firmly ties, that without brawls till death them part, 'tis undissolved, and never dies. As Seneca lived with his Paulina, Abraham and Sarah, Orpheus and Eurydice, Arria and Poetus, Artemisia and Mausolus, Rubenius Celer, that would needs have it engraven on his tomb, he had led his life with Enea, his dear wife, 43 years, 8 months, and never fell out. There is no pleasure in this world comparable to it. 'Tis summum mortalitatis bonum, hominum divumque voluptas, alma Venus, latet enim in muliere aliquid majus potentiusque omnibus aliis humanis voluptatibus. As one holds, there is something in a woman beyond all human delight, a magnetic virtue, a charming quality, an occult and powerful motive. The husband rules her as head, but she again commands his heart, he is her servant, she is only joy and content, no happiness is like unto it, no love so great as this of man and wife, no such comfort as placens uxor, a sweet wife, omnis amor magnus, sed aperto in conjuge major. When they love at last as fresh as they did at first, caraque caro, consenescit conjugi, as Homer brings Paris kissing Helen, after they had been married 10 years, protesting withal that he loved her as dear as he did the first hour that he was betrothed, and in their old age, when they made much of one another, saying, as he did to his wife in the poet, Uxor vivamus quod viximus, et moriamur, servantes nomam sumsimus in thalamo, nec ferat ulla dies, ut commutemur in evo, quin tibi sim juvenis, tuque puella mihi. Dear wife, let's live in love and die together, as hitherto we have in all good will. Let no day change or alter our affections, but let's be young to one another still. Such should conjugal love be, still the same, and as they are one flesh, so should they be of one mind, as in an aristocratical government, one consent, Geyron-like, coalescere in unum, have one heart in two bodies, will and nill the same. A good wife, according to Plutarch, should be looking glass to represent her husband's face and passion. If he be pleasant, she should be merry, if he laugh, she should smile, if he look sad, she should participate of his sorrow, and bear a part with him, and so should they continue in mutual love one towards another. Et me ab amore tuo deducet nulla senectus, sivi ego Tithonus, sive ego Nestor ero. No age shall part my love from thee, sweet wife, though I live Nestor or Tithonus' life. And she again to him, as the bride saluted the bridegroom of old in Rome, Ubi tu Caius, ego semper Caia. Be thou still Caius, I'll be Caia. 'Tis a happy state this indeed, when the fountain is blessed, says Solomon, Proverbs 5:17, and he rejoiceth with the wife of his youth, and she is to him as the loving hind and pleasant roe, and he delights in her continually. But this love of ours is immoderate, inordinate, and not to be comprehended in any bounds. It will not contain itself within the union of marriage, or apply to one object, but is a wandering, extravagant, a domineering, a boundless, an irrefragable, a destructive passion. Sometimes this burning lust rageth after marriage, and then it is properly called jealousy, sometimes before, and then it is called heroical melancholy. It extends sometimes to co-rivals, etc., begets rapes, incests, murders. Marcus Antonius compressit Faustinum sororem, Caracalla Julium Novercum, Nero matrem, Caligula sorores, Cineras mirum filiam, etc. But it is confined within no terms of blood, years, sex, or whatsoever else. Some furiously rage before they come to discretion or age. Quartilla in Petronius never remembered she was a maid, and the wife of Bath in Chaucer cracks, Since I was 12 years old, believe, husbands at kirk door had I 5. Aretine Lucretia sold her maidenhead 1,000 times before she was 24 years old, plus milies vendiderant virginitatem, etc. Neque te celabo, non deerant qui ut integram ambirent. Rahab, that harlot, began to be a professed queen at 10 years of age, and was but 15 when she hid the spies, as Hugh Broughton proves, to whom Serrarius the Jesuit, quaest. 6. in cap. 2. Josuae, subscribes. Generally women begin pubescere, as they call it, or catulire, as Julius Pollux cites, lib. 2. cap. 3, onomast out of Aristophanes, at 14 years of old, then they do offer themselves, and some plainly rage. Leo Afer saith, that in Africa a man shall scarce find a maid at 14 years of age, they are so forward, and many amongst us after they come into the teens do not live without husbands, but linger. What pranks in this kind the Middle Ages have played is not to be recorded. Si mihi sint centum linguae, sint oraque centum. No tongue can sufficiently declare. Every story is full of men and women's insatiable lust. Nero's, Heliogabalus, Bonosi, etc. Coelius Amphilenum, sed Quintius Amphilenum deperunt, etc. They neigh after other men's wives, as Jeremiah cap. v. 8 complaineth, like fed horses, or range like town bulls, raptores virginum et viduarum, as many of our great ones do. Solomon's wisdom was extinguished in this fire of lust, Samson's strength enervated, piety in Lot's daughters quite forgot, gravity of priesthood in Eli's sons, reverend old age in the elders that would violate Susanna, filial duty in Absalom to his stepmother, brotherly love in Ammon towards his sister, human, divine laws, precepts, exhortations, fear of God and men, fair, foul means, fame, fortune, disgrace, honour, cannot oppose, stave off, or withstand the fury of it. Omnia vincit amor, etc. No cord nor cable can so forcibly draw or hold so fast as love can do with a twined thread. The scorching beams under the equinoctial, or extremity of cold within the circle arctic, where the very seas are frozen, cold or torrid zone cannot avoid or expel this heat, fury, and rage of mortal men. Quo fugis ab demens, nulla est fuga, tu licet usque ad tanium fugias, usque sequitur amor. Of women's unnatural insatiable lust, what country, what village doth not complain? Mother and daughter sometimes dote on the same man, father and son, master and servant, on one woman. Sed amor, sed ineffrenata libido, quid castum in terris intentatumque reliquit. What breach of vows and oaths, fury, dotage, madness might I reckon up? Yet this is more tolerable in youth, and such as are still in their hot blood. But for an old fool to dote, to see an old lecher, what more odious, what can be more absurd, and yet what so common? Who so furious? Amare ea aetate si occiperint, multo insaniunt acrius. Some dote then more than ever they did in their youth. How many decrepit, hoary, harsh, writhen, bursten-bellied, crooked, toothless, bald, blear-eyed, impotent, rotten old men shall you see flickering still in every place? One gets him a young wife, another a courtesan, and when he can scarce lift his leg over a sill, and hath one foot already in Charon's boat, when he hath the trembling in his joints, the gout in his feet, a perpetual rheum in his head, a continuate cough, his sight fails him, thick of hearing, his breath stinks, all his moisture is dried up and gone, may not spit from him a very child again, that cannot dress himself or cut his own meat, yet he will be dreaming of, and honing after wenches. What can be more unseemly? Worse it is in women than in men, when she is aetate declivis, diu vidua, mater olim, parum decore matrimonium sequi videtur, an old widow, a mother so long since, in Pliny's opinion, she doth very unseemly seek to marry, yet whilst she is so old a crone, a beldam, she can neither see nor hear, go nor stand, a mere carcass, a witch, and scarce feel. She caterwauls, and must have a stallion, a champion. she must and will marry again, and betroth herself to some young man, that hates to look on but for her goods abhors the sight of her, to the prejudice of her good name, her own undoing, grief of friends, and ruin of her children. But to enlarge or illustrate this power and effects of love is to set a candle in the sun. It rageth with all sorts and conditions of men, yet is most evident amongst such as are young and lusty, in the flower of their years, nobly descended, high fed, such as live idly and at ease, and for that cause, which our divines call burning lust, this ferinus insanus amor, this mad and beastly passion, as I have said, is named by our physicians heroical love, and a more honourable title put upon it, amor nobilis, as Savonarola styles it, because noble men and women make a common practice of it, and are so ordinarily affected with it. Avicenna lib. 3, fen. 1, tract 4, cap. 23, calleth this passion lici, and defines it to be a disease or melancholy vexation, or anguish of mind, in which a man continually meditates of the beauty, gesture, manners of his mistress, and troubles himself about it, desiring, as Savonarola adds, with all intentions and eagerness of mind, to compass or enjoy her. As commonly hunters trouble themselves about their sports, the covetous about their gold and goods, so is he tormented still about his mistress. Arnoldus Villanovanus, in his book of heroical love, defines it, a continual cogitation of that which he desires, with a confidence or hope of compassing it, which definition his commentator cavils at. For a continual cogitation is not the genus, but a symptom of love. We continually think of that which we hate and abhor, as well as that which we love. And many things we covet and desire, without all hope of attaining. Carolus a Lorme, in his questions, makes a doubt, an amor sit morbus, whether this heroical love be a disease. Julius Pollux Onomast, lib. 6, cap. 44, determines it. They that are in love are likewise sic, lascivus, salax, lasciviens, et qui in venerem fuit, vere est e grotus. Arnoldus will have it improperly so called, a malady rather of the body than mind. Tully, in his Tusculans, defines it a furious disease of the mind, Plato madness itself. Ficinus, his commentator, cap. 12, a species of madness, for many have run mad for women, Esdra 4:26, but Rhasis a melancholy passion, and most physicians make it a species or kind of melancholy, as will appear by the symptoms, and treat of it apart, whom I mean to imitate, and to discuss in all his kinds, to examine his several causes, to show his symptoms, indications, prognostics, effect, that so it may be with more facility cured. The part affected in the meantime, as Arnoldus supposeth, is the former part of the head, for want of moisture, which his commentator rejects. Langius med epis. lib. 1, cap. 24, will have this passion seated in the liver, and to keep residence in the heart, to proceed first from the eyes, so carried by our spirits, and kindled with imagination in the liver and heart. Coget amare jecor, as the saying is. Medium ferit per epar, as Cupid in Anacreon. For some such cause belike, Homer feigns Titus's liver, who was enamoured of Latona, to be still gnawed by two vultures day and night in hell, for that young men's bowels, thus enamoured, are so continually tormented by love. Gordonius cap. 2, part 2, will have the testicles an immediate subject or cause, the liver an antecedent. Fracastorius agrees in this with Gordonius, in de primitus imaginatio venerea, erectio, etc. Titillatissimam partem vocat, ita ut nisi extruso semine gestiens voluptas non cessat, nec assidua veneris recordatio, addit Gnastivinus, comment 4 sect. prob. 27, Arist. But properly it is a passion of the brain, as all other melancholy, by reason of corrupt imagination, and so does Jason Pratensis, c. 19 de morb cerebri, who writes copiously of this erotical love, place and reckon it among the affections of the brain. Melancthon de anima confutes those that make the liver a part affected, and Guianerius, Tract 15, cap 13 et 17, though many put all the affections in the heart, refers it to the brain. Ficinus, cap 7 in Convivium Platonis, will have the blood to be the part affected. Jo Frietagius, cap 14, noct. med. supposeth all four affected, heart, liver, brain, blood. But the major part concur upon the brain. 'Tis imaginatio laesa, and both imagination and reason are misaffected, because of his corrupt judgment, and continual meditation of that which he desires, he may truly be said to be melancholy. If it be violent, or his disease inveterate, as I have determined in the precedent partitions, both imagination and reason are misaffected, first one, then the other. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 8. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 1. Causes of heroical love. Temperature, full diet, idleness, place, climate, etc. Of all causes the remotest are stars. Ficinus chapter 19 saith they are most prone to this burning lust that have Venus in Leo in their horoscope, when the moon and Venus be mutually aspected, or such as be of Venus's complexion. Plutarch interprets astrologically that tale of Mars and Venus, in whose genitures Mars and Mars are in conjunction. They are commonly lascivious. And if women queens, as the good wife of Bath confessed in Chaucer, I followed mine inclination, by virtue of my constellation. But of all those astrological aphorisms which I have ever read, that of Cardan is most memorable, for which, howsoever, he is bitterly censured by Marinus Marcennus, a malapert friar, and some others which he himself suspected, yet methinks it is free, downright, plain, and ingenious. In his 8th geniture, or example, he hath these words of himself: Mars in Marte, and Venus in Venere dignitatibus, assiduum mihi Veneriorum cogitationem praestabunt. Ita ut nunquam quiescam, et Paulo post, cogitatio Veneriorum me torquet perpetuo, et quam facto implere non liquit, aut fecisse potentum puderit, cogitatione assidua mentitus suum voluptatum, et alibi, ob luna et mercurio dominium et radiorum mixtionem, profundum fuit ingenium, sed lascivum, egoque turpi libidini deditus et obscenus. So far Cardan of himself. Quod de se fatetur ideo ut utilitatem adferat studiosis hujusque descriptinae, and for this he is traduced by Marcennus, when as in effect he saith no more than what Gregory Nazianum of old to Chilo his scholar. Offerebant se mihi vicendi mulieres, quarum precellente elegantia et decore spectabili tentabatur meae, integritas pudicitiae, et quidem flagitium vitavi fornicationes, at munditiae virginalis florum arcana cordis cogitatione fodavi, sed ad rem. Aptiores ad masculinam Venerum sunt quorum genese Venus est in signo masculino, et in Saturni finibus aut oppositione, etc. Ptolomeus in quadriparte plure de his et specialia habet aphorismata, longo procul dubio usu confirmata, et ab experientia multa perfecta, inquit commentator ejus Cardanus. Campanella Astrologiae liber 4 caput 8 articulis 4 et 5 insanium amatorium remonstrantia, multa prae caeteris accumulat aphorismata, quaequi volet consulat. Chiromantici et cingulo Veneris plebumque conjecturam faciunt, et monte Veneris decorum decretis. Taisnerum, Johann de indagine Gocienium ceterosque silubet inspicias. Physicians divine wholly from the temperature and complexion. Phlegmatic persons are seldom taken, according to Ficinus Commentaries, chapter 9, naturally melancholy less than they. But once taken, they are never freed, though many are of the opinion flatuous or hypochondriacal melancholy are most subject of all others to this infirmity. Valescus assigns their strong imagination for a cause, Bodine abundance of wind, Gordonius of seed and spirits, or atomy in the seed, which cause their violent and furious passions. Sanguine thence are soon caught. Young folks most apt to love, and by their good wills, saith Lucian, would have a bout with every one they see. The colt's evil is common to all complexions. Theomestus, a young and lusty gallant, acknowledgeth, in the said author, all this to be verified in him. I am so amorously given, you may sooner number the sea sands and snow falling from the skies than my several loves. Cupid had shot all his arrows at me. I am deluded with various desires. One love succeeds another, and that so soon, that before one is ended, I begin with a second. She that is last is still fairest, and she that is present pleaseth me most. As an hydra's head my loves increase, no Iolaus can help me. Mine eyes are so moist a refuge and sanctuary of love, that they draw all beauties to them and are never satisfied. I am in doubt what fury of Venus this should be. Alas, how have I offended her so to vex me? What Hippolytus am I? What Telchine is my genius? Or is it a natural imperfection, an hereditary passion? Another in Anacreon confesseth, that he had 20 sweethearts in Athens at once, 15 at Corinth, as many at Thebes, at Lesbos, and at Rhodes, twice as many in Iona, thrice in Caria, 20,000 in all, or in a word, a fila panta, etc. Folia arborum omnium si nosti refere cuncta, aut computare arenas in aequore universas, solum meorum amorum te fecero logistam. Canst count the leaves in May, or sands in the ocean sea? Then count my loves, I pray. His eyes are like a balance, apt to propend each way, and to be weighed down with every wench's looks. His heart a weathercock, his affection tinder, or naphtha itself, which every fair object, sweet smile, or mistress's favour sets on fire. Guianerius, Tract 15, chapter 14, refers all this to the hot temperature of the testicles. Ferrandus, a Frenchman, in his Erotique Mélange, which book came first to my hands after the 3rd edition, to certain atomi in the seed, such as are very spermatic and full of seed. I find the same in Aristotle. Si non secernatur semen, cessare tentigines non possunt, as Gustavinius his commentator translates it, for which cause these young men that be strong set, of able bodies, are so subject to it. Hercules de Saxonia hath the same words in effect, but most part, I say, such as are aptest to love that are young and lusty, live at ease, stall fed, free from cares, like cattle in a rank pasture, idle and solitary persons. They must needs herquitulire, as Gustavinus recites out of Censorinus. Mens erit apta capi tum curum laetissima rerum, ut seges in pingui luxuriabit humo. The mind is apt to lust, and hot or cold, as corn luxuriates in a better mould. The place itself makes much wherein we live, the clime, air, and discipline, if they concur. In Armisnia, saith Galen, near to Pergamus, thou shalt scarce find an adulterer, but many at Rome, by reason of the delights of the seat. It was that plenty of all things which made Corinth so infamous of old, and the opportunity of the place to entertain those foreign comers. Every day strangers came in at each gate, from all quarters. In that one temple of Venus 1,000 whores did prostitute themselves, as Strabo writes, besides Laius and the rest of better note. All nations resorted thither, as to a school of Venus. Your hot and southern countries are prone to lust, and far more incontinent than those that live in the north, as Bodine discourseth at large, Moles Asiatici. So are Turks, Greeks, Spaniards, Italians, even all that latitude, and in those tracts, such as are more fruitful, plentiful, and delicious, as Valence in Spain, Capua in Italy, Domicilium luxus, Tully terms it, and, which Hannibal's soldiers can witness, Canopus in Egypt, Sybaris, Phoeacia, Baiae, Cyprus, Lampsacus. In Naples the fruit of the soil and pleasant air enervates their bodies, and alter constitutions. Insomuch that Florus calls it certamen Bacchi et Veneris. But Folio admires it. In Italy and Spain they have their stews in every great city, as in Rome, Venice, Florence, wherein, some say, dwell 90,000 inhabitants, of which 10,000 are courtesans. And yet for all this, every gentleman almost hath a peculiar mistress. Fornications, adulteries, are nowhere so common. Urbs est jam tota lupana. How should a man live honest amongst so many provocations? Now if vigour of youth, greatness, liberty I mean, and that impunity of sin which grandees take unto themselves in this kind shall meet, what a gap must it needs open to all manner of vice? With what fury will it rage? For, as Maximus Tyrius the Platonist observes, libido consequuta quum fuerit materiam improbam et praeruptam licentiam, et effrenatum audaciam, etc. What will not lust effect in such persons? For commonly princes and great men make no scruple at all of such matters. But with that whore in Spartian, quicquid libet licet, they think they may do what they list, profess it publicly, and rather brag with Proculus, that writ to a friend of his in Rome, what famous exploits he had done in that kind, than any way be abashed at it. Nicholas Sanders relates of Henry VIII, I know not how truly, quod paucas vidit pulcriores quas non concupieret, et paucissimas non concupieret quas non volarit. He saw very few maids that he did not desire, and desired fewer whom he did not enjoy. Nothing so familiar amongst them, 'tis most of their business. Sardanapalus, Messalina, and Joan of Naples are not comparable to meaner men and women. Solomon of old had 1,000 concubines, Ahasuerus his eunuchs and keepers, Nero his Tigelinas, panders, and bawds, the Turks, Muscovites, Moguls, Zeriphs of Barbary, and Persian Sophies are no whit inferior to them in our time. Delectus fit omnium puellarum toto regno forma praestantiorum, saith Jovius, pro imperatore, et quas ille linquit, nobiles habent. They press and muster up wenches as we do soldiers, and have their choice of the rarest beauties their countries can afford. And yet all this cannot keep them from adultery, incest, sodomy, buggery, and such prodigious lusts. We may conclude that if they be young, fortunate, rich, high fed, and idle withal, it is almost impossible that they should live honest, not rage, and precipitate themselves into these inconveniences of burning lust. Otium et reges prius et beatas, perdidit urbes. Idleness overthrows all. Vacuo pectore regnet amor. Love tyrannizeth in an idle person. Amores abundus antifio. If thou hast nothing to do, invidia vel amore miser torque bere, thou shalt be haled in pieces with envy, lust, some passion or other. Homines nihil agendo male agere discunt. 'Tis Aristotle's simile, as match or touchwood takes fire, so doth an idle person love. Quaeritur Aegisthus quare sit factus adulter, etc. Why was Aegisthus a whoremaster? You need not ask a reason of it. Ismenedora stole Baccho, a woman forced a man, as Aurora did Cephalus. No marvel, saith Plutarch, luxurians opibus more hominum mulier agit. She was rich, fortunate, and jolly, and doth but as men do in that case, as Jupiter did by Europa, Neptune by Amymone. The poets therefore did well to feign all shepherds lovers, to give themselves to songs and dalliances, because they lived such idle lives. For love, as Theophrastus defines it, is otiosi animi affectus, an affection of an idle mind. Or as Seneca describes it, juventa gignitur, juxu nutritur, feriis alitur, otioque inter laeta fortunae bonae. Youth begets it, riot maintains it, idleness nourisheth it, etc., which makes Gordonius the physician, chapter 20, part 2, call this disease the proper passion of nobility. Now if a weak judgment and a strong apprehension do concur, how, saith Hercules de Saxonia, shall they resist? Savonarola appropriates it almost to monks, friars, and religious persons, because they live solitarily, fare daintily, and do nothing. And well he may, for how should they otherwise choose? Diet alone is able to cause it, a rare thing to see a young man or woman that lives idly and fares well, of what condition soever, not to be in love. Alcibiades was still dallying with wanton young women, immoderate in his expenses, effeminate in his apparel, ever in love. But why? He was over delicate in his diet, too frequent and excessive in banquets. Ubicunque securitas, ibi libido dominator, lust and security domineer together, as Saint Hierome averreth, all which the wife of Bath in Chaucer freely justifies. For all to sicker, as cold engendereth hail, a liquorish tongue must have a liquorish tail. Especially if they shall further it by choice diet, as many times those Sybarites and Phaeaces do, feed liberally, and by their good will eat nothing but lascivious meats. Venus imprimis generosum, legumen, fabus, radices omnium generum bene conditas, et lago piperi aspersus, carduus hortulanus, lactucas, erucas, rapus, porus, caiapas, nucam piciam, amygdales dulces, electuaria, syrupos, succos, cochleas, concas, pisces optimi preparatos, aviculas, testiculus animalium, ova, condimenta diversorum generum, moles lectos, pulvinaria, etc. Et quicquid fere medici impotentia rei veneriae laboranti praescribunt, hoc quasi dia satyrion habent in delitiis, et his dapes multo delicatiores, mulsum, exquisitas et exoticas fruges, aromata, placentas, expressos succos multis feculis variatus, ipsumque vinum suavitate vincentes, et quicquid culina, pharmacopoeia, aut quaeque fere officina subministrare possit. Et hoc plerumque victum cuum se ganiones infaciant, ut ille obcresceda suam, se bulbis et cochleus curavit, etiam ad venerem se parent, et ad hanc palastrum se excerciant, qui fieri possit, ut non misere deperient, ut non penitus insaniant. Estuans ventur cito despuit in libidinem, Hieronymus ait, post prandia, caliruenda quis enim continere se potest, luxuriosa res vinum, fomentum libidinus vocat Augustinus, blandum daemonum, Bernardus, lac Veneris Aristophanes. Non aetna, non Vesuvius tantis ardoribus aestuant, ac juveniles medullae vino plenae. Addit Hieronymus, unde ob optimum vinum Lamascus olim priapo sacor, et venerandi Bacchae socia apud. Orpheum Venus audit, haec si vinum simplex, et per se sumptum praestare possit, nam, quo me Bacchae raptis tui plenum, quem non furorem a cateris expectemus. Gomesias salem enumerat inter ea quae intempestivam libidinem provocare solent, et salatiores fiere foeminis ab isum salis contendit, venerem ideo dicunt ab oceano ortam. Unde tot in veneta scotorum milia cur stint, in promptu causa est Venus orta mari. Et hinc vita mater salacea oceane conjunx, verbumque fortasse salax a sale effluxit. Mala Bacchica tantum olim in amoribus prevaluerant, ut coronae ex illis statuae Bacchae ponerentur. Cubebus in vino maceratis utuntur indi orientales ad venerem excitandum, et surex radice Africani. Cine radix eostem effectus habet, talisque herbe meminit Baptista porta ex India alatae, cujus mentionum facit et Theophrastus, sed infinita his similia apud Racin, Matthiolum, Mizaldum, caterosque medicos occurrunt, quorum ideo mentionum fece, nequis imperitior in hos scopulus impingat, sed pro virili tanquam sirtes et cautes consulto effugiat. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 9. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 2, Part 1. Other causes of love melancholy. Sight, being from the face, eyes, other parts, and how it pierceth. Many such causes may be reckoned up, but they cannot avail, except opportunity be offered of time, place, and those other beautiful objects or artificial enticements, such as kissing, conference, discourse, gestures concur with such like lascivious provocations. Kornmanus, in his book De Linea Amoris, makes 5 degrees of lust, out of Lucian belike, which he handles in 5 chapters: visus, colloquium, convictus, oscula, tactus. Sight, of all other, is the first step of this unruly love, though sometime it be prevented by relation or hearing, or rather incensed. For there be those so apt, credulous, and facile to love, that if they hear of a proper man or woman, they are in love before they see them, and that merely by relation, as Achilles Tatius observes. Such is their intemperance and lust, that they are as much maimed by report as if they saw them. Callisthenes, a young rich gentleman of Byzance in Thrace, hearing of Leucippe, Sostratus' fair daughter, was far in love with her, and, out of fame and common rumour, so much incensed, that he would needs have her to be his wife. And sometimes, by reading, they are so affected, as he in Lucian confesseth of himself, I never read that place in Panthea in Xenophon, but I am as much affected as if I were present with her. Such persons commonly feign a kind of beauty to themselves, and so did those 3 gentlewomen in Balthazar Castillo fall in love with a young man whom they never knew, but only heard him commended. Or by reading of a letter, for there is a grace cometh from hearing, as a moral philosopher informeth us, as well from sight. And the species of love are received into the fantasy by relation alone, ut cupere ab aspectu sic velle ab auditu. Both senses affect. Interdum et absentes amamus. Sometimes we love those that are absent, saith Philostratus, and gives instance in his friend Athenodorus, who that loved a maid at Corinth whom he never saw. Non oculi sed mens videt. We see with the eyes of our understanding. But the most familiar and usual cause of love is that which comes by sight, which conveys those admirable rays of beauty and pleasing graces to the heart. Plotinus derives love from sight, eros quasi orasis, sinescis oculi sunt in amore duces. The eyes are the harbingers of love, and the first step of love is sight. As Lilius Giraldus proves at large, they as two sluices let in the influences of that divine, powerful, soul-ravishing and captivating beauty, which, as one saith, is sharper than any dart or needle, wounds deeper into the heart, and opens a gap through our eyes to that lovely wound which pierceth the soul itself. Ecclesiasticus 18. Through it love is kindled like a fire. This amazing, confounding, admirable, amiable beauty, than which in all nature's treasure, saith Isocrates, there is nothing so majestical and sacred, nothing so divine, lovely, precious. 'Tis nature's crown, gold and glory. Bonum si non sumum, de summis tamen non infrequenter triumphans. Whose power hence may be discerned. We condemn and abhor generally such things as are foul and ugly to behold, account them filthy, but love and covet that which is fair. 'Tis beauty in all things which pleaseth and allureth us. A fair hawk, a fine garment, a goodly building, a fair house, etc. That Persian Xerxes, when he destroyed all those temples of the gods in Greece, caused that of Diana in integrum servari to be spared alone for that excellent beauty and magnificence of it. Inanimate beauty can so command. 'Tis that which painters, artificers, orators all aim at, as Eryximachus the physician in Plato contends. It was beauty first that ministered occasion to art, to find out the knowledge of carving, painting, building, to find out models, perspectives, rich furnitures, and so many rare inventions. Whiteness in the lily, red in the rose, purple in the violet, a lustre in all things without life. The clear light of the moon, the bright beams of the sun, splendor of gold, purple, sparkling diamond, the excellent feature of the horse, the majesty of the lion, the color of birds, peacocks' tails, the silver scales of fish, we behold with singular delight and admiration. And which is rich in plants, delightful in flowers, wonderful in beasts, but most glorious in men, doth make us affect and earnestly desire it, as when we hear any sweet harmony, an eloquent tongue, see any excellent quality, curious work of man, elaborate art, or aught that is exquisite, that ariseth instantly in us a longing for the same. We love such men, but most part, for comeliness of person, we call them gods and goddesses, divine, serene, happy, etc. And of all mortal men, they alone, Calcagnius holds, are free from calumny. Qui divitiis magistratu et gloria florent injuria lacessimus. We backbite, wrong, hate renowned, rich and happy men. We repine at their felicity. They are undeserving, we think. Fortune is a stepmother to us, a parent to them. We envy, saith Isocrates, wise, just, honest men, except with mutual offices and kindnesses, some good turn or other, they extort this love from us. Only fair persons we love at first sight, desire their acquaintance, and adore them as so many gods. We had rather serve them than command others, and account ourselves the more beholding to them, the more service they enjoin us. Though they be otherwise vicious, dishonest, we love them, favour them, and are ready to do them any good office for their beauty's sake, though they have no other good quality beside. Dic igitur o famosa adolescens, as that eloquent Favorinus breaks out in Stobaeus, dic autiloque, suavis nectare loceris, dic o telemache, vehementius lucile dicis, dic Alcibiades etumque ebrius, libentius tibi licet ebrio ascultabimus. Speak, fair youth, speak, Autolocus, thy words are sweeter than nectar. Speak, O Telemachus, thou art more powerful than Ulysses. Speak, Alcibiades, though drunk we will willingly hear thee as thou art. Faults in such are no faults. For when the said Alcibiades had stolen Anytus his gold and silver plate, he was so far from prosecuting so foul a fact, though every man had else condemned his impudence and insolency, that he wished it had been more and much better. He loved him dearly for his sweet sake. No worth is eminent in such lovely persons, all imperfections hid. Non enim facile de his quos plurimum diligimus turpitudinem suspicamur. For hearing, sight, touch, etc., our minds and all our senses are captivated. Omnes sensus formosus delectat. Many men have been preferred for their person alone, chosen kings, as amongst the Indians, Persians, Ethiopians of old. The properest man of person the country could afford was elected their sovereign lord. Gratior est pulchro veniens e corpore virtus. And so have many other nations thought and done, as Critias observes, ingens enim in corporis majestate veneratio est. For there is a magical presence in such men, and so far was beauty adored amongst them, that no man was thought fit to reign that was not in all parts complete and supereminent. Agis, king of Lacedaemon, had like to have been deposed, because he married a little wife. They would not have their royal issue degenerate. Who would ever have thought that Adrian IV, an English monk's bastard, as Papirius Massavius writes in his life, inops a suis relectus squalidius et miser, a poor forsaken child, should ever come to be Pope of Rome? But why was it? Erat acri ingenio facundia expedita eleganti corpore facieque laeta ac hilari. As he follows it out of Nubrengenis, for he ploughs with his heifer. He was wise, learned, eloquent, of a pleasant, a promising countenance, a goodly, proper man. He had, in a word, a winning look of his own, and that carried it, for that he was especially advanced. So Saul was a goodly man and a fair. Maximinus, elected emperor, etc. Brancus, the son of Apollo, whom he begot of Jance, Sucron's daughter, saith Lactantius, when he kept King Admetus's herds in Thessaly, now grown a man, was an earnest suitor to his mother to know his father. The nymph denied him, because Apollo had conjured her to the contrary. Yet overcome by his importunity, at last she sent him to his father. When he came into Apollo's presence, malas Dei reverenter osculatus, he carried himself so well, and was so fair a young man, that Apollo was infinitely taken with the beauty of his person. He could scarce look off him, and said he was worthy of such parents, gave him a crown of gold, the spirit of divination, and in conclusion made him a demigod. O vis superba forme, a goddess beauty is, whom the very gods adore. Nam pulchros dii amant. She is amoris domino, love's harbinger, love's lodestone, a witch, a charm, etc. Beauty is a dower of itself, a sufficient patrimony, an ample commendation, an accurate epistle, as Lucian, Apuleius, Tiraquellus, and some others conclude. Imperio digna forma, beauty deserves a kingdom, saith Abulensis, Paradoxa 2, chapter 110. Immortality. And more have got this honour and eternity for their beauty than for all other virtues besides. And such as are fair are worthy to be honoured of God and men. That Idalian Ganymede was therefore fetched by Jupiter into heaven. Hephaestion, dear to Alexander, Antinous to Adrian. Plato calls beauty for that cause a privilege of nature. Naturae gaudentis opus, nature's masterpiece, a dumb comment. Theophrastus, a silent fraud, still rhetoric Carneades, that persuades without speech, a kingdom without a guard, because beautiful persons command as so many captains. Socrates, a tyranny which tyrannizeth over tyrants themselves, which made Diogenes belike call proper women queens, quod facerent homines quae praeciperent, because men were so obedient to their commands. They will adore, cringe, compliment, and bow to a common wench, if she be fair, as if she were a noblewoman, a countess, a queen, or a goddess. Those intemperate young men of Greece erected at Delphos a golden image with infinite cost to the eternal memory of Phryne, the courtesan, as Aelian relates, for she was a most beautiful woman, insomuch, says Athenaeus, that Apelles and Praxiteles drew Venus's picture from her. Thus young men will adore and honour beauty, nay, kings themselves, I say, will do it, and voluntarily submit their sovereignty to a lovely woman. Wine is strong, kings are strong, but a woman strongest. 1 Esdras 4:10, as Zerubbabel proved at large to King Darius, his princes and noblemen. Kings sit still and command sea and land, etc. All pay tribute to the king, but women make kings pay tribute and have dominion over them. When they have got gold and silver, they submit all to the beautiful woman, give themselves wholly to her, gape and gaze on her, and all men desire her more than gold or silver or any precious thing. They will leave father and mother and venture their lives for her, labour and travel to get and bring all their gains to women, steal, fight and spoil for their mistress's sake. And no king so strong, but a fair woman is stronger than he is. All things, as he proceeds, fear to touch the king. Yet I saw him and Apame, his concubine, the daughter of the famous Bartacus, sitting on the right hand of the king, and she took the crown off his head and put it on her own, and stroked him with her left hand, yet the king gaped and gazed on her. And when she laughed, he laughed, and when she was angry, he flattered to be reconciled to her. So beauty commands even kings themselves. Nay, whole armies and kingdoms are captivated together with their kings. Forma vincit amatus, ferrum pulchritudio captivat, vincentur specie, qui non vincentur proelio. And 'tis a great matter, saith Xenophon, and of which all fair persons may worthily brag, that a strong man must labour for his living if he will have aught. A valiant man must fight and endanger himself for it. A wise man speak, show himself and toil, but a fair and beautiful person doth all with ease. He compasseth his desire without any painstaking. God and men, heaven and earth conspire to honour him. Every one pities him above another, if he be in need, and all the world is willing to do him good. Chariclea fell into the hands of pirates, but when all the rest were put to the edge of the sword, she alone was preserved for her person. When Constantinople was sacked by the Turk, Irene escaped and was so far from being made a captive that she even captivated the Grand Signior himself. So did Rosamond insult over King Henry II. I was so fair an object, whom fortune made my king, my love-based subject. He found by proof the privilege of duty, that it had power to countermand all duty. It captivates the very gods themselves. Morosiora numina. Deus ipse deorum factus ob hanc formam bos equus imber olor. And those meli genii are taken with it, as I have already proved. Formosam barbari verentur et ad spectrum pulchrum immanis animus mansuescit. Heliodorus, Book 5. The barbarians stand in awe of a fair woman, and at a beautiful aspect a fierce spirit is pacified. For when, as Troy was taken, and the wars ended, as Clemens Alexandrius quotes out of Euripides, angry Menelaus, with rage and fury armed, came with his sword drawn to have killed Helen with his own hands, as being the sole cause of all those wars and miseries. But when he saw her fair face, as one amazed at her divine beauty, he let his weapon fall, and embraced her besides. He had no power to strike so sweet a creature. Ergo habectantur enses pulchritudine. The edge of the sharp sword, as the saying is dulled with a beautiful aspect, and severity itself is overcome. Hyperides, the orator, when Phryne, his client, was accused at Athens for her lewdness, used no other defence in her cause, but tearing her upper garment, disclosed her naked breast to the judges, with which comeliness of her body and amiable gesture they were so moved and astonished, that they did acquit her forthwith, and let her go. O noble piece of justice, mine author exclaims, and who is he that would not rather lose his seat and robes, forfeit his office, than give sentence against the majesty of beauty? Such prerogatives have fair persons, and they alone are free from danger. Parthenopaeus was so lovely and fair, that when he fought in the Theban wars, if his face had been by chance bare, no enemy would offer to strike at or hurt him. Such immunities hath beauty. Beasts themselves are moved by it. Sinalda was a woman of such excellent feature, and a queen, that when she was to be trodden on by wild horses for a punishment, the wild beasts stood in admiration of her person, Saxto Grammaticus, and would not hurt her. Wherefore did that royal virgin in Apuleius, when she fled from the thieves' den in a desert, make such an apostrophe to her ass on whom she rode? For what she knew to the contrary, but that he was an ass. Si me parentibus et proco formoso redideris, quas tibi gratias, quas honore habebo, quas cibos exhibibo. She would comb him, dress him, feed him, and trick him every day herself, and he should work no more, toil no more, but rest and play, etc. And besides, she would have a dainty picture drawn, in perpetual remembrance, a virgin riding upon an ass's back, with this motto, Asino vectore regia virgo fugiens captivitatem. Why said she all this? Why did she make such promises to a dumb beast, but that she perceived the poor ass to be taken with her beauty? For he did often obliquo collo pedes puelle decoros basiare, kiss her fetus she rode, et ad delicatulas voculas tentabat ad hinere, offer to give consent as much as in him was to her delicate speeches, and besides he had some feeling, as she conceived of her misery. And why did Theogenes' horse in Heliodorus curvet, prance, and go on so proudly, exultans alacrita et superbiens, etc., but that, such as mine author supposeth, he was in love with his master. Dixesis ipsum equum pulchrum intelligere pulchram domini forma. A fly lighted on Malthus's cheek as he lay asleep. But why? Not to hurt him, as a parasite of his, standing by, well perceived, non ut pungeret, sed ut osculat retur, but certainly to kiss him, as ravished with his divine looks. Inanimate creatures, I suppose, have a touch of this. When a drop of Psyche's candle fell on Cupid's shoulder, I think sure it was to kiss it. When Venus ran to meet her rose-cheeked Adonis, as an elegant poet of ours sets her out, the bushes in the way, some catch her neck, some kiss her face, some twine about her legs to make her stay, and all did covet her for to embrace. E ipse amore inficitur, as Heliodorus holds, the air itself is in love. For when Hero played upon her lute, the wanton air in 20 sweet forms danced after her fingers. And those lascivious winds stayed Daphne when she fled from Apollo. Nudabant corpora venti, obviaque adversas vibrabant flamina vestes. Boreas Ventus loved Hyacinthus, and Orythea, Erithon's daughter of Athens, virapuit, etc. He took her away by force as she was playing with other wenches at Ilissus, and begat Zetes and Gallias, his 2 sons of her. That seas and waters are enamoured with this our beauty is all out as likely as that of the air and winds. For when Leander swam at the Hellespont, Neptune with his trident did beat down the waves, but they still mounted up, intending to have kissed him, and fell in drops like tears because they missed him. The river Alpheus was in love with Arethusa, as she herself tells the tale. Viridesque manus ecarte capillos, fluminis Alphei veteres recitavit amores, pars ego nympharum, etc. When Arteme and Isis meet, oscula mille sonant, connexu brachia pallent, mutuaque explicitis connectunt colla lacertis. Inachus and Peneus, and how many loving rivers can I reckon up, whom beauty hath enthralled? I say nothing all this while of idols themselves that have committed idolatry of this kind, of looking-glasses that have been wrapped in love, if you will believe poets, when their ladies and mistresses looked on to dress them. Et si non habeo sensum tua gratia sensum, exhibit et calidi sentio amoris onus, dirigis huc quoties spectantia luma, flamma succendunt inopi saucia membra mihi. Though I no sense at all of feeling have, yet your sweet looks do animate and save. And when your speaking eyes do this way turn, methinks my wounded members live and burn. I could tell you such another story of a spindle that was fired by a fair lady's looks, or fingers, some say, I know not well whether, but fired it was by report, and of a cold bath that suddenly smoked, and was very hot when naked Coelia came into it, Miramar quis sistantus et unde vapor, etc. But of all the tales in this kind, that is the most memorable of Death himself, when he should have stricken a young sweet virgin with his dart, he fell in love with the object. Many more such could I relate, which are to be believed with a poetical faith. So dumb and dead creatures dote, but men are mad, stupefied many times at the first sight of beauty, amazed as that fisherman in Aristaenetus that spied a maid bathing by herself at the seaside. Soluta mihi sunt omnia membra, a capite ad calcem sensusque omnis pereet, de pectore tam immensus stupor animan emphasit mihi. And as Lucian in his images confesses of himself that he was at his mistress's presence void of all sense, immovable, as if he had seen a Gorgon's head, which was no such cruel monster, as Coelius interprets it, Book 3, Chapter 9. But the very quintessence of beauty, which some fair creature, as without doubt the poet understood in the first fiction of it, at which the spectators were amazed. Miseri quibus intentata nites. Poor wretches are compelled at the very sight of her ravishing looks to run mad or make away with themselves. They wait the sentence of her scornful eyes, and whom she favours lives, the other dies. Heliodorus, Book 1, brings in Tiamesis, also almost beside himself when he saw Chariclea first, and not daring to look upon her a second time, for he thought it impossible for any man living to see her and contain himself. The very fame of beauty will fetch them to it many miles off. Such an attractive power this lodestone hath, and they will seem but short. They will undertake any toil or trouble, long journeys. Penia or Atalanta shall not overgo them, through seas, deserts, mountains, and dangerous places, as they did to gaze on Psyche. Many mortal men came here far and near to see that glorious object of her age. Paris for Helena, Corybus to Troja. Illis Trojam qui forte diebus venerat insano Cassandrae insensus amore. Who, flamed with a violent passion for Cassandra, happened then to be in Troy. King John of France, once prisoner in England, came to visit his old friends again, crossing the seas. But the truth is, his coming was to see the Countess of Salisbury, the nonpareil of those times, and his dear mistress. That infernal god Pluto came from hell itself to steal Proserpine. Achilles left all his friends for Polyxena's sake, his enemy's daughter, and all the Grecian gods forsook their heavenly mansions for that fair lady, Philodioneus' daughter's sake, the paragon of Greece in those days. Ea enim venustate fuit, ut eam certatim omnes die conjugem expeterent. For she was of such surpassing beauty that all the gods contended for her love. Formosa divis imperat puelle. The beautiful maid commands the gods. They will not only come to see, but as a falcon makes a hungry hawk hover about, follow, give attendance and service, spend goods, lives, and all their fortunes to attain. Were beauty under 20 locks kept fast, yet love breaks through, and picks them all at last. When fair Hero came abroad, the eyes, hearts, and affectations of her spectators were still attendant on her. Et medios intervultus supereminet omnes, perque urbem aspiciunt venientem numinis instar. So far above the rest Hero shined, and stole away the enchanted gazer's mind. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 10. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 2, Part 2. When Peter Aretine's Lucretia came first to Rome, and that the fame of her beauty ad urbanarum delicarum sectatores venerat, nemo non ad videdan im, etc., was spread abroad, they came in, as they say, thick and threefold to see her, and hovered about her gates, as they did of old to Laius of Corinth, and Phryne of Thebes. Ad cujus jacuit Graecia tota fores, at whose gates lay all Greece. Every man sought to get her love, some with gallant and costly apparel, some with an affected pace, some with music, others with rich gifts, pleasant discourse, multitude of followers, others with letters, vows, and promises to commend themselves, and to be gracious in her eyes. Happy was he that could see her, thrice happy that enjoyed her company. Charmides in Plato was a proper young man in comeliness of person, and all good qualities, far exceeding others. Whensoever fair Charmides came abroad, they all seemed to be in love with him, as Critias described their carriage, and were troubled at the very sight of him. Many came near him, many followed him wheresoever he went, as those formarum spectatores did Acontius, if at any time he walked abroad. The Athenian lasses stared on Alcibiades, Sappho and the Mytilenean women on Phaon the fair. Such lovely sights do not only please, entice, but ravish and amaze. Cleonymus, a delicate and tender youth, present at a feast which Androcles his uncle made in Piraeo at Athens, when he sacrificed to Mercury, so stupefied the guests, Dineus, Aristippus, Agasthenes, and the rest, as Charidemus in Lucian relates it, that they could not eat their meat, they sat all supper-time gazing, glancing at him, stealing looks, and admiring of his beauty. Many will condemn these men that are so enamoured for fools, but some again commend them for it. Many reject Paris's judgment, and yet Lucian approves of it, admiring Paris for his choice. He would have done as much himself, and by good desert in his mind. Beauty is to be preferred before wealth or wisdom. Athenaeus de Hypnosophisti, Book 13, Chapter 7, holds it not such indignity for the Trojans and Greeks to contend 10 years, to spend so much labour, lose so many men's lives for Helen's sake, for so fair a lady's sake. Ob talem uxorem qui prestantissima forma nil mortale refert. That one woman was worth a kingdom, 100,000 other women, a world itself. Well might Sterpsichores be blind for carping at so fair a creature, and a just punishment it was. The same testimony gives Homer of the old men of Troy, that were spectators of that single combat between Paris and Menelaus at the Scaean gate, when Helen stood in presence. They said all the war was worthily prolonged and undertaken for her sake. The very gods themselves, as Homer and Isocrates record, fought more for Helen than they did against the giants. When Venus lost her son Cupid, she made proclamation by Mercury that he that could bring tidings of him should have 7 kisses, a noble reward, some say, and much better than so many golden talents. 7 such kisses to many men were more precious than 7 cities, or so many provinces. One such a kiss alone would recover a man if he were a-dying. Suaviolum Stygia sic te de valle reducet, etc. Great Alexander married Roxanne, a poor man's child, only for her person. 'Twas well done of Alexander, and heroically done. I admire him for it. Orlando was mad for Angelica, and who doth not condole his mishap? Thisbe died for Pyramus, Dido for Aeneas, who doth not weep, as, before his conversion, Augustine did in commiseration of her estate. She died for him. Methinks, as he said, I could die for her. But this is not the matter in hand. What prerogative this beauty hath, of what power and sovereignty it is, and how far such persons that so much admire and dote upon it are to be justified, no man doubts of these matters. The question is, how and by what means beauty produceth this effect? By sight. The eye betrays the soul, and is both active and passive in this business. It wounds and is wounded, is an especial cause and instrument, both in the subject and in the object. As tears, it begins in the eyes, descends to the breast. It conveys these beauteous rays, as I have said, unto the heart. Ut vidi ut perii, Mars videt hanc visamque Cupid. Sesham saw Dinah, the daughter of Leah, and defiled her. Genesis, Book 34, verse 3. Jacob, Rachel. 29:17. For she was beautiful and fair. David spied Bathsheba afar off. 2 Samuel 11:2. The elders, Susanna, as that Orphomenian Strato saw fair Aristoclea, daughter of Theophanes, bathing herself at that Hercine well in Labadia, and were captivated in an instant. Viderunt oculi, raperunt pectora flammae. Ammon fell sick for Thamar's sake. 2 Samuel 13:2. The beauty of Esther was such that she found favour not only in the sight of Ahasuerus, but all of those who looked upon her. Gerson, Origen, and some others contended that Christ himself was the fairest of the sons of men, and Joseph next unto him, speciosus pri filis hominum, and they will have it literally taken, his very person was such that he found grace and favour of all those that looked upon him. Joseph was so fair that, as the ordinary gloss hath it, filiae decurrent per murum, et ad fenestras, they ran to the top of the walls and to the windows to gaze on him, as we do commonly to see some great personage go by. And so Matthew Paris describes Matilda the Empress going through Cullen. Petrus Moralis the Jesuit saith as much of the Virgin Mary. Antony no sooner saw Cleopatra, but, saith Oppian, Book 1, he was enamoured of her. Theseus at the first sight of Helen was so besotted that he esteems himself the happiest man in the world if he might enjoy her, and to that purpose kneeled down and made his pathetical prayers unto the gods. Charicles, by chance, espying that curious picture of smiling Venus naked in her temple, stood a great while gazing, as one amazed. At length he brake into that mad, passionate speech, O fortunate god Mars, that was bound in chains and made ridiculous for her sake. He could not contain himself, but kissed her picture, I know not how oft, and heartily desired to be so disgraced as Mars was. And what did he that his betters had not done before him? Atque aliquis de dies non tristibus optat sic fieri turpis. When Venus first came to heaven, her comeliness was such that, as mine author saith, all the gods came flocking about and saluted her. Each of them went to Jupiter, and desired he might have her to be his wife. When fair Antilochus came in presence, as a candle in the dark his beauty shined, all men's eyes, as Xenophon describes the manner of it, were instantly fixed on him, and moved at the sight, insomuch that they could not conceal themselves, but in gesture or looks it was discerned and expressed. Those other senses, hearing, touching, may much penetrate and affect, but none so much, none so forcible as sight. Forma Briseis Medius in armis movit Achillem. Achilles was moved in the midst of a battle by fair Briseis, Ajax by Tecmessa, Judith captivated that great captain Holofernes, Delilah, Samson, Rosamond, Henry II, Roxolana, Suleiman the Magnificent, etc. Nica de kai sideron, kai porcale tis usa. A fair woman overcomes fire and sword, naught under heaven so strongly doth allure, the sense of man and all his mind possess, as beauty's loveliest bait, that doth procure great warriors erst their rigour to suppress, and mighty hands forget their manliness, driven with the power of an heart-burning eye, and lapped in flowers of a golden tress, that can with melting pleasure mollify their hardened hearts inured to cruelty. Clitiphon ingenuously confesseth that he no sooner came in Leucippe's presence, but that he did corde tremere et oculis lascivius intuere. He was wounded at the first sight, his heart panted, and he could not possibly turn his eyes from her. So doth Calisiris in Heliodorus, Book 2. Isis priest, a reverend old man, complain, who by chance at Memphis seeing that Thracian Rhodope, who might not hold his eyes off her. I will not conceal it, she overcame me with her presence, and quite assaulted my continency, which I had kept unto mine old age. I resisted a long time my bodily eyes with the eyes of my understanding. At last I was conquered, and as in a tempest carried headlong. Xenophiles, a philosopher, railed at women downright for many years together, scorned, hated, scoffed at them, coming at last into Daphnis, a fair maid's company, as he condoles his mishap to his friend Demaratus, though free before, intactus nullis ante cupidimus, was far in love, and quite overcome upon a sudden, victus sum fateor av Daphnidi, etc. I confess I am taken. Sola haec inflexit sensus, animumque labentum impulit. I could hold out no longer. Such another mishap, but worse, had Stratocles the physician, that blear-eyed old man, Mucoplanus, so Prodomrus describes him. He was a severe woman-hater all his life, fuida et contumeliosa semper in feminus profatus, a bitter persecutor of the whole sex, humanas aspides et viperas appellabat. He forswore them all still, and mocked them wheresoever he came, in such vile terms, ut motram et sorores Odysses, that if thou hadst heard him, thou wouldst have loathed thine own mother and sisters for his word's sake. Yet this old, doting fool was taken at last with that celestial and divine look of Marilla, the daughter of Anticles the gardener, that smirking wench, that he shaved off his bushy beard, painted his face, curled his hair, wore a laurel crown to cover his bald pate, and for her love besides was ready to run mad. For the very day that he married he was so furious, ut solis occasum minus expectare posset, a terrible, a monstrous long day. He could not stay till it was night. Sed omnibus insalatutis in thalamum vestinans eruptit. The meat scarce out of his mouth, without any leave-taking, he would needs go presently to bed. What young man, therefore, if old men be so intemperate, can secure himself? Who can say, I will not be taken with a beautiful object? I will contain. No, saith Lucian of his mistress, she is so fair, that if thou dost but see her, she will stupefy thee, kill thee straight, and Medusa-like turn thee to stone. Thou canst not pull thine eyes from her, but, as an adamant doth iron, she will carry thee bound headlong whither she will herself, infect thee like a basilisk. It holds both in men and women. Dido was amazed at Aeneas's presence. Obstupuit primo aspectu Sidonia Dido, and as he feelingly verified out of his experience, quam ego postquam vidi, non ita amavi ut sani solent homines, sed idem pactu un insani solent. I loved her not as others soberly, but as a madman rageth, so did I. So Musaeus of Leander, nusquam lumen detorquet ab illa, and Chaucer of Palamon. He cast his eye upon Amelia, and therewith he blent and cried, Ha! Ha! as though he had been stroke unto the hearta. If you desire to know more particularly what this beauty is, how it doth influence, how it doth fascinate, for, as all hold, love is a fascination, thus in brief, this comeliness of beauty ariseth from the due proportion of the whole, or from each several part. For an exact delineation of which I refer you to poets, historiographers, and those amorous writers, to Lucian's Images, and Charidemus, Xenophon's description of Panthea, Petronius Catalectes, Helidorus Chariclea, Tacius Leucippe, Longus Sophistus Daphnis and Chloe, Theodorus Prodomus his Rhodanthes, Aristinaeus and Philostratus Epistles, Balthazar Castilio, Book 4, De Aulico, Laurentius, Chapter 10, De Melancholia, Aeneas Sylvius his Lucretia, and every poet almost, which have most accurately described a perfect beauty, an absolute feature, and that through every member both in men and women. Each part must concur to the perfection of it, for, as Seneca saith, Epistula 33, Book 4, non est formosa mulier cujus crus laudatur e brachium, sed illa cujus simul universa facies admirationem singulis partibus dedit. She is no fair woman, whose arm, thigh, etc. are commended, except the face and all the other parts be correspondent. And the face especially gives a lustre to the rest. The face is it that commonly denominates a fair or foul. Arx formi facies. The face is beauty's tower. And though the other parts be deformed, yet a good face carries it. Facies non uxor amatur. That alone is most part respected, principally valued, delicis suis ferox, and of itself able to captivate. Urit te glacerae nitor, urit grata proter vitas, et vultus nimium lubricus aspici. Glycera's too fair a face was it that set him on fire, too fine to be beheld. When Scheria saw the singing wench's sweet looks, he was so taken that he cried out, O faciem pulchram, deleo omnes dehinc ex animu mulieres, te diet, quotidiarum harum formarum. O fair face, I'll never love any but her, look on any other hereafter but her. I am weary of these ordinary beauties, away with them. The more he sees her, the worse he is. Uritque videndo, as in a burning glass, the sunbeams are recollected to a centre, the rays of love are projected from her eyes. It was Aeneas's countenance ravished Queen Dido. Os humerosque Deo similis, he had an angelical face. O sacros vultus Baccho vel Apollin dignos, quos vir, quos tuto foemina nulla videt. O sacred looks, befitting majesty, which never mortal wight could safely see. End of Section 10. Section 11 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 11. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 2, Part 3. Although for the greater part this beauty be most eminent in the face, yet many times those other members yield a most pleasing grace, and are alone sufficient to enamour. A high brow like unto the bright heavens. Coeli pulcherrima plaga, frons ubi vivit honor, frons ubi ludit amor. White and smooth like the polished alabaster, a pair of cheeks of vermilion colour, in which love lodgeth. Amor qui mollibus genis puellae pernoctas, a coral lip, suaviorum delebrum, in which basia mille patent, basia mille latent, 1,000 appear as many are concealed. Gratiarum sedis gratissima, a sweet-smelling flower, from which bees may gather honey. Melilegae volucrus quid adhuc cava thyma rosaque, etc. Omnes ad domine labra venite miae, illa rosa spirat, etc. A white and round neck, that via lactea, dimple in the chin, black eyebrows, cupidinis arcus, sweet breath, white and even teeth, which some call the sail-piece, a fine round soft pap, gives an excellent grace. Quale desus tumidis pario de marmore mamis, and make a pleasant valley, lacteum sinum, between two chalky hills. Sororiantes papillulas, et ad pruritum frigidos amatores solo aspectu excitantes. Unde is forma papillarum quam fuit apta premi. Again, urebant oculos durae stantesque mamile. A flaxen hair, golden hair was even in great account, for which Virgil commends Dido. Nondum sustulerat flavum proserpinia, crimen, et crines nondantur in aurum. Apollonius, Argonautica, Book 4, Jasonis flava como incendent cor Medeae, will have Jason's golden hair to be the main cause of Medea's dotage on him. Castor and Pollux were both yellow-haired. Paris, Menelaus, and most amorous young men have been such in all ages. Molles ac suaves, as Baptista Porta infers, Physiognomia, Book 2, lovely to behold. Homer so commends Helen, makes Patroclus and Achilles both yellow-haired. Pulchricoma Venus, and Cupid himself was yellow-haired, in aurum coruscante et crispante capillo, like that neat picture of Narcissus in Callistratus. For so Psyche spied him asleep, Briseis Polyxena, etc., flavicome omnes, and Hero the fair, whom young Apollo courted for her hair. Leland commends Guithera, King Arthur's wife, for a flaxen hair. So Paulus Emilius sets out Clodivius, that lovely king of France. Synesius holds every effeminate fellow or adulterer is fair-haired, and Apuleius adds that Venus herself, goddess of love, cannot delight, though she come accompanied with the Graces, and all Cupid's train to attend upon her, girt with her own girdle, and smell of cinnamon and balm, yet if she be bald or bad-haired, she cannot please her Vulcan. Which belike makes our Venetian ladies at this day to counterfeit yellow hair so much, great women to calamistrate and curl it up, vibrantes ad gratiam crines et tot orbibus in captivatimen flexos, to adorn their heads with spangles, pearls, and maid-flowers, and all courtiers to affect a pleasing grace in this kind. In a word, the hairs are Cupid's nets, to catch all comers, a brushy wood, in which Cupid builds his nest, and under whose shadow all loves 1,000 several ways sport themselves. A little soft hand, a pretty little mouth, small, fine, long fingers, gratiae qui digitis, 'tis that which Apollo did admire in Daphne, laudat digitosque manusque, a straight and slender body, a small foot, and well-proportioned leg, hath an excellent lustre. Cui totem incubit corpus uti fundamento aedis. Clearchus vowed to his friend Emander in Aristaenetus that the most attractive part of his mistress, to make him love and like her first, was her pretty leg and foot. A soft and white skin, etc., have their peculiar graces. Nebula haud est mollior ac hujus cutis est, Oedipal papillam bellulam. A black man is a pearl in a fair woman's eye, and is as acceptable as lame Vulcan was to Venus. For he, being a sweaty, Fulginius blacksmith, was dearly beloved of her, when fair Apollo, nimble Mercury were rejected, and the rest of the sweet-faced gods forsaken. Many women, as Petronius observes, sordibus calent, as many men are more moved with kitchen wenches, and a poor market maid than all these illustrious court and city dames, will sooner dote upon a slave, a servant, a dirt-dauber, a Brontus, a cook, a player, if they see his naked legs or arms, thorosake brachia, etc., like that huntsman Meleager in Philostratus, though he be all in rags, obscene and dirty, besmeared like a ruddleman, a gypsy, or a chimney-sweeper, than upon a noble gallant, Nereus, Ephestion, Alcibiades, or those embroidered courtiers full of silk and gold. Justine's wife, a citizen of Rome, fell in love with Pylades, a player, and was ready to run mad for him, had not Galen himself helped her by chance. Faustina, the empress, doted on a fencer. Not one of 1,000 falls in love, but there is some peculiar part or other which pleaseth most, and inflames him above the rest. A company of young philosophers on a time fell at variance, which part of a woman was most desirable and pleased best. Some said the forehead, some the teeth, some the eyes, cheeks, lips, neck, chin, etc. The controversy was referred to Laius of Corinth to decide, but she, smiling, said they were a company of fools, for suppose they had her where they wished, what would they first seek? Yet this notwithstanding I do easily grant, neque quis vestrum negaverit opinor, all parts are attractive, but especially the eyes. Videt igni micantes, sideribus similes oculos, which are love's fowlers. Aucupium amoris, the shoeing horns, the hooks of love, as Arandus will, the guides, touchstone, judges, that in a moment cure madmen, and make sound folks mad, the watchmen of the body. What do they not? How vex they not? All this is true, and, which Athenaeus, Book 13, Chapter 5, and Tatius hold, they are the chief seats of love, and James Lernutius hath facetely expressed in an elegant ode of his, Amorem ocellis flammulius herae, vidi incidentum, credite posterae, fratresque circum lubidinus, cum fatere volitare et arcu, etc. I saw love sitting in my mistress's eyes, sparkling, believe it, all posterity, and his attendants playing round about with bow and arrows ready for to fly. Scaliger calls the eyes Cupid's arrows, the tongue the lightning of love, the paps the tents, Balthazar Castilio the causes, the chariots the lamps of love. Emula luminis stellis, lumina qui possent soglicare Deus. Eyes emulating stars in light, enticing gods at the first sight, love's orators, Petronius. O blandos oculos, et o facetos, et quandum propria nota loquaces, illic est Venus, et leves amores, atque ipsa in medio sedet voluptas. O sweet and pretty speaking eyes, where Venus love and pleasure lies. Love's torches, torch-box, naphtha and Mactius. Tibullus. Ilius ex oculis quam vult exurere divos, ascendit geminas lampades arser amor. Tart love, when he will set the gods on fire, lightens the eyes as torches to desire. Leander at first sight of Hero's eyes was incensed, saith Mucius. Simul in ocularum radiis crescebat vots amorum, et cor fevrebat invecti ignis impetu, pulcriditu enim celebris immaculati femina, acutior hominibus est volusi sagita, oculus vero via est, ab oculo ictibus vulnus diabitur, et in precordia viri manat. Love's torches 'gan to burn first in her eyes, and set his heart on fire which never dies. For the fair beauty of a virgin pure is sharper than a dart, and doth inure a deeper wound, which pierceth to the heart by the eyes, and causeth such a cruel smart. A modern poet brings in Ammon, complaining of Thamar. At me fascino occidit ille risus et formi lepos, illi nitor, illa gratia, et versus decor, illi emulantes purpuram, et rosas ginae, oculic vintaeque, aro nodo comai. It was thy beauty, 'twas thy pleasing smile, thy grace and comeliness did me beguile, thy rose-like cheeks and unto purple fair, thy lovely eyes and golden knotted hair. Philostratus Lemnius cries out on his mistress's basilisk eyes, ardentes faces, those two burning glasses, that had so inflamed his soul, that no water could quench it. What a tyranny, saith he, what a penetration of bodies is this! Thou drawest with violence, and swallowest me up, as Charybdis doth sailors with thy rocky eyes. He that falls into this gulf of love can never get out. Let this be the corollary, then. The strongest beams of beauty are still darted from the eyes. Nam quis lumina tanta posset luminibus suis tueri, non statim trepidansk, palpitansk, pre desiderae, estuantis aura, etc. For who such eyes with his can see, and not forthwith enamoured be? And as men catch dotterels by putting out a leg or an arm, with those mutual glances of the eyes they first inveigle one another. Cynthia prima suis miseram me, sapit ocellis. Of all eyes, by the way, black are most amiable, enticing, and fairer, which the poet observes in commending of his mistress. Spectandum nigris oculis, nigroc capillo, which Hesiod admires in his Alamena. Cujus a vertice ag nigritantibus oculis, tale quidam spiral ac ab aurea venere. From her black eyes and from her golden face, as if from Venus came a lovely grace. And Triton in his Milanae, nigra oculus formosa mihi. Homer useth that epithet of ox-eyed in describing Juno, because a round black eye is the best, the sun of beauty, and farthest from black the worst, which Polydore Virgil taxeth in our nation. Angli ut plurimum caesius oculus. We have grey eyes for the most part. Baptisma Porta, Physiognom, Book 3, puts grey colour upon children, they be childish eyes, dull and heavy. Many commend on the other side Spanish ladies, and those Greek dames at this day for the blackness of their eyes, as Porta doth his Neapolitan young wives. Suetonius describes Julius Caesar to have been nigris vegetisque oculis micantibus, of a black, quick, sparkling eye. And although Averroes in his Collige will have such persons timorous, yet without question they are most amorous. Now, last of all, I will show you by what means beauty doth fascinate, bewitch, as some hold, and work upon the soul of a man by the eye. For certainly I am of the poet's mind, love doth bewitch and strangely change us. Ludit amor sensus, oculos perstringit, et aufert libertatum animi, mira nos fascinat arte. Credo aliquis demon subiens precordia flammam concitat, et raptam tolit de cardine mentum. Love mocks our senses, curbs our liberties, and doth bewitch us with his art and rings. I think some devil gets into our entrails and kindles coals, and heaves our souls from the hinges. Heliodorus, Book 3, proves at large that love is witchcraft. It gets in at our eyes, pores, nostrils, engenders the same qualities and affections in us as were in the party whence it came. The manner of fascination, as Ficinus declares it, is thus. Mortal men are then especially bewitched, whenas by often gazing one on the other, they direct sight to sight, join eye to eye, and so drink and suck in love between them. For the beginning of this disease is the eye. And therefore he that hath a clear eye, though he be otherwise deformed, by often looking upon him will make one mad, and tie him fast to him by the eye. Leonardus Varius tells us that by this interview the pure spirits are infected, the one eye pierceth through the other with his rays, which he sends forth, and many men have those excellent piercing eyes, that, when Suetonius relates of Augustus, their brightness is such, they compel their spectators to look off, and can no more endure them than the sunbeams. Barradius, Book 6, Chapter 10, De Harmonia Evangeliarum, reports as much of our Saviour Christ, and Peter Morales of the Virgin Mary, whom Nicephorus describes likewise to have been yellow-haired, of a wheat colour, but of a most amiable and piercing eye. The rays, as some think, sent from the eyes, carry certain spiritual vapours with them, and so infect the other party, and that in a moment. I know, they that hold visio fit intra mittendo will make a doubt of this, but Ficinius proves it from blear eyes, that by sight alone make others blear-eyed, and it is more than manifest that the vapour of the corrupt blood doth get in together with the rays, and so by the contagion the spectators' eyes are infected. Other arguments there are of a basilisk that kills afar off by sight, as that Ephesian did of whom Philostratus speaks, of so pernicious an eye he poisoned all he looked steadily on. And that other argument, menstrui famine, out of Aristotle's Problems, Morbosi Capivaccius adds, and Septalius the commentator, that contaminate a looking-glass with beholding it. So the beams that come from the agent's heart by the eyes infect the spirits about the patients, inwardly wound, and thence the spirits infect the blood. To this effect she complained in Apuleius, Thou art the cause of my grief, thy eyes piercing through mine eyes to mine inner parts, have set my bowels on fire, and therefore pity me, that am now ready to die for thy sake. Ficinus illustrates this with a familiar example of that Marhusian Phaedrus and Theban Lysias. Lysias he stares on Phaedrus' face, and Phaedrus fastens the balls of his eyes upon Lysias, and with those sparkling rays sends out his spirits. The beam of Phaedrus' eyes are easily mingled with the beams of Lysias, and spirits are joined to spirits. This vapour, begot in Phaedrus' heart, enters into Lysias' bowels, and that which is a greater wonder, Phaedrus' blood is in Lysias' heart, and thence come those ordinary love-speeches, my sweetheart, Phaedrus, and mine own self, my dear bowels. And Phaedrus again to Lysias, O my light, my joy, my soul, my life. Phaedrus follows Lysias because his heart would have his spirits, and Lysias follows Phaedrus because he loves the seat of his spirits. Both follow, but Lysias the earnester of the two. The river hath more need of the fountain than the fountain of the river, as iron is drawn to that which is touched with a lodestone, but draws not it again. So Lysias draws Phaedrus. But how comes it to pass, then, that the blind man loves that never saw? We read in the Lives of the Fathers a story of a child that was brought up in the wilderness, from his infancy by an old hermit. Now, come to man's estate, he saw by chance two comely women wandering in the woods. He asked the old man what creatures they were. He told him fairies. After a while talking obiter, the hermit demanded of him which was the pleasantest sight that ever he saw in his life. He readily replied, the two fairies he spied in the wilderness. So that, without doubt, there is some secret lodestone in a beautiful woman, a magnetic power, a natural inbred affection, which moves our concupiscence, and as he sings, Methinks I have a mistress yet to come, and still I seek, I love, I know not whom. 'Tis true indeed of natural and chaste love, but not of this heroical passion, or rather brutish burning lust of which we treat. We speak of wandering, wanton, adulterous eyes, which, as he saith, lie still in wait as so many soldiers, and when they spy an innocent spectator fixed on them, shoot him through, and presently bewitch him. Especially when they shall gaze and gloat, as wanton lovers do one upon another, and with a pleasant eye conflict participate each other's souls. Hence you may perceive how easily and how quickly we may be taken in love, since at the twinkling of an eye Phaedrus' spirits may so perniciously infect Lysias' blood. Neither is it any wonder, if we but consider how many other diseases closely and as suddenly are caught by infection, plague, itch, scabs, flux, etc., the spirits taken in will not let him rest that hath received them, but egg him on. Idque petit corpus mens unde est saucia amor. And we may manifestly perceive a strange education of spirits, by such as bleed at nose after they be dead, at the presence of the murderer. But read more of this in Lemnius, Valeoria, Book 2, Chapter 7, Valesius, Ficinus, Cardan, Libavius de cruentis cadaveribus, etc. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 12. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 3. Artificial allurements of love, causes and provocations to lust, gestures, clothes, dower, etc. Natural beauty is a stronger lodestone of itself, as you have heard, a great temptation, and pierceth to the very heart. Forma veracunde, noquid mihi visa puelle. But much more when those artificial enticements and provocations of gestures, clothes, jewels, pigments, exornations, shall be annexed unto it, those other circumstances, opportunity of time and place shall concur, which of themselves alone were all sufficient, each one in particular to produce this effect. It is a question much controverted by some wise men, forma debeat plus artia naturae, whether natural or artificial objects be more powerful, but not decided. For my part, I am of opinion that though beauty itself be a great motive, and give an excellent lustre in sordibus, in beggary, as a jewel on a dunghill will shine and cast his rays, it cannot be suppressed, which Heliodorus feigns of Chariclea, though she were in beggar's weeds. Yet as it is used, artificial is of more force, and much to be preferred. Sic dentata sibi videtur aigle, emptis ossibus inducoque cornu, sicque nigrior escadante moro, serusada sibi placet licores. So toothless aigle seems a pretty one, set out with new-bought teeth of Indy bone. So foul Lycoris blacker than berry, herself admires, now finer than cherry. John Larius the Burgundian, Chapter 8, History of Navigation in Brazil, is altogether on my side. For whereas, saith he, at our coming to Brazil, we found both men and women naked as they were born, without any covering, so much as of their privities, and could not be persuaded by our Frenchmen that lived a year with them to wear any. Many will think that our so long commerce with naked women must needs be a great provocation to lust, but he concludes otherwise, that their nakedness did much less entice them to lasciviousness than our women's clothes. And I dare boldly affirm, saith he, that those glittering attires, counterfeit colours, headgears, curled hairs, plaited coats, cloaks, gowns, costly stomachers, guarded and loose garments, and all those other accoutrements, wherewith our countrymen counterfeit a beauty, and so curiously set out themselves, cause more inconvenience in this kind than that barbarian homeliness, although they be no whit inferior unto them in beauty. I could evince the truth of this by many other arguments, but I appeal, saith he, to my companions at that present, which were all of the same mind. His countryman, Montague, in his Essays, is of the same opinion, and so are many others, out of whose assertions thus much in brief we may conclude, that beauty is more beholden to art than nature, and stronger provocations proceed from outward ornaments than such as nature hath provided. It is true that those fair sparkling eyes, white neck, coral lips, turgent paps, rose-coloured cheeks, etc., of themselves are potent enticers. But when a comely, artificial, well-composed look, pleasing gesture, and affected carriage shall be added, it must needs be far more forcible than it was, when those curious needleworks, variety of colours, purest dyes, jewels, spangles, pendants, lawn, lace, tiffanies, fair and fine linen, embroideries, calamustrations, ointments, etc., shall be added. They will make the veriest dowdy otherwise a goddess, when nature shall be furthered by art. For it is not the eye of itself that enticeth to lust, but an adulterous eye, as Peter terms it, 2:14, a wanton, a rolling, lascivious eye, a wandering eye, which Isaiah taxeth, 3:16. Christ himself and the Virgin Mary had most beautiful eyes, as amiable eyes as any persons, saith Bardius, that ever lived, but withal so modest, so chaste, that whosoever looked on them was freed from that passion of burning lust, if we may believe Gerson and Bonaventure. There was no such antidote against it as the Virgin Mary's face. 'Tis not the eye, but carriage of it, as they use it, that causeth such effects. When Pallas, Juno, Venus, were to win Paris's favour for the golden apple, as it is elegantly described in that pleasant interlude of Apuleius, Juno came with majesty upon the stage, Minerva gravity, but Venus dulce subridens constitut aemone,
et gratissime, gratice Deum propitiantes, etc., came in smiling with her gracious graces and exquisite music, as if she had danced, et nonnequam saltara solus oculus, and which was the main matter of all, she danced with her rolling eyes. They were the brokers and harbingers of her suite. So she makes her brags in a modern poet. Soon could I make my brow to tyrannize, and force the world do homage to mine eyes. The eye is a secret orator, the first bawd, amoris porta, and with private looks, winking, glances, and smiles, as so many dialogues they make up the match many times, and understand one another's meanings before they come speak a word. Euryalus and Lucretia were so mutually enamoured by the eye, and prepared to give each other entertainment, before ever they had conference. He asked her goodwill with his eyes, she did suffragagi, and gave consent with pleasant look. That Thracian Rodophe was so excellent at this dumb rhetoric, that if she had but looked upon any one almost, saith Calisiris, she would have bewitched him, and he could not possibly escape it. For as Salvianus observes, the eyes are the windows of our souls, by which, as so many channels, all dishonest concupiscence gets into our hearts. They reveal our thoughts, and as they say, frons animi index, but the eye of the countenance, quid proco cabis intuere ocellis, etc. I may say the same of smiling, gait, nakedness of parts, plausible gestures, etc. To laugh is the proper passion of a man, an ordinary thing to smile. But those counterfeit, composed, affected, artificial, and reciprocal, those counter-smiles are the dumb shows and prognostics of greater matters, which they most part use, to inveigle and deceive, though many fond lovers again are so frequently mistaken, and led into a fool's paradise. For if they see but a fair maid laugh, or show a pleasant countenance, use some gracious words or gestures, they apply it all to themselves, as done in their favour. Sure she loves them, she is willing, coming, etc. Stultus quando videt quod pulchra puella ridet, tum fatus credit si quod amare velit. When a fool sees a fair maid for to smile, he thinks she loves him, 'tis but to beguile. They make an art of it, as the poet telleth us. Quies credat, discunt etiam ridere puellae, quaritur atque illis hac quo parte decor. Who can believe, to laugh maids make an art, and seek a pleasant grace to that same part? And 'tis as great an enticement as any of the rest. Subrisit molle puella, cor tibi rite salit. She makes thine heart leap with a pleasing, gentle smile of hers. Dulce ridentem lalagem amabo, dulce loquentem. I love Lalage as much for smiling as for discoursing, delectata ille risit tam blandum, as he said in Petronius of his mistress, being well pleased, she gave so sweet a smile. It won Ismenias, as he confesseth, Ismene subrisit amatorium. Ismene smiled so lovingly the second time I saw her, that I could not choose but admire her, and Gala's sweet smile quite overcame Faustus the shepherd. Me aspiciens moiles blande subrisit ocellis. All other gestures of the body will enforce as much. Daphnis in Lucian was a poor tattered wench when I knew her first, said Corbeil, panoso et zacera, but now she is a stately piece indeed, hath her maids to attend her, brave attires, money in her purse, etc., and will you know how this came to pass? By setting out herself after the best fashion, by her pleasant carriage, affability, sweet smiling upon all, etc. Many women dote upon a man for his compliment only, and good behaviour they are won in an instant, too credulous to believe that every light wanton suitor, who sees or makes love to them, is instantly enamoured. He certainly dotes on, admires them, will surely marry, when as he means nothing less, 'tis his ordinary carriage in all such companies. So both delude each other by such outward shows, and amongst the rest an upright, a comely grace, courtesies, gentle salutations, cringes, a mincing gait, a decent and an affected pace, are most powerful enticers, and which the prophet Isaiah, a courtier himself, and a great observer, objected to the daughters of Zion, 3:16, they minced as they went, and made a tinkling with their feet. To say the truth, what can they not effect by such means? Whilst nature decks them in their best attires, of youth and beauty which the world admires. Urit, voce, manu, gressu, pectore, fronte, oculus. When art shall be annexed to beauty, when wiles and guiles shall concur, for to speak as it is, love is a kind of leisure domain, mere juggling, a fascination. When they show their fair hand, fine foot and leg withal, magnum sui desiderem nobis relinquunt, saith Balthazar, Castilio, Book 1, they set us a-longing, and so when they pull up their petticoats and outward garments, as usually they do, to show their fine stockings, and those of purest silk and dye, gold fringes, laces, embroiderings, it shall go hard but when they go to church or to any other place all shall be seen. 'Tis but a spring to catch woodcocks. And as Chrysostom telleth them downright, though they say nothing with their mouths, they speak in their gait, they speak with their eyes, they speak in the carriage of their bodies. And what shall we say otherwise of that bearing of their necks, shoulders, naked breasts, arms, and wrists? To what end are they, but only to tempt men to lust? Nam quid lacteola sinus et ipsas, praetefer sine lentio papias, hoc est dicere posce trado, hoc est ad venerem vocare amantas. There needs no more, as Fredericus Matenesius well observes, but a crier to go before them so dressed, to bid us look out, a trumpet to sound, or for defect a sowgelder to blow. Look out and look and see, what object this may be, that doth perstring mine eye. A gallant lady goes, in rich and gaudy clothes, but whither away God knows. Look out, etc., atque secuntur. Or to what end and purpose? But to leave all these fantastical raptures, I'll prosecute my intended theme. Nakedness, as I have said, is an odious thing of itself, remedium amoris. Yet it may be so used in part, and at set times, that there can be no such enticement as it is. Nec mihi cincta Diana placet, nec nuda Cythere, illa voluptatis nil habet haec nimium. David so espied Bathsheba, the elder Susanna. Apelles was enamoured with Campaspe, when he was to paint her naked. Tiberius, in Suetonius, chapter 42, supped with Sestius Gallus, an old lecher, libidinoso sene, e lege et nudie puelle administrerant. Some say as much of Nero, and Pontus Huter of Carallax Pugnax. Amongst the Babylonians it was the custom of some lascivious queens to dance frisking in that fashion, saith Curtius Book 5, and Sardis Book 1, writes of others to that effect. The Tuscans at some set banquets had naked women to attend upon them, which Leonicus de Varia, Historiae, Book 3, chapter 96, confirms of such other bawdy nations. Nero would have filthy pictures still hanging in his chamber, which is too commonly used in our times. And Heliogabalus, etiam coram agentes, ut ad venerem inceterant. So things may be abused. A servant maid in Aristaenetus spied her master and mistress through the keyhole merrily disposed. Upon the sight she fell in love with her master. Antoninus Caracalla observed his mother-in-law with her breasts amorously laid open. He was so much moved that he said, Ah, si liceret, oh that I might! Which she by chance overhearing, replied as impudently, Quicquid libet licet, thou mayst do what thou wilt. And upon that temptation he married her. This object was not in cause, not the thing itself, but that unseemly, indecent carriage of it. When you have all done, veniunt aveste sagittae, the greatest provocations of lust are from our apparel. God makes, they say, man's shapes, and there is no motive like unto it. Which doth even beauty beautify, and most bewitch a wretched eye. A filthy knave, a deformed queen, a crooked carcass, a mawkin, a witch, a rotten post, a hedge-stake, may be so set up and tricked out, that it shall make as fair a show, as much enamour as the rest. Many a silly fellow is so taken. Primum luxuria, accupiam, one calls it, the first snare of lust. Bossus accupium animarum, lethalem arundinum, a fatal reed, the greatest bawd. Forte lenocinum, sanguineasis lacrimis deplorandum, saith Matenesius, and with tears of blood to be deplored. Not that comeliness of clothes is therefore to be condemned, and those usual ornaments. There is a decency and decorum in this as well as in other things, fit to be used, becoming several persons, and befitting their estates. He is only fantastical that is not in fashion, and like an old image in arras hangings, when a manner of attire is generally received, but when they are so new-fangled, so unstayed, so prodigious in their attires, beyond their means and fortunes, unbefitting their age, place, quality, condition, what should we otherwise think of them? Why do they adorn themselves with so many colours of herbs, fictitious flowers, curious needleworks, quaint devices, sweet-smelling odours, with those inestimable riches of precious stones, pearls, rubies, diamonds, emeralds, etc.? Why do they crown themselves with gold and silver, use coronets and tires of several fashions, deck themselves with pendants, bracelets, earrings, chains, girdles, rings, pins, spangles, embroideries, shadows, riboteaus, versicolor ribbons? Why do they make such glorious shows with their scarves, feathers, fans, masks, furs, laces, tiffanies, ruffs, falls, cauls, cuffs, damasks, velvets, tinsels, cloth of gold, silver, tissue, with colours of heaven, stars, planets, the strength of metals, stones, odours, flowers, birds, beasts, fishes, and whatsoever Africa, Asia, America, sea, land, art, and industry of man can afford? Why do they use and covet such novelty of inventions, such new-fangled tires, and spend such inestimable sums on them? To what end are those crisped false hairs, painted faces, as the satirist observes, such a composed gait, not a step awry? Why are they like so many Sybarites, or Nero's Poppaea, Ahasuerus's concubines, so costly, so long a dressing, as Caesar was marshalling his army, or a hawk in pruning? Dum molientur, dum comuntur annus est. A gardener takes not so much delight and pains in his garden, a horseman to dress his horse, scour his armour, a mariner about his ship, a merchant his shop and shop-book, as they do about their faces, and all those other parts. Such setting up with corks, straightening with whalebones, why is it, but as a daynet catches larks, to make young men stoop unto them? Philocharis, a gallant in Aristaenetus, advised his friend Polyaenus to take heed of such enticements, for it was the sweet sound and motion of his mistress's spangles and bracelets, the smell of her ointments, that captivated him first. Illa fuit mentis prima ruinae meae. Quid sibi vult pixidem turba, saith Lucian. To what use are pins, pots, glasses, ointments, irons, combs, bodkins, setting sticks? Why bestow they all their patrimonies and husbands' yearly revenues on such fooleries? Bina patrimonia singulis auribus. Why use they dragons, wasps, snakes for chains, enamel jewels on their necks, ears? Dignum potius foret ferro manus istes religeri, atque utine monilia vere dracones essent. They had more need, some of them, be tied in bedlam with iron chains, have a whip for a fan, and hair-claws next to their skins, and instead of wrought smocks have their cheeks stigmatized with a hot iron. I say, some of our Jezebels, instead of painting, if they were well served. But why is all this labour and all this cost, preparation, riding, running, far-fetched and dear-bought stuff? Because, forsooth, they would be fair and fine, and where nature is defective, supply it by art. Sanguineque viro non rubit, arte rubit, Ovid, and to that purpose they anoint and paint their faces, to make Helen of Hecuba, parvemque exortamque puellem, Europen. To this intent they crush in their feet and bodies, hurt and crucify themselves, sometimes in lax clothes, 100 yards, I think, in a gown, a sleeve, and sometimes again so close, ut nudos experiment artos. Now long tails and trains, and then short, up, down, high, low, thick, thin, etc. Now little or no bands, then as big as cartwheels, now loose bodies, then great farthingales and close girt, etc. Why is all this but with the war and the proverbs to intoxicate some or other? Oculorum decupulum, one therefore calls it, and indicem libidinus, the trap of lust, and sure token, as an ivy bush is to a tavern. Quod pulchrus glycere sumas de pixid vultis, quod tibi composite nic sine lege comae, quod nitia digitis adamas, berulus in are, nun sum divinus, sed scio quid cupius. O Glycere, and that you paint so much, your hair is so bedecked in order such, with rings on fingers, bracelets in your ear, although no profit, tell I can, I fear. to be admired, to be gazed on, to circumvent some novice, as many times they do, that instead of a lady he loves a cap and a feather, instead of a maid that should have verum corolum, corpus solidum et suci plenum, as Cheria describes his mistress in the poet, a painted face, a rough band, fair and fine linen, a coronet, a flower, naturae quae putat quod fuit artificis, a wrought waistcoat he dotes on, or a pied petticoat, a pure dye instead of a proper woman. For generally, as with rich furred conies, their cases are far better than their bodies, and like the bark of a cinnamon tree, which is dearer than the whole bulk, their outward accoutrements are far more precious than their inward endowments. 'Tis too commonly so. Aufarimer cultu, et gemis, aroque teguntar, omnia pars minima est ipsa puella sui. With gold and jewels all is covered, and with a strange tire we are won, while she's the least part of herself, and with such baubles quite undone. Why do they keep in so long together, a whole winter sometimes, and will not be seen but by torch or candlelight, and come abroad with all the preparation may be, when they have no business, but only to show themselves? Spectatum veniunt spectentur ut ipse. For what is beauty if it be not seen? Or what is to be seen if not admired? And though admired, unless in love desired. Why do they go with such counterfeit gait, which Philo Judius reprehends them for, and use, I say it again, such gestures, apish, ridiculous, indecent attires, sybaritical tricks, fucos genus, purpurisam venis, cerusam frunti, legis oculis, etc., use those sweet perfumes, powders, and ointments in public, flock to hear sermons so frequent, is it for devotion? Or rather, as Basil tells them, to meet their sweethearts, and see fashions? For, as he saith, commonly they come so provided to that place, with such curious compliments, with such gestures and tires, as if they should go to a dancing school, a stage play, or bawdy house, fitter than a church. When such a she-priest comes her mass to say, 20 to 1 they all forget to pray. They make those holy temples, consecrated to godly martyrs and religious uses, the shops of impudence, dens of whores and thieves, and little better than brothel-houses. When we shall see these things daily done, their husbands bankrupts, if not carnutos, their wives light housewives, daughters dishonest, and hear of such dissolute acts as daily we do, how should we think otherwise? What is their end but to deceive and inveigle young men? As tow takes fire, such enticing objects produce their effect, but how can it be altered? When Venus stood before Anchises, as Homer feigns in one of his hymns, in her costly robes, he was instantly taken. Cum ante ipsum staret Jovis filia videns eam, Anchises admirabatur formam et stupendis vestes, erat enim indutat beplo, egneus radies splendiadore, habibat quoque torques fulgidos, flexilis helices, tenerum colium ambibent monilia pulchra, aurea variegata. When Venus stood before Anchises first, he was amazed to see her in her tires, for she had on a hood as red as fire, and glittering chains and ivy-twisted spires, about her tender neck were costly brooches, and necklaces of gold, enamelled ouches. So when Medea came in presence of Jason first, attended by her nymphs and ladies, she is described by Apollonius. Cunctas vero ignis instar sequibatur splendor, tantum ad aureus fimbris resplendebat jubar, accenditque in oculis dulce desiriverum. A lustre followed them like flaming fire, and from their golden borders came such beams, which in his eyes provoked a sweet desire. Such a relation we have in Plutarch, when the queens came and offered themselves to Antony with diverse presents and enticing ornaments, Asiatic allurements, with such wonderful joy and festivity, they did so inveigle the Romans that no man could contain himself, all was turned to delight and pleasure. The women transformed themselves to Bacchus shapes, the men children to satyrs and pans, but Antony himself was quite besotted with Cleopatra's sweet speeches, philters, beauty, pleasing tires. For when she sailed along the river Cydnus, with such incredible pomp in a gilded ship, herself dressed like Venus, her maids like the Graces, her pages like so many Cupids, Antony was amazed and rapt beyond himself. Heliodorus, Book 1, brings in Dameneta, stepmother to Cnemon, whom she saw in his scarves, rings, robes, and coronet, quite mad for the love of him. It was Judas Pantophles that ravished the eyes of Holofernes, and Cardan is not ashamed to confess that seeing his wife the first time all in white, he did admire and instantly love her. If these outward ornaments were not of such force, why doth Naomi give Ruth counsel how to please Boaz? And Judith, seeking to captivate Holofernes, washed and anointed herself with sweet ointments, dressed her hair, and put on costly attires. The riot in this kind hath been excessive in times past. No man almost came abroad but curled and anointed. Et matutino suadans crespinas amomo, quantum vix redolent duo funera. One spent as much as 2 funerals at once, and with perfumed hairs, et rosa canus odorata capillos Assyriaca nardo. What strange thing doth Suetonius relate in this matter of Caligula's riot? And Pliny, Book 12 and 13, read more in Dioscoroides, Ulmus, Arnaldos, Randolitius de Fuco et Decoratione, for it is now an art as it was of old, so Seneca records, officinae sunt adoras quoquentium. Women are bad and men worse, no difference at all between their and our times. Good manners, as Seneca complains, are extinct with wantonness. In tricking up themselves men go beyond women. They wear harlots' colours, and do not walk, but jet and dance, hic mulier, hic vir, more like players, butterflies, baboons, apes, antics, than men. So ridiculous, moreover, we are in our attires, and for cost so excessive, that as Hierome said of old, uno filio vilerum insunt praetia, uno lino decius sestertium inseritur. 'Tis an ordinary thing to put 1,000 oaks and 100 oxen into a suit of apparel, to wear a whole manor on his back. What with shoe ties, hangers, points, caps and feathers, scarves, bands, curls, etc., in a short space their whole patrimonies are consumed. Heliogabalus is taxed by Lampridius, and admired in his age for wearing jewels in his shoes, a common thing in our times, not for emperors and princes, but almost for serving-men and tailors. All the flowers, stars, constellations, gold and precious stones do condescend to set out their shoes. To repress the luxury of these Roman matrons, there was Lex Valeria and Oppia, and a Cato to contradict. But no laws will serve to repress the pride and insolency of our days, the prodigious riot in this kind. Lucellus's wardrobe is put down by our ordinary citizens, and a cobbler's wife in Venice, a courtesan in Florence, is no whit inferior to a queen, if our geographers say true. And why is all this? Why do they glory in their jewels, as he saith, or exult and triumph in the beauty of clothes? Why is all this cost? To incite men the sooner to burning lust. They pretend decency and ornament, but let them take heed, that while they set out their bodies, they do not damn their souls. 'Tis Bernard's counsel, shine in jewels, stink in conditions, have purple robes, and a torn conscience. Let them take heed of Isaiah's prophecy, that their slippers and attires be not taken from them. Sweet balls, bracelets, earrings, veils, wimples, crisping pins, glasses, fine linen, hoods, lawns, and sweet savours, they become not bald, burned, and stink upon a sudden. And let maids beware, as Cyprian adviseth, that while they wander too loosely abroad, they lose not their virginities, and like Egyptian temples seem fair without, but prove rotten carcasses within. How much better were it for them to follow that good counsel of Tertullian, to have their eyes painted with chastity, the word of God inserted into their ears, Christ's yoke tied to the hair, to subject themselves to their husbands. If they would do so, they should be comely enough, clothe themselves with the silk of sanctity, damask of devotion, purple of piety and chastity, and so painted they shall have God himself to be a suitor. Let wars and queens prank themselves up, let them paint their faces with minion and ceruse, they are but fuels of lust and signs of a corrupt soul. If ye be good, honest, virtuous, and religious matrons, let sobriety, modesty, and chastity be your honour, and God himself your love and desire. Mulia rector olet, ubi nihil olet. Then a woman smells best, when she hath no perfume at all. No crown, chain, or jewel, Guevara adds, is such an ornament to a virgin, or virtuous woman, quam virgini pudor, as chastity is. More credit in a wise man's eye and judgment they get by their plainness, and seem fairer than they that are set out with baubles, as a butcher's meat is with pricks puffed up, and adorned like so many jays with variety of colours. It is reported of Cornelia, that virtuous Roman lady, great Scipio's daughter, Titus Sempronius's wife, and the mother of the Gracchi, that being by chance in company with a companion, a strange gentlewoman, some light housewife belike, that was dressed like a May lady, and as most of our gentlewomen are, was more solicitous of her head tire than of her health, that spent her time between a comb and a glass, and had rather be fair than honest, as Cato said, and have the commonwealth termed topsy-turvy than her tires marred, and she did not but brag of her fine robes and jewels, and provoke the Roman matron to show hers. Cornelia kept her in talk till her children came from school, and these, said she, are my jewels, and so deluded and put off a proud, vain, fantastical housewife. How much better were it for our matrons to do as she did, to go civilly and decently, honestae mulieris instar quae ututur aro pro eo quod est, ad ea tantum quibus opus est, to use gold as it is gold, and for that use it serves, and when they need it, than to consume it in riot, beggar their husbands, prostitute themselves, inveigle others, and peradventure damn their own souls. How much more would it be for their honour and credit? Thus doing, as Hiram said of Blasilla, Furius did not so triumph over the Gauls, Papirius of the Samnites, Scipio of Numantia, as she did by her temperance, Pulla semper veste, etc. They should insult and domineer over lust, folly, vainglory, all such ordinate, furious, and unruly passions. But I am over tedious, I confess, and whilst I stand gaping over fine clothes, there is another great allurement, in the world's eyes at least, which I'd like to have stolen out of sight, and that is money. Venient ad dote sagittae, money makes the match, monon agregam blepausen, 'tis like sauce to their meat, cum carne condimentum, a good dowry with a wife. Many men, if they do hear but of a great portion, a rich heir, are more mad than if they had all the beauteous ornaments, and those good parts art and nature can afford. They care not for honesty, bringing up, birth, beauty, person, but for money. Canis et ecos, o cirn, quaerimus, nobilis, ete bona progenie, malam vera uxorem, malice patris filium, ducere non curat vir bonus, modo ei magnum dotem afferat. Our dogs and horses, still from the best breed, we carefully seek, and well may they speed. But for our wives, so they prove wealthy, fair or foul, we care not what they be. If she be rich, then she is fair, fine, absolute, and perfect. Then they burn like fire, they love her dearly, like pig and pie, and are ready to hang themselves if they may not have her. Nothing so familiar in these days as for a young man to marry an old wife, as they say, for a piece of gold. Asinum oro honestum, and though she be an old crone, and have never a tooth in her head, neither good conditions, nor a good face, a natural fool, but only rich, she shall have 20 young gallants to be suitors in an instant. As she said in Suetonius, non me, sed mea ambiunt, 'tis not for her sake, but for her lands or money. And an excellent match it were, as he added, if she were away. So on the other side, many a young lovely maid will cast away herself upon an old, doting, decrepit dizzard. Bis pur effioto quamvis balbutiet ore, prima legit rere tam culte roseta puelle. That is rheumatic and gouty, hath some 20 diseases, perhaps but one eye, one leg, never a nose, no hair on his head, wit in his brains, nor honesty, if he have land or money, she will have him before other suitors, du modo sit dives barbarus illit placet. If he be rich, he is the man, a fine man and a proper man. She will go to Jecatris or Tidore with him. Galesimus de Monte Orio, Sir Giles Goosecap, Sir Amorous La Fool shall have her. And as Philemasium in Aristanius told Emusas, absque argento omnia vana, hang him that hath no money. 'Tis to no purpose to talk of marriage without means. Trouble me not with such motions. Let others do as they will. I'll be sure to have one shall maintain me fine and brave. Most are of her mind, deburamus ultime fiat quaestio, for his conditions she shall enquire after them another time, or when all is done, the match made, and everybody gone home. Lucian's Lycia was a proper young maid, and had many fine gentlemen to her suitors, Ethecles, a senator's son, Melissus, a merchant, etc. But she forsook them all for one Passius, a bare, hirsute, bald-pated knave. But why was it? His father lately died, and left him sole heir of his goods and lands. This is not amongst your dustworms alone, poor snakes that will prostitute their souls for money, but with this bait you may catch our most potent, puissant, and illustrious princes. That proud upstart domineering Bishop of Ely, in the time of Richard I, viceroy in his absence, as Nubergensis relates it, to fortify himself and maintain his greatness, propinquarum suarum conubis, plurimus sibi potentes et nobilis devincere curavit, married his poor kinswoman, which came forth of Normandy by droves, to the chiefest nobles of the land, and they were glad to accept of such matches, fair or foul, for themselves, their sons, nephews, etc. Et quis tam praeclaram afflinatem sub spe magnae promotionis non aptaret. Who would not have done as much for money and preferment, as mine author adds? Vortiger, king of Britain, married Rowena, the daughter of Hengist the Saxon prince, his mortal enemy, but wherefore? She had Kent for her dowry. Iagello, the great Duke of Lithuania, 1386, was mightily enamoured on Hedenga, insomuch that he turned Christian from a pagan, and was baptized himself by the name of Uladislas, and all his subjects for her sake. But why was it? She was daughter and heir of Poland, and his desire was to have both kingdoms incorporated into one. Charles the Great was an earnest suitor to Irene the Empress, but saith Zonaras, ob regnum, to annex the empire of the East to that of the West. Yet what is the event of all such matches, that are so made for money, goods, by deceit, or for burning lust, quos fode libido conjunxit? What follows? They are almost mad at first, but 'tis a mere flash. As chaff and straw soon fired, burn vehemently for a while, yet out in a moment. So were all such matches made by those allurements of burning lust, where there is no respect of honesty, parentage, virtue, religion, education, and the like. They are extinguished in an instant, and instead of love come hate, for joy, repentance, and desperation itself. Franciscus Barbarus, in his first book, the Re Uxoria, chapter 5, hath a story of one Philip of Padua, that fell in love with a common war, and was now ready to run mad for her. His father, having no more sons, let him enjoy her, but after a few days the young man began to loathe, could not so much as endure the sight of her, and from one madness fell into another. Such event commonly have all these lovers, and he that so marries, or for such respects, let them look for no better success than Menelaus had with Helen, Vulcan with Venus, Theseus with Phaedra, Minos with Pasiphae, and Claudius with Messalina. Shame, sorrow, misery, melancholy, discontent. End of section 12. Recording by Kirsten Nelson, Toronto.
Section 13 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 13. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 4, Part 1. Importunity and opportunity of time, place, conference, discourse, singing, dancing, music, amorous tales, objects, kissing, familiarity, tokens, presents, bribes, protestations, tears, etc. All of these allurements hitherto are afar off and at a distance. I have come nearer to those other degrees of love, which are conference, kissing, dalliance, discourse, singing, dancing, amorous tales, objects, presents, etc., which, as so many sirens, steal away the hearts of men and women. For as Tacitus observes, Book 2, it is no sufficient trial of a maid's affection by her eyes alone, but you must say something that shall be more available, and use such other forcible engines. Therefore take her by the hand, wring her fingers hard, and sigh withal. If she accept this in good part, and seem not to be much averse, then call her mistress, take her about the neck and kiss her, etc. But this cannot be done except they first get opportunity of living or coming together. Ingress, egress, and regress. Letters and commendations may do much, outward gestures and actions. But when they come to live near one another, in the same street, village, or together in a house, love is kindled on a sudden. Many a serving man, by reason of this opportunity and importunity, inveigles his master's daughter. Many a gallant loves a dowdy. Many a gentleman runs upon his wife's maids. Many ladies dote upon their man, as the queen in Ariosto did upon the dwarf. Many matches are so made in haste, and they are compelled, as it were, by necessity so to love, which had they been free, come in company of others, seeing that variety which many places afford, or compared them to a third, would never have looked one upon another, or had not that opportunity of discourse and familiarity been offered, they would have loathed and contemned those who, for want of better choice and other objects, they are fatally driven on, and by reason of their hot blood, idle life, full diet, etc., are forced to dote upon them that come next. And many times those which at first sight cannot fancy or affect each other, but are harsh and ready to disagree, offended with each other's carriage like Benedict and Beatrice in the comedy, and in whom they find many faults, by this living together in a house, conference, kissing, coaling, and such like allurement, begin at last to dote insensibly one upon another. It was the great motive that Potiphar's wife had to dote upon Joseph, and Clitiphon upon Leucippe, his uncle's daughter, because the plague being at Byzance. It was his fortune for a time to sojourn with her, to sit next to her at the table, and to tell the tale himself in Tatius, Book 2, which, though it be but a fiction, is grounded upon good observation, and doth well express the passions of lovers. He had opportunity to take her by the hand, and offer a while to kiss, and handle her paps, etc., which made him almost mad. Ismenias, the orator, makes the like confession in Eustathius, Book 1, when he came first to Sothenes' house, and sat at table with Chrastices, his friend, Ismene, Sothenes' daughter, waiting on them with her breasts open, arms half bare, nuda podium, distincta sinum, spolata lacteros, after the Greek fashion in those times, nudos media plus parte lacteros, as Daphne was when she fled from Phoebus, which moved him much, was ever ready to give attendance on him, to fill him drink. Her eyes were never off him. Rogabundi oculi, those speaking eyes, courting eyes, enchanting eyes. But she was still smiling on him. And when they were risen, that she had got a little opportunity, she came and drank to him, and withal trod upon his toes, and would come and go, and when she could not speak for the company, she would wring his hand, and blush when she met him. And by this means first she overcame him. Bibens amorem haribam simul. She would kiss the cup and drink to him, and smile, and drink where he drank on that side of the cup, by which mutual compressions, kissings, wringing of hands, treading of feet, etc., ipsam mihi videbar sorbillare virginem. I sipped and sipped so long, till at length I was drunk in love upon a sudden. Philocharinus in Aristonides met a fair maid by chance, a mere stranger to him. He looked back at her, she looked back at him, and smiled withal. Ille dies lithe primus, primisque malorum cose friut. It was the sole cause of his farther acquaintance, and the love that undid him. O nullis tutum credere blandidis. This opportunity of time and place with their circumstances are so forcible motives that it is impossible almost for two young folks equal in years to live together and not be in love, especially in great houses, princes' courts, where they are idle in sumo grandu, fare well, live at ease, and cannot tell otherwise how to spend their time. Ille Hippolytam pone, Priapus irit. Achilles was sent by his mother Thetis to the island of Sicros, in the Aegean Sea, where Lycomedes then reigned, in his nonage to be brought up, to avoid that harsh destiny of the oracle, he should be slain at the siege of Troy, and for that cause was nurtured by Genesco, amongst the king's children in a woman's habit. But see the event. He compressed Diadmia, the king's fair daughter, and had a fine son, called Pyrrhus, by her. Peter Abelard, the philosopher, as he tells the tale himself, being sent by Flubertus, her uncle, to teach Heloise, his lovely niece, and to that purpose sojourned in his house, and had committed agnum talenum famelico lupo. I use his own words. He soon got her good will, plura erant ascurla quam senete, and he read more of love than any other lecture. Such pretty feats can opportunity plea, primum domo conducti, inde animis, etc. But when I say nox vinum et adolescentia, youth, wine, and night shall occur, nox amoris et quietus consia, 'tis a wonder they be not all plunged over head and ears in love, for youth is benign in amorum et prono materiis, a very combustible matter, naphtha itself, the fuel of love's fire, and most apt to kindle it. If there be 7 servants in any ordinary house, you shall have 3 couples in some good liking at least, and amongst idle persons how should it be otherwise? Living at Rome, saith Arantine's Lucretia, in the flower of my fortune, rich, fair, young, and so well brought up, my conversation, age, beauty, fortune, made all the world admire and love me. Night alone, that one occasion, is enough to set all on fire, and they are so cunning in great houses that they make their best advantage of it. Many a gentlewoman that is guilty of herself, of her imperfections, paintings, impostures, will not be willing to be seen by day. But as Castilio noteth in the night, diem et glis odit, tedarum lucem super omnia mavut. She hateth the day like a dormouse, and above all things loves torches and candlelight, and if she must come abroad in the day, she covets, as in a mercer's shop, a very obfuscate and obscure sight. And good reason she hath for it. Nocte latent mende. And many an amorous gull is fetched over by that means. Gomesius, Book 3, Chapter 22, gives instance in a Florentine gentleman that was so deceived with a wife. She was so radiantly set out with rings and jewels, lawns, scarves, laces, gold, spangles, and dowdy devices, that the young man took her to be a goddess, for he never saw her but by torchlight. But after the wedding solemnities, when he viewed her the next morning without her tires, and in a clear day, she was so deformed, a lean, yellow, shriveled, etc., such a beastly creature in his eyes that he could not endure to look upon her. Such matches are frequently made in Italy, where they have no other opportunity to woo but when they go to church, or, as in Turkey, see them at a distance. They must interchange few or no words, till such time they come to be married. Then, as Sardis and Bohemus relate of those old Lacedaemonians, the bride is brought into the chamber, with her hair girt about her. The bridegroom comes in and unties the knot, and must not see her at all by daylight, till such time as he is made a father by her. In those hotter climates these are ordinary practices at this day, but in our northern parts, amongst Germans, Danes, French, and Britons, the continent of Scandinavia, and the rest, we assume more liberty in such cases. We allow them, as Bohemus saith, to kiss coming and going, et modo absit lascivia in caponum ducere, to talk merrily, sport, play, sing, and dance, so that it be modestly done. Go to the alehouse and tavern together. And 'tis not amiss though Chrysostom, Cypria, Hierome, and some other of the fathers speak bitterly against it. But that is the abuse which is commonly seen at some drunken matches, dissolute meetings, and other unruly feasts. A young, pick-vaunted, trim-bearded fellow, saith Hierome, will come with a company of compliments, and hold you up by the arm as you go, and wring your fingers, will so be enticed, or entice, one to drink, another embraceth, a third kisseth, and all the while the fiddler plays or sings a lascivious song, a fourth singles you out to dance, one speaks to beck and signs, and that which he dares not say, signifies by passions, amongst so many and so great provocations of pleasure. Lust conquers the most hard and crabbed minds, and scarce can a man live honest amongst feastings and sports, or at such great meetings. For as he goes on, she walks along with the ruffling of her clothes, makes men look at her, her shoes creak, her paps tied up, her waist pulled in to make her look small. She is straight-girded, her hairs hang loose about her ears, her upper garment sometimes falls, and sometimes tarries to show her naked shoulders, and, as if she would not be seen, she covers that in all haste, which voluntarily she showed. And not at feasts, plays, pageants, and such assemblies, but, as Chrysostom objects, these tricks are put in practice at service time in churches, and at the communion itself. If such dumb shows, signs, and more obscure significations of love can so move, what shall they do when they have full liberty to sing, dance, kiss, coll, and use all manner of discourse and dalliance? What shall he do that is beleaguered of all sides? Quium tot tatrosia petunt pule, quium cute cupient nuris amorque, omnius undique et undiscunque et usque, omnius ambit amor venusque hyminque. After whom so many rosy maids inquire, whom dainty dames and loving wights desire, in every place still and at all times sue, whom gods and gentle goddesses do woo. How shall he contain the very tone of some of their voices? A pretty pleasing speech, an affected tone they use, is able itself to captivate a young man. But when a good wit shall concur, art and eloquence, fascinating speech, pleasant discourse, sweet gestures, the sirens themselves cannot so enchant. Petrus Jovius commends his Italian countrywomen to have an excellent faculty of this kind, above all other nations, and amongst them the Florentine ladies. Some prefer Roman and Venetian courtesans. They have such pleasing tongues and such elegancy of speech, that they are able to overcome a saint. Pro facia multis vox sua lena fruit. Tanta gratia vocas fama conciliabat, saith Patronus in his fragment of pure impurities, I mean his Satyricon. Tam dulcis sonas permusabat aera, putaris inter aras cantare sarinum concordium. She sang so sweetly that she charmed the air, and thou wouldst have thought thou hadst heard a concert of sirens. O good God, when Laius speaks, how sweet it is! Philocalus exclaims in Aristaenetus, to hear a fair young gentlewoman play upon the virginals, lute, viol, and sing to it, which, as Gellius observes, Book 1, Chapter 11, are lascivientum delictae, the chief delight of lovers, must needs be a great enticement. Partinus was so taken, mi voxista avida harit ab are animam. O sister Harpedona, she laments, I am undone. How sweetly he sings. I'll speak a bold word. He is the properest man that ever I saw in my life. How sweetly he sings. I die for his sake. Oh, that he would love me again. If thou didst but hear him sing, saith Lucian, thou wouldst forget father and mother, forsake thy friends and follow her. Helena is highly commended by Theocritus, the poet, for her sweet voice and music. None could play so well as she and Daphnis in the same Edlion. Quium tibis os dulce est, et vox aminabilis o Daphne. Jocundius est audire canetem quium melingere. How sweet a face hath Daphne, how lovely a voice. Honey itself is so pleasant in my choice. A sweet voice and music are powerful enticers. Those Samian singing wenches, Aristonica, Onanthe, and Agathocleia, Regis Diademathius, insulturunt, insulted over kings themselves, as Plutarch contends. Cinctum luminibus, cinctum caput Argus habibat. Argus had 100 eyes, all so charmed by one silly pipe, that he lost his head. Clitophon complains in Tatius of Lucife's sweet tunes. He heard her play by chance upon the lute, and sing a pretty song to it in commendations of a rose, out of old Anacreon belike. Rosa honor decrusque florum, rosa flas odorque divum, hominum rosa est valupas, decus ilia gratiarum, florente amoris ora, rosa suavium Dionis, etc. Rose, the fairest of all flowers, rose, delight of higher powers, rose, the joy of mortal man, rose, the pleasure of fine woman, rose, the graces' ornament, rose, Dione's sweet content. To this effect, the lovely virgin, with a melodious air upon her golden-wired harp or lute, I know not well whether played or sang, and that transported him beyond himself, and that ravished his heart. It was Jason's discourse as much as his beauty, or any other of his good parts, which delighted Medea so much. Delectabatorem anima simul forma delectabusque verbis. It was Cleopatra's sweet voice and pleasant speech which inveigled Antony above the rest of her enticements. Verba ligant hominem et tarorum cornua funes. As bulls' horns are bound with ropes, so are men's hearts with pleasant words. Her words burn as fire. Ecclesiastes 9:10. Roxolana bewitched Suleiman the Magnificent, and Shore's wife by this engine overcame Edward IV. Omnibus una ones sorpuit Veneres. The wife of Bath and Chaucer confesseth all this out in her experience. Some folk desirous for riches, some for shape, some for fairness, some for that she can sing or dance, some for gentleness, or for dalliance. Peter Aretine's Lucretia telleth as much and more of herself. I counterfeited honesty, as if I had been Virgo Virginissima. or more than a vestal virgin. I looked like a wife. I was so demure and chaste. I did add such gestures, tunes, speeches, signs, and motions upon all occasions, that my spectators and auditors were stupefied, enchanted, fastened all to their places, like so many stocks and stones. Many silly gentlewomen are fetched over in like sort, by a company of gulls and swaggering companions, that frequently belie noblemen's favours, rhyming Corybantiasmi, Thracian, Rhadamantes, or Bompomachides, that have nothing in them but a few players' ends and compliments, vain braggadocians, impudent intruders, that can discourse at table of knights and lords, combats like Lucian's Leonticus, of other men's travels, brave adventures, and such common trivial news, ride, dance, sing old ballad tunes, and wear their clothes in fashion, with a good grace. A fine, sweet gentleman, a proper man, who could not love him? She will have him though all her friends say no, though she beg with him. Some again are incensed by reading amorous toys, Amadis de Gaul, Palmerin de Olivia, the Knight of the Sun, etc., or hearing such tales of lovers, descriptions of their persons, lascivious discourses, such as Astyanaxa, Helen's waiting woman, by the report of Sudius, writ of old, de concubidis modus, and after her Fulinius and Elephantine, or those light tracts of Aristes Milesius, mentioned by Plutarch, and found by the Persians in Crassus' army amongst the spoils. Arantine's dialogues with ditties, love songs, etc., must needs set them on fire, with such like pictures of those of Aretine, or wanton objects of what kind soever, no stronger engine than to hear or read of love's toys, fables, and discourses, one saith, and many by this means are quite mad. At Abdera in Thrace, Andromeda, one of Euripides' tragedies, being played, the spectators were so much moved with the object that those pathetical love speeches of Perseus, amongst the rest, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, etc., that every man almost a good while after spake pure iambics, and raved still on Perseus' speech, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, as Carmen, boys and apprentices with a new song is published with us, go singing the new tune still in the streets. They continually acted that tragical part of Perseus, and in every man's mouth was, O Cupid, in every street, O Cupid, in every house almost, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, announcing still the stage players, O Cupid. They were so possessed all with that rapture, and thought of that pathetical love speech, they could not a long time after forget, or drive it out of their minds, but, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, was ever in their mouths. This belike made Aristotle, Politics, Book 7, Chapter 18, forbid young men to see comedies, or to hear amorous tales. Haec igitar, juvenes, nicam, felisque puellae, inspixiant. Let not young folks meddle at all with such matters. And this made the Romans, as Vitruvius relates, put Venus' temple in the suburbs, extra murum, ne adolescentes veneris insuscats, to avoid all occasions and objects. For what will not such an object do? Ismenias, as he walked into Sothenes' garden, being now in love, when he saw so many lascivious pictures, Thetis' marriage, and I know not what, was almost beside himself, and to say truth, with a lascivious object who is not moved, to see others dally, kiss, dance, and so much, and much more when he shall come to be an actor himself. to kiss and be kissed, which, amongst other lascivious provocations, is as much a burden in a song, and a most forcible battery, an infection, Xenophon thinks, as the poison of a spider, a great allurement, a fire itself. Proemium aut anticoinium, the prologue of burning lust, as Apuleius adds, lust itself. Venus quita parte sui nectaris imbuit, a strong assault that conquers captains and those all commanding forces. Demasque ferro sed de mares oscuro. Aretine's Lucretia, when she would in kindness overcome a suitor of hers, and have her desire of him, took him about the neck, and kissed him again and again, and to that which she could not otherwise effect, she made him so speedily and willingly condescend, and 'tis a continual assault. Hoc non deficit incipitque semper, always fresh, and ready to begin as at first. Basium nullo fine terminator, sed semper resin est, and hath a fiery touch with it. Taintum modo tanger corpus, jam tua mellifluo membra calore fluat. Especially when they shall be lasciviously given, as he feelingly said, et me praesulum deosculata fotis, catenatis lacteris, abtorto valgerto iabello. Vagius suavis dum sem muco suavio, miam puellam suavior, anima tunc agra et sucia, concurrit ad labia mihi. The soul is all moved. Jam plurus asculis labra crepidabrunt animarum, quidque mixorum facientes in turmurturos complexus animas anhelantes, hacimas calentes, ex transfundimus hinc et hint iabellis, erantes animas valete cura. They breathed out their souls and spirits together with their kisses, saith Balthazar Castilio, change hearts and spirits, and mingle affections as they do kiss. And it is rather a connection of the mind than of the body, and although these kisses be delightsome and pleasant, ambrosial kisses, suaviolum dulcius ambrosia, such as Ganymede gave Jupiter, ductarum suavius, sweeter than nectar, balsam, honey, oscula, magnum amorum, stillantia, love-dropping kisses, for the gillyflower, the rose is not so sweet as sugared kisses be when lovers meet, yet they be an irksome impression, like that of aloes or gall. Ut me ex ambrosia, mutatum jam fluit illud, suavolium tristius elobro. At first ambrose itself was not sweeter. At last black hellebore was not so bitter. They are deceitful kisses. Quiet me molibros implicas lacteres, quiet fallacibus osculis inescias, etc. Why dost within thine arms me lap, and with false kisses me entrap? They are destructible, and the more the worse. Et quia met perdunt osculilia debat. They are the bane of these miserable lovers. There be honest kisses, I deny not, osculum chariatas, friendly kisses, modest kisses, vestal virgin kisses, officious and ceremonial kisses, etc. Oscula sensuis, bacorium, amplexus. Kissing and embracing are proper gifts of nature to a man, but these are too lascivious kisses. Implictiusque suis circum miet cola lacteris, etc. Too incontinuate and too violent. Brachia non hedera, non vincunt. Oscula conque. They cling like ivy, close like an oyster. Bill as doves, meretricious kisses, biting of lips, cum adamento. Tam impressa ore, saith Lucian, ut vix labia metrahant inter deosculandum mordiscantes, tum eto apparentes, quaeque et mamas atregantes, etc. Such kisses as she gave to Guyton, innumera ascula dedit, non repugnante puero, servicium invadens, innumerable kisses, etc. More than kisses, or too homely kisses, as those that he spake of. Acceptoris ab ipsa venere, suavia, etc. With such other obscenities that vain lovers use, which are abominable and pernicious. If Peter de Ledsimona holds every kiss a man gives a woman after marriage, bimortale peccatum, a mortal sin, or that of Hiram adultera as quisquis in uxorum suam ardentorum as amator, or that of Thomas, contactus as osculum pectatum, or that of Durand, abstinere debent conjuges acomplexu, toto temperis quo solennitas nuptiarum interdictura. What shall become of all such immodest kisses and obscene actions, the forerunners of brutish lust, if not lust itself? What shall become of them that often abuse their own wives? But what have I to do with this? End of section 13. Recording by Capricia Page.
Section 14 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 14. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 4, Part 2. That which I aim at is to show you the progress of this burning lust, to epitomize, therefore, all this which I have hitherto said, with a familiar example out of that elegant Musaeus. Observe but with me those amorous proceedings of Leander and Hero. They begin first to look one on another with a lascivious look. Oblique intuens inde nutibus mutuis inducens in errorem mentem puellae, et illa a contra nutibus mutuis juvenis. Leandri quod amorem non renuit, etc. Inde adebat in tenebris tacite quidem stringens, Roseos puellae digitos, ex imo suspirabat, vehementer. Inde virginis autem bene olens colum osculatus, tale verbum et amoris ictis stimulo, preces aude et amoris miserere mei, etc. Sic fatus recusantis persuasit mentem puellae. With becks and nods he first began to try the wench's mind. With becks and nods and smiles again, an answer he did find. And in the dark he took her by the hand. and wrung it hard, and sighed grievously, and kissed her too, and wooed her as he might, with "Pity me, sweetheart, or else I die," and with such words and gestures as there passed, he won his mistress's favour at the last. The same proceeding is elegantly described by Apollonius in his Argonautics, between Jason and Medea, by Eustathius in the 10 books of the loves of Ismenias and Ismene, Achilles Tatius between his Cleitophon and Leucippe, Chaucer's neat poem of Troilus and Criseyde, and in that notable tale in Petronius of a soldier and a gentlewoman of Ephesus, that was so famous all over Asia for her chastity, and that mourned her husband, the soldier wooed her with such rhetoric as lovers used to do, placitoni etiam pugnabis amori, etc. At last, frangi pertinaciam passa est, he got her good will, not only to satisfy his lust, but to hang her dead husband's body on the cross, which he watched instead of the thief's that was newly stolen away, whilst he wooed her in her cabin. These are tales, you will say, but they have most significant morals, and do well express those ordinary proceedings of doting lovers. Many such allurements there are, nods, jests, winks, smiles, wrestlings, tokens, favours, symbols, letters, valentines, etc. For which cause belike Godfridus Book 2 de Amoribus would not have women learn to write. Many such provocations are used when they come in presence. They will and will not. Malo me Galatea, petit lasciva puella, et fugit ad salices, et se cupit ante videre. My mistress with an apple woos me, and hastily to covert goes, to hide herself, but would be seen with all her heart before, God knows. Hero so tripped away from Leander as one displeased, yet as she went full often looked behind, and many poor excuses did she find to linger by the way, but if he chance to overtake her, she is most averse, nice, and coy. Deneget et pugnat, sed vult super omnia vinci. She seems not won, but won she is at length. In such wars women use but half their strength. Sometimes they lie open and are most tractable and coming, apt, yielding, and willing to embrace, to take a green gown, with that shepherdess in Theocritus, Idyll 27, to let their coats, etc., to play and dally at such seasons. And to some as they spy their advantage, and then coy, close again, so nice, so surly, so demure, you had much better tame a colt, catch or ride a wild horse, than get her favour or win her look. Not a look, not a smile, not a kiss for a kingdom. Aretine's Lucretia was an excellent artisan in this kind, as she tells her own tale. Though I was by nature and art most beautiful and fair, yet by these tricks I seemed to be far more amiable than I was, for that which men earnestly seek and cannot attain draws on their affection with the most furious desire. I had a suitor loved me dearly, said she, and the more he gave me, the more eagerly he wooed me, the more I seemed to neglect, to scorn him, and which I commonly gave others, I would not let him see me, converse with me, no, not have a kiss. To gull him the more, and fetch him over, for him only I aimed at, I personated mine own servant to bring a present from a Spanish count, whilst he was in my company, as if he had been the count's servant, which he did excellently well perform. Comes de Monte Turco, my lord and master hath sent your ladyship a small present, and part of his hunting, a piece of venison, a pheasant, a few partridges, etc., all which she bought with her own money, commends his love and service to you, desiring you to accept of it in good part, and he means very shortly to come and see you. Withal she showed him rings, gloves, scarves, coronets, which others had sent her, when there was no such matter, but only to circumvent him. By these means, as she concludes, I made the poor gentleman so mad, that he was ready to spend himself, and venture his dearest blood for my sake. Philina, in Lucian, practised all this long before, as it shall appear unto you by her discourse. For when Diphilus her sweetheart came to see her, as his daily custom was, she frowned upon him, would not vouchsafe him her company, but kissed Lamprias his co-rival at the same time, before his face. But why was it? To make him, as she telleth her mother that chid her for it, more jealous. To whet his love, to come with a greater appetite, and to know that her favour was not so easy to be had. Many other tricks she used besides this, as she there confesseth, for she would fall out with, and anger him of set purpose, pick quarrels upon no occasion, because she would be reconciled to him again. Amantium ire amoris redintegratio, as the old saying is. The falling out of lovers is the renewing of love, and according to that of Aristaenetus, jucundiores amorum post injurias delicii. Love is increased by injuries, as the sunbeams are more gracious after a cloud. And surely this aphorism is most true, for as Ampelus informs Chrysis in the said Lucian, if a lover be not jealous, angry, waspish, apt to fall out, sigh, and swear, he is no true lover. To kiss and cull, hang about her neck, protest, swear, and wish, are but ordinary symptoms. Incipientis ad hoc et crescentis amoris signa. But if he be jealous, angry, apt to mistake, etc., bene speres licet, sweet sister, he is thine own. If you let him alone, humour him, please him, etc., and that he perceive once he hath you sure, without any co-rival, his love will languish, and he will not care so much for you. Hitherto, saith she, can I speak out of experience. Demophantus, a rich fellow, was a suitor of mine. I seemed to neglect him, and gave better entertainment to Caliades the painter before his face. Principio abiit, verbis me insectatus. At first he went away all in a chafe, cursing and swearing, but at last he came submitting himself, vowing and protesting he loved me most dearly. I should have all he had, and that he would kill himself for my sake. Therefore I advise thee, dear sister Chrysis, and all maids, not to use your suitors over kindly. Insolentes enim sunt hoc cum sentient, 'twill make them proud and insolent. But now and then reject them, estrange thyself. Et si me audies semel atque iterum exclude. Shut him out of doors once or twice, let him dance attendance. Follow my counsel, and by this means you shall make him mad. Come off roundly, stand to any conditions, and do whatsoever you will have him. These are the ordinary practices, yet in the said Lucian, Melissa methinks had a trick beyond all this. For when her suitor came coldly on, to stir him up, she writ one of his co-rivals' names and her own in a paper. Melissa amat Hermotimum. Hermotimus Melissam, causing it to be stuck upon a post for all gazers to behold, and lost it in the way where he used to walk. And when the silly novice perceived, statim ut legit creditit, instantly apprehended it was so, came raving to me, etc. And so when I was in despair of his love, 4 months after I recovered him again, Eugenia drew Timocles for her Valentine, and wore his name for a long time after in her bosom. Camina singled out Pamphilus to dance, at Myson's wedding, some say, for there she saw him first. Felicianus overtook Caelia by the highway side, offered his service, thence came further acquaintance, and thence came love. But who can repeat half their devices? What Aretine experienced, what conceited Lucian, or wanton Aristaenetus? They will deny and take, stiffly refuse, and yet earnestly seek the same. repel to make them come with more eagerness. Fly from it if you follow. But if averse, as a shadow they will follow you again. Fugientem sequitur, sequentem fugit, with a regaining retreat, a gentle reluctancy, a smiling threat, a pretty pleasant peevishness, they will put you off, and have 1,000 such several enticements. For, as he saith, non est forma satis, nec quae vult bella videri, debet vulgari more placere suis, dicta, sales, lusus, sermones, gratia, risus, vicunt naturae candidiores opus. 'Tis not enough, though she be fair of hue, for her to use this vulgar compliment, but pretty toys and jests, and saws and smiles, as far beyond what beauty can attempt. For this cause belike, Philostratus in his images makes diverse loves, some young, some of one age, some of another, some winged, some of one sex, some of another, some with torches, some with golden apples, some with darts, gins, snares, and other engines in their hands, as Propertius hath prettily painted them out, Book 2, 29, and which some interpret, diverse enticements, or diverse affections of lovers, which if not alone, yet jointly may batter and overcome the strongest constitutions. It is reported of Decius and Valerianus, those two notorious persecutors of the church, that when they could enforce a young Christian by no means, as Hierome, to sacrifice to their idols, by no torments or promises, they took another course to tempt him. They put him into a fair garden, and set a young courtesan to dally with him, took him about the neck and kissed him, and that which is not to be named, manibusque attrectare, etc., and all those enticements which might be used, that whom torments could not, love might batter and beleaguer. But such was his constancy, she could not overcome, and when this last engine would take no place, they left him to his own ways. At Berkeley in Gloucestershire, there was in times past a nunnery, saith Gualterius Mapesh, an old historiographer, that lived 400 years since, of which there was a noble and a fair lady abbess. Godwin, that subtle Earl of Kent, travelling that way, seeking not her but hers, leaves a nephew of his, a proper young gallant, as if he had been sick, with her, till he came back again, and gives the young man charge so long to counterfeit, till he had deflowered the abbess, and as many besides of the nuns as he could, and leaves him withal rings, jewels, girdles, and such toys to give them still, when they came to visit him. The young men, willing to undergo such a business, played his part so well, that in a short space he got up most of their bellies, and when he had done, told his lord how he had sped. His lord made instantly to the court, tells the king how such a nunnery was become a bawdy house, procures a visitation, gets them to be turned out, and begs the lands to his own use. This story I do therefore repeat, that you may see what force these enticements are, if they be opportunely used, and how hard it is, even for the most averse and sanctified souls to resist such allurements. John Major, in the life of John the monk, that lived in the days of Theodosius, commends the hermit to have been a man of singular continency, and of a most austere life. But one night by chance the devil came to his cell in the habit of a young market wench that had lost her way, and desired for God's sake some lodging with him. The old man let her in, and after some common conference of her mishap, she began to inveigle him with lascivious talk and jests, to play with his beard, to kiss him, and do worse, till at last she overcame him. As he went to address himself to that business, she vanished on a sudden, and the devils in the air laughed him to scorn. Whether this be a true story or a tale, I will not much contend. It serves to illustrate this which I have said. Yet were it so, that these of which I have hitherto spoken, and such enticing baits, be not sufficient, there be many others, which will of themselves intend this passion of burning lust, amongst which dancing is none of the least, and it is an engine of such force I may not omit it. Incitamentum libidinis, Petrarch calls it, the spur of lust, a circle of which the devil himself is the centre. Many women that use it have come dishonest home, most indifferent, none better. Another terms it the companion of all filthy delights and enticements, and 'tis not easily told what inconveniences come by it, what scurrile talk, obscene actions, and many times such monstrous gestures, such lascivious motions, such wanton tunes, meretricious kisses, homely embracings. Ut gaditana canoro, incipiat prurire coro, plausuque probatae, ad terram tremula descendant clune puellae, intermentum veneris languentis, that it will make the spectators mad. When that epitomizer of Trogus had to the full described and set out King Ptolemy's riot as a chief engine and instrument of his overthrow, he adds tympanum et tripudium, fiddling and dancing. The king was not a spectator only, but a principal actor himself, a thing nevertheless frequently used, and part of a gentlewoman's bringing up, to sing, dance, and play on the lute, or some such instrument, before she can say her Pater Noster, or 10 Commandments. 'Tis the next way their parents think to get them husbands. They are compelled to learn, and by that means, in coestos amores et tenero meditantur ungue. 'Tis a great allurement, as it is often used, and many are undone by it. Thais, in Lucian, inveigled Lamprias in a dance. Herodias so far pleased Herod, that she made him swear to give her what she would ask, John Baptist's head in a platter. Robert, Duke of Normandy, riding by Falais, spied Arlette, a fair maid, as she danced on a green, and was so much enamoured with the object, that she must needs lie with her that night. Owen Tudor won Queen Catherine's affections in a dance, falling by chance with his head in her lap. Who cannot parallel these stories out of his experience? Speusippus, a noble gallant in that Greek Aristeriatus, seeing Panareta, a fair young gentlewoman, dancing by accident, was so far in love with her, that for a long time after he could think of nothing but Panareta. He came raving home full of Panareta. Who would not admire her? Who would not love her, that should but see her dance as I did? O admirable, O divine Panareta! I have seen old and new Rome, many fair cities, many proper women, but never any like to Panareta. They are dross, dowdies, all to Panareta. Oh, how she danced! Oh, how she tripped! How she turned! With what a grace! Happy is that man that shall enjoy her. Oh, most incomparable, only Panareta. When Xenophon in Symposio, or Banquet, has discoursed of love, and used all the engines that might be devised to move Socrates, amongst the rest, to stir him the more, he shuts up all with a pleasant interlude or dance of Dionysius and Ariadne. First, Ariadne, dressed like a bride, came in and took her place. By and by, Dionysius entered, dancing to the music. The spectators did all admire the young man's carriage, and Ariadne herself was so much affected with the sight, that she could scarce sit. After a while, Dionysius, beholding Ariadne, and incensed with love, bowing to her knees, embraced her first, and kissed her with a grace. She embraced him again, and kissed him with like affection, etc., as the dance required. But they that stood by, and saw this, did much applaud and commend them both for it. And when Dionysius rose up, he raised her up with him, and many pretty gestures, embraces, kisses, and love compliments passed between them, which when they saw fair Bacchus and beautiful Ariadne so sweetly and so unfeignedly kissing each other, so really embracing, they swore they loved indeed, and were so inflamed with the object, that they began to rouse up themselves, as if they would have flown. At last, when they saw them still, so willingly embracing, and now ready to go to the bride chamber, they were so ravished with it, that they that were unmarried swore they would forthwith marry, and those that were married called instantly for their horses and galloped home to their wives. What greater motive can there be than this burning lust? What so violent an oppugner? Not without good cause, therefore, so many general councils condemn it, so many fathers abhor it, so many grave men speak against it. Use not the company of a woman, said Siracides 8:4, that is a singer or a dancer, neither hear, lest thou be taken in her craftiness. In circo non tam cernitur, quam discitur libido, Haedus holds. Lust in theatres is not seen, but learned. Gregory Nazianzen, that eloquent divine, as he relates the story himself, when a noble friend of his solemnly invited him with other bishops to his daughter Olympia's wedding, refused to come. For it is absurd to see an old gouty bishop sit amongst dancers. He held it unfit to be a spectator, much less an actor. Nemo saltat sobrius, Tully writes. He is not a sober man that danceth. For some such reason, belike, Domitian forbade the Roman senators to dance, and for that fact removed many of them from the senate. But these, you will say, are lascivious and pagan dances. 'Tis the abuse that causeth such inconvenience. And I do not well therefore to condemn, speak against, or innocently to accuse the best and pleasantest thing, so Lucian calls it, that belongs to mortal men. You misinterpret. I condemn it not. I hold it notwithstanding an honest disport, a lawful recreation. If it be opportune, moderately and soberly used, I am of Plutarch's mind. That which respects pleasure alone, honest recreation, or bodily exercise, ought not to be rejected and contemned. I subscribe to Lucian. 'Tis an elegant thing, which cheereth up the mind, exerciseth the body, delights the spectators, which teacheth many comely gestures, equally affecting the ears, eyes, and soul itself. Sallust discommends singing and dancing in Sempronia, not that she did sing or dance, but that she did it in excess. 'Tis the abuse of it, and Gregory's refusal doth not simply condemn it, but in some folks. Many will not allow men and women to dance together, because it is a provocation to lust. They may as well, with Lycurgus and Mahomet, cut down all vines, forbid the drinking of wine, for that it makes some men drunk. Nihil prodest con laedere posset idem, igne quid utilus. I say of this, as of all other honest recreations, they are like fire, good and bad, and I see no such inconvenience, but that they may so dance, if it be done at due times, and by fit persons. And conclude with Vulfungus Hida, and most of our modern divines. Si decore, graves, verecundae, plena luce bonorum virorum et matronarum honestarum, tempestive fiant, probari pussunt et debent. There is a time to mourn, a time to dance, Ecclesiastes 3:4. Let them take their pleasures then, and as he said of old, young men and maids flourishing in their age, fair and lovely to behold, well attired, and of comely carriage, dancing a Greek galliard, and as their dance required, kept their time, now turning, now tracing, now apart, now together, now a curtsy, then a caper, etc. And it was a pleasant sight to see those pretty knots and swimming figures. The sun and moon, some say, dance about the earth, the three upper planets about the sun as their centre, now stationary, now direct, now retrograde, now in apogee, then in perigee, now swift, then slow, occidental, oriental, they turn round, jump and trace. Mars and Mercury about the sun with those 33 maculae, or Borbonian planet, circa solum saltantes Cytharedum, saith Frumandus. 4 Medicean stars dance about Jupiter, 2 Austrian about Saturn, etc., and all, belike, to the music of the spheres. Our greatest counsellors and staid senators at some times dance, as David before the ark, 2 Samuel 6:14, Miriam, Exodus 15:20, Judith 15:13, though the devil hence perhaps hath brought in those bawdy bacchanals, and well may they do it. The greatest soldiers, as Quintilianus, Aemilius Probus, Coelius Rhodiginus, have proved at large, still use it in Greece, Rome, and the most worthy senators, Cantare, Saltare, Lucian, Macrobius, Libanus, Plutarch, Julius, Pollux, Athenaeus, have written just tracts in commendation of it. In this our age it is in much request in those countries, as in all civil commonwealths, as Alexander ab Alexandro, Book 4, Chapter 10, and Book 2, Chapter 25, hath proved at large, amongst the barbarians themselves none so precious, all the world allows it. Divitas contemno tuas, rex Chrysae, tuamque vendo Asiam, unguentis, Flore, Mero, Coreis. Plato in his Commonwealth will have dancing schools to be maintained, that young folks might meet, be acquainted, see one another, and be seen. Nay more, he would have them dance naked, and scoffs at them that laugh at it. But Eusebius, Book 1, Chapter 11, and Theodoret, Book 9, worthily lash him for it, and well they might, for as one saith, the very sight of naked parts causeth enormous, exceeding concupiscences, and stirs up both men and women to burning lust. There is a mean in all things. This is my censure in brief. Dancing is a pleasant recreation of body and mind, if sober and modest, such as our Christian dances are. If tempestively used, a furious motive to burning lust. If, as by pagans heretofore, unchastely abused. But I proceed. If these allurements do not take place, for Simierus, that great master of dalliance, shall not behave himself better, the more effectually to move others, and satisfy their lust, they will swear and lie, promise, protest, forge, counterfeit, brag, bribe, flatter, and dissemble of all sides. 'Twas Lucretia's counsel in Aretine, si vis amica frui, promitte, finge, jura, perjura, jacta, simula, mentire, and they put it well in practice, as Apollo to Daphne. Mihi Delphica tellus, et Claus et Tenedos, pateraeque regia servit, Jupiter est genitor. Delphos, Claus, and Tenedos serve me, and Jupiter is known my sire to be. The poorest swains will do as much. Mille pecus nive sunt et mihi valibus agni. I have 1,000 sheep, good store of cattle, and they are all at her command. Tibi nos, tibi nostra superlex, ruraque servierint. House, land, goods are at her service, as is he himself. Dinomachus, a senator's son in Lucian, in love with a wench inferior to him in birth and fortunes, the sooner to accomplish his desire, wept unto her, and swore he loved her with all his heart, and her alone, and that as soon as ever his father died, a very rich man and almost decrepit, he would make her his wife. The maid by chance made her mother acquainted with the business, who being an old fox, well experienced in such matters, told her daughter, now ready to yield to his desire, that he meant nothing less. For dost thou think he will ever care for thee, being a poor wench, that may have his choice of all the beauties in the city, one noble by birth, with so many talents, as young, better qualified, and fairer than thyself? Daughter, believe him not. The maid was abashed, and so the matter broke off. When Jupiter wooed Juno first, Lilius Giraldus relates it out of an old comment on Theoclitus, the better to effect his suit, he turned himself into a cuckoo, and spying her one day walking alone, separated from the other goddesses, caused a tempest suddenly to arise, for fear of which she fled to shelter. Jupiter, to avoid the storm, likewise flew into her lap. In Virginis Junonis gremium Devo lavit, whom Juno for pity covered in her apron, but he turned himself forthwith into his own shape, began to embrace and offer violence unto her, sed illa matris metu abnuebat, but she by no means would yield, donec policitus connubium obtinuit, till he vowed and swore to marry her, and then she gave consent. The fact was done at Tomac's hill, which ever after was called Cuckoo Hill, and in perpetual remembrance there was a temple erected to Telia Juno in the same place. So powerful are fair promises, vows, oaths, and protestations. It is an ordinary thing too in this case to belie their age, which widows usually do, that mean to marry again, and bachelors too sometimes. Cujus octavum trepidavit aetas, cernere lustrum, to say they are younger than they are. Camides, in the said Lucian, loved Philematium, an old maid of 45 years. She swore to him she was but 32 next December. But to dissemble in this kind is familiar of all sides, and often it takes. Falere credentum res et operosa puellam, 'tis soon done, no such great mastery. Egregium vero laudum, et spolia amplia, and nothing so frequent as to belie their estates, to prefer their suits, and to advance themselves. Many men to fetch over a young woman, widows, or whom they love, will not stick to crack, forge, and feign. Anything comes next. Bid his boy fetch his cloak, rapier, gloves, jewels, etc., in such a chest, scarlet golden tissue breeches, etc., when there is no such matter, or make any scruple to give out, as he did in Petronius, that he was master of a ship, kept so many servants, and to personate their part. The better take upon them to be gentlemen of good houses, well descended and allied, hire apparel at brokers. Some scavenger or prick-louse tailors to attend upon them for the time, swear they have great possessions, bribe, lie, cog, and foist how dearly they love, how bravely they will maintain her, like any lady, countess, duchess, or queen. They shall have gowns, tiers, jewels, coaches and caroches, choice diet, the heads of parrots, tongues of nightingales, the brains of peacocks and of ostriches. Their bath shall be the juice of gilliflowers, spirit of roses and violets, the milk of unicorns, etc. As old Volpone courted Celia in the comedy, when as they are no such men, not worth a groat, but mere shakers, to make a fortune, to get their desire, or else pretend love to spend their idle hours, to be more welcome, and for better entertainment. The conclusion is, they mean nothing less. Nil metuunt jurare, nihil promittere curant, sed simul accupite mentis satiata libido est, dicta nihil metuere, nihil perjura curant. Oaths, vows, promises are much protested, but when their mind and lust is satisfied, oaths, vows, promises are quite neglected. Though he solemnly swear by the genius of Caesar, by Venus's shrine, Hymen's deity, by Jupiter and all the other gods, give no credit to his words. For when lovers swear, Venus laughs. Venus haec perjuria ridet. Jupiter himself smiles, and pardons it withal, as grave Pluto gives out, of all perjury, that alone for love matters is forgiven by the gods. If promises, lies, oaths, and protestations will not avail, they fail to bribes, tokens, gifts, and such like feats. Plurimus auro conciliatur amor, as Jupiter corrupted Danae with a golden shower, and Liber Ariadne with a golden crown, which was afterwards translated into the heavens, and there for ever shines. They will rain chickens, florins, crowns, angels, all manner of coins and stamps in her lap. And so must he certainly do that will speed, make many feasts, banquets, invitations, send her some present, or every other foot. Sumo studio parentur epulae, saith Haedus, et quebrae fiant largitiones. He must be very bountiful and liberal, seek and sue, not to her only, but to all her followers, friends, familiars, fiddlers, panders, parasites, and household servants. He must insinuate himself, and surely will to all, of all sorts, messengers, porters, carriers. No man must be unrewarded or unrespected. I had a suitor, saith Aretine's Lucretia, that when he came to my house, flung gold and silver about, as if it had been chaff. Another suitor I had was a very choleric fellow, but I so handled him, that for all his fuming I brought him upon his knees. If there had been an excellent bit in the market, any novelty, fish, fruit, or fowl, muscatel or malmsey, or a cup of neat wine in all the city, it was presented presently to me, though never so dear, hard to come by, yet I had it. The poor fellow was so fond at last, that I think if I would, I might have had one of his eyes out of his head. A third suitor was a merchant at Rome, and his manner of wooing was with exquisite music, costly banquets, poems, etc. I held him off till at length he protested, promised, and swore, pro virginitate regno me donatorum, I should have all he had, house, goods, and lords, pro concubitu solo. Neither was there ever any conjurer, I think, to charm his spirits that used such attention, or mighty words, as he did exquisite phrases, or general of any army so many stratagems to win a city, as he did tricks and devices to get the love of me. Thus men are active and passive, and women not far behind them in this kind, audax ad omnia foemina, quae vel amat, vel odit. For half so boldly there can none swear and lie as women can. They will crack, counterfeit, and collogue as well as the best, with handkerchiefs and wrought nightcaps, purses, posies, and such toys as he justly complained. Comitis violas, nempe ut violentus urat, quid volas violis me violenta tuis, etc. Why dost thou send me violets, my dear? To make me burn more violent, I fear. With violets too violent thou art, to violate and wound my gentle heart. When nothing else will serve, the last refuge is their tears. Haec scripsi, testo amorum, mixta lacrimis et suspiriis. Twixt tears and sighs, I write this. I take love to witness, saith Caledonia to Philonus, lumina quae modo fulmina, iam flumina lacrimarum. Those burning torches are now turned to floods of tears. Aretine's Lucretia, when her sweetheart came to town, wept in his bosom, that he might be persuaded those tears were shed for joy of his return. Quartilla in Petronius, when naught would move, fell a-weeping, and as Balthazar Castilio paints them out, to these crocodile tears they will add sobs, fiery sighs, and sorrowful countenance, pale colour, leanness, and if you do but stir abroad, these fiends are ready to meet you at every turn, with such a sluttish neglected habit, dejected look, as if they were now ready to die for your sake. And how, saith he, shall a young novice thus beset escape? But believe them not. Animum ne crede puellis, namque est femina tutior unda fide. Thou thinkest, peradventure, because of her vows, tears, smiles, and protestations, she is solely thine. Thou hast her heart, hand, and affection, when as indeed there is no such matter. As the Spanish board said, gaudet illa habere unum in lecto, alterum in porta, tertium qui dome suspiret. She will have one sweetheart in bed, another in the gate, a third sighing at her home, a fourth, etc. Every young man she sees and likes hath as much interest, and shall as soon enjoy her as thyself. On the other side, which I have said, men are as false. Let them swear, protest, and lie. Quod vobis dicunt, dixerunt mille puellis. They love some of them, those 11,000 virgins at once, and make them believe, each particular, he is besotted on her, or love one till they see another, and then her alone, like Milo's wife in Apuleius, Book 2. Sequem conspexent speciosae formae in venem. Venustate ejus sumitur, et in eum animum intorquet. 'Tis their common compliment in that case. They care not what they swear, say, or do. One, while they slight them, care not for them, rail downright and scoff at them, and then again they will run mad, hang themselves, stab and kill if they may not enjoy them. Henceforth, therefore, nulla viro durante femina credat, let not maids believe them. These tricks and counterfeit passions are more familiar with women. Finem hic dolore faciet aut vita dies, miserere amantes, quoth Phaedra to Hippolytus. Joessa, in Lucian, told Pythias, a young man, to move him the more, that if he would not have her, she was resolved to make away herself. There is a nemesis, and it cannot choose but grieve and trouble thee, to hear that I have either strangled or drowned myself for thy sake. Nothing so common to this sex as oaths, vows, and protestations, and as I have already said, tears, which they have at command, for they can so weep that one would think their very hearts were dissolved within them, and would come out in tears. Their eyes are like rocks, which still drop water. Diariae lacrimae et sudoris in modum lugeri promptae, saith Aristenaetus. They wipe away their tears like sweat, weep with one eye, laugh with the other, or as children weep and cry, they can both together. Neve puellarum lacrimis moviare memento, ut fluent oculos erudiere suos. Care not for women's tears, I counsel thee, they teach their eyes as much to weep as see, and as much pity is to be taken of a woman weeping as of a goose going barefoot. When Venus lost her son Cupid, she sent a crier about, to bid every one that met him take heed. Si fleatum aspicias, ne mox fallare, caveto, sin aridebit magis effuge et oscula si fors fere volet. Fugito, sunt oscula noxia, in ipsis suntque venena, labris, etc. Take heed of Cupid's tears, if cautious, and of his smiles and kisses I thee tell, if that he offered, for they be noxious, and very poison in his lips doth dwell. 1,000 years, as Castilio conceives, will scarce serve to reckon up those allurements and guiles that men and women use to deceive one another with. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 15. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 5. Boards, filters, causes. When all other engines fail, that they can proceed no farther of themselves, their last refuge is to fly to boards, panders, magical filters, and receipts, rather than fail, to the devil himself. Flectere si nequeunt superos, aceruntur movebunt. and by those indirect means many a man is overcome, and precipitated into this malady, if he take not good heed. For these bawds, first, they are everywhere so common, and so many, that, as he said of old Croton, omnes hic aut captantur, aut captant, either inveigle or be inveigled. We may say of most of our cities, there be so many professed cunning bawds in them. Besides, bawdry is become an art, or a liberal science, as Lucian calls it, and there be such tricks and subtleties, so many nurses, old women, panders, letter carriers, beggars, physicians, friars, confessors, employed about it, that nullus tradere stilus sufficiat, one saith, tricentis versibus, suas impuritias traloqui nemo potest. Such occult notes, stenography, polygraphy, nuntius animatus, or magnetical telling of their minds, which Cabeus the Jesuit, by the way, counts fabulous and false, cunning conveyances in this kind, that neither Juno's jealousy, nor Danae's custody, nor Argo's vigilancy can keep them safe. 'Tis the last and common refuge to use an assistant, such as that Catanean Philippa was to Joan Queen of Naples, a bawd's help, an old woman in the business, as Myrrha did when she doted on Cinyras, and could not compass her desire. The old jade, her nurse, was ready at a pinch. Dic inquit, opemque me sine fere tibi, et in hac mea, pone timorum, sedulitas erit apta libi. Fear it not. If it be possible to be done, I will effect it. Non est mulieri mulier insuperabilis. Celestina said, let him or her be never so honest, watched and reserved, 'tis hard but one of these old women will gain access, and scarce shall you find, as Austin observes, in a nunnery a maid alone. If she cannot have egress, before her window you shall have an old woman, or some prating gossip. Tell her some tales of this clerk and that monk, describing or commending some young gentleman or other unto her. As I was walking in the street, saith a good fellow in Petronius, to see the town served one evening, I spied an old woman in a corner selling of cabbages and roots, as our hucksters do plums, apples, and such like fruits. Mother, quoth he, can you tell where I can dwell? She, being well pleased with my foolish urbanity, replied, and why, sir, should I not tell? With that she rose up and went before me. I took her for a wise woman, and by she led me into a by-lane, and she told me there I should dwell. I replied again, I knew not the house, but I perceived on a sudden, by the naked queens, that I was now come into a bawdy house, and then too late I began to curse the treachery of this old jade. Such tricks you shall have in many places, and amongst the rest it is ordinary in Venice, and in the island of Zante, for a man to be bawd to his own wife. No sooner shall you land or come on shore, but as the comical poet hath it, morem hunc meretrices habent, ad portum mittunt servulos, ancillulas. Si qua peregrina navis in portum aderit, vogant cujatis sit, quod ei nomen siet, post illae extemplo sese adplicent. These white devils have their panders, bawds, and factors in every place to seek about, and bring in customers, to tempt and waylay novices and silly travellers. And when they have them once within their clutches, as Aegidius Mascrius in his comment upon Valerius Flaccus describes them, with promises and pleasant discourse, with gifts, tokens, and taking their opportunities, they lay nets which Lucretia cannot avoid, and baits that Hippolytus himself would swallow. They make such strong assaults and batteries that the goddess of virginity cannot withstand them, give gifts and bribes to move Penelope, and with threats able to terrify Susanna. How many Proserpinas with those catchpoles doth Pluto take? These are the sleepy rods with which their souls touched descend to hell. This the glue or lime with which the wings of the mind once taken cannot fly away. The devil's ministers to allure, entice, etc. Many young men and maids, without all question, are inveigled by these Eumenides and their associates. But these are trivial and well known. The most sly, dangerous, and cunning bawds are your knavish physicians, empirics, mass priests, monks, Jesuits, and friars. Though it be against Hippocrates' oath, some of them will give a dram, promise to restore maidenheads, and do it without danger, make an abortion if need be, keep down their paps, hinder conception, procure lust, make them able with satyrions, and now and then step in themselves. No monastery so close, house so private, or prison so well kept, but these honest men are admitted to censure and ask questions, to feel their pulse beat at their bedside, and all under pretence of giving physic. Now as for monks, confessors, and friars, as he said, non audet Stygius Pluto tentare quod audet, Ephrenis monachus, plenaque fraudis anus. That Stygian Pluto dares not tempt or do what an old hag or monk will undergo, either for himself to satisfy his own lust, for another, if he be hired thereto, or both at once. Having such excellent means, for under colour of visitation, auricular confession, comfort and penance, they have free egress and regress, and corrupt God knows how many. They can such trades, some of them, practise physic, use exorcisms, etc. That whereas was wont to walk, and elf, there now walks the limiter himself, in every bush and under every tree, there needs no other incubus but he. In the mountains between Dauphine and Savoy, the friars persuaded the good wives to counterfeit themselves possessed, that their husbands might give them free access, and were so familiar in those days with some of them, that, as one observes, wenches could not sleep in their beds for necromantic friars, and the good abbess in Boccaccio may in some sort witness, that rising betimes, mistook and put on the friar's breeches instead of her veil or hat. You have heard the story, I presume, of Paulina, a chaste matron in Aegesippus, whom one of Isis's priests did prostitute to Mundus, a young knight, and made her believe it was their god Anubis. Many such pranks are played by our Jesuits, sometimes in their own habits, sometimes in others, like soldiers, courtiers, citizens, scholars, gallants, and women themselves. Proteus-like in all forms and disguises, that go abroad in the night, to inescate and beguile young women, or to have their pleasure of other men's wives, and if we may believe some relations, they have wardrobes of several suits in the colleges for that purpose. Howsoever in public they pretend much zeal, seem to be very holy men, and bitterly preach against adultery, fornication, there are no verier bawds or whoremasters in a country, whose soul they should gain to God, they sacrifice to the devil. But I spare these men for the present. The last battering engines are philters, amulets, spells, charms, images, and such unlawful means. If they cannot prevail of themselves by the help of bawds, panders, and their adherents, they will fly for succour to the devil himself. I know there be those that deny the devil can do any such thing, Crato Epistle 2, and many divines. There is no other fascination than that which comes by the eyes, of which I have formerly spoken, and if you desire to be better informed, read Camerarius. It was given out of old that a Thessalian wench had bewitched King Philip to dote upon her, and by philters enforced his love. But when Olympia the queen saw the maid of an excellent beauty, well brought up and qualified, these, quoth she, were the philters which inveigled King Philip, those the true charms. as Henry to Rosamond. One accent from thy lips the blood more warms than all their philters, exorcisms, and charms. With this alone Lucretia brags in Aretine. She could do more than all philosophers, astrologers, alchemists, necromancers, witches, and the rest of the crew. As for herbs and philters, I could never skill of them. The sole philter that ever I used was kissing and embracing, by which alone I made men rave like beasts stupefied, and compelled them to worship me like an idol. In our times it is a common thing, saith Erastus, in his book De Lamiis, for witches to take upon them the making of these philters, to force men and women to love and hate whom they will, to cause tempests, diseases, etc. By charms, spells, characters, knots. Hic Thessala vendit philtra. St. Hierome proves that they can do it, as in Hilarius' Life, Book 3. He hath a story of a young man, that with a philter made a maid mad for the love of him, which maid was after cured by Hilarion. Such instances I find in John Nider, Book 5, Chapter 5. Plutarch records of Lucullus that he died of a philter, and that Cleopatra used philters to inveigle Antony, amongst other allurements. Eusebius reports as much of Lucretia the poet. Panormiton, Book 4, De Gestis Afonsi, hath a story of one Stephan, a Neapolitan knight, that by a philter was forced to run mad for love. But of all others, that which Petrarch, Epistles to his Family, Book 1, Epistle 5, relates of Charles the Great, Charlemagne, is most memorable. He foolishly doted upon a woman of mean favour and condition, many years together, wholly delighting in her company, to the great grief and indignation of his friends and followers. When she was dead, he did embrace her corpse, as Apollo did the bay tree for his Daphne, and caused her coffin, richly embalmed and decked with jewels, to be carried about with him, over which he still lamented. At last a venerable bishop, that followed his court, prayed earnestly to God, commiserating his lord and master's case, to know the true cause of this mad passion, and whence it proceeded. It was revealed to him, in fine, that the cause of the emperor's mad love lay under the dead woman's tongue. The bishop went hastily to the carcass, and took a small ring thence. Upon the removal the emperor abhorred the corpse, and, instead of it, fell as furiously in love with the bishop. He would not suffer him to be out of his presence, which, when the bishop perceived, he flung the ring into the midst of a great lake, where the king then was. From that hour the emperor neglected all his other houses, dwelt at Acre, built a fair house in the midst of the marsh, to his infinite expense, and a temple by it, where after he was buried, and in which city all his posterity ever since used to be crowned. Marcus the heretic is accused by Irenaeus to have inveigled a young maid by this means, and some writers speak hardly of the Lady Catherine of Cobham, that by the same art she circumvented Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, to be her husband. Sicinius Aemilianus summoned Apuleius to come before Cneius Maximus, proconsul of Africa, that he being a poor fellow had bewitched by philters Prudentilla, an ancient rich matron, to love him, and being worth so many thousand sesterces, to be his wife. Agrippa, Book 1, Chapter 48, attributes much in this kind to philters, amulets, images, and Salmutz, Title 10 de Horologiis. Leo Afer, Book 3, saith, 'Tis an ordinary practice at Fez in Africa, prestigiatores ibe plures, qui cogunt amores et concubitus, as skilful all out as that Hyperborean magician, of which Cleodemus in Lucian tells so many fine feats performed in this kind. But Erastus, Wierus, and others are against it. They grant indeed such things may be done, but as Wierus discourseth, Book 3, De Lamiis, Chapter 37, not by charms, incantations, philters, but the devil himself. Book 5, Chapter 2, he contends as much. So doth Freitagius, Chapter 74, Andreas Cisalpinus, Chapter 5, and so much Sigismundus Scheretzius, Chapter 9, De Hirco Nocturno, proves at large. Unchaste women, by the help of these witches, the devil's kitchen maids, have their loves brought to them in the night, and carried back again by a phantasm flying in the air in the likeness of a goat. I have heard, saith he, divers confess, that they have been so carried on a goat's back to their sweethearts many miles in a night. Others are of opinion that these feats, which most suppose to be done by charms and philters, are merely effected by natural causes, as by man's blood, chemically prepared, which much avails, saith Ernestus Bugravius, in Lucerna Vitae et Mortis indice ad amorem conciliandum et odium. So huntsmen make their dogs love them, and farmers their pollen. 'Tis an excellent philter, as he holds, sed vulgo prodere grande nefas, but not fit to be made common, and so be mala insana, mandrake roots, mandrake apples, precious stones, dead men's clothes, candles, mala baccia, panis porcinus, hypomanes, a certain hair in a wolf's tail, etc., of which Rhasis, Dioscorides, Porta, Becker, Rubius, Mizaldus, Albertus, treat a swallow's heart, dust of a dove's heart, multum valent linguae viperarum, carabella asinorum, tela equina, paliola quibus infantes of volute nascuntur, funis strangulati hominis, lapis de nido aquilae, etc. See more in Scentius, Observationes Medicinales, Book 4, etc., which are as forcible and of as much virtue as that fountain Salmachus in Vitruvius. Ovid, Strabo, that made all such mad for love that drank of it, or that hot bath in Ai in Germany, wherein Cupid once dipped his arrows, which ever since hath a peculiar virtue to make them lovers all that wash in it. But hear the poet's own description of it. Unde hic fervor aquis terra erum pentibus uda, tela olim hic ludens ignea tinxit amor, et gaudens stridore novo, fervete perennes inquit, et haec paratrae sint monumenta meae, ex illo fervet, rarusque hic mergitur hospes, cui non titulet pectora blandus amor. These above-named remedies have happily as much power as that bath of Ai, or Venus's enchanted girdle, in which, saith Natales Comes, love toys and dalliance, pleasantness, sweetness, persuasions, subtleties, gentle speeches, and all witchcraft to enforce love was contained. Read more of these in Agrippa, Book 1, Chapter 50 and 45, Malleus Maleficarum, Part 1, Quaestio 7, Del Rio, Tome 2, Question 3, Book 3, Verus, Pomponatis, Chapter 8 de Incantationibus, Ficinus, Book 13, Calcagninus, etc. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 16, Partition 3, Section 2, Member 3, Part 1. Symptoms or signs of love melancholy in body, mind, good, bad, etc. Symptoms are either of body or mind. Of body, paleness, leanness, dryness, etc. pallidus omnis amans, color hic est aptus amanti, as the poet describes lovers, fecit amor maciem, love causeth leanness. Avicenna, De Ilishi, chapter 33, makes hollow eyes, dryness, symptoms of this disease, to go smiling to themselves, or acting as if they saw or heard some delectable object. Valleriola, Book 3, chapter 7, Laurentius, chapter 10, Alianus Montaltus, Langius, Epistle 24, Book 1, Epistolae Medicae, deliver as much. Corpus exangue pallet, corpus gracile, oculi cavi, lean, pale, ut nudis qui presit calcibus anguem, as one who trod with naked foot upon a snake. Hollow-eyed, their eyes are hidden in their heads. Tenerque nitidi corposis cecidit decor. They pine away and look ill with waking, cares, sighs. Et qui tenebant signa Phoebeae facis, oculi nihil gentile nec patrium micant. And eyes that once rivaled the locks of Phoebus lose the patrial and paternal lustre. With groans, griefs, sadness, dullness, nulla jam quereris subi cura aut salutis, want of appetite, etc. A reason of all this Jason Pratensis gives, because of the distraction of the spirits, the liver doth not perform his part, nor turns the aliment into blood as it ought, and for that cause the members are weak for want of sustenance, they are lean and pine, as the herbs of my garden do this month of May for want of rain. The green sickness, therefore, often happeneth to young women, a cachexia or an evil habit to men, besides their ordinary sighs, complaints, and lamentations, which are too frequent, as drops from a still, ut occluso stillat ab igne liquor, doth Cupid's fire provoke tears from a true lover's eyes. The mighty Mars did oft for Venus shriek, privily moistening his horrid cheek with womanish tears. Ignis distillat in undas, testis erit largus qui rigat ora liquor. With many such like passions. When Chariclea was enamoured of Theagenes, as Heliodorus sets her out, she was half distracted, and spake she knew not what, sighed to herself, lay much awake, and was lean upon a sudden. And when she was besotted on her son-in-law, pallor deformis, marcentes oculi, etc., she had ugly paleness, hollow eyes, restless thoughts, short wind, etc. Euryalus, in an epistle sent to Lucretia his mistress, complains, amongst other grievances, Tu mihi et somni et cibi usum abstulisti. Thou hast taken my stomach and my sleep from me. So he describes it aright. His sleep, his meat, his drink, in him bereft, that lean he waxeth, and dry as a shaft, his eyes hollow and grisly to behold, his hue pale and ashen to unfold, and solitary he was ever alone, and waking all the night making moan. Theocritus, Idyll 2, makes a fair maid of Delphos, in love with a young man of Minda, confess as much. Ut vidi ut insanii, ut animus mihi male affectiis est, miserae mihi forma tabescebat, neque amplius pompam, ullum curabam, aut quando domum redieram, novi, sed me ardens, quidam morbus consumebat, decubui in lecto dies decem et noctes decem, defluebant capite capilli, ipsaque sola reliqua ossa et cutis. No sooner seen I had, but mad I was. My beauty failed, and I no more did care for any pomp. I knew not where I was, but sick I was, and evil I did fare. I lay upon my bed 10 days and nights. A skeleton I was in all men's sights. All these passions are well expressed by that heroical poet in the person of Dido. At non infelix animi faenissa, nec unquam solvitur in somnos, oculisque ac pectore amores, accipit ingeminant curae, rorsusque resurgens, saevit amor, etc. Unhappy Dido could not sleep at all, but lies awake and takes no rest, and up she gets again, whilst care and grief and raging love torment her breast. Accius Sanazarius, Ecloga 2, de Galatea, in the same manner feigns his Lycoris tormenting herself for want of sleep, sighing, sobbing, and lamenting, and Eustathius in his Ismenias, much troubled and panting at heart at the sight of his mistress, he could not sleep, his bed was thorns. All make leanness, want of appetite, want of sleep, ordinary symptoms, and by that means they are brought often so low, so much altered and changed, that, as he jested in the comedy, one can scarce know them to be the same men. Attenuant juvenum vigilatae corpora noctes, curaque et immenso qui fit amore dolor. Many such symptoms there are of the body to discern lovers by. Quis enim bene celet amorem? Can a man, saith Solomon, Proverbs 6:27, carry fire in his bosom and not burn? It will hardly be hid, though they do all they can to hide it. It must out, plusquam mille notis. It may be described, quoque magis tegitur, tectus magis aestuat ignis. 'Twas Antiphanes, the comedian's observation of old, love and drunkenness cannot be concealed. Celare alia possis, haec praeter duo, vini potum, etc. Words, looks, gestures, all will betray them, but 2 of the most notable signs are observed by the pulse and countenance. When Antiochus, the son of Seleucus, was sick for Stratonice, his mother-in-law, and would not confess his grief or the cause of his disease, Erasistratus, the physician, found him by his pulse and countenance to be in love with her, because that when she came in presence, or was named, his pulse varied, and he blushed besides. In this very sort was the love of Callices, the son of Polycles, discovered by Panaceus the physician, as you may read the story at large in Aristaenetus. By the same signs, Galen brags that he found out Justa, Boethius the consul's wife, to dote on Pylades the player, because at his name still she both altered pulse and countenance, as Polyarchus did at the name of Argenis. Franciscus Valesius, Book 3, Controversia 13, denies there is any such pulsus amatorius, or that love may be so discerned, but Avicenna confirms this of Galen out of his experience, and Gordonius chapter 20. Their pulse, he saith, is ordinate and swift, if she go by whom he loves. Langius, Epistle 24, Book 1. Neviscanus, Book 4, number 66. Valescus de Taranta, Guianerius, Tractatus 15. Valeriola sets down this for a symptom: difference of pulse, neglect of business, want of sleep, often sighs, blushings when there is any speech of their mistress, are manifest signs. But amongst the rest, Josephus Struthis, that Polonian, in the 5th book, chapter 17, of his Doctrine of Pulses, holds that this and all other passions of the mind may be discovered by the pulse. And if you will know, saith he, whether the men suspected be such or such, touch their arteries, etc. And in his 4th book, 14th chapter, he speaks of this particular pulse: love makes an unequal pulse, etc. He gives instance of a gentlewoman, a patient of his, whom by this means he found to be much enamoured, and with whom he named many persons, but at the last, when his name came whom he suspected, her pulse began to vary and to beat swifter, and so, by often feeling her pulse, he perceived what the matter was. Apollonius, Argonautica, Book 4, poetically setting down the meeting of Jason and Medea, makes them both to blush at one another's sight, and at the first they were not able to speak. Totus Parmeno tremo horeoque postquam aspexi hanc. Phaedria trembled at the sight of Thais. Others sweat, blow short. Crura tremunt ac poplites, are troubled with palpitation of heart upon the like occasion. Cor proximum ori, saith Aristaenetus, their heart is at their mouth, leaps. These burn and freeze, for love is fire, ice, hot, cold, itch, fever, frenzy, pleurisy, what not. They look pale, red, and commonly blush at their first congress, and sometimes through violent agitation of spirits bleed at nose, or when she is talked of, which very sign Eustathius makes an argument of Ismene's affection, that when she met her sweetheart by chance, she changed her countenance to a maiden blush. 'Tis a common thing amongst lovers, as Arnulfus, that merry conceited bishop, hath well expressed in a facetious epigram of his: Alterno facies sibi dat responsa rubore, et tener affectum prodit utrique pudor, etc. Their faces answer, and by blushing say, how both affected are, they do betray. But the best conjectures are taken from such symptoms as appear when they are both present. All their speeches, amorous glances, actions, lascivious gestures will betray them. They cannot contain themselves, but that they will be still kissing. Stratocles the physician, upon his wedding day, when he was at dinner, nihil prius sorbillavit, quam tria basia puellae pangeret, could not eat his meat for kissing the bride, etc. First a word, and then a kiss, then some other compliment, and then a kiss, then an idle question, then a kiss, and when he had pumped his wits dry, can say no more. Kissing and calling are never out of season. hoc non deficit incipitque semper. 'Tis never at an end, another kiss, and then another, and another, etc. Hoc ades, O Thesaira, come, kiss me, Corinna. Centum basia centies, centum basia milies, mille basia milies, et tot milia milies, quod gutae siculo mari, quod sunt sidera celo, istis purpureis genis, istis turgidulis labris, ocelisque loquaculis, figam continuo impetu, o formosa Neaera. As Catullus to Lesbia, da mihi basia mille, de indi centum, de in mille altera, da secunda centum, de in usque altera milia, de inde centum. First give 100, then 1,000, then another 100, then unto the other add 1,000, and so more, etc., till you equal with the store all the grass, etc. So Venus did by her Adonis, the moon with Endymion. They are still dallying and culling as so many doves. Columbatimque labra conserentes labiis, and that with alacrity and courage. Affligunt avide corpus, junguntque salivas, oris, et inspirant prensantes dentibus ora. Tam impresso ore ut vix inde labra detrahant, cervice reclinata, as Lamprias in Lucian kissed Thais, Philippus her Aristaenetus, amore lymphato tam oriose adhaesit, ut vix labra solvere esset, totumque os mihi contribuit. Aretines Lucretia by a suitor of hers was so saluted, and 'tis their ordinary fashion. Dentes illudunt saepe labellis, atque premunt arete adfigentes oscula. They cannot, I say, contain themselves. They will be still not only joining hands, kissing, but embracing, treading on their toes, etc., diving into their bosoms, and that libenter et cum delectatione, as Philostratus confesseth to his mistress, and Lamprias in Lucian, mamillas premens per sinum clam dextra, etc., feeling their paps, and that scarce honestly sometimes, as the old man in the comedy well observed of his son, non ego te videbam manum huic puellae in sinum insere. Did I not see thee put thy hand into her bosom? Go to with many such love tricks. Juno in Lucian, Deorum, Tome 3, Dialogus 3, complains to Jupiter of Ixion, he looked so attentively on her, and sometimes would sigh and weep in her company. And when I drank by chance, and gave Ganymede the cup, he would desire to drink still in the very cup that I drank of, and in the same place where I drank, and would kiss the cup, and then look steadily on me, and sometimes sigh, and then again smile. If it be so they cannot come near to dally, have not that opportunity, familiarity, or acquaintance to confer and talk together. Yet if they be in presence, their eye will betray them. Ubi amor ibi oculus, as the common saying is. Where I look, I like, and where I like, I love. But they will lose themselves in her looks. Alter in alterius jactantes lumina vultus, quaerebant taciti noster ubi esset amor. they cannot look off whom they love, they will impregnare eam ipsis oculis, deflower her with their eyes, be still gazing, staring, stealing faces, smiling, glancing at her, as Apollo on Leucothoe, the moon on her Endymion, when she stood still in Caria, and at Latmos caused her chariot to be stayed. They must all stand and admire, or if she go by, look after her as long as they can see her. She is animae auriga, as Anacreon calls her. They cannot go by her door or window, but, as an adamant, she draws their eyes to it. Though she be not there present, they must needs glance that way and look back to it. Aristaenetus of Exthymus, Lucian, in his Imaginem of himself, and Tatius of Clitophon, say as much. Ille oculos de Leucippe nunquam deiciebat, and many lovers confess when they came in their mistress's presence, they could not hold off their eyes, but looked wistfully and steadily on her, inconivo aspectu, with much eagerness and greediness, as if they would look through, or should never have enough sight of her. Fixis ardens obtutibus haeret, so she will do by him, drink to him with her eyes, nay, drink him up, devour him, swallow him, as Martial's Mamurra is remembered to have done. Inspexit moles pueros oculisque comedit, etc. There is a pleasant story to this purpose in Navigationes Vertomani, Book 3, Chapter 5. The Sultan of Sana's wife in Arabia, because Vertomanus was fair and white, could not look off him from sun rising to sun setting. She could not desist. She made him one day come into her chamber. Et geminae horae spatio intuebatur, non a me anquam aciam oculorum avertebat, me observans veluti cupidinem quendam. For 2 hours' space she still gazed on him. A young man in Lucian fell in love with Venus's picture. He came every morning to her temple, and there continued all day long from sun-rising to sunset, unwilling to go home at night, sitting over against the goddess's picture, he did continually look upon her, and mutter to himself, I know not what. If so be they cannot see them whom they love, they will still be walking and waiting about their mistress's doors, taking all opportunity to see them, as in Longus Sophista, Daphnis and Chloe, 2 lovers, were still hovering at one another's gates. He sought all occasions to be in her company, to hunt in summer, and catch birds in the frost about her father's house in the winter, that she might see him and he her. A king's palace was not so diligently attended, saith Aretines Lucretia, as my house was when I lay in Rome. The porch and street was ever full of some walking or riding on set purpose to see me. Their eye was still upon my window as they passed by. They could not choose but look back to my house when they were past, and sometimes hem or cough, or take some impertinent occasion to speak aloud, that I might look out and observe them. 'Tis so in other places, 'tis common to every lover. 'Tis all his felicity to be with her, to talk with her. He is never well but in her company, and will walk 7 or 8 times a day through the street where she dwells, and make sleeveless errands to see her, plotting still where, when, and how to visit her. Levesque sub nocte sussurri composita repetuntur hora. And when he is gone, he thinks every minute an hour, every hour as long as a day, 10 days a whole year, till he see her again. Tempora si numeres, bene quae numeramus amantes. And if thou be in love, thou wilt say so too. Et longum formosa, vale. Farewell, sweetheart. Vale, carissima Argenis, etc. Farewell, my dear Argenis, once more, farewell, farewell. And though he is to meet her by compact, and that very shortly, perchance tomorrow, yet both to depart, he'll take his leave again, and then come back again, look after, and shake his hand, wave his hat afar off. Now gone, he thinks it long till he see her again, and she him. The clocks are surely set back, the hours past. Hospita demophon tua te rodopheia filis, ultra promissum tempus abesse queror. She looks out at windows still to see whether he come, and by report Phyllis went 9 times to the seaside that day to see if her Demophon were approaching, and Troilus to the city gates to look for his Chryseid. She is ill at ease and sick till she see him again, peevish in the meantime, discontent, heavy, sad. And why comes he not? Where is he? Why breaks he promise? Why tarries he so long? Sure he is not well, sure he hath some mischance, sure he forgets himself and me, with infinite such. And then, confident again, up she gets, out she looks, listens, and inquires, hearkens, kens. Every man afar off is sure he, every stirring in the street, now he is there, that's he. Male aurorae, male soli dicit, deratque, etc. The longest day that ever was, so she raves, restless and impatient. For amor non patitur moras, love brooks no delays. The time's quickly gone that's spent in her company, the miles short, the way pleasant. All weather is good whilst he goes to her house, heat or cold. Though his teeth chatter in his head, he moves not. Wet or dry, 'tis all one. Wet to the skin, he feels it not, cares not at least for it, but will easily endure it, and much more, because it is done with alacrity, and for his mistress's sweet sake. Let the burden be never so heavy, love makes it light. Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and it was quickly gone because he loved her. None so merry, if he may happily enjoy her company, he is in heaven for a time. And if he may not, dejected in an instant, solitary, silent, he departs, weeping, lamenting, sighing, complaining. But the symptoms of the mind in lovers are almost infinite, and so diverse that no art can comprehend them. Though they be merry sometimes, and rapt beyond themselves for joy, yet most part love is a plague, a torture, a hell, a bitter sweet passion at last. Amor mele et fele est faecundissimus, gustum dat dulcem et amarum. 'Tis suavis Americies dolentia delectabilis hilare tormentum. Et me mele beant suaviora, et me fele necant amariora. Like a summer fly, or sphinx's wings, or a rainbow of all colours. Quae ad solis radios conversae aureae erant, adversus nubes ceruleae quale jabar iridis. Fair, foul, and full of variation, though most part irksome and bad. For, in a word, the Spanish Inquisition is not comparable to it, a torment and execution as it is, as he calls it in the poet, an unquenchable fire, and what not. From it, saith Augustine, arise biting cares, perturbations, passions, sorrows, fears, suspicions, discontents, contentions, discords, wars, treacheries, enmities, flattery, cozening, riot, impudence, cruelty, knavery, etc. Dolor, querelae, lamentatio, lacrimae perennes, languor, anxietas, amaritudo, aut si triste magis potest quid esse, hos tu das comites neaera vitae. These be the companions of lovers, and the ordinary symptoms, as the poet repeats them. In amore haec insunt vitia, suspiciones, inimicitiae, audaciae, bellum, pax rursum, etc. Insomnia, aerumna, error, terror, et fuga, ex cogitantia, ex cors immodestia, petulantia, cupiditas, et malevolentia, inhaeret etiam aviditas, desidia, injuria, inopia, contumelia, et dispendium, etc. In love these vices are, suspicions, peace, war, and impudence, detractions, dreams, cares, and errors, terrors, and affrights, immodest pranks, devices, slights, and flights, heart-burnings, wants, neglects, desire of wrong, loss continual, expense and hurt among. Every poet is full of such catalogues of love symptoms, but fear and sorrow may justly challenge the chief place. Though Hercules de Saxonia, chapter 3, Tractatus de Melancholia, will exclude fear from love melancholy, yet I am otherwise persuaded. Res est soliciti plena timoris amor. 'Tis full of fear, anxiety, doubt, care, peevishness, suspicion. It turns a man into a woman, which made Hesiod belike put fear and paleness Venus's daughters. Marti clupeos atque arma secanti, alma Venus peperit pallorem onaque timorem. Because fear and love are still linked together. Moreover, they are apt to mistake, amplify, too credulous sometimes, too full of hope and confidence, and then again very jealous, unapt to believe or entertain any good news. The comical poet hath prettily painted out this passage amongst the rest in a dialogue betwixt Mitio and Aeschines, a gentle father and a lovesick son. Be of good cheer, my son, thou shalt have her to wife. Ah, father, do you mock me now? I mock thee, why? That which I so earnestly desire, I more suspect and fear. Get you home, and send for her to be your wife. What now a wife, now father, etc. These doubts, anxieties, suspicions,
are the least part of their torments. They break many times from passions to actions, speak fair and flatter, now most obsequious and willing, by and by they are averse, wrangle, fight, swear, quarrel, laugh, weep, and he that doth not so by fits, Lucian holds, is not thoroughly touched with this lodestone of love. So their actions and passions are intermixed, but of all other passions, sorrow hath the greatest share. Love to many is bitterness itself. Rem amaram, Plato calls it, a bitter potion, an agony, a plague. Eripite hanc pestem perniciemque mihi, quae mihi sobrepens imos ut torpor in artus, ex pulit ex omni pectore laetitias. O take away this plague, this mischief from me, which as a numbness over all my body expels my joys, and makes my soul so heavy. Phaedria had a true touch of this, when he cried out, O Thais, utinam esset mihi pars aequa amoris tecum, ac paritor fieret ut aut hoc tibi doleret itidem, ut mihi dolet. O Thais, would thou hadst of these my pains a part, or as it doth me now, so it would make thee smart. So had that young man when he roared again for discontent. Iactor crucior agitor stimulor, versor in amoris rota miser, ex animor feror distrahor deripior, ubi sum, ibi non sum, ubi non sum, ibi est animus. I am vexed and tossed and racked on love's wheel. Where not, I am, but where am, do not feel. The moon in Lucian made her moan to Venus that she was almost dead for love, pereo equidem amore, and after a long tale she broke off abruptly and wept, O Venus, thou knowest my poor heart. Charmides in Lucian was so impatient that he sobbed and sighed and tore his hair and said he would hang himself. I am undone, O sister Tryphena, I cannot endure these love pangs. What shall I do? Vos odiaverunci solvite me his curis. O ye gods, free me from these cares and miseries, out of the anguish of his soul, Theocles prays. Shall I say, most part of a lover's life is full of agony, anxiety, fear, and grief, complaints, sighs, suspicions, and cares. Hi ho, my heart is woe, full of silence and irksome solitariness. Frequenting shady bowers in discontent, to the air his fruitless clamours he will vent. Except at such times that he hath, lucida intervalla, pleasant gales, or sudden alterations, as if his mistress smile upon him, give him a good look, a kiss, or that some comfortable message be brought him, his service is accepted, etc. He is then too confident and rapt beyond himself, as if he had heard the nightingale in the spring before the cuckoo, or as Callisto was at Malebaeus' presence, quis unquam hac mortali vita tam gloriosum corpus vidit, humanitatem transcendere videor, etc. Who ever saw so glorious a sight? What man ever enjoyed such delight? More content cannot be given of the gods, wished, had, or hoped of any mortal man. There is no happiness in the world comparable to his, no content, no joy to this, no life to love. He is in paradise. Quis me uno vivit felicior, aut magis hac est optandum vita dicere quis poterit. Who lives so happy as myself? What bliss in this our life may be compared to this? He will not change fortune in that case with a prince. Donec gratus eram tibi persarum vigui rege beatior. The Persian kings are not so jovial as he is. O festus dies hominis! O happy day! So Chaerea exclaims when he came from Pamphylia, his sweetheart well pleased. Nunc est profecto interfici cum perpeti me possem, ne hoc gaudium contaminet vita aliqua aegritudine. He could find in his heart to be killed instantly, lest if he live longer, some sorrow or sickness should contaminate his joys. A little after, he was so merrily set upon the same occasion that he could not contain himself. O populares, equis me vivit hodie fortunatior, nemo Hercule quisquam, nam in me dii plane potestatem suam omnem ostendere. Is't possible, O my countrymen, for any living to be so happy as myself? No, sure it cannot be, for the gods have shown all their power, all their goodness in me. Yet by and by, when this young gallant was crossed in his wench, he laments and cries and roars downright, Occidi, I am undone. Neque virgo es usquam, neque ego, qui e conspectu illam amisi meo, ubi quaeram, ubi investigem, quem percunter, quam insistam viam. The virgin's gone, and I am gone. She's gone, and what shall I do? Where shall I seek her? Where shall I find her? Whom shall I ask? What way, what course shall I take? What will become of me? Vitalis auras invitus agebat. He was weary of his life, sick, mad, and desperate. Utinam mihi esset aliquid hic, quo nunc me praecipitem darem. 'Tis not Chaereas's case this alone, but his, and every lover's in the like state. If he hear ill news, have bad success in his suit, she frown upon him, or that his mistress in his presence respect another more, as Hedus observes, prefer another suitor, speak more familiarly to him, or use more kindly than himself, if by nod, smile, message, she discloseth herself to another, he is instantly tormented, none so dejected as he is, utterly undone, a castaway, in quem fortuna omnia odiorum suorum crudelissima tela exonerat. A dead man, the scorn of fortune, a monster of fortune, worse than naught, the loss of a kingdom had been less. Aretine's Lucretia made very good proof of this, as she relates it herself. For when I made some of my suitors believe I would betake myself to a nunnery, they took on as if they had lost father and mother, because they were for ever after to want my company. Omnes labores leves fuere. All other labour was light, but this might not be endured. Tui carendum quod erat. for I cannot be without thy company, mournful Amintas, painful Amintas, careful Amintas. Better a metropolitan city were sacked, a royal army overcome, an invincible armada sunk, and 20,000 kings should perish, than her little finger ache, so zealous are they, and so tender of her good. They would all turn friars for my sake, as she follows it, in hope by that means to meet or see me again, as my confessors, at stool ball or at barley break. And so afterwards, when an importunate suitor came, if I had bid my maid say that I was not at leisure, not within, busy, could not speak with him, he was instantly astonished, and stood like a pillar of marble. Another went swearing, chafing, cursing, foaming. Illa sibi vox ipsa Jovis violentior ira cum tonat, etc. The voice of a mandrake had been sweeter music. But he to whom I gave entertainment was in the Elysian fields, ravished for joy, quite beyond himself. 'Tis the general humour of all lovers. She is their stern, pole star, and guide. Deliciumque animi, deliquiumque sui. As a tulipant to the sun, which our herbalists call Narcissus, when it shines, is admirandus flos ad radios solis sepandens, a glorious flower exposing itself. But when the sun sets, or a tempest comes, it hides itself, pines away, and hath no pleasure left, which Carolus Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua, in a cause not unlike, sometimes used for an impress. Do all inamorates to their mistress. She is their sun, their primum mobile, or anima informans. This one hath elegantly expressed by a windmill, still moved by the wind, which otherwise hath no motion of itself. Sic tua ni spiret gratia truncus ero. He is wholly animated from her breath. His soul lives in her body. Sola claves habet interitus et salutis. She keeps the keys of his life. His fortune ebbs and flows with her favour. A gracious or bad aspect turns him up or down. Mens mea lucescit lucia luce tua. Howsoever his present state be pleasing or displeasing, 'tis continuate so long as he loves. He can do nothing, think of nothing but her. Desire hath no rest. She is his cynosure, Hesperus and Vesper, his morning and evening star, his goddess, his mistress, his life, his soul, his everything. Dreaming, waking, she is always in his mouth. His heart, his eyes, ears, and all his thoughts are full of her. His Laura, his Victorina, his Columbina, Flavia, Flaminia, Caelia, Delia, or Isabella, call her how you will. She is the sole object of his senses, the substance of his soul. Nidulus animae suae. He magnifies her above measure. Totus in illa. Full of her, can breathe nothing but her. I adore Melibaea, saith lovesick Callisto. I believe in Melibaea. I honour, admire, and love my Melibaea. His soul was soused, imparadised, imprisoned in his lady. when Thais took her leave of Phaedria. Mi Phaedria, et nunquid aliud vis? Sweetheart, she said, will you command me any further service? He readily replied, and gave this in charge. Egone quid velim, dies noctesque ames me desideres, me somnies, me expectes, me cogites, me speres, me te oblectes, mecum tota sis, meus fac postremo animos, quando ego sum tuus. Dost ask, my dear, what service I will have? To love me day and night is all I crave, to dream on me, to expect, to think on me, depend and hope, still covet me to see. Delight thyself in me, be wholly mine, for know, my love, that I am wholly thine. But all this needed not, you will say. If she affect once, she will be his, settle her love on him alone. Illum absens absentem auditque videtque. She can, she must think and dream of naught else but him, continually of him, as did Orpheus on his Eurydice. Te dulcis conjux, te solo in littore mecum, te veniente die, te discedente canebam. On thee, sweet wife, was all my song, morn, evening, and all along. And Dido upon her Aeneas, et quae me insomnia terrent, multa viri virtus et plurima currit imago. And ever and anon she thinks upon the man that was so fine, so fair, so blithe, so debonair. Clitophon, in the first book of Achilles, Tatius complaineth how that his mistress Leucippe tormented him much more in the night than in the day. For all day long he had some object or other to distract his senses, but in the night all ran upon her. All night long he lay awake, and could think of nothing else but her. He could not get her out of his mind. Towards morning, sleep took a little pity on him. He slumbered a while, but all his dreams were of her. Te nocte sub atra olloquor amplector falsaque in imagine somni, gaudia solicitam palpant evanida mentem. In the dark night I speak, embrace, and find that fading joys deceive my careful mind. The same complaint Euryalus makes to his Lucretia. Day and night I think of thee, I wish for thee, I talk of thee, call on thee, look for thee, hope for thee, delight myself in thee, day and night I love thee. Nec mihi vespere surgente decedunt amores, nec rapidum fugiente solem. Morning, evening, all is alike with me. I have restless thoughts. Te vigilans oculis animo te nocte requiro. Still I think on thee. Anima non est ubi animat, sed ubi amat. I live and breathe in thee. I wish for thee. O niveam, quae te poterit mihi redere lucem, o mihi felicem terque quaterque diem. O happy day that shall restore thee to my sight. In the meantime he raves on her, her sweet face, eyes, actions, gestures, hands, feet, speech, length, breadth, height, depth, and the rest of her dimensions are so surveyed, measured, and taken by that astrolabe of fantasy, and that so violently sometimes, with such earnestness and eagerness, such continuance, so strong an imagination, that at length he thinks he sees her indeed. He talks with her, he embraceth her, Ixion-like, pro Junone nubem, a cloud for Juno, as he said. Nihil praeter Leucippen cerno, Leucippe mihi perpetuo in oculis, et animo versatur. I see and meditate of naught but Leucippe, be she present or absent, all is one. Et quam vis aberat placidae praesentia formae, quem dederat praesens forma manebat amor. That impression of her beauty is still fixed in his mind. Haerent infixi pectora vultus. As he that is bitten with a mad dog thinks all he sees dogs. Dogs in his meat, dogs in his dish, dogs in his drink. His mistress is in his eyes, ears, heart, in all his senses. Valleriola had a merchant, his patient, in the same predicament, and Ulricus Molitor out of Augustine hath a story of one, that through vehemency of his love passion, still thought he saw his mistress present with him, she talked with him, et commisceri cum ea vigilans videbatur, still embracing him. Now if this passion of love can produce such effects, if it be pleasantly intended, what bitter torments shall it breed when it is with fear and continual sorrow, suspicion, care, agony, as commonly it is, still accompanied, what an intolerable pain must it be! Non tam grandes gargara culmos, quod demerso, pectore curas longa nexas, usque catena, vel quae penitus crudelis amor vulnera miscet. Mount Gargarus hath not so many stems, as lover's breast hath grievous wounds, and linked cares, which love compounds. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 17. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 3, Part 2. When the king of Babylon would have punished a courtier of his for loving of a young lady of the royal blood, and far above his fortunes, Apollonius in presence by all means persuaded to let him alone, for to love and not enjoy was a most unspeakable torment. No tyrant could invent the like punishment. As a gnat at a candle, in a short space he would consume himself. For love is a perpetual flux, angor animi, a warfare, militat omnis amans. A grievous wound is love still, and a lover's heart is Cupid's quiver, a consuming fire, accede ad hunc ignem, etc., an inextinguishable fire. Alitur et crescit malum, et ardet intus, qualis Aetnaeo vapor exundat antro. As Aetna rageth, so doth love, and more than Aetna or any material fire. Nam amor saepe lupareo vulcano ardentiorem flammam incendere solet. Vulcan's flames are but smoke to this. For fire, saith Xenophon, burns them alone that stand near it or touch it. But this fire of love burneth and scorcheth afar off, and is more hot and vehement than any material fire. Ignis in igne furit. 'Tis a fire in a fire, the quintessence of fire. For when Nero burnt Rome, as Callisto urgeth, he fired houses, consumed men's bodies and goods. But this fire devours the soul itself, and one soul is worth 100,000 bodies. No water can quench this wild fire. In pectus coecos absorbuit ignes, ignes qui nec aqua perimi potuere, nec imbre diminui, neque graminibus magicisque susurris. A fire he took into his breast, which water could not quench, nor herb, nor art, nor magic spells could quell, nor any drench. Except it be tears and sighs, for so they may chance find a little ease. Sic candentia colla, sic patens frons, sic me blanda tui neaera oceli, sic pares minio genae perurunt, ut nime lacrimae rigent perennes, totus in tenues eam favillas. So thy white neck, Neaera, me, poor soul, doth scorch, thy cheeks, thy wanton eyes that roll. Were it not for my dropping tears that hinder, I should be quite burnt up forthwith to cinder. This fire strikes like lightning, which made those old Grecians paint Cupid in many of their temples, with Jupiter's thunderbolts in his hands. For it wounds, and cannot be perceived how, whence it came, where it pierced. Urimur et coecum pectora vulnus habent, and can hardly be discerned at first. Est mollis flamma medullas, et tacitum insano vivit sub pectore vulnus. A gentle wound, an easy fire it was, and sly at first, and secretly did pass. But by and by it began to rage and burn amain. Pectus insanum vapor, amorque torret, intus saevus vorat, penitus medullas, atque per venas meat, visceribus ignis mersus, et venis latens, ut agilis altas flamma percurrit trabes. This fiery vapour rageth in the veins, and scorcheth entrails, as when fire burns a house, it nimbly runs along the beams, and at the last the whole it overturns. Abraham Hophemanus relates out of Plato, how that Empedocles, the philosopher, was present at the cutting up of one that died for love. His heart was combust, his liver smoky, his lungs dried up, insomuch that he verily believed his soul was either sodden or roasted through the vehemency of love's fire, which belike made a modern writer of amorous emblems express love's fury by a pot hanging over the fire, and Cupid blowing the coals. As the heat consumes the water, sic sua consumit viscera caecus amor, so doth love dry up his radical moisture. Another compares love to a melting torch, which stood too near the fire. Sic quo quis proprior suae puellae est, hoc stultus proprior suae ruinae est. The nearer he unto his mistress is, the nearer he unto his ruin is. So that, to say truth, as Castilio describes it, the beginning, middle, end of love is naught else but sorrow, vexation, agony, torment, irksomeness, wearisomeness. So that to be squalid, ugly, miserable, solitary, discontent, dejected, to wish for death, to complain, rave, and to be peevish, are the certain signs and ordinary actions of a lovesick person. This continual pain and torture makes them forget themselves. If they be far gone with it, in doubt, despair of obtaining, or eagerly bent, to neglect all ordinary business. Pendent opera interrupta, minaeque murorum ingentes, aequataque machina celo. Lovesick Dido left her work undone, so did Phaedra. Palladis tellae vacant, et inter ipsos pensa labuntur manus. Faustus, in Mantuan, took no pleasure in anything he did. Nulla quies mihi dulcis erat, nullus labor aegro pectore sensus iners, et mens torpore sepulta, carminis occiderat studium. And 'tis the humour of them all to be careless of their persons and their estates, as the shepherd in Theocritus, et haec barba inculta est squalidique capilli. Their beards flag, and they have no more care of pranking themselves, or of any business. They care not, as they say, which end goes forward. Oblitusque greges et rura domestica totus uritur, et noctes in luctum expendit amaras. Forgetting flocks of sheep and country farms, the silly shepherd always mourns and burns. Lovesick Chaerea, when he came from Pamphila's house, and had not so good welcome as he did expect, was all amort. Parmeno meets him. Quid tristis es? Why art thou so sad, man? Unde es? Whence comest? How doest? But he sadly replies, Ego Hercle nescio neque unde eam, neque quorsum eam, ita prorsus oblitus sum mei. I have so forgotten myself, I neither know where I am, nor whence I come, nor whether I will what I do. Parmeno, how so? Chaerea, I am in love. Prudens sciens, vivus vidensque pereo, nec quid agam scio. He that erst had his thoughts free, as Philostratus Lemnius in an epistle of his describes this fiery passion, and spent his time like a hard student in those delightsome philosophical precepts, he that with the sun and moon wandered all over the world, with stars themselves ranged about, and left no secret or small mystery in nature unsearched, since he was enamoured, can do nothing now but think and meditate of love matters, day and night composeth himself how to please his mistress. All his study, endeavour, is to approve himself to his mistress, to win his mistress's favour, to compass his desire, to be counted her servant. When Peter Abelard, that great scholar of his age, cui soli patuit scibile quisquid erat, whose faculties were equal to any difficulty in learning, was now in love with Heloise, he had no mind to visit or frequent schools and scholars any more. Taediosum mihi valde fuit, as he confesseth, ad scholas procedere, vel iniis morari. All his mind was on his new mistress. Now to this end and purpose, if there be any hope of obtaining his suit, to prosecute his cause, he will spend himself, goods, fortunes for her, and though he lose and alienate all his friends, be threatened, be cast off, and disinherited. For as the poet saith, amori quis legem det, though he be utterly undone by it, disgraced, go a-begging, yet for her sweet sake, to enjoy her, he will willingly beg, hazard all he hath, goods, lands, shame, scandal, fame, and life itself. Non recedam neque quiescam noctu et interdiu, profecto quam aut ipsam, aut mortem investigavero. I'll never rest or cease my suit, till she or death do make me mute. Parthenis in Aristaenetus was fully resolved to do as much. I may have better matches, I confess, but farewell shame, farewell honour, farewell honesty, farewell friends and fortunes, etc. O Harpedona, keep my counsel. I will leave all for his sweet sake. I will have him, say no more. Contra gentes, I am resolved, I will have him. Gobrias, the captain, when he had espied Rhodanthe, the fair captive maid, fell upon his knees before Mystylus, the general, with tears, vows, and all the rhetoric he could, by the scars he had formerly received, the good service he had done, or whatsoever else was dear unto him, besought his governor he might have the captive virgin to be his wife, virtutis suae spolium, as a reward of his worth and service, and moreover he would forgive him the money which was owing, and all reckonings besides due unto him. I ask no more, no part of booty, no portion, but Rhodanthe to be my wife. And whenas he could not compass her by fair means, he fell to treachery, force, and villainy, and set his life at stake at last to accomplish his desire. 'Tis a common humour, this, a general passion of all lovers to be so affected, and which Aemilia told Aratine, a courtier in Castilio's discourse. Surely, Aratine, if thou werst not so indeed, thou didst not love. Ingenuously confess, for if thou hadst been thoroughly enamoured, thou wouldst have desired nothing more than to please thy mistress. For that is the law of love, to will and nill the same. Tantum velle et nolle, velit nollit, quod amica. Undoubtedly, this may be pronounced of them all. They are very slaves, drudges for the time, madmen, fools, dizzards, atrabilarii, beside themselves, and as blind as beetles. Their dotage is most eminent. Amore simul et sapere ipsi Jovi non datur, as Seneca holds, Jupiter himself cannot love and be wise both together. The very best of them, if once they be overtaken with this passion, the most staid, discreet, grave, generous, and wise, otherwise able to govern themselves, in this commit many absurdities, many indecorums, unbefitting their gravity and persons. Quisquis amat servit, sequitur captivus amantem, fert domita cervice jugum. Samson, David, Solomon, Hercules, Socrates, etc. are justly taxed of indiscretion in this point. The middle sort are between hawk and buzzard, and although they do perceive and acknowledge their own dotage, weakness, fury, yet they cannot withstand it, as well may witness those expostulations and confessions of Dido in Virgil. Incipit effari mediaque in voce resistit. Phaedra in Seneca. Quod ratio poscit, vincit ac regnat furor, potensque totamente dominatur Deus. Myrrha in Ovid. Illa quidem sentit, fedoque repugnat amori, et secum quo mente feror, quid molior, inquit, dii precor, et pietas, etc. She sees and knows her fault, and doth resist, against her filthy lust she doth contend. And whither go I, what am I about, and, God forbid, yet doth it in the end. Again, per vigil igne carpitur indomito furiosaque vota retrectat, et modo desperat, modo vult tentare, pudetque, et cupit, et quid agat, non invenit, etc. With raging lust she burns, and now recalls her vow, and then despairs, and when 'tis past, her former thoughts she'll prosecute in haste, and what to do she knows not at the last. She will and will not, abhors, and yet as Medea did, doth it. Trahit in vitam nova via, aliudque cupido, mens aliud suadet, video meliora proboque deteriora sequor. Reason pulls one way, burning lust another. She sees and knows what's good, but she doth neither. O fraus amorque, et mentis emotae furor, quo me abstulistis. The major part of lovers are carried headlong like so many brute beasts. Reason counsels one way, thy friends, fortunes, shame, disgrace, danger, and an ocean of cares that will certainly follow. Yet this furious lust precipitates, counterpoiseth, weighs down on the other, though it be their utter undoing, perpetual infamy, loss, yet they will do it, and become at last insensati, void of sense, degenerate into dogs, hogs, asses, brutes, as Jupiter into a bull, Apuleius an ass, Lycaon a wolf, Tereus a lapwing, Callisto a bear, Elpenor and Gryllus into swine by Circe. For what else may we think those ingenious poets to have shadowed in their witty fictions and poems, but that a man once given over to his lust, as Fulgentius interprets that of Apuleius, Alciat of Tereus, is no better than a beast. Rex fueram, sic Christa docet, sed sordida vita, immundam e tanto culmine fecit avem. I was a king, my crown my witness is, but by my filthiness am come to this. Their blindness is all out, as great, as manifest as their weakness and dotage, or rather an inseparable companion, an ordinary sign of it. Love is blind, as the saying is, Cupid's blind, and so are all his followers. Quisquis amat ranam, ranam putat esse dianam. Every lover admires his mistress, though she be very deformed of herself, ill-favoured, wrinkled, pimpled, pale, red, yellow, tanned, tallow-faced, have a swollen juggler's platter face, or a thin, lean, chitty face, have clouds in her face, be crooked, dry, bald, goggle-eyed, blear-eyed, or with staring eyes she looks like a squist cat, hold her head still awry, heavy, dull, hollow-eyed, black or yellow about the eyes, or squint-eyed, sparrow-mouthed, Persian hook-nosed, have a sharp fox nose, a red nose, china flat, great nose, nare simopatuloque, a nose like a promontory, gubber-tushed, rotten teeth, black, uneven brown teeth, beetle-browed, a witch's beard, her breath stink all over the room, her nose drop winter and summer, with a Bavarian poke under her chin, a sharp chin, lave-eared, with a long crane's neck, which stands awry too, pendulis mammis, her dugs like two double jugs, or else no dugs in that other extreme, bloody fallen fingers, she have filthy long unpared nails, scabbed hands or wrists, a tanned skin, a rotten carcass, crooked back, she stoops, is lame, splay-footed, as slender in the middle as a cow in the waist, gouty legs, her ankles hang over her shoes, her feet stink, she breed lice, a mere changeling, a very monster, an oaf imperfect, her whole complexion savours, a harsh voice, incondite gesture, vile gait, a vast virago, or an ugly tit, a slug, a fat fustilugs, a truss, a long lean raw bone, a skeleton, a sneaker, si qua latent meliora puta, and to thy judgment looks like a murd in a lantern, whom thou couldst not fancy for a world, but hatest, loathest, and wouldst have spit in her face, or blow thy nose in her bosom, remedium amoris, to another man, a dowdy, a slut, a scold, a nasty, rank, rammy, filthy, beastly queen, dishonest peradventure, obscene, base, beggarly, rude, foolish, untaught, peevish, Irus's daughter, Thersites' sister, Grobian's scholar. If he love her once, he admires her for all this. He takes no notice of any such errors or imperfections of body or mind. Ipsa haec delectant veluti balbinum polypus agnae. He had rather have her than any woman in the world. If he were a king, she alone would be his queen, his empress. Oh, that he had but the wealth and treasure of both the Indies to endow her with, a carrack of diamonds, a chain of pearl, a cascanet of jewels. A pair of calfskin gloves of 4d. a pair were fitter, or some such toy to send her for a token, she should have it with all his heart. He would spend myriads of crowns for her sake. Venus herself, Panthea, Cleopatra, Tarquin's Tanaquil, Herod's Mariamne, or Mary of Burgundy, if she were alive, would not match her. Vincit vultus haec Tindarios qui moverunt horrida bella. Let Paris himself be judge. Renowned Helen comes short, that Rhodophaean Phyllis, Larissean Coronis, Babylonian Thisbe, Polyxena, Laura, Lesbia, etc. Your counterfeit ladies were never so fair as she is. Quisquid erit placidi, lepidi, grati, atque faceti, vivida cunctorum retines Pandora deorum. Whate'er is pretty, pleasant, facete, well, whate'er Pandora had, she doth excel. Dicebam trivioe formam nihil esse Dianae. Diana was not to be compared to her, nor Juno, nor Minerva, nor any goddess. Thetis's feet were as bright as silver, the ankles of Hebe clearer than crystal, the arms of Aurora as ruddy as the rose, Juno's breasts as white as snow, Minerva wise, Venus fair. But what of this? Dainty, come thou to me. She is all in all. Caelia ridens est Venus incedens Juno Minerva loquens. Fairest of fair, that fairness doth excel. Ephemerus in Aristaenetus so far admireth his mistress's good parts, that he makes proclamation of them, and challengeth all comers in her behalf. Whoever saw the beauties of the East or of the West, let them come from all quarters, all, and tell truth, if ever they saw such an excellent feature as this is. A good fellow in Petronius cries out, no tongue can tell his lady's fine feature, or express it, quisquid dixeris minus erit, etc. No tongue can her perfections tell, in whose each part all tongues may dwell. Most of your lovers are of his humour and opinion. She is nulli secunda, a rare creature, a phoenix, the sole commandress of his thoughts, queen of his desires, his only delight. As Triton now feelingly sings, that love-sick sea god. Candida Leucothoe placet, et placet atra Melaine, sed Galatea placet longe magis omnibus una. Fair Leucothoe, black Melaine, please me well, but Galatea doth by odds the rest excel. All the gracious elogies, metaphors, hyperbolical comparisons of the best things in the world, the most glorious names, whatsoever I say is pleasant, amiable, sweet, grateful, and delicious, are too little for her. Phebo pulchrior et sorore Phoebe. His Phoebe is so fair, she is so bright, she dims the sun's lustre and the moon's light. Stars, sun, moons, metals, sweet-smelling flowers, odours, perfumes, colours, gold, silver, ivory, pearls, precious stones, snow, painted birds, doves, honey, sugar, spice, cannot express her, so soft, so tender, so radiant, sweet, so fair is she. Mollior cuniculi capillo, etc. Lydia bella puellia candida, quae bene superas lac et lilium, albamque simul rosam et rubicundam, et expolitum ebur indicum. Fine Lydia, my mistress, white and fair, the milk, the lily do not thee come near, the rose so white, the rose so red to see, and Indian ivory comes short of thee. Such a description our English Homer makes of a fair lady. That Emilia that was fairer to seen than is lily upon the stalk green, and fresher than May with flowers new, for with the rose colour strove her hue. I not which was the fairer of the two. In this very phrase Polyphemus courts Galatea. Candidior folio nivei Galatea ligustri, floridior prato, longa procerior alno, splendidior vitro, tenero lascivior haedo, etc. Mollior et cygni plumis et lacte coacto. Whiter Galet than the white withy wind, fresher than a field, higher than a tree, brighter than glass, more wanton than a kid, softer than swan's down, or aught that may be. So she admires him again in that conceited dialogue of Lucian, which John Secundus, an elegant Dutch modern poet, hath translated into verse. When Doris and those other sea nymphs upbraided her with her ugly misshapen lover Polyphemus, she replies, they speak out of envy and malice. Et plane invidia huc mera vos stimulare videtur, quod non vos itidem ut me Polyphemus amet. Say what they could, he was a proper man. And as Heloise writ to her sweetheart Peter Abelard, Si me Augustus orbis imperator uxorem expeteret, malem tua esse meretrix quam orbis imperatrix. She had rather be his vassal, his queen, than the world's empress or queen. Non si me Jupiter ipse forte velit. She would not change her love for Jupiter himself. To thy thinking, she is a most loathsome creature, and as when a country fellow discommended once that exquisite picture of Helen made by Zeuxis, for he saw no such beauty in it, Nicomachus, a lovesick spectator, replied, Sume tibi meos oculos, et deam existimabis. Take mine eyes, and thou wilt think she is a goddess. Dote on her forthwith, count all her vices virtues, her imperfections infirmities, absolute and perfect. If she be flat-nosed, she is lovely; if hook-nosed, kingly; if dwarfish and little, pretty; if tall, proper and manlike, our brave British Boadicea; if crooked, wise; if monstrous, comely. Her defects are no defects at all, she hath no deformities. Immo nec ipsum amicae stercus fetit, though she be nasty, fulsome, as Sostratus's bitch or Parmenos' sow, thou hadst as lief have a snake in thy bosom, a toad in thy dish, and callest her witch, devil, hag, with all the filthy names thou canst invent. He admires her on the other side. She is his idol, lady, mistress, venerilla, queen, the quintessence of beauty, an angel, a star, a goddess. Thou art my Vesta, thou my goddess art, thy hallowed temple only is my heart. The fragrancy of 1,000 courtesans is in her face. Nec pulchrae effigies haec Cypridis aut Stratonices. 'Tis not Venus's picture that, nor the Spanish Infanta's, as you suppose, good sir, no princess or king's daughter, no, no, but his divine mistress, forsooth, his dainty Dulcinea, his dear Antiphyla, to whose service he is wholly consecrate, whom he alone adores. Cui comparatus indecens erit pavo, in amabilis sciurus et frequens phoenix. To whom conferred a peacock's indecent, a squirrel's harsh, a phoenix too frequent. All the graces, veneries, elegancies, pleasures attend her. He prefers her before a myriad of court ladies. He that commends Phyllis or Nereia, or Amaryllis or Galatea, Tityrus or Melibea, by your leave, let him be mute, his love the praises have. Nay, before all the gods and goddesses themselves. So Quintus Catullus admired his squint-eyed friend Roscius. Pace mihi liceat, celestes, dicere vestra, mortalis visus pulchrior esse Deo. By your leave, gentle gods, this I'll say true, there's none of you that have so fair a hue. All the bombast epithets, pathetical adjuncts, incomparably fair, curiously neat, divine, sweet, dainty, delicious, etc., pretty diminutives, corculum, suaviolum, etc., pleasant names may be invented, bird, mouse, lamb, puss, pigeon, pigsney, kid, honey, love, dove, chicken, etc., he puts on her. Meum mel, mea suavitas, meum cor, meum suaviolum, mei lepores. My life, my light, my jewel, my glory, Margareta speciosa, cuius respectu omnia mundi pretiosa sordent. My sweet Margaret, my sole delight and darling. And as Rhodomont courted Isabella, by all kind words and gestures that he might, he calls her his dear heart, his sole beloved, his joyful comfort, and his sweet delight, his mistress and his goddess, and such names as loving knights apply to lovely dames. Every cloth she wears, every fashion pleaseth him above measure. Her hand, O quales digitos, quos habet illa manus. Pretty foot, pretty coronets, her sweet carriage, sweet voice, tone, oh, that pretty tone, her divine and lovely looks, her everything, lovely, sweet, amiable, and pretty, pretty, pretty. Her very name, let it be what it will, is a most pretty, pleasing name. I believe now there is some secret power and virtue in names. Every action, sight, habit, gesture, he admires, whether she play, sing, or dance, in what tires soever she goeth, how excellent it was, how well it became her, never the like seen or heard. Mille habet ornatus, mille decenter habet. Let her wear what she will, do what she will, say what she will. Quisquid enim dicit, seu facit, omne decet. He applauds and admires everything she wears, saith, or doth. Illam quisquid agit quoquo vestigia vertit, composuit furtim subsequiturque decor. Seu solvit crines, fusis decet esse capillis, seu compsit, comptis est reverenda comis. Whate'er she doth, or whither'er she go, a sweet and pleasing grace attends forsooth, or loose, or bind her hair, or comb it up, she's to be honoured in what she doth. Vestem induetur formosa est, exuitur tota forma est. Let her be dressed or undressed, all is one, she is excellent still, beautiful, fair, and lovely to behold. Women do as much by men, nay more, far fonder, weaker, and that by many parasangs. Come to me, my dear Lycias, saith Musaeus in Aristaenetus, come quickly, sweetheart, all other men are satyrs, mere clowns, blockheads to thee, nobody to thee. Thy looks, words, gestures, actions, etc., are incomparably beyond all others. Venus was never so much besotted on her Adonis, Phaedra so delighted in Hippolytus, Ariadne in Theseus, Thisbe in her Pyramus, as she is enamoured on her Mopsus. Be thou the marigold, and I will be the sun. Be thou the friar, and I will be the nun. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 18. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 3, Part 3. I could repeat centuries of such. Now tell me, what greater dotage or blindness can there be than this in both sexes? And yet their slavery is more eminent, a greater sign of their folly than the rest. They are commonly slaves, captives, voluntary servants. Amator amicae mancipium, as Castilio terms him, his mistress's servant, her drudge, prisoner, bondman, what not? He composeth himself wholly to her affections to please her, and, as Amelia said, makes himself her lackey. All his cares, actions, all his thoughts are subordinate to her will and commandment. Her most devote, obsequious, affectionate servant and vassal. For love, as Cyrus in Xenophon well observed, is a mere tyranny, worse than any disease, and they that are troubled with it desire to be free and cannot, but are harder bound than if they were in iron chains. What greater captivity or slavery can there be, as Tully expostulates, than to be in love? Is he a free man over whom a woman domineers, to whom she prescribes laws, commands, forbids what she will herself, that dares deny nothing she demands? She asks, he gives. She calls, he comes. She threatens, he fears. Nequissimum hunc servum puto. I account this man a very drudge. And as he follows it, is this no small servitude for an enamorite to be every hour combing his head, stiffening his beard, perfuming his hair, washing his face with sweet water, painting, curling, and not to come abroad but sprucely crowned, decked, and apparelled? Yet these are but toys in respect, to go to the barber, baths, theatres, etc. He must attend upon her wherever she goes, run along the streets by her doors and windows to see her, take all opportunities, sleeveless errands, disguise, counterfeit shapes, and as many forms as Jupiter himself ever took, and come every day to her house, as he will surely do if he be truly enamoured, and offer her service, and follow her up and down from room to room, as Lucretia's suitors did. He cannot contain himself, but he will do it. He must and will be where she is, sit next her, still talking with her. If I did but let my glove fall by chance, as the said Aretine's Lucretia brags, I had one of my suitors, nay, 2 or 3 at once ready to stoop and take it up and kiss it, and with a low congé deliver it unto me. If I would walk, another was ready to sustain me by the arm, a third to provide fruits, pears, plums, cherries, or whatsoever I would eat or drink. All this and much more he doth in her presence, and when he comes home, as Troilus to his Cressida, 'tis all his meditation to recount with himself his actions, words, gestures, what entertainment he had, how kindly she used him in such a place, how she smiled, how she graced him, and that infinitely pleased him. And then he breaks out, O sweet Areusa, O my dearest Antiphyla, O most divine looks, O lovely graces, and thereupon instantly he makes an epigram, or a sonnet to 5 or 7 tunes, in her commendation. Or else he ruminates how she rejected his service, denied him a kiss, disgraced him, etc., and that as effectually torments him. And these are his exercises between comb and glass, madrigals, elegies, etc., these his cogitations till he see her again. But all this is easy and gentle, and the least part of his labour and bondage. No hunter will take such pains for his game, fowler for his sport, or soldier to sack a city, as he will for his mistress's favour. Ipsa comes veniam, neque me salabrosa movebunt saxa, nec obliquo dente timendus aper. As Phaedra to Hippolytus, no danger shall affright, for if that be true the poets feign, love is the son of Mars and Venus, as he hath delights, pleasures, elegances from his mother, so hath he hardness, valour, and boldness from his father. And 'tis true that Bernard hath, amore nihil mollius, nihil volentius, nothing so boisterous, nothing so tender as love. If once, therefore, enamoured, he will go, run, ride many a mile to meet her, day and night, in a very dark night, endure scorching heat, cold, wait in frost and snow, rain, tempest, till his teeth chatter in his head, those northern winds and showers cannot cool or quench his flame of love. In tempesta nocte non deterretur. He will, take my word, sustain hunger, thirst, penetrabit omnia, perumpit omnia. Love will find out a way, through thick and thin he will to her. Expeditissimi montes videntur omnes tranabiles. He will swim through an ocean, ride post over the Alps, Apennines, or Pyrenean hills. Ignem marisque fluctus atque turbines venti paratus est transire. Though it rain daggers with their points downward, light or dark, all is one. Roscida per tenebras faunus ad antra venit. For her sweet sake he will undertake Hercules's 12 labours, endure, hazard, etc. He feels it not. What shall I say, saith Haedus, of their great dangers they undergo, single combats they undertake, how they will venture their lives, creep in at windows, gutters, climb over walls to come to their sweethearts, anointing the doors and hinges with oil, because they should not creak, tread soft, swim, wade, watch, etc. And if they be surprised, leap out at windows, cast themselves headlong down, bruising or breaking their legs or arms, and sometimes losing life itself, as Callisto did for his lovely Melibea. Hear some of their own confessions, protestations, complaints, proffers, expostulations, wishes, brutish attempts, labours in this kind. Hercules served Omphale, put on an apron, took a distaff, and spun. Thraso the soldier was so submissive to Thais that he was resolved to do whatever she enjoined. Ego me taedi dedam, et faciam quod iubet. I am at her service. Philostratus, in an epistle to his mistress, I am ready to die, sweetheart, if it be thy will. Allay his thirst, whom thy star hath scorched and undone. The fountains and rivers deny no man drink that comes. The fountain doth not say, thou shalt not drink, nor the apple, thou shalt not eat, nor the fair meadow, walk not in me. But thou alone wilt not let me come near thee, or see thee. Contemned and despised, I die for grief. Polyaenus, when his mistress Circe did but frown upon him in Petronius, drew his sword, and bade her kill, stab, or whip him to death. He would strip himself naked, and not resist. Another will take a journey to Japan. Longae navigationis molestis non curans. A third, if she say it, will not speak a word for a 12 months' space. Her command shall be most inviolably kept. A fourth will take Hercules's club from him, and with that centurion in the Spanish Celestina, will kill 10 men for his mistress Areusa. For a word of her mouth he will cut bucklers in two like pippins, and flap down men like flies. Elige quo mortis genere illum ocidi cupis. Galeatus of Mantua did a little more, for when he was almost mad for love of a fair maid in the city, she, to try him belike what he would do for her sake, bade him in jest leap into the river Po if he loved her. He forthwith did leap headlong off the bridge, and was drowned. Another at Ficinum in like passion, when his mistress by chance, thinking no harm I dare swear, bade him go hang, the next night at her doors hanged himself. Money, saith Xenophon, is a very acceptable and welcome guest, yet I had rather give it my dear Clinia than take it of others. I had rather serve him than command others. I had rather be his drudge than take my ease, undergo any danger for his sake than live in security. For I had rather see Clinia than all the world besides, and had rather want the sight of all other things than him alone. I am angry with the night and sleep, that I may not see him, and thank the light and sun, because they show me my Clinia. I will run into the fire for his sake, and if you did but see him, I know that you likewise would run with me. So Philostratus to his mistress, command me what you will, I will do it. Bid me go to sea, I am gone in an instant. Take so many stripes, I am ready. Run through the fire, and lay down my life and soul at thy feet, 'tis done. So did Iolus to Juno. Tuus, O regina, quod optas explorare labor, mihi jussa capescere fas est. O queen, it is thy pains to enjoin me still, and I am bound to execute thy will. And Phaedra to Hippolytus, me vel sororem Hippolyte aut famulam voca, famulamque potius omne servitium feram. O call me sister, call me servant, choose, or rather servant, I am thine to use. Non me per altas ire si jubeas nives, pigeat Galatis ingredi pindi jugis, non si per ignes ire aut infesta agmina cuncter paratus ensibus pectus dare, te tunc jubere, me decet jussa exequi. It shall not grieve me to the snowy hills, or frozen Pindus' tops forthwith to climb, or run through fire, or through an army, say but the word, for I am always thine. Callicratides in Lucian breaks out into this passionate speech: O God of heaven, grant me this life forever, to sit over against my mistress, and to hear her sweet voice, to go in and out with her, to have every other business common with her. I would labour when she labours, sail when she sails. He that hates her should hate me, and if a tyrant kill her, he should kill me. If she should die, I would not live, and one grave should hold us both. Finiet illa meus moriens morientis amores. Abracomus in Aristaenetus makes the like petition for his Delphia. Tecum vivere amem, tecum obeam lubens. I desire to live with thee, and I am ready to die with thee. 'Tis the same strain which Theagenes used to his Chariclea. So that I may but enjoy thy love, let me die presently. Leander to his Hero, when he besought the sea waves to let him go quietly to his love, and kill him coming back. Parcite dum propero, mergite dum redeo. Spare me whilst I go, drown me as I return. 'Tis the common humour of them all, to contemn death, to wish for death, to confront death in this case. Quippe queis nec fera, nec ignis, neque praecipitium, nec fretum, nec ensis, neque laqueos gravia videntur. 'Tis their desire, saith Tyrius, to die. Haud timet mortem cupit ire in ipsos, obvius enses. He does not fear death, he desireth such upon the very swords. Though 1,000 dragons or devils keep the gates, Cerberus himself, Sciron and Procrustes lay in wait, and the way as dangerous, as inaccessible as hell, through fiery flames and over burning coulters he will adventure for all this. And as Peter Abelard lost his testicles for his Heloise, he will, I say, not venture an incision, but life itself. For how many gallants offered to lose their lives for a night's lodging with Cleopatra in those days? And in the hour or moment of death, 'tis their sole comfort to remember their dear mistress, as Zerbino slain in France, and Brandemart in Barbary, as Arcite did his Emily. When he felt death, dusked been his eyes, and faded is his breath, but on his lady yet casteth he his eye, his last word was, Mercy, Emily. His spirit changed, and out went there, whither I cannot tell, ne where. When Captain Gobrius by an unlucky accident had received his death's wound, Heu me miserum exclamat, miserable man that I am, instead of other devotions, he cries out, shall I die before I see my sweetheart Rhodanthe? Sic amor mortem, saith mine author, aut quisquid humanitus accidit aspernatur. So love triumphs, contemns, insults over death itself. 13 proper young men lost their lives for that fair Hippodamias' sake, the daughter of Onomaus, king of Elis, when that hard condition was proposed of death or victory, they made no account of it, but courageously for love died, till Pelops at last won her by a sleight. As many gallants desperately adventured their dearest blood for Atalanta, the daughter of Schenius, in hope of marriage, all vanquished and overcame, till Hippomenes by a few golden apples happily obtained his suit. Perseus of old fought with a sea monster for Andromeda's sake, and our Saint George freed the king's daughter of Sabea, the golden legend is mine author, that was exposed to a dragon by a terrible combat. Our knights errant, and the Sir Lancelots of these days, I hope will adventure as much for ladies' favours as the squire of dames, knight of the sun, Sir Bevis of Southampton, or that renowned peer, Orlando, who long time had loved dear Angelica the fair, and for her sake about the world in nations far and near did high attempts perform and undertake. He is a very dastard, a coward, a block and a beast that will not do as much, but they will, sure, they will, for it is an ordinary thing for these inamorotos of our time to say and do more, to stab their arms, carouse in blood, or as that Thessalian Thero that bit off his own thumb, provocans rivalem ad hoc aemulandum, to make his co-rival do as much. 'Tis frequent with them to challenge the field for their lady and mistress's sake, to run a tilt, that either bears so furiously they meet the other down under the horse's feet, and then up and to it again, and with their axes both so sorely power that neither plate nor mail sustained the stour, but rivelled reek like rotten wood asunder, and fire did flash like lightning after thunder. And in her quarrel, to fight so long till their headpiece, bucklers be all broken, and swords hacked like so many saws, for they must not see her abused in any sort. 'Tis blasphemy to speak against her, a dishonour without all good respect to name her. 'Tis common with these creatures to drink healths upon their bare knees, though it were a mile to the bottom, no matter of what mixture, off it comes. If she bid them, they will go barefoot to Jerusalem, to the great Cham's court, to the East Indies to fetch her a bird to wear in her hat, and with Drake and Candish sail round about the world for her sweet sake, adversis ventis, serve twice 7 years, as Jacob did for Rachel, do as much as Gesmunda, the daughter of Tancredus, prince of Salerna, did for Guisardus, her true love, eat his heart when he died, or as Artemisia drank her husband's bones beaten to powder, and so bury him in herself, and endure more torments than Theseus or Paris. Et his colitur Venus magis quamture et victimis. With such sacrifices as these, as Aristaenetus holds, Venus is well pleased. Generally they undertake any pain, any labour, any toil for their mistress's sake, love and admire a servant, not to her alone, but to all her friends and followers. They hug and embrace them for her sake, her dog, picture, and everything she wears, they adore it as a relic. If any man come from her, they feast him, reward him, will not be out of his company, do him all offices, still remembering, still talking of her. Nam si abest quod ames, praesto simulacra tamen sunt, Ilius et nomen dulce observatur ad aures. The very carrier that comes from him to her is a most welcome guest, and if he bring a letter, she will read it 20 times over, and, as Lucretia did by Euryalus, kiss the letter 1,000 times together, and then read it. And Caledonia by Philonius, after many sweet kisses, put the letter in her bosom. And kiss again, and often look thereon, and stay the messenger that would be gone. And asked many pretty questions over and over again, as how he looked, what he did, and what he said. In a word, vult placere sese amicae, vult mihi, vult pedissequae, vult famulis, vult etiam ancillis, et catulo meo. He strives to please his mistress and her maid, her servants and her dog, and's well apaid. If he get any remnant of hers, a busk point, a feather of her fan, a shoe tie, a lace, a ring, a bracelet of hair, pignusque direptum lacertis aut digito male pertinaci. He wears it for a favour on his arm, in his hat, finger, or next his heart. Her picture he adores twice a day, and for 2 hours together will not look off it, as Laodamia did by Protesilaus, when he went to war, sit at home with his picture before her. A garter or a bracelet of hers is more precious than any saint's relic. He lays it up in his casket, O blessed relic, and every day will kiss it. If in her presence his eye is never off her, and drink he will where she drank, if it be possible, in that very place, etc. If absent, he will walk in the walk, sit under that tree where she did use to sit, in that bower, in that very seat. Et foribus miseroscula figit. Many years after sometimes, though she be far distant, and dwell many miles off, he loves yet to walk that way still, to have his chamber window look that way, to walk by that river's side which, though far away, runs by the house where she dwells. He loves the wind blows to that coast. O quoties dixis zephyris properantibus illuc, felices pulchram visuri amirillada venti. O happy western winds that blow that way, for you shall see my love's fair face today. He will send a message to her by the wind. Vos aurae alpinae, placidis de montibus aurae, haec illi portate. He desires to confer with some of her acquaintance, for his heart is still with her, to talk of her, admiring and commending her, lamenting, moaning, wishing himself anything for her sake, to have opportunity to see her. Oh, that he might but enjoy her presence! so did Philostratus to his mistress. O happy ground on which she treads, and happy were I if she would tread upon me. I think her countenance would make the rivers stand, and when she comes abroad, birds will sing and come about her. Ridebunt valles, ridebunt obvia tempe, in florem viridis protinus ibi humus. The fields will laugh, the pleasant valleys burn, and all the grass will into flowers turn. Omnis ambrosiam spirabit aura. When she is in the meadow, she is fairer than any flower, for that lasts but for a day. The river is pleasing, but it vanisheth on a sudden. But thy flower doth not fade, thy stream is greater than the sea. If I look upon the heaven, methinks I see the sun fallen down to shine below, and thee to shine in his place, whom I desire. If I look upon the night, methinks I see two more glorious stars, Hesperus and thyself. A little after he thus courts his mistress. If thou goest forth of the city, the protecting gods that keep the town will run after to gaze upon thee. If thou sail upon the seas, as so many small boats, they will follow thee. What river would not run into the sea? Another, he sighs and sobs, swears he hath cor scissum, a heart bruised to powder, dissolved and melted within him, or quite gone from him, to his mistress's bosom belike. He is in an oven, a salamander in the fire, so scorched with love's heat. He wisheth himself a saddle for her to sit on, a posy for her to smell to, and it would not grieve him to be hanged, if he might be strangled in her garters. He would willingly die tomorrow, so that she might kill him with her own hands. Ovid would be a flea, a gnat, a ring, Catullus a sparrow. O si tecum ludere sicut ipsa possem, et tristes animi levari curas. Anacreon, a glass, a gown, a chain, anything. Sed speculum ego ipse fiam, ut me tuomosque cernas, et vestis ipse fiam, ut me tuomosque gestes. Mutare et opto in undam, lavem tuos ut artus nardus puella fiam, ut ego te ipsum in ungam, sim fascia in papillis, tuo et monile colo, fiamque calceos me saltem ut pedeusque calces. But I a looking-glass would be, still to be looked upon by thee, or I, my love, would be thy gown, by thee to be worn up and down, or a pure well full to the brims, that I might wash thy purer limbs, or I'd be precious balm to 'noint with choicest care each choicest joint. Or if I might, I would be fain about thy neck thy happy chain, or would it were my blessed hap to be the lawn or thy fair pap, or would I were thy shoe to be daily trod upon by thee. O thrice happy man that shall enjoy her, as they that saw Hero in Museus, and Salmacis to Hermaphroditus. Felices mater, etc., felix nutrix, sed longe cunctis, longeque beatior ille, quem fructus sponsi et socii dignabere lecti. The same passion made her break out in the comedy. Nae illae fortunatae sunt quae cum illo cubant. Happy are his bedfellows. And as she said of Cyprus, beata quae illi uxor futura esset. Blessed is that woman that shall be his wife. Nay, thrice happy she that shall enjoy him but a night. Una nox Jovis sceptro aequiparanda. Such a night's lodging is worth Jupiter's scepter. Qualis nox erit illa, dii deaeque, quam mollis torus. Oh, what a blissful night would it be, how soft, how sweet a bed! She will adventure all her estate for such a night, for a nectarian, a balsam kiss alone. Qui te videt beatus est, beatior qui te audiet, qui te potitur est Deus. The Sultan of Sana's wife in Arabia, when she had seen Vertomannus, that comely traveller, lamented to herself in this manner: O God, thou hast made this man whiter than the sun, but me, mine husband, and all my children black. I would to God he were my husband, or that I had such a son. She fell a-weeping, and so impatient for love at last, that, as Potiphar's wife did by Joseph, she would have had him gone in with her. She sent away Gazella, Tegea, Galzerana, her waiting maids, loaded him with fair promises and gifts, and wooed him with all the rhetoric she could. Extremum hoc miserae da munus amanti. Grant this last request to a wretched lover. But when he gave not consent, she would have gone with him, and left all, to be his page, his servant, or his lackey. Certa sequi carum corpus ut umbra solet, so that she might enjoy him, threatening moreover to kill herself, etc. Men will do as much and more for women, spend goods, lands, lives, fortunes. Kings will leave their crowns, as King John for Matilda the nun at Dunmow. But kings in this yet privileged may be, I'll be a monk so I may live with thee. The very gods will endure any shame. Atque aliquis de diis non tristibus inquit, etc. Be a spectacle, as Mars and Venus were, to all the rest. So did Lucian's Mercury wish, and peradventure, so dost thou. They will adventure their lives with alacrity, pro qua non metuam mori, nay more, pro qua non metuam bis mori. I will die twice, nay 20 times for her. If she die, there's no remedy, they must die with her, they cannot help it. A lover in Calcagninus wrote this on his darling's tomb: Quincia obiit, sed non quincia sola obiit, quincia obiit, sed cum quincia et ipse obii. Risus obit, obit gratia, lusus obit. Nec mea nunc anima in pectore, at in tumulo est. Quincia, my dear, is dead, but not alone, for I am dead, and with her I am gone. Sweet smiles, mirth, graces, all with her do rest, and my soul too, for 'tis not in my breast. How many doting lovers upon the like occasion might say the same? But these are toys in respect. They will hazard their very souls for their mistress's sake. Atque aliquis inter juvenis miratus est, et verbum dixit, non ego in caelo cuperem Deus esse, nostram uxorem habens domi hero. One said, to heaven would I not desire at all to go, if that at mine own house I had such a fine wife as Hero. Venus forsook heaven for Adonis's sake. Caelo praefertur Adonis. Old Janivere in Chaucer thought when he had his fair May, he should never go to heaven, he should live so merrily here on earth. Had I such a mistress, he protests, caelum diis ego non suum inviderem, sed sortem mihi dii meam inviderent. I would not envy their prosperity, the gods should envy my felicity. Another as earnestly desires to behold his sweetheart, he will adventure and leave all this, and more than this, to see her alone. Omnia quae patior mala si pensare velit fors, una aliqua nobis prosperitate, dii, hoc precor, ut faciant me cernere coram, cor mihi captivum, quae tenet hoce deam. If all my mischiefs were recompensed, and God would give me what I requested, I would my mistress's presence only seek, which doth mine heart in prison captive keep. But who can reckon upon the dotage, madness, servitude, and blindness, the foolish phantasms and vanities of lovers, their torments, wishes, idle attempts? Yet for all this, amongst so many irksome, absurd, troublesome symptoms, inconveniences, fantastical fits and passions which are usually incident to such persons, there be some good and graceful qualities in lovers, which this affection causeth. As it makes wise men fools, so many times it makes fools become wise. It makes base fellows become generous, cowards courageous, as Cardan notes out of Plutarch, covetous, liberal and magnificent, clowns civil, cruel, gentle, wicked profane persons to become religious, slovens neat, churls merciful, and dumb dogs eloquent, your lazy drones quick and nimble. Feras mentes domat Cupido. That fierce, cruel, and rude Cyclops Polyphemus sighed and shed many a salt tear for Galatea's sake. No passion causeth greater alterations, or more vehement of joy or discontent. Plutarch, Symposion, Book 5, Question 1, saith that the soul of a man in love is full of perfumes and sweet odours, and all manner of pleasing tones and tunes, insomuch that it is hard to say, as he adds, whether love do mortal men more harm than good. It adds spirits, and makes them, otherwise soft and silly, generous and courageous. Audacem faciebat amor. Ariadne's love made Theseus so adventurous, and Medea's beauty Jason so victorious. Expectorat amor timorem. Plato is of opinion that the love of Venus made Mars so valorous. A young man will be much abashed to commit any foul offence that shall come to the hearing or sight of his mistress, as he that desired of his enemy, now dying, to lay him with his face upward, ne amasius videret eum a tergo vulneratum, lest his sweetheart should say he was a coward. And if it were possible to have an army consist of lovers, such as love or are beloved, they would be extraordinary valiant and wise in their government, modesty would detain them from doing amiss, emulation incite them to do that which is good and honest, and a few of them would overcome a great company of others. There is no man so pusillanimous, so very a dastard, whom love would not incense, make of a divine temper and an heroical spirit. As he said in like case, tota ruat caeli moles non terreor, etc. Nothing can terrify, nothing can dismay them. But as Sir Blandimore and Paridel, those two brave fairy knights, fought for the love of fair Florimel in presence, and drawing both their swords with rage anew, like two mad mastiffs each other slew, and shields did share, and mails did rash, and helms did hew, so furiously each other did assail, as if their souls at once they would have rent out of their breasts, that streams of blood did trail adown as if their springs of life were spent, that all the ground with purple blood was sprent, and all their armour stained with bloody gore, yet scarcely once to breath would they relent. So mortal was their malice, and so sore, that both resolved than yield to die before. Every base swain in love will dare to do as much for his dear mistress's sake. He will fight and fetch Argivum Clypeum, that famous buckler of Argos, to do her service, adventure at all, undertake any enterprise. And as Serranus the Spaniard, then governor of Sluys, made answer to Marquis Spinola, if the enemy brought 50,000 devils against him, he would keep it. The 9 worthies, Oliver and Roland, and 40 dozen of peers are all in him. He is all metal, armour of proof, more than a man, and in this case improved beyond himself. For as Agatho contends, a true lover is wise, just, temperate, and valiant. I doubt not, therefore, but if a man had such an army of lovers, as Castilio supposeth, he might soon conquer all the world, except by chance he met with such another army of inamoratos to oppose it. For so perhaps they might fight as that fatal dog and fatal hare in the heavens, course one another round, and never make an end. Castilio thinks Ferdinand, King of Spain, would never have conquered Granada had not Queen Isabel and her ladies been present at the siege. It cannot be expressed what courage the Spanish knights took when the ladies were present. A few Spaniards overcame a multitude of Moors. They will undergo any danger whatsoever, as Sir Walter Manny in Edward the Third's time, stuck full of ladies' favours, fought like a dragon. For soli amantes, as Plato holds, pro amicis mori appetunt. Only lovers will die for their friends, and in their mistresses' quarrel. And for that cause he would have women follow the camp, to be spectators and encouragers of noble actions. Upon such an occasion, the squire of dames himself, Sir Launcelot or Sir Tristram, Caesar or Alexander, shall not be more resolute or go beyond them. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 19. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 3, Part 4. Not courage only doth love add, but, as I said, subtlety, wit, and many pretty devices. Namque dolos inspirat amor, fraudesque ministrat. Jupiter in love with Leda, and not knowing how to compass his desire, turned himself into a swan, and got Venus to pursue him in the likeness of an eagle, which she doing, for shelter he fled to Leda's lap. Et in eus gremio se collocavit. Leda embraced him, and so fell fast asleep. Sed dormientem Jupiter compressit, by which means Jupiter had his will. Infinite such tricks love can devise, such fine feats in abundance, with wisdom and wariness. Quis fallere possit amantem? All manner of civility, decency, compliment, and good behaviour, plus solis et leporis, polite graces and merry conceits. Boccaccio hath a pleasant tale to this purpose, which he borrowed from the Greeks, and which Beroaldus hath turned into Latin, Bebelius in verse, of Cimon and Iphigenia. This Cimon was a fool, a proper man of person, and the governor of Cyprus's son, but a very ass, insomuch that his father being ashamed of him, sent him to a farmhouse he had in the country to be brought up, where by chance, as his manner was, walking alone, he espied a gallant young gentlewoman named Iphigenia, a burgomaster's daughter of Cyprus, with her maid, by a brookside in a little thicket, fast asleep in her smock, where she had newly bathed herself. When Cimon saw her, he stood leaning on his staff, gaping on her immovable and in amaze. At last he fell so far in love with the glorious object, that he began to rouse himself up, to bethink what he was, would needs follow her to the city, and for her sake began to be civil, to learn to sing and dance, to play upon instruments, and got all those gentlemanlike qualities and compliments in a short space, which his friends were most glad of. In brief, he became, from an idiot and a clown, to be one of the most complete gentlemen in Cyprus, did many valorous exploits, and all for the love of Mistress Iphigenia. In a word, I may say thus much of them all: let them be never so clownish, rude, and horrid, Grobians and sluts, if once they be in love, they will be most neat and spruce, for omnibus rebus et nitidis nitoribus antevenit amor. They will follow the fashion, begin to trick up, and to have a good opinion of themselves. Venus tatim enim mater Venus. A ship is not so long a rigging as a young gentlewoman a trimming up herself against her sweetheart comes. A painter's shop, a flowery meadow, no so gracious aspect in nature's storehouse as a young maid, nubilis puella, a noviza or Venetian bride that looks for a husband, or a young man that is her suitor. Composed looks, composed gait, clothes, gestures, actions, all composed. All the graces, elegances in the world are in her face. Their best robes, ribbons, chains, jewels, lawns, linens, laces, spangles, must come on. Praeter quam res patitur student elegantiae. They are beyond all measure coy, nice, and too curious on a sudden. 'Tis all their study, all their business, how to wear their clothes neat, to be polite and terse, and to set out themselves. No sooner doth a young man see his sweetheart coming, but he smugs up himself, pulls up his cloak now fallen about his shoulders, ties his garters, points, sets his band, cuffs, slicks his hair, twires his beard, etc. When Mercury was to come before his mistress, Chlamydemque ut pendeat apte collocat ut limbus totumque appareat aurum. He put his cloak in order, that the lace and hem and gold work all might have his grace. Salmacis would not be seen of Hermaphroditus till she had spruced up herself first. Nec tamen ante adiit, etsi properabat adire, quam se composuit, quam circumspexit amictus, et finxit vultum, et meruit formosa videri. Nor did she come, although 'twas her desire, till she composed herself, and trimmed her tire, and set her looks to make him to admire. Venus had so ordered the matter, that when her son Aeneas was to appear before Queen Dido, he was os humerosque deo similis, namque ipsa decoram Caesariam nato genetrix, lumenque juventae, purpureum et laetos oculis afflarat honores. Like a god, for she was the tire-woman herself, to set him out with all natural and artificial impostures. As Mother Mamea did her son Heliogabalus, new chosen emperor, when he was to be seen of the people first. When the hirsute Cyclopial Polyphemus courted Galatea, Jamque tibi formae, jamque est tibi curae placendi, jam rigidos pectis rastris Polypheme capillos, jam libet hirsutam tibi falce recidere barbam, et spectare feros in aqua, et componere vultus. And then he did begin to prank himself, to plait and comb his head, and beard to shave, and look his face i' the water as a glass, and to compose himself for to be brave. He was upon a sudden now spruce and keen as a new ground hatchet. He now began to have a good opinion of his own features and good parts, now to be a gallant. Jam Galatea veni, nec munere despice nostra, certe ego minoi, liquidaque in imagine vidi, nuper aquae, placuitque mihi mea forma videnti. Come now, my Galatea, scorn me not, nor my poor presence, for but yesterday I saw myself in the water, and methought full fair I was, then scorn me not, I say. Non sum adeo informis, nuper me in litore vidi, cum placidum ventis staret mare. 'Tis the common humour of all suitors to trick up themselves, to be prodigal in apparel, pure lotus, neat, combed and curled, with powdered hair, comptus et calimistratus, with a long love-lock, a flower in his ear, perfumed gloves, rings, scarves, feathers, points, etc., as if he were a prince's Ganymede, with every day new suits as the fashion varies, going as if he trod upon eggs, as Heinsius writ to Primierus, if once he be besotten on a wench, he must like awake at nights, renounce his book, sigh and lament, now and then weep for his hard hap, and mark, above all things, what hats, bands, doublets, breeches are in fashion, how to cut his beard and wear his locks, to turn up his mustachios and curl his head, prune his pique devant, or if he wear it abroad, that the east side be correspondent to the west. He may be scoffed at otherwise, as Julian, that apostate emperor, was for wearing a long hirsute, goatish beard, fit to make ropes with, as in his Misopogone, or that apologetical oration he made at Antioch to excuse himself, he doth ironically confess, it hindered his kissing. Nam non licuit inde pura puris, eoque suavioribus labra labris adjungere. But he did not much esteem it, as it seems by the sequel, de accipiendis dandisve osculis non laboro. Yet, to follow mine author, it may much concern a young lover. He must be more respectful in this behalf. He must be in league with an excellent tailor, barber. Tonsorem pulchrum sed arte talem, qualis nec talamis fuit Neronis. Have neat shoe ties, points, garters, speak in print, walk in print, eat and drink in print, and that which is all in all, he must be mad in print. Amongst other good qualities an amorous fellow is endowed with, he must learn to sing and dance, play upon some instrument or other, as without all doubt he will, if he be truly touched with this lodestone of love. For, as Erasmus hath it, musicam docet amor et poesia. Love will make them musicians, and to compose ditties, madrigals, elegies, love sonnets, and sing them to several pretty tunes, to get all good qualities may be had. Jupiter perceived Mercury to be in love with Philologia, because he learned languages, polite speech, for Suadela herself was Venus's daughter, as some write, arts and sciences, quo virgini placeret, all to ingratiate himself and please his mistress. 'Tis their chiefest study to sing, dance, and without question, so many gentlemen and gentlewomen would not be so well qualified in this kind, if love did not incite them. Who, saith Castilio, would learn to play, or give his mind to music, learn to dance, or make so many rhymes, love songs, as most do, but for women's sake, because they hope by that means to purchase their good wills and win their favour? We see this daily verified in our young women and wives. They that, being maids, took so much pains to sing, play, and dance, with such cost and charge to their parents, to get those graceful qualities, now being married, will scarce touch an instrument, they care not for it. Constantine makes Cupid himself to be a great dancer. By the same token, as he was capering amongst the gods, he flung down a bowl of nectar, which, distilling upon the white rose, ever since made it red. And Callistratus, by the help of Daedalus, about Cupid's statue, made a many of young wenches still a-dancing, to signify belike that Cupid was much affected with it, as without all doubt he was. For at his and Psyche's wedding, the gods being present to grace the feast, Ganymede filled nectar in abundance, as Apuleius describes it, Vulcan was the cook, the hours made all fine with roses and flowers, Apollo played upon the harp, the muses sang to it, sed suavi musicae super ingressa Venus saltavit. But his mother Venus danced to his and their sweet content. Witty Lucian, in that pathetical love passage, or pleasant description of Jupiter's stealing of Europa, and swimming from Phoenicia to Crete, makes the sea calm, the winds hush, Neptune and Amphitrite riding in their chariot to break the waves before them, the Tritons dancing round about with every one a torch, the sea nymphs half naked, keeping time on dolphins' backs, and singing Hymenaeus, Cupid nimbly tripping on the top of the waters, and Venus herself coming after in a shell, strewing roses and flowers on their heads. Praxiteles, in all his pictures of love, feigns Cupid ever smiling and looking upon dancers. And in St. Mark's in Rome, whose work I know not, one of the most delicious pieces is a many of satyrs dancing about a wench asleep, so that dancing still is, as it were, a necessary appendix to love matters. Young lasses are never better pleased than when, as upon a holiday, after evensong, they may meet their sweethearts and dance about a maypole, or in a town green under a shady elm. Nothing so familiar in France as for citizens' wives and maids to dance around in the streets, and often, too, for want of better instruments, to make good music of their own voices, and dance after it. Yea, many times this love will make old men and women that have more toes than teeth dance. John, come, kiss me now, mask and mum. For Comus and Hymen love masks, and all such merriments above measure, will allow men to put on women's apparel in some cases, and promiscuously to dance, young and old, rich and poor, generous and base, of all sorts. Paulus Jovius taxeth Augustine Niphus the philosopher, for that being an old man and a public professor, a father of many children, he was so mad for the love of a young maid, that which many of his friends were ashamed to see, an old gouty fellow, yet would dance after fiddlers. Many laughed him to scorn for it, but this omnipotent love would have it so. Hyacintino bacillo properans amor me adegit violenter ad sequendum. Love hasty with his purple staff did make me follow, and the dance to undertake. And 'tis no news this, no indecorum, for why? A good reason may be given of it. Cupid and Death met both in an inn, and, being merrily disposed, they did exchange some arrows from either quiver. Ever since, young men die, and oftentimes old men dote. Sic moritur juvenis, sic moribundus amat. And who can then withstand it? If once we be in love, young or old, though our teeth shake in our heads like virginal jacks, or stand parallel asunder like the arches of a bridge, there is no remedy. We must dance trenchmore for a need over tables, chairs, and stools, etc., and princum prancum is a fine dance. Plutarch, Symposion, Book 1, Question 5, doth in some sort excuse it, and telleth us, moreover, in what sense musicam docet amor, licet prius fuerit rudis. How love makes them that had no skill before learn to sing and dance. He concludes, "'Tis only that power and prerogative love hath over us. Love, as he holds, will make a silent man speak, a modest man most officious, dull, quick, slow, nimble, and that which is most to be admired, a hard, base, untractable churl, as fire doth iron in a smith's forge, free, facile, gentle, and easy to be entreated. Nay, 'twill make him prodigal in the other extreme, and give 100 sesterces for a night's lodging, as they did of old to Lais of Corinth, or ducenta drachmarum milia pro unica nocte, as Mundus to Paulina, spend all his fortunes, as too many do in like case, to obtain his suit. For which cause many compare love to wine, which makes men jovial and merry, frolic and sad, whine, sing, dance, and what not. But above all the other symptoms of lovers, this is not lightly to be overpassed, that likely of what condition soever, if once they be in love, they turn to their ability rhymers, ballad makers, and poets. For as Plutarch saith, they will be witnesses and trumpeters of their paramours' good parts, bedecking them with verses and commendatory songs, as we do statues with gold, that they may be remembered and admired of all. Ancient men will dote in this kind sometimes as well as the rest. The heat of love will thaw their frozen affections, dissolve the ice of age, and so far enable them, though they be 60 years of age above the girdle, to be scarce 30 beneath. Jovianus Pontanus makes an old fool rhyme, and turn poetaster to please his mistress. Ne ringas Mariana, meos me dispice canos, de sene nam juvenem dia referre potes, etc. Sweet Marian, do not mine age disdain, for thou canst make an old man young again. They will be still singing amorous songs and ditties, if young especially, and cannot abstain, though it be when they go to, or should be at, church. We have a pretty story to this purpose in West Monasteriensis, an old writer of ours, if you will believe it, Anno Dominis 1012, at Kollwitz in Saxony, on Christmas Eve, a company of young men and maids, whilst the priest was at mass in the church, were singing catches and love songs in the churchyard. He sent to them to make less noise, but they sung on still, and if you will, you shall have the very song itself. Equitabat homo per silvam frondosam, ducebatque secum meswindem formosam, quid stamus, cur non imus. A fellow rid by the greenwood side, and fair Meswinde was his bride. Why stand we so, and do not go? This they sung, he chafed, till at length, impatient as he was, he prayed to Saint Magnus, patron of the church, they might all three sing and dance till that time 12-month, and so they did, without meat and drink, wearisomeness, or giving over, till at year's end they ceased singing, and were absolved by Heribertus, Archbishop of Cologne. They will in all places be doing thus, young folks especially, reading love stories, talking of this or that young man, such a fair maid, singing, telling or hearing lascivious tales, scurrilous tunes, such objects are their sole delight, their continual meditation, and as Guastavinius adds, ob seminis abundantiam crebrae cogitationes, veneris frequens recordatio et pruriens voluptas, etc. An earnest longing comes hence. Pruriens corpus, pruriens anima. Amorous conceits, tickling thoughts, sweet and pleasant hopes. Hence it is they can think, discourse willingly, or speak almost of no other subject. 'Tis their only desire, if it may be done by art, to see their husband's picture in a glass. They'll give anything to know when they shall be married, how many husbands they shall have, by cromniomantia, a kind of divination with onions laid on the altar on Christmas Eve, or by fasting on St. Anne's Eve or night, to know who shall be their first husband, or by amphitomantia, by beans in a cake, etc., to burn the same. This love is the cause of all good conceits, neatness, exornations, plays, elegancies, delights, pleasant expressions, sweet motions, and gestures, joys, comforts, exultancies, and all the sweetness of our life. Qualis iam vita foret, aut quid jucunde sine aurea venere, emoriar cum ista non amplius mihi cura fuerit. Let me live no longer than I may love, saith a mad merry fellow in Mimnermus. This love is that salt that seasoneth our harsh and dull labours, and gives a pleasant relish to our other unsavoury proceedings. Absit amor, surgunt tenebrae, torpedo, veternum, pestis, etc. All our feasts almost, masques, mummings, banquets, merry meetings, weddings, pleasing songs, fine tunes, poems, love stories, plays, comedies, atellans, jigs, fescennines, elegies, odes, etc., proceed hence. Danaus, the son of Belus, at his daughter's wedding at Argos, instituted the first plays, some say, that were ever heard of. Symbols, emblems, impresses, devices, if we shall believe Jovius, Cutiles, Paradine, Camillus de Camillis, may be ascribed to it. Most of our arts and sciences, painting amongst the rest, was first invented, saith Patritius, ex amoris beneficio, for love's sake. For when the daughter of Deiboriades the Scionian was to take leave of her sweetheart now going to wars, ut desiderio eius minus tabesceret, to comfort herself in his absence, she took his picture with coal upon a wall, as the candle gave the shadow, which her father admiring perfected afterwards, and it was the first picture, by report, that ever was made. And long after, Scion for painting, carving, statuary, music, and philosophy was preferred before all the cities in Greece. Apollo was the first inventor of physic, divination, oracles. Minerva found out weaving, Vulcan curious ironwork, Mercury letters. But who prompted all this into their heads? Love. Nunquam talia inveniscent, nisi talia adamascent. They loved such things, or some party, for whose sake they were undertaken at first. 'Tis true, Vulcan made a most admirable brooch or necklace, which long after Axion and Temenus, Phegeus' sons, for the singular worth of it, consecrated to Apollo at Delphos, but Pharilus the tyrant stole it away and presented it to Ariston's wife, on whom he miserably doted. Parthenius tells the story out of Philarchus. But why did Vulcan make this excellent Aush? To give Hermione, Cadmus's wife, whom he dearly loved. All our tilts and tournaments, orders of the garter, golden fleece, etc., nobilitas sub amore jacet, owe their beginnings to love, and many of our histories. By this means, saith Jovius, they would express their loving minds to their mistress and to the beholders. 'Tis the sole subject almost of poetry, all our invention tends to it, all our songs, whatever those old Anacreons, and therefore Hesiod makes the Muses and Graces still follow Cupid, and, as Plutarch holds, Menander and the rest of the poets were love's priests. All our Greek and Latin epigrammatists, love writers. Antony Diogenes, the most ancient, whose epitome we find in Phocius Bibliotheca, Longus Sophista, Eustathius, Achilles, Tatius, Aristaenetus, Heliodorus, Plato, Plutarch, Lucian, Parthenius, Theodorus, Prodromus, Ovid, Catullus, Tibullus, etc. Our new Ariostos, Boyards, authors of Arcadia, Urania, Fairy Queen, etc., Marullus, Leotychius, Angerianus, Stroza, Secundus, Capellanus, etc., with the rest of those facete modern poets, have written in this kind, are but as so many symptoms of love. Their whole books are a synopsis or breviary of love, the portuus of love, legends of lovers' lives and deaths, and of their memorable adventures, nay more, quod leguntur, quod laudantur amori debent, as Nevisanus the lawyer holds. There never was any excellent poet that invented good fables or made laudable verses, which was not in love himself. Had he not taken a quill from Cupid's wings, he could never have written so amorously as he did. Cynthia te vatem fecit lascive properti, ingenium Galli pulchra lucoris habet. Fama est arguti nemesis formosa Tibuli, Lesbia dictavit docte Catulla tibi. Non me pelignus, nec spernet mantua vatem, si qua Corinna mihi, si quis Alexis erit. Wanton Propertius and witty Callus, subtle Tibullus and learned Catullus, it was Cynthia, Lesbia, Lycoris, that made you poets all, and if Alexis or Corinna chance my paramour to be, Virgil and Ovid shall not despise me. Non me Carminibus vincet, nec Draceus Orpheus, nec Linus. Petrarch's Laura made him so famous, Astrophel's Stella, and Jovianus Pontanus's mistress was the cause of his roses, violets, lilies, nequitiae blanditiae, joci decor, nardus, ver, corolla. Thus Mars, Pallas, Venus, Charis, Crocum, Laurus, unguentem, costum, lacrimae, myrrha, musae, etc., and the rest of his poems. Why are Italians at this day generally so good poets and painters? Because every man of any fashion amongst them hath his mistress. The very rustics and hog-rubbers, Menalcas and Corydon, qui faetant de stercore equino, those fulsome knaves, if once they taste of this love liquor, are inspired in an instant. Instead of those accurate emblems, curious impresses, gaudy masks, tilts, tournaments, etc. They have their wakes, Whitsunales, shepherds' feasts, meetings on holidays, country dances, roundelays, writing their names on trees, true lovers' knots, pretty gifts. With tokens, hearts divided, and half rings, shepherds in their loves are as coy as kings. Choosing lords, ladies, kings, queens, and valentines, etc., they go by couples. Corydons, Phyllis, Nyssa, and Mopsus, with dainty Dulcibel and Sir Tophus. Instead of odes, epigrams, and elegies, etc., they have their ballads, country tunes, "Oh, the broom, the bonny, bonny broom," ditties and songs, "Bess a belle, she doth excel." They must write likewise, and indite all in rhyme. Thou honeysuckle of the hawthorn hedge, vouchsafe in Cupid's cup my heart to pledge. My heart's dear blood, sweet Cis, is thy carouse, worth all the ale in Gammer Gubbin's house. I say no more, affairs call me away, my father's horse for provender doth stay. Be thou the Lady Cresset Light to me, Sir Trolly Lolly will I prove to thee. Written in haste, farewell, my cowslip sweet, pray let's a Sunday at the ale-house meet. Your most grim Stoics and severe philosophers will melt away with this passion, and if Athenaeus belie them not, Aristippus, Apollodorus, Antiphanes, etc., have made love songs and commentaries of their mistresses' praises, orators write epistles, princes give titles, honours, what not? Xerxes gave to Themistocles Lampsacus to find him wine, magnesia for bread, and Meunte for the rest of his diet. The Persian kings allotted whole cities to like use. Haec civitas mulieri redimiculum praebeat, haec incolum, haec in crines. One whole city served to dress her hair, another her neck, a third her hood. Ahasuerus would have given Esther half his empire, and Herod bid Herodias ask what she would, she should have it. Caligula gave 100,000 sesterces to his courtesan at first word to buy her pins, and yet when he was solicited by the Senate to bestow something to repair the decayed walls of Rome for the commonwealth's good, he would give but 6,000 sesterces at most. Dionysius, that Sicilian tyrant, rejected all his privy councillors, and was so besotted on Myrrha, his favourite and mistress, that he would bestow no office, or in the most weightiest business of the kingdom do aught without her especial advice, prefer, depose, send, entertain no man, though worthy and well deserving, but by her consent. And he again whom she commended, howsoever unfit, unworthy, was as highly approved. Kings and emperors, instead of poems, build cities. Adrian built Antinoa in Egypt, besides constellations, temples, altars, statues, images, etc., in the honour of his Antinous. Alexander bestowed infinite sums to set out his Hephaestion to all eternity. Socrates professeth himself love's servant, ignorant in all arts and sciences, a doctor alone in love matters. Et cum alienarum rerum omnium scientiam defeteretur, saith Maximus Tyrius, his sectator huius negotii professor, etc. And this he spake openly, at home and abroad, at public feasts, in the academy, in Pireo, Lycaeo, sub Platano, etc., the very bloodhound of beauty, as he is styled by others. But I conclude there is no end of love's symptoms, 'tis a bottomless pit. Love is subject to no dimensions, not to be surveyed by any art or engine. And besides, I am of Haedus's mind, no man can discourse of love matters, or judge of them aright, that hath not made trial in his own person, or, as Aeneas Sylvius adds, hath not a little doted, been mad, or love-sick himself. I confess I am but a novice, a contemplator only. Nescio quid sit amor nec amo. I have a tincture, for why should I lie, dissemble, or excuse it? Yet homo sum, etc., not altogether inexpert in this subject. Non sum praeceptor amandi. And what I say is merely reading, ex altorum forsan ineptiis, by mine own observation and others' relation. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 20. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 4. Prognostics of Love Melancholy. What fires, torments, cares, jealousies, suspicions, fears, griefs, anxieties accompany such as are in love? I have sufficiently said. The next question is, what will be the event of such miseries? What they foretell? Some are of opinion that this love cannot be cured. Nullis amor est medicabilis herbis. It accompanies them to the last. Idem amor exitio est pecorisque magistro. The same passion consume both the sheep and the shepherd, and is so continuate, that by no persuasion almost it may be relieved. Bid me not love, said Euryalus. Bid the mountains come down into the plains. Bid the rivers run back to their fountains. I can as soon leave to love, as the sun leave his course. Et prius equoribus pisces, et montibus umbrae, ad volucres deurunt sylvis, et murmura ventis, quam mihi discedent formosae Amaryllidis ignes. First seas shall want their fish, the mountains shade, woods singing birds, the wind's murmur shall fade, then my fair Amaryllis' love allayed. Bid me not love, bid a deaf man hear, a blind man see, a dumb speak, lame run, counsel can do no good, a sick man cannot relish, no physic can ease me. Non prosunt domino quae prosunt omnibus artes, as Apollo confessed, and Jupiter himself could not be cured. Omnes humanus curat medicina dolores, solus amor morbi non habet artificem. Physic can soon cure every disease, excepting love, that can it not appease. But whether love may be cured or no, and by what means, shall be explained in his place. In the meantime, if it take his course and be not otherwise eased or amended, it breaks out into outrageous often and prodigious events. Amor et liber violenti dii sunt, as Tatius observes, et eosque animum incendunt, ut pudoris oblivisci cognant. Love and Bacchus are so violent gods, so furiously rage in our minds, that they make us forget all honesty, shame, and common civility. For such men ordinarily, as are thoroughly possessed with this humour, become insensati et insani. For it is amor insanus, as the poet calls it, beside themselves, and as I have proved, no better than beasts, irrational, stupid, headstrong, void of fear of God or men. They frequently forswear themselves, spend, steal, commit incests, rapes, adulteries, murders, depopulate towns, cities, countries, to satisfy their lust. A devil 'tis, and mischief such doth work, as never yet did pagan, Jew, or Turk. The wars of Troy may be a sufficient witness, and as Appian saith of Antony and Cleopatra, their love brought themselves and all Egypt into extreme and miserable calamities. The end of her is as bitter as wormwood, and as sharp as a two-edged sword. Proverbs verses 4-5. Her feet go down to death, her steps lead on to hell. She is more bitter than death. Ecclesiastes 7:28. And the sinner shall be taken by her. Qui in amore praecipitavit, pejus perit, quam qui saxos salit. He that runs headlong from the top of a rock is not in so bad a case as he that falls into this gulf of love. For hence, saith Platina, comes repentance, dotage, they lose themselves, their wits, and make shipwreck of their fortunes altogether, madness, to make away themselves and others, violent death. Prognosticatio est talis, saith Gordonius, si non succurratur iis, aut in maniam cadunt, ad moriuntur. The prognostication is, they will either run mad, or die. For if this passion continue, saith Aelian Montaltus, it makes the blood hot, thick, and black, and if the inflammation get into the brain, with continual meditation and waking, it so dries up, that madness follows, or else they make away themselves. O Corydon, Corydon, quae dementia crepit? Now, as Arnoldus adds, it will speedily work these effects, if it be not presently helped. They will pine away, run mad, and die upon a sudden. Facile incidunt in maniam, saith Valescus, quickly mad, nisi succurratur, if good order be not taken. Ehu triste jugum quisquis amoris habet, is prius se norit se pertisse perit. O heavy yoke of love, which whoso bears is quite undone, and that at unawares, so she confessed of herself in the poet. Insaniam priusquam quies sentiat, vix pili intervallio a furore absum. I shall be mad before it be perceived. A hair breadth off scarce am I, now distracted. As mad as Orlando for his Angelica, or Hercules for his Hylas. At ille ruebat corpedes ducebant, furibundus, nam illicebus deus juntus jecur laniebat. He went he cared not whither, mad he was, the cruel god so tortured him, alas. At the sight of Hero I cannot tell how many ran mad. Alias vulnus cellans insanit pulchritudine puellae. And whilst he does conceal his grief, madness comes on him like a thief. Go to Bedlam for examples. It is so well known in every village, how many have either died for love, or voluntarily made away themselves, that I need not much labour to prove it. Nec modus aut requies nisi mors reperitur amoris. Death is the common catastrophe to such persons. Mori mihi contingat, non enim alia, liberatio ab eramnis fuerit ullo paeto istis. Would I were dead, for naught, God knows, but death can rid me of these woes. As soon as Euryalus departed from Senes, Lucretia, his paramour, never looked up. No jests could exhilarate her sad mind, no joys comfort her wounded and distressed soul. But a little after she fell sick and died. But this is a gentle end, a natural death. Such persons commonly make away themselves. Proprioque in sanguine latus, indignantem animam vacuus eludit in auras. So did Dido. Sed moriamur ait, sic juvat ire per umbras. Pyramus and Thisbe, Medea, Corasus and Callirrhoe, Theagenes the philosopher, and many myriads besides, and so will ever do. Et mihi fortis est manus, est et amor, dabit hic in vulnera vires. Whoever heard a story of more woe than that of Juliet and her Romeo? Read Parthenium in Eroticis, and Plutarch's Amatorias Narrationes, or love stories, all tending almost to this purpose. Valleriola, Book 2, Observation 7, hath a lamentable narration of a merchant, his patient, that raving through impatience of love, had he not been watched, would every while have offered violence to himself. Amatus Lusitanus hath such another story, and Felix Plater, a third of a young gentleman that studied physic, and for the love of a doctor's daughter, having no hope to compass his desire, poisoned himself, anno 1615. A barber in Frankfurt, because his wench was betrothed to another, cut his own throat. At Neuburg the same year, a young man, because he could not get his parents' consent, killed his sweetheart, and afterward himself, desiring of the magistrate, as he gave up the ghost, that they might be buried in one grave. Quodque rogis superest, una requiescat in una. Which Gismunda besought of Tancredius, her father, that she might be in like sort buried with Guiscardus, her lover, so that their bodies might lie together in the grave, as their souls wander about campus lucentes in the Elysian fields. Quos duas amor crudeli tabe peredit, in a myrtle grove. Et myrtea circum, silva tegit, curae non ipsa in morte reliquunt. You have not yet heard the worst. They do not offer violence to themselves in this rage of lust, but unto others, their nearest and dearest friends. Catiline killed his only son, misitque ad orci pallida, lethi obnubila, obsita tenebris loca, for the love of Aurelia Oristella, quod ejus nuptias vivo filio recusaret. Laodice, the sister of Mithridates, poisoned her husband, to give content to a base fellow whom she loved. Alexander, to please Thais, a concubine of his, set Persepolis on fire. Nereus' wife, a widow and lady of Athens, for the love of a Venetian gentleman, betrayed the city, and he for her sake murdered his wife, the daughter of a nobleman in Venice. Constantine Despota made away Catherine his wife, turned his son Michael and his other children out of doors, for the love of a base scrivener's daughter in Thessalonica, with whose beauty he was enamoured. Leucophria betrayed the city where she dwelt, for her sweetheart's sake, that was in the enemy's camp. Pithidice, the governor's daughter of Methinia, for the love of Achilles, betrayed the whole island to him. Her father's enemy, Diogenes, did as much in the city where he dwelt, for the love of Polycrita. Medea for the love of Jason. She taught him how to tame the fire-breathing, brass-feeted bulls, and kill the mighty dragon that kept the golden fleece, and tore her little brother Absyrtus in pieces, that her father Aethes might have something to detain him, while she ran away with her beloved Jason, etc. Such acts and scenes hath this tragic comedy of love. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 21. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 1. Cure of Love Melancholy, by labour, diet, physic, fasting, etc. Although it be controverted by some, whether love melancholy may be cured, because it is so irresistible and violent a passion, for, as you know, facilis descensus Averni, sed revocari gradium, superasque evadere ad auras. Hic labor, hoc opus est. It is an easy passage down to hell, but to come back, once there, you cannot well. yet without question, if it be taken in time, it may be helped, and by many good remedies amended. Avicenna sets down 7 compendious ways how this malady may be eased, altered, and expelled. Savanarola 9, Principal Observations, Jason Pratensis prescribes 8 rules besides physic, how this passion may be tamed. Laurentius 2, main precepts, Arnoldus, Valeriola, Montaltus, Hildesheim, Langius, and others inform us otherwise, and yet all tending to the same purpose. The sum of which I will briefly epitomise, for I light my candle from their torches, and enlarge again upon occasion, as shall seem best to me, and that after mine own method. The first rule to be observed in this stubborn and unbridled passion is exercise and diet. It is an old and well-known sentence, sine cerere et sacco friget Venus. Love grows cool without bread and wine. As an idle sedentary life, liberal feeding, are great causes of it, so the opposite, labour, slender and sparing diet, with continual busyness, are the best and most ordinary means to prevent it. Otio si tollas, perieri cupidinis ertes, contemptaeque jacent, et sine luce faces. Take idleness away, and put to flight are Cupid's arts, his torches give no light. Minerva, Diana, Vesta, and the 9 Muses were not enamoured at all, because they were never idle. Frustra blanditae apolistis ad has, frustra nequitiae venistis ad has, frustra delitiae obsidebitis has, frustra has illecebae et procacitatis, et suspiria, et oscula, et susuri, et quisquis male sana coda amantum, blandis aberia fascinat veneris. In vain are all your flatteries, in vain are all your knaveries, delights, deceits, procacities, sighs, kisses, and conspiracies, and whatever is done by art to bewitch a lover's heart. 'Tis in vain to set upon those that are busy. 'Tis Savanarola's 3rd rule, occupari in multus et magnis negotiis, and Avicenna's cedit amor rebus, res age tutus eris. To be busy still, and as Guianerius enjoins about matters of great moment, if it may be. Magninus adds, never to be idle but at the hours of sleep. Et si poscas ante diem librum cum lumine, si non intendas animum studiis, et rebus honestis, invidia vel amore miser torquebere. For if thou dost not ply thy book by candlelight to study bent, employed about some honest thing, envy or love shall thee torment. No better physic than to be always occupied, seriously intent. Cur in penatis rarius tenuis subit, haec delicatus elegans pestis domus, mediumque sanus vulgus affectus tenet, etc. Why dost thou ask? Poor folks are often free, and dainty places still molested be. Because poor people fare coarsely, work hard, go woolward, and bear. Non habet unde suum paupertas pascat amorem. Guianerius therefore prescribes his patient to go with haircloth next his skin, to go barefooted, and bare-legged in cold weather, to whip himself now and then, as monks do, but above all to fast. Not with sweet wine, mutton, and pottage, as many of those tender bellies do, howsoever they put on Lenten faces, and whatsoever they pretend, but from all manner of meat. Fasting is an all-sufficient remedy of itself, for, as Jason Pratensis holds, the bodies of such persons that feed liberally, and live at ease, are full of bad spirits and devils, devilish thoughts. No better physic for such parties than to fast. Hildesheim to this of hunger adds, often baths, much exercise and sweat, but hunger and fasting he prescribes before the rest, and 'tis indeed our Saviour's oracle. This kind of devil is not cast out but by fasting and prayer, which makes the fathers so immoderate in commendation of fasting. As hunger, saith Ambrose, is a friend of virginity, so it is an enemy to lasciviousness, but fullness overthrows chastity, and fostereth all manner of provocations. If thine horse be too lusty, Hierome adviseth thee to take away some of his provender. By this means those Pauls, Hilaries, Antonys, and famous anchorites subdued the lusts of the flesh. By this means Hilarion made his ass, as he called his own body, leave kicking. So Hierome relates of him in his life, when the devil tempted him to any such foul offence. By this means those Indian Brahmins kept themselves continent. They lay upon the ground covered with skins, as the redshanks do on heather, and dieted themselves sparingly on one dish, which Guianerius would have all young men put in practice, and if that will not serve, Gordonius would have them soundly whipped, or, to cool their courage, kept in prison, and there fed with bread and water till they acknowledge their error, and become of another mind. If imprisonment and hunger will not take them down, according to the directions of that Theban Crates, time will wear it out. If time will not, the last refuge is a halter. But this, you will say, is comically spoken. Howsoever, fasting by all means must still be used. And as they must refrain from such meats formerly mentioned, which cause venery or provoke lust, so they must use an opposite diet. Wine must be altogether avoided of the younger sort, so Plato prescribes, and would have the magistrates themselves abstain from it, for example's sake, highly commending the Carthaginians for their temperance in this kind. And 'twas a good edict, a commendable thing, so that it were not done for some sinister respect, as those old Egyptians abstained from wine, because some fabulous poets had given out, wine sprang from the first blood of the giants, or out of superstition, as our modern Turks, but for temperance, it being animae virus et vitiorum formes, a plague itself, if immoderately taken. Women of old for that cause, in hot countries were forbid the use of it, as severely punished for drinking of wine, as for adultery, and young folks, as Leonicus hath recorded, out of Athenaeus and others, and is still practised in Italy, and some other countries of Europe and Asia, as Claudius Minois hath well illustrated in his comment on the 23rd emblem of Alciat. So choice is to be made of other diet. Nec minus erucas aptum est vitare salaces, et quidquid veneri corpora nostra parat. Eringos are not good for to be taken, and all lascivious meats must be forsaken. Those opposite meats which ought to be used are cucumbers, melons, purslain, water lilies, rue, woodbine, amy, lettuce, which Lemnius so much commends, and Mizaldus to this purpose, vitex or agnus castus before the rest, which saith Magninus hath a wonderful virtue in it. Those Athenian women, in their solemn feasts called Thesmopheries, were to abstain 9 days from the company of men, during which time, saith Aelian, they laid a certain herb, named Hanea, in their beds, which assuaged those ardent flames of love, and freed them from the torments of that violent passion. See more in Porta, Matthiolus, Crescentius, etc., and what every herbalist almost and physician hath written, chapter de satyriace et priapismo, races amongst the rest. In some cases again, if they be much dejected, and brought low in body, and now ready to despair through anguish, grief, and too sensible a feeling of their misery, a cup of wine and full diet is not amiss. And as Valescus adviseth, cum alia honesta venerem saepe exercendo, which Langius Epistolis Medicae, Book 1, Epistle 24, approves out of Rhasis. Rhasis, ad assiduationem coitus invitat. And Guianerius seconds it, as a very profitable remedy. Tument tibi curum inguina, cum si ancilla, ad verna praesto est, tentigine rumpi malis, non ego namque, etc. Jason Pratensis subscribes to this counsel of the poet, excretio enim aut tollet process, aut lenit egrituudinem, as did the raging lust of Ahasuerus, qui ad impatientiam amoris leniendam, per singulas fere noctes novas puellas devirginavit. and to be drunk too by fits. But this is mad physic, if it be at all to be permitted. If not, yet some pleasure is to be allowed, as that which Vives speaks of, Book 3, de Anima. A lover that hath as it were lost himself through impotency, impatience, must be called home as a traveller, by music, feasting, good wine, if need be to drunkenness itself, which many so much commend for the easing of the mind, all kinds of sports and merriments, to see fair pictures, hangings, buildings, pleasant fields, orchards, gardens, groves, ponds, pools, rivers, fishing, fowling, hawking, hunting, to hear merry tales and pleasant discourse, reading, to use exercise till he sweat, that new spirits may succeed, or by some vehement affection or contrary passion to be diverted till he be fully weaned from anger, suspicion, cares, fears, etc., and habituated into another course. Semper tecum sit, as Sempronius adviseth Callisto his lovesick master, qui sermones joculares moviat, conciones ridiculas, dicteria falsa, suaves historias, fabulas venustas recentiat, coram ludat, etc. Still have a pleasant companion to sing and tell merry tales, songs, and facete histories, sweet discourse, etc. And as the melody of music, merriment, singing, dancing, doth augment the passion of some lovers, as Avicenna notes, so it expelleth it in others, and doth very much good. These things must be warily applied, as the parties' symptoms vary, and as they shall stand variously affected. If there be any need of physic, that the humours be altered, or any new matter aggregated, they must be cured as melancholy men. Carolus a Lorme, amongst other questions discussed for his degree at Montpellier in France, hath this, an amantes et amantes listem remediis curentur, whether lovers and madmen be cured by the same remedies. He affirms it, for love extended is mere madness. Such physic then as is prescribed, as either inward or outward, as hath been formerly handled in the precedent partition in the cure of melancholy. Consult with Valleriola, Lodovicus Mercatus, Book 2, Chapter 4, de mulierum affectionibus, Daniel Senatus, Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 10, Jacobus Ferrandus the Frenchman, in his tract de Amor Erotique, Forestus, Book 10, Observations 29 and 30, Jason Pratensis and others for peculiar receipts. Amatus Lusitanus cured a young Jew, that was almost mad for love, with the syrup of hellebore, and such other evacuations and purges which are usually prescribed to black choler. Avicenna confirms as much, if need require, and bloodletting above the rest, which makes amantes nascent amentes, lovers to come to themselves, and keep in their right minds. 'Tis the same which Schola Salernitana, Jason Pratensis, Hildesheim, etc., prescribe bloodletting to be used as a principal remedy. Those old Scythians had a trick to cure all appetite of burning lust, by letting themselves blood under the ears, and to make both men and women barren, as Sabellicus in his Aeneades relates of them, which Salmus Mercurialis, out of Hippocrates and Benzo, say still is in use amongst the Indians, a reason of which Langius gives, Book 1, Epistle 10. Hoc faciunt medicamenta venerem sopientia, ut camphora pudendis alligata, et in bracha gestata, quidem ait, membrum flaccidum reddit, laboravit hoc morbo virgo nobilis, cui inter caetera praescripsit medicus, ut laminam plumbiam multis foraminibus pertusam ad dies viginti potaret in dorso, ad exicandum vero sperma justit eam quam percissime cibari, et manducari frequenter coriandrum praeparatum, et semen lactucae, et acetosae, et sim iam a morbo liberavit. Poro impediunt, et remittunt coitum folia salicus trita et epota, et si frequentius usurpentur ipsa in totum affluunt, idem praestat Torpatius annulo gestatus, dexterum lupi testiculum atritum, et oleo vel aqua rosata exhibitum veneris tedium inducere scribit Alexander Benedictus. Lac buteri commestum et semen cannabis, et camphora exhibita idem praestant, verbena herba gestata libidinem extinguit, pulvisquae ranae decollatae et exsicatae. Ad extinguendum coitum, ungantum membra genitalia, et renes et pecten aqua in qua opium, thebicum sit dissolutum, libidine maxime contraria camphora est, et coriandrum circumfrangit coitum, et erectionum virgae impedet, idem efficit senapium ebibitum. De verbenum in potu et non erigetur virga sex diebus, utere menthe sicca cum aceto, genitaliae illinita succo hyosciami aid cicutae, coitus appellitum sedant, etc. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 22. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 2. Withstand the beginnings, avoid occasions, change his place, fair and foul means, contrary passions, with witty inventions, to bring in another, and discommend the former. Other good rules and precepts are enjoined by our physicians, which, if not alone, yet certainly conjoin, may do much. The first of which is obstare principiis, to withstand the beginning. Quisquis in primo obstitit, pepulutque amorem tutus ac victor fuit. He that will but resist at first, may easily be a conqueror at the last. Balthazar Castilio, Book 4, urgeth this prescript above the rest. When he shall chance, saith he, to light upon a woman that hath good behaviour joined with her excellent person, and shall perceive his eyes with a kind of greediness to pull unto them this image of beauty, and carry it to the heart, shall observe himself to be somewhat incensed with this influence which moveth within. When he shall discern those subtle spirits sparkling in her eyes, to administer more fuel to the fire, he must wisely withstand the beginnings, rouse up reason, stupefied almost, fortify his heart by all means, and shut up all those passages by which it may have entrance. 'Tis a precept which all concur upon. Opprime dum nova sunt subiti mala semina morbi, dum licet in primo lumine siste pedem. Thy quick disease, whilst it is fresh today, by all means crush, thy feet at first step stay. Which cannot speedier be done than if he confess his grief and passion to some judicious friend, qui tacitus ardet magis uritur. The more he conceals, the greater is his pain. That by his good advice may happily ease him on a sudden, and withal to avoid occasions or any circumstance that may aggravate his disease, to remove the object by all means. For who can stand by a fire and not burn? Suscilite obsecro et mitite istanc foras, quae misero mihi amanti ebibit sanguinem. 'Tis good therefore to keep quite out of her company, which Hierom so much labours to Paula, to Nepotian. Chrysost so much inculcates in Ser in Contubern. Cyprian and many other fathers of the church, Siracides in his 9th chapter, Jason Pratensis, Savonarola, Arnoldus, Valeriola, etc., and every physician that treats of this subject. Not only to avoid, as Gregory Tolosanus exhorts, kissing, dalliance, all speeches, tokens, love letters, and the like, or as Castilio, Book 4, to converse with them, hear them speak or sing. Tolerabilius est audire basiliscum sibilantem. Thou hadst better hear, saith Cyprian, a serpent hiss. Those amiable smiles, admirable graces, and sweet gestures which their presence affords. Neo capita liment solitis mersiunculis, et his papillarum oppressiunculis abstineant. But all talk, name, mention, or cogitation of them, and of any other women, persons, circumstance, amorous book or tale that may administer any occasion of remembrance. Prosper adviseth young men not to read the Canticles, and some parts of Genesis at other times, but for such as are enamoured, they forbid as before the name mentioned, etc., especially all sight. They must not so much as come near or look upon them. Et fugitare decet simulacra et pabula amoris, abstinere sibi atque alio convertere mentem. Gaze not on a maid, saith Siracides. Turn away thine eyes from a beautiful woman. Chapter 9, verses 5, 7, 8. Averte oculos, saith David, or if thou dost see them, as Ficinus adviseth, let not thine eye be intentus ad libidinem. Do not intend her more than the rest. For as Propertius holds, ipse alimenta sibi maxima praebet amor. Love as a snowball enlargeth itself by sight. But as Hierome to Nepotian, aut equaliter ama, aut equaliter ignora. Either see all alike, or let all alone. Make a league with thine eyes, as Job did, and that is the safest course. Let all alone, see none of them. Nothing sooner revives, or waxeth sore again, as Petrarch holds, than love doth by sight. As pomp renews ambition, the sight of gold covetousness, a beauteous object sets on fire this burning lust. Et multum saliens incitat unda sitim. The sight of drink makes one dry, and the sight of meat increaseth appetite. 'Tis dangerous therefore to see. A young gentleman in merriment would needs put on his mistress's clothes and walk abroad alone, which some of her suitors espying, stole him away for her that he represented. So much can sight enforce. Especially if he have been formerly enamoured, the sight of his mistress strikes him into a new fit, and makes him rave many days after. Infirmis causa pusilla nocet, ut pene extinctum cinerem si sulfure tangas, vivet, et ex minimo maximus ignis erit, sic nisi vitabis quicquid renovabit amorem, flamma recrudescet, quae modo nulla fuit. A sickly man a little thing offends, as brimstone doth a fire decayed renew, and makes it burn afresh, doth love's dead flames, if that the former object it review. Or, as the poet compares it to embers in ashes, which the wind blows, ut solet a ventis, etc., a scald head, as the saying is soon broken, dry wood quickly kindles, and when they have been formerly wounded with sight, how can they by seeing but be inflamed? Ismenias acknowledged as much of himself, when he had been long absent, and almost forgotten his mistress, at the first sight of her, as straw in a fire, I burned afresh, and more than ever I did before. Chariclia was as much moved at the sight of her dear Theagenes, after he had been a great stranger. Myrtilla, in Aristaenetus, swore she would never love Pamphilus again, and did moderate her passion so long as he was absent, but the next time he came in presence she could not contain, effuse amplexa attractari cessinet, etc. She broke her vow, and did profusely embrace him. Hermotinus, a young man, in the said author, is all out as unstayed. He had forgot his mistress quite, and by his friends was well weaned from her love. But seeing her by chance, ach novit veteris vestigia flammae, he raved amain, illa tamen emergens veluti lucida stella cepit eluca, etc. She did appear as a blazing star, or an angel to his sight. And it is the common passion of all lovers to be overcome in this sort. For that cause, belike Alexander discerning this inconvenience and danger that comes by seeing, when he heard Darius's wife so much commended for her beauty, would scarce admit her to come in his sight, foreknowing belike that of Plutarch, formosam videre periculosissimum, how full of danger it is to see a proper woman. And though he is intemperate in other things, yet in this superbe segecit, he carried himself bravely. And so when as Arispus in Xenophon had so much magnified that divine face of Panthea to Ceres, by how much she was fairer than ordinary, by so much he was the more unwilling to see her. Scipio, a young man of 23 years of age, and the most beautiful of the Romans, equal in person to that Grecian Carinus, or Homer's Nereus, at the siege of a city in Spain, when as a noble and most fair young gentlewoman was brought unto him, and he had heard she was betrothed to a lord, rewarded her and sent her back to her sweetheart. St. Augustine, as Gregory reports of him, ne cum sorore quidem sua putavit habitandum, would not live in the house with his own sister. Xenocrates lay with the ladies of Corinth all night and would not touch her. Socrates, though all the city of Athens supposed him to dote upon fair Alcibiades, yet when he had an opportunity, solus cum solo, to lie in the chamber with, and was wooed by him besides, as the said Alcibiades publicly confessed, formam sprevit et superbe contempsit, he scornfully rejected him. Petrarch, that had so magnified his Laura in several poems, when by the Pope's means she was offered unto him, would not accept of her. It is a good happiness to be free from this passion of love, and great discretion it argues in such a man, that he can so contain himself. But when thou art once in love, to moderate thyself, as he saith, is a singular point of wisdom. Nam vitare plagas in amoris, ne jaciamur non ita difficile est, quam captum retibus ipsis exire, et validos veneris perumpere nodos. To avoid such nets is no such mastery, but ta'en escape is all the victory. But forasmuch as few men are free, so discreet lovers, or that can contain themselves, and moderate their passions, to curb their senses, as not to see them, not to look lasciviously, not to confer with them, such is the fury of this headstrong passion of raging lust, and their weakness, ferox ille ardor a natura insitus, as he terms it, such a furious desire nature hath inscribed, such unspeakable delight. Sic divie veneris furor, insanis adio mentibus incubat, which neither reason, counsel, poverty, pain, misery, drudgery, partus dolor, etc., can deter them from. We must use some speedy means to correct and prevent that and all other inconveniences, which come by conference and the like. The best, readiest, surest way, and which all approve, is loci mutatio, to send them several ways, that they may neither hear of, see, nor have an opportunity to send to one another again, or live together, soli cum sola, as so many Gilbertines. Elongatio a patria, 'tis Savonarola's fourth rule, and Gordonia's precept. Distrahatur ad longinquas regiones, send him to travel. 'Tis that which most run upon, as so many hounds, with full cry, poets, divines, philosophers, physicians, all mutet patriam. Felicius, as a sick man he must be cured with change of air. Tully 4 Tusculans. The best remedy is to get thee gone, Jason Pratensis, change air and soil. Laurentius, fuge litus amatum. Virgil, utile finitimis abstinuisse locis. Ovid, I procul et longas carpere perges vias, sed fuge tutus eris. Travelling is an antidote of love. Magnum iter ad doctas provicisci cogor Athenas, ut me longa gravi solvat amore via. For this purpose, saith Propertius, my parents sent me to Athens. Time and patience wear away pain and grief, as fire goes out for want of fuel. quantum oculis animo tam procul ibit amor. But so as they tarry out long enough, a whole year, Xenophon prescribes Critobulus, vix enim intra hoc tempus ab amore sanari poteris. Some will hardly be weaned under. All this Heinsius merely inculcates in an epistle to his friend Primierus. First fast, then tarry, thirdly change thy place, fourthly drink of a halter. If change of place, continuance of time, absence, will not wear it out with those precedent remedies, it will hardly be removed, but these commonly are of force. Felix Plater had a baker to his patient, almost mad for the love of his maid, and desperate. By removing her from him, he was in a short space cured. Eseus, a philosopher of Assyria, was a most dissolute liver in his youth, palem lasciviens, in love with all he met, but after he betook himself by his friend's advice to his study and left women's company, he was so changed that he cared no more for plays, nor feasts, nor masks, nor songs, nor verses, fine clothes, nor no such love toys. He became a new man upon a sudden. Tanquam si prioris oculos amisisset, saith mine author, as if he had lost his former eyes. Peter Godefridus, in the last chapter of his third book, had a story out of St. Ambrose, of a young man that, meeting his old love after long absence, on whom he had extremely doted, would scarce take notice of her. She wondered at it, that he should so lightly esteem her, called him again, lenibat dictis animum, and told him who she was. Ego sum, inquit, ad ego non sum ego. But he replied, he was not the same man. Poripuit sese tandem. As Aeneas fled from Dido, not vouchsafing her any farther parley, loathing his folly, and ashamed of that which formerly he had done. Non sum stultus ut ante iam neaera. O Neaera, put your tricks, and practise hereafter upon somebody else. You shall befool me no longer. Petrarch hath such another tale of a young gallant that loved a wench with one eye, and for that cause by his parents was sent to travel into far countries. After some years he returned, and meeting the maid for whose sake he was sent abroad, asked her how and by what chance she lost her eye. No, said she, I have lost none, but you have found yours, signifying thereby that all lovers were blind, as Fabius saith. Amantes de forma judicare non possunt. Lovers cannot judge of beauty, nor scarce of anything else, as they will easily confess after they return unto themselves, by some discontinuance or better advice, wonder at their own folly, madness, stupidity, blindness, be much abashed, and laugh at love, and call it an idle thing, condemn themselves that ever they should be so besotted or misled, and be heartily glad they have so happily escaped. If so be, which is seldom, that change of place will not effect this alteration, then other remedies are to be annexed, fair and foul means, as to persuade, promise, threaten, terrify, or to divert by some contrary passion, rumour, tales, news, or some witty invention, to alter his affection, by some greater sorrow to drive out the less, saith Gordonius, as that his house is on fire, his best friends dead, his money stolen, that he is made some great governor, or hath some honour, office, some inheritance is befallen him. He shall be a knight, a baron, or by some false accusation, as they do to such as have the hiccup, to make them forget it. St. Jerome, Book 2, Epistle 16 to Rusticus the monk, hath an instance of a young man of Greece that lived in a monastery in Egypt, that by no labour, no continence, no persuasion could be diverted, but at last by this trick he was delivered. The abbot sets one of his convent to quarrel with him, and with some scandalous reproach or other to defame him before company, and then to come and complain first. The witnesses were likewise suborned for the plaintiff. The young man wept, and when all were against him, the abbot cunningly took his part, lest he should be overcome with immoderate grief. But what need many words? By this invention he was cured, and alienated from his pristine love thoughts, injuries, slanders, contempts, disgraces. Suetaique injuria formae, the insult of her slighted beauty, are very forcible means to withdraw men's affections. contumelia affecti amatores amare desinunt, as Lucian saith, lovers reviled or neglected, contemned or misused, turn love to hate. Rediam non si me obsecret, I'll never love thee more. Egone illam, qua illum, quam me, quae non. So Zephyrus hated Hyacinthus because he scorned him, and preferred his co-rival Apollo, Polyphytus. He will not come again though he be invited. Tell him but how he was scoffed at behind his back, 'tis the counsel of Avicenna, that his love is false, and entertains another, rejects him, cares not for him, or that she is a fool, a nasty quean, a slut, a vixen, a scold, a devil, or, which Italians commonly do, that he or she hath some loathsome filthy disease, gout, stone, strangury, falling sickness, and that they are hereditary, not to be avoided, he is subject to consumption, hath the pox, that he hath 3 or 4 incurable tetters, issues, that she is bald, her breath stinks, she is mad by inheritance, and so are all the kindred, a harebrain, with many other secret infirmities, which I will not so much as name, belonging to women. That he is a hermaphrodite, a eunuch, imperfect, impotent, a spendthrift, a gamester, a fool, a gull, a beggar, a whoremaster, far in debt, and not able to maintain her, a common drunkard, his mother was a witch, his father hanged, that he hath a wolf in his bosom, a sore leg, he is a leper, hath some incurable disease, that he will surely beat her, he cannot hold his water, that he cries out or walks in the night, will stab his bedfellow, tell all his secrets in his sleep, and that nobody dare lie with him. His house is haunted with spirits, with such fearful and tragical things, able to avert and terrify any man or woman living. Gordonius, chapter 20, part 2, Hunc in modo consulit, paritur aliqua vetula, turpissima aspectu, cum turpi et vili habitu, et portet subtus gremium panum menstrualem, et dicat quod amica sua sit ebriosa, et quod mingat in lecto, et quod est epileptica et impudicia, et quod in corpore suo sunt excrescentiae enormes, cum fetore angelitus, et aliae enormitates, quibus vetulae sunt edoctae, si nolit his persuaderi, subito extrahat panum menstrualem, coram facie portando, exclamando, talis est amica tua. Et si ex his non de miserit, non est homo, sed diabolus incarnatus. Idem fere Avicenna caput viginti quater, de cura illici liber 3. Narent res immundas vetulae, ex quibus abominationem incurat, et res sordidas, et hoc assiduent, idem Arculanus caput sedecim, in novem rasis, etc. Withal, as they do discommend the old for the better effecting a more speedy alteration, they must command another paramour, alteram induca, set him or her to be wooed, or woo some other that shall be fairer, of better note, better fortune, birth, parentage, much to be preferred. Invenius alium si te hic fastidit Alexis, by this means, which Jason Pratensis wisheth, to turn the stream of affection another way, successore novo truditur omnis amor, or, as Valesius adviseth, by subdividing to diminish it, as a great river cut into many channels runs low at last, hortor et ut pariter pinas habeatis amicas, etc. If you suspect to be taken, be sure, said the poet, to have 2 mistresses at once, or go from one to another, as he that goes from a good fire in cold weather is loath to depart from it, though in the next room there be a better which will refresh him as much. There is as much difference of haec as haec ignis. Or bring him to some public shows, plays, meetings, where he may see variety, and he shall likely loathe his first choice. Carry him but to the next town, yea, peradventure to the next house, and as Paris lost Oenone's love by seeing Helen, and Cressida forsook Troilus by conversing with Diomede, he will dislike his former mistress, and leave her quite behind him, as Theseus left Ariadne fast asleep in the island of Dia to seek her fortune, that was erst his loving mistress. Nunc primum Dorida vetus amator contempsi, as he said, Doris is but a dowdy to this. As he that looks himself in a glass forgets his physiognomy forthwith, this flattering glass of love will be diminished by remove. After a little absence it will be remitted, the next fair object will likely alter it. A young man in Lucian was pitifully in love. He came to the theatre by chance, and by seeing other fair objects there, mentis sanitatem recipit, was fully recovered, and went merrily home, as if he had taken a dram of oblivion. A mouse, saith an apologia, was brought up in a chest, there fed with fragments of bread and cheese, though there could be no better meat, till coming forth at last, and feeding liberally of other variety of viands, loathed his former life. Moralize this fable by thyself. Plato, in his 7th book De Legibus, had the pretty fiction of a city underground, to which by little holes some small store of light came. The inhabitants thought there could not be a better place, and at their first coming abroad they might not endure the light, egerime solem intueri, but after they were accustomed a little to it, they deplored their fellow's misery that lived underground. A silly lover is in like state, none so fair as his mistress at first, he cares for none but her. Yet after a while, when he hath compared her with others, he abhors her name, sight, and memory. 'Tis generally true, for as he observes, priorem flammam novus ignis extrudit, et eam multorum natura, et presentes maxime ament. One fire drives out another, and such is women's weakness, that they love commonly him that is present. And so do many men, as he confessed he loved Amia, till he saw Florial, and when he saw Cynthia, forgat them both. But fair Phyllis was incomparably beyond them all. Chloris surpassed her, and yet when he espied Amaryllis, she was his sole mistress. O divine Amaryllis, quam procera cupressi ad instar, quam elegans, quam decens, etc. How lovely, how tall, how comely she was, saith Polemius, till he saw another, and then she was the sole subject of his thoughts. In conclusion, her he loves best he saw last. Triton, the sea god, first loved Leucothoe, till he came in presence of Mylaene. She was the commandress of his heart till he saw Galatea. But, as she complains, he loved another eftsoons, another and another. 'Tis a thing which, by Hierom's report, hath been usually practised. Heathen philosophers drive out one love with another, as they do a peg or pin with a pin, which those 7 Persian princes did to Ahasuerus, that they might requite the desire of Queen Vashti with the love of others. Pausanias in Eliacis saith, that therefore one Cupid was painted to contend with another, and to take the garland from him, because one love drives out another. Alterius Verus subtrahit altem amor, and Tully 3 on the nature of the gods, disputing with C. Cotta, makes mention of 3 several Cupids, all differing in office. Felix Plater, in the 1st book of his Observations, boasts how he cured a widower in Basil, a patient of his, by this stratagem alone, that doted upon a poor servant his maid, when friends, children, no persuasion could serve to alienate his mind. They motioned him to another honest man's daughter in the town, whom he loved and lived with long after, abhorring the very name and sight of the first. After the death of Lucretia, Euryalus would admit of no comfort, till the Emperor Sigismund married him to a noble lady of his court, and so in short space he was freed. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 23, Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 3, Part 1. By counsel and persuasion, foulness of the fact, men's, women's faults, miseries of marriage, events of lust, etc. As there be diverse causes of this burning lust, or heroical love, so there be many good remedies to ease and help, amongst which good counsel and persuasion, which I should have handled in the first place, are of great moment and not to be omitted. Many are of opinion that in this blind headstrong passion counsel can do no good. Quae enim res in se neque consilium neque modum habet, ullo eam consilio regere non potes. Which thing hath neither judgment or an end, how should advice or counsel it amend? Quis enim modus adsit amori? But without question, good counsel and advice must needs be of great force, especially if it shall proceed from a wise, fatherly, reverent, discreet person, a man of authority, whom the parties do respect, stand in awe of, or from a judicious friend of itself alone it is able to divert and suffice. Gordonius, the physician, attributes so much to it that he would have it by all means used in the first place. Amoveatur ab illa consilio viri quem timet, ostentendo pericula saeculi, judicium inferni, gaudia paradisi. He would have some discreet men to dissuade them, after the fury of passion is a little spent, or by absence allayed. For it is as intempestive at first to give counsel, as to comfort parents when their children are in that instant departed. To no purpose to prescribe narcotics, cordials, nectarines, potions, Homer's Nepenthes, or Helen's bowl, etc. Non cessabit pectus tundere. She will lament and howl for a season. Let passion have his course a while, and then he may proceed, by foreshowing the miserable events and dangers which will surely happen, the pains of hell, joys of paradise, and the like, which by their preposterous courses they shall forfeit or incur. And 'tis a fit method, a very good means, for what Seneca said of vice, I say of love. Sine magistro discitur, vix sine magistro deseritur. 'Tis learned of itself, but hardly left without a tutor. 'Tis not amiss, therefore, to have some such overseer to expostulate and show them such absurdities, inconveniences, imperfections, discontents, as usually follow, which their blindness, fury, madness cannot apply unto themselves, or will not apprehend through weakness; and good for them to disclose themselves, to give ear to friendly admonitions. Tell me, sweetheart, saith Tryphena to a lovesick Charmides in Lucian, what is it that troubles thee? Peradventure I can ease thy mind, and further thee in thy suit. And so without question she might, and so mayst thou, if the patient be capable of good counsel, and will hear at least what may be said. If he love at all, she is either an honest woman or a whore. If dishonest, let him read or inculcate to him that 5th of Solomon's Proverbs, Ecclesiasticus 26, Ambrose, book 1, chapter 4, in his book of Abel and Cain, Philo Judaeus de Mercede, Plotinus Dialogus in Amores, Espencaeus, and those 3 books of Petrus Haedus, Aeneas Silvius's tart epistle, which he wrote to his friend Nicholas of Warthurge, which he calls Medelam illiciti amoris, etc. For what's a whore, as he saith, but a poller of youth, a ruin of men, a destruction, a devourer of patrimonies, a downfall of honour, fodder for the devil, the gate of death and supplement of hell. Talis amor est laqueus animae, etc. A bitter honey, sweet poison, delicate destruction, a voluntary mischief, commixtum coenum, sterquilinium. And as Peter Aretine's Lucretia, a notable queen, confesseth, gluttony, anger, envy, pride, sacrilege, theft, slaughter, were all born that day that a whore began her profession. For, as she follows it, her pride is greater than a rich churl's, she is more envious than the pox, as malicious as melancholy, as covetous as hell. If from the beginning of the world any were mala, pejor, pessima, bad in the superlative degree, 'tis a whore. How many have I undone, caused to be wounded, slain, O Antonia, thou seest what I am without, but within, God knows, a puddle of iniquity, a sink of sin, a pocky queen. Let him now that so dotes meditate on this. Let him see the event and success of others, Samson, Hercules, Holofernes, etc. Those infinite mischiefs attend it. If she be another man's wife he loves, 'tis abominable in the sight of God and men. Adultery is expressly forbidden in God's commandment, a mortal sin, able to endanger his soul. If he be such a one that fears God, or have any religion, he will eschew it, and abhor the loathsomeness of his own fact. If he love an honest maid, 'tis to abuse or marry her. If to abuse, 'tis fornication, a foul fact, though some make light of it, and almost equal to adultery itself. If to marry, let him seriously consider what he takes in hand, look before ye leap, as the proverb is, or settle his affections, and examine first the party and condition of his estate and hers, whether it be a fit match for fortunes, years, parentage, and such other circumstances. An sit sitae veneris. Whether it be likely to proceed, if not, let him wisely stave himself off at the first, curb in his inordinate passion, and moderate his desire, by thinking of some other subject divert his cogitations. Or if it be not for his good, as Aeneas, forewarned by Mercury in a dream, left Dido's love, and in all haste got him to sea. Mnestea surgestumque vocat fortemque cloantem, classem aptent taciti iubet. And although she did oppose with vows, tears, prayers, and imprecation, nullis ille movetur fletibus aut illas voces tractabilis audit. Let thy Mercury reason rule thee against all allurements, seeming delights, pleasing inward or outward provocations. Thou mayst do this if thou wilt, pater non deperit filiam, nec frater sororem. A father dotes not on his own daughter, a brother on a sister. And why? Because it is unnatural, unlawful, unfit. If he be sickly, soft, deformed, let him think of his deformities, vices, infirmities. If in debt, let him ruminate how to pay his debts. If he be in any danger, let him seek to avoid it. If he have any lawsuit or other business, he may do well to let his love matters alone and follow it, labor in his vocation whatever it is. But if he cannot so ease himself, let him wisely premeditate of both their estates. If they be unequal in years, she young and he old, what an unfit match must it needs be, an uneven yoke, how absurd and indecent a thing is it, as Licinus in Lucian told Timolaus, for an old bald crook-nosed knave to marry a young wench, how odious a thing it is to see an old lecher. What should a bald fellow do with a comb, a dumb doter with a pipe, a blind man with a looking-glass, and thou with such a wife? How absurd it is for a young man to marry an old wife for a piece of good! But put case she be equal in years, birth, fortunes, and other qualities correspondent, he doth desire to be coupled in marriage, which is an honourable estate. But for what respects? Her beauty belike and comeliness of person, that is commonly the main object. She is a most absolute form, in his eye at least. Cui formam paphia et charites tribuere decoram. But do other men affirm as much? Or is it an error in his judgment? Fallunt nos oculi vagique sensus, oppressa ratione mentiuntur. Our eyes and other senses will commonly deceive us. It may be to thee thyself upon a more serious examination, or after a little absence, she is not so fair as she seems. Quaedam videntur et non sunt. Compare her to another standing by. 'Tis a touchstone to try, confer hand to hand, body to body, face to face, eye to eye, nose to nose, neck to neck, etc. Examine every part by itself, then altogether, in all postures, several sights, and tell me how thou likest her. It may be not she that is so fair, but her coats, or put another in her clothes, and she will seem all out as fair. As the poet then prescribes, separate her from her clothes. Suppose thou saw her in a base beggar's weed, or else dressed in some old hirsute attires out of fashion, foul linen, coarse raiment besmeared with soot, colly, perfumed with apoponax, sagapenum, asafoetida, or some such filthy gums, dirty, about some indecent action or other. Or in such a case as Bracevola, the physician, found Malatesta his patient, after a potion of hellebore, which he had prescribed. Manibus in terram depositis, et anno versus caelum elevato, ac si videretur Socraticus ille Aristophanes, qui geometricas figuras in terram scribens, tuberal colligere videbantur, atram bilem in album parietem iniciebat adeoque totam cameram, et se deturpabat, ut etc., all to berade or worse. If thou saw'st her, I say, would thou affect her as thou dost? Suppose thou beheldest her in a frosty morning in cold weather, in some passion or perturbation of mind, weeping, chafing, etc., rivelled and ill-favoured to behold. She many times that in a composed look seems so amiable and delicious, tam scitula forma, if she do but laugh or smile, makes an ugly sparrow-mouthed face, and shows a pair of uneven, loathsome, rotten, foul teeth. She hath a black skin, gouty legs, a deformed, crooked carcass under a fine coat. It may be for all her costly tires she is bald, and though she seems so fair by dark, by candle-light, or afar off at such a distance, as Callicratides observed in Lucian, if thou should see her near, or in a morning, she would appear more ugly than a beast. Si diligenter consideres, quid per os et nares et caeteros corporis meatus egreditur, vilius sterquilinium nunquam vidisti. Follow my counsel, see her undressed, see her, if it be possible, out of her attires. Furtivis nudatam coloribus. It may be she is like Aesop's jay, or Pliny's Cantharides. She will be loathsome, ridiculous, thou wilt not endure her sight. Or suppose thou saw'st her pale, in a consumption, on her deathbed, skin and bones, or now dead. Cujus erat gratissimus amplexus, whose embrace was so agreeable, as Bernard saith, erit horribilis aspectus, non redolet sed olet, quae redolere solet. As a posy she smells sweet, is most fresh and fair one day, but dried up, withered, and stinks another. Beautiful Nereus, by that Homer so much admired, once dead, is more deformed than Thersites, and Solomon deceased as ugly as Marcolphus. Thy lovely mistress, that was erst caris carior ocellis, dearer to thee than thine eyes, once sick or departed, is vili vilior aestimata coeno, worse than any dirt or dunghill. Her embraces were not so acceptable as now her looks be terrible. Thou hadst better behold a Gorgon's head than Helen's carcass. Some are of opinion that to see a woman naked is able of itself to alter his affection, and it is worthy of consideration, saith Montaigne the Frenchman in his Essays, that the skilfullest masters of amorous dalliance appoint for a remedy of venerous passions a full survey of the body, which the poet insinuates, ille quod obscaenas in aperto corpore partes viderat, in cursu qui fuit haesit amor. The love stood still that run in full career, when once it saw those parts should not appear. It is reported of Seleucus, king of Syria, that seeing his wife Stratonice's bald pate, as she was undressing her by chance, he could never affect her after. Remundus Lullius, the physician, spying an ulcer or cancer in his mistress's breast, whom he so dearly loved, from that day following abhorred the looks of her. Philip, the French king, as Neubrigensis, Book 4, chapter 24, relates it, married the king of Denmark's daughter, and after he had used her as a wife one night, because her breath stunk, they say, or for some other secret fault, sent her back again to her father. Peter Mattheus, in the Life of Louis XI, finds fault with our English chronicles for writing how Margaret, the King of Scots' daughter and wife to Louis XI, French king, was ob graveolentiam oris, rejected by her husband. Many such matches are made for by-respects, or some seemly comeliness, which after honeymoons past turn to bitterness. For burning lust is but a flash, a gunpowder passion, and hatred oft follows in the highest degree dislike and contempt. Cum se cutis arida laxat, fiunt obscuri dentes. When they wax old and ill-favoured, they may commonly no longer abide them. Jam gravis es nobis. Begone, they grow stale, fulsome, loathsome, odious. Thou art a beastly filthy queen. Faciem Phoebe cacantis habes. Thou art Saturni podex, withered and dry, insipida et vetula. Te quia rugae turpant et capitis nives. I say, begone, portae patent proficiscere. Yea, but you will infer your mistress is complete, of a most absolute form in all men's opinions, no exceptions can be taken at her, nothing may be added to her person, nothing detracted. She is the mirror of women for her beauty, comeliness, and pleasant grace, inimitable, merae deliciae, meri lepores. She is mirotetium Veneris, gratiarum pixis. A mere magazine of natural perfections, she hath all the veneres and graces. Mille faces et mille figuras, in each part absolute and complete. Laeta genas, laeta os roseam, vaga lumina laeta. To be admired for her person, a most incomparable, unmatchable piece. Aurea proles, ad simulacrum alicuius numinis composita. A phoenix. Vernantis aetatulae venerila. A nymph, a fairy, like Venus herself when she was a maid. Nulli secunda, a mere quintessence. Flores spirans et amaracum feminae prodigium. Put case she be, how long will she continue? Florem decoris singuli carpunt dies. Every day detracts from her person, and this beauty is bonum fragile, a mere flash, a Venice glass, quickly broken. Anceps forma bonum mortalibus, exigui donum breve temporis. It will not last, as that fair flower Adonis, which we call an anemone, flourisheth but 1 month. This gracious, all-commanding beauty fades in an instant. It is a jewel soon lost, the painter's goddess, fulsa veritas, a mere picture. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vanity. Proverbs 31:30. Vitrea gemula, fluxaque bullula, candida forma est, nix, rosa, fumus, ventus et aura, nihil. A brittle gem, bubble, is beauty pale. A rose, dew, snow, smoke, wind, air, naught at all. If she be fair, as the saying is, she is commonly a fool. If proud, scornful, sequiturque superbia formam, or dishonest, rara est concordia formae atque pudicitiae. Can she be fair and honest too? Aristo, the son of Agasicles, married a Spartan lass, the fairest lady in all Greece next to Helen, but for her conditions the most abominable and beastly creature of the world. So that I would wish thee to respect, with Seneca, not her person, but qualities. Will you say that's a good blade, which hath a gilded scabbard embroidered with gold and jewels? No, but that which hath a good edge and point, well-tempered metal, able to resist. This beauty is of the body alone, and what is that but, as Gregory Nazianzen telleth us, a mock of time and sickness? Or as Boethius, as mutable as a flower, and 'tis not nature so makes us, but most part the infirmity of the beholder. For ask another, he sees no such matter. Dic mihi per gratias qualis tibi videtur. I pray thee, tell me how thou likest my sweetheart, as she asked her sister in Aristaenetus, whom I so much admire, methinks he is the sweetest gentleman, the properest man that ever I saw, but I am in love, I confess, nec pudet fateri, and cannot therefore well judge. But be she fair indeed, golden-haired as Anacreon his Bathyllus, to examine particulars, she have flammeolos oculos, colaque lacteola, a pure sanguine complexion, little mouth, coral lips, white teeth, soft and plump neck, body, hands, feet all fair and lovely to behold, composed of all graces, elegances, an absolute peace. Lumina sint Melitae Eunonia, dextra Minervae, mamillae Veneris, sura maris Dominae, etc. Let her head be from Prague, paps out of Austria, belly from France, back from Brabant, hands out of England, feet from Rhine, buttocks from Switzerland, let her have the Spanish gait, the Venetian tire, Italian complement and endowments. Candida sideriis ardescant lumina flammis, sudent colorosas, et cedat crinibus aurum, melea purpuram depromant ora ruborum, fulgeat ac venerem celesti corpore vincat, forma de arum omnis, etc. Let her be such a one throughout, as Lucian deciphers in his Imagines, as Euphranor of old painted Venus, Aristaenetus describes Lais, another Helena, Chariclea, Leucippe, Lucretia, Pandora. Let her have a box of beauty to repair herself still, such a one as Venus gave Phaon, when he carried her over the ford. Let her use all helps art and nature can yield. Be like her, and whom thou wilt, or all these in one. A little sickness, a fever, smallpox, wound, scar, loss of an eye or limb, a violent passion, a distemperature of heat or cold, mars all in an instant, disfigures all. Childbearing, old age, that tyrant time will turn Venus to Erinis. Raging time, care, rivels her upon a sudden. After she hath been married a small while, and the black ox hath trodden on her toe, she will be so much altered, and wax out of favour, thou wilt not know her. One grows too fat, another too lean, etc. Modest Matilda, pretty pleasing Peg, sweet singing Susan, mincing merry Moll, dainty dancing Doll, neat Nancy, jolly Joan, nimble Nell, kissing Kate, bouncing Bess with black eyes, fair Phyllis with fine white hands, fiddling Frank, tall Tib, slender Sib, etc., will quickly lose their grace, grow fulsome, stale, sad, heavy, dull, sour, and all at last out of fashion. Ubi jam vultus argutia, suavis suavitatio, blandus risus, etc. Those fair sparkling eyes will look dull. Her soft coral lips will be pale, dry, cold, rough, and blue. Her skin rugged, that soft and tender superficies will be hard and harsh, her whole complexion change in a moment. And as Matilda writ to King John, I am not now as when thou saw'st me last. That favour soon is vanished and past. That rosy blush lapped in a lily veil, now is with Morphew overgrown and pale. 'Tis so in the rest, their beauty fades as a tree in winter, which Dejanira hath elegantly expressed in the poet, Deforme solis aspicis truncis nemus, sic nostra longum forma percurrens iter, deperdit aliquid semper, et fulgit minus, malisque minus est quicquid in nobis fuit, olim petitum cecidit, et partu labat, maturque multum rapuit ex illa mihi, aetas citato senior eripuit gradu. And as a tree that in the green wood grows, with fruit and leaves, and in the summer blows, in winter like a stock deformed shows, our beauty takes his race and journey goes, and doth decrease and lose and come to naught, admired of old to this by childbirth brought, and mother hath bereft me of my grace, and crooked old age coining on apace. To conclude with Chrysostom, when thou seest a fair and beautiful person, a brave bona roba, a belladonna quae salivam moveat lepidam puellem et quam tu facile ames, a comely woman having bright eyes, a merry countenance, a shining lustre in her look, a pleasant grace, wringing thy soul, and increasing thy concupiscence, bethink with thyself that it is but earth thou lovest, a mere excrement, which so vexeth thee, which thou so admirest, and thy raging soul will be at rest. Take her skin from her face, and thou shalt see all loathsomeness under it, that beauty is a superficial skin and bones, nerves, sinews. Suppose her sick, now rivelled, hoary-headed, hollow-cheeked, old. Within she is full of filthy phlegm, stinking, putrid, excremental stuff, snot and snivel in her nostrils, spittle in her mouth, water in her eyes, what filth in her brains, etc. Or take her at best, and look narrowly upon her in the light, stand near her, nearer yet, thou shalt perceive almost as much, and love less, as Cardan well writes, minus amant qui acute vident, though Scaliger deride him for it. If he see her near, or look exactly at such a posture, whosoever he is, according to the true rules of symmetry and proportion, those I mean of Albertus Durer, Lomatius, and Tasnier, examine him of her. If he be elegans formarum spectator, he shall find many faults in physiognomy, and ill colour. If form, one side of the face likely bigger than the other, or crooked nose, bad eyes, prominent veins, concavities about the eyes, wrinkles, pimples, red streaks, freckles, hairs, warts, knaves, inequalities, roughness, scabredity, paleness, yellowness, and as many colours as are in a turkey-cock's neck, many indecorums in their other parts. Est quod desideres, est quod amputes. One leers, another frowns, a third gapes, squints, etc. And 'tis true that he saith, diligenter consideranti raro facies absoluta et quaevitio caret. Seldom shall you find an absolute face without fault, as I have often observed. Not in the face alone is this defect or disproportion to be found, but in all the other parts of body and mind. She is fair indeed, but foolish; pretty, comely, and decent, of a majestical presence, but peradventure imperious, dishonest, acerba, iniqua, self-willed. She is rich, but deformed; hath a sweet face, but bad carriage, no bringing up, a rude and wanton flirt. A neat body she hath, but it is a nasty queen otherwise, a very slut of a bad kind. As flowers in a garden have colour some, but no smell, others have a fragrant smell, but are unseemly to the eye. One is unsavoury to the taste as rue, as bitter as wormwood, and yet a most medicinal, cordial flower, most acceptable to the stomach. So are men and women. One is well qualified, but of ill proportion, poor and base. A good eye she hath, but a bad hand and foot. Fede pedes et fede manus. A fine leg, bad teeth, a vast body, etc. Examine all parts of body and mind. I advise thee to inquire of all. See her angry, merry, laugh, weep, hot, cold, sick, sullen, dressed, undressed, in all attires, sights, gestures, passions, eat her meals, etc. And in some of these you will surely dislike. Yea, not her only let him observe, but her parents, how they carry themselves. For what deformities, defects, encumbrances of body or mind be in them at such an age, they will likely be subject to, be molested in like manner, they will patrizare or matrizare. And withal let him take notice of her companions, in convictu, as Civera prescribes, et quibus cum conversetur, whom she converseth with. Noscitur ex comite, qui non cognoscitur ex se. According to Thucydides, she is commonly the best, de quo minimus foras habetur sermo, that is least talked of abroad. For if she be a noted reveller, a gadder, a singer, a pranker or dancer, then take heed of her. For what saith Theocritus? At vos festivae ne saltate puellae, en malus hierus adest in vos saltare paratus. Young men will do it when they come to it. Fauns and satyrs will certainly play reeks when they come in such wanton Baccho's or Eleonora's presence. Now, when they shall perceive any such obliquity, indecency, disproportion, deformity, bad conditions, etc., let them still ruminate on that, and as Haedus adviseth out of Ovid, earum mendas notent. Note their faults, vices, errors, and think of their imperfections. 'Tis the next way to divert and mitigate love's furious headstrong passions. As a peacock's feet and filthy comb, they say, make him forget his fine feathers and pride of his tail. She is lovely, fair, well favoured, well qualified, courteous and kind. But if she be not so to me, what care I how kind she be? I say with Philostratus, formosa aliis mihi superba. She is a tyrant to me, and so let her go. Besides these outward knaves or open faults, errors, there may be many inward infirmities, secret, some private, which I will omit, and some more common to the sex, sullen fits, evil qualities, filthy diseases, in this case fit to be considered. Consideratio feditatis mulierum, menstruae imprimis, quam immundae sunt, quam Savanarola proponit regula septima penitus observandam, et Platina Dialogus amoris fuse perstringit, Lodovicus Bonaxialus, Petrus Haedus, Albertus et infinitifere medici. A lover in Calcagninus's Apologies wished with all his heart he were his mistress's ring, to hear, embrace, see, and do I know not what. O thou fool, quoth the ring, if thou werst in my room, thou shouldst hear, observe, and see, pudenda et poenitenda, that which would make thee loathe and hate her, yea, peradventure, all women, for her sake. I will say nothing of the vices of their minds, their pride, envy, inconstancy, weakness, malice, self-will, lightness, insatiable lust, jealousy. Ecclesiasticus 5:14. No malice to a woman's, no bitterness like to hers. Ecclesiastes 7:21. And as the same author urgeth, Proverbs 31:10, who shall find a virtuous woman? He makes a question of it. Neque jus, neque bonum, neque aequum sciunt, melius peius prosit, opsit, nihil vident, nisi quod libido suggerit. They know neither good nor bad, be it better or worse, as the comical poet hath it, beneficial or hurtful, they will do what they list. Insidiae humani generis queremonia vitae, exuviae noctis, durissima cura diei, poena virum, nex et juvenum, etc. And to that purpose were they first made, as Jupiter insinuates in the poet. The fire that bold Prometheus stole from me, with plagues called women shall revenged be, on whose alluring and enticing face poor mortals doting shall their death embrace. In fine, as Diogenes concludes in Nevisanus, nulla est femina quae non habeat quid. They have all their faults. Every each of them hath some vices. If one be full of villainy, another hath a liquorish eye. If one be full of wantonness, another is a chideress. When Leander was drowned, the inhabitants of Sestos consecrated Hero's lantern to Anteros, Anteroti sacrum, and he that had good success in his love should light the candle. But never any man was found to light it. which I can refer to naught but the inconstancy and lightness of women. For in 1,000 good there is not one. All be so proud, unthankful, and unkind, with flinty hearts, careless of others' moan, in their own lusts carried most headlong blind, but more herein to speak I am forbidden. Sometimes for speaking truth one may be chidden. I am not willing, you see, to prosecute the cause against them, and therefore take heed you mistake me not. Matronam nullam ego tango. I honour the sex with all good men, and as I ought to do, rather than displease them, I will voluntarily take the oath which Mercurius Britannicus took. Me nihil unquam mali nobilissimo sexui, vel verbo, vel facto machinaturum, etc. Let Simonides, Mantuan, Platina, Petrus Aretine, and such women-haters bear the blame, if aught be said amiss. I have not writ 1/10 of that which might be urged out of them and others. Non possunt invectivae omnes et satirae in feminas scriptae uno volumine comprehendi. And that which I have said, to speak truth, no more concerns them than men, though women be more frequently named in this tract. To apologize once for all, I am neither partial against them, or therefore bitter. What is said of the one, mutato nomine, may most part be understood of the other. My words are like Passus's picture in Lucian, of whom, when a good fellow had bespoke a horse to be painted with his heels upwards, tumbling on his back, he made him passant. Now when the fellow came for his piece, he was very angry, and said it was quite opposite to his mind. But Passus instantly turned the picture upside down, showed him the horse at that sight which he requested, and so gave him satisfaction. If any man take exception at my words, let him alter the name, read him for her, and 'tis all one in effect. End of section 23.